Volume 1, Chapter 313. The battle concludes. The barbarians are defeated. From the moment 3 divine warriors were discovered, to transforming himself into a blade and breaking through the blockade of 2 semi-supernatural barbarians, culminating in the decapitation of all 3, Gu Han executed his actions with unwavering resolve. Though the sequence appeared protracted, in reality, it transpired in the mere span of 2 breaths, swift enough that many were left momentarily bewildered. How did he accomplish this? Gazing at the severed arms on the ground, the 2 barbarians were engulfed in astonishment and confusion. In their attempt to slay Gu Han, they had exerted every ounce of their strength, holding nothing back. With such formidable vitality, not even the average extraordinary being could hope to withstand their onslaught. How had Gu Han managed to break through? Suddenly, a realization dawned upon them. Their final 3 divine warriors had perished. With a flash, a figure descended. It was the ever-watchful Lord Li. 3 more. In his retreat, he had not forgotten his mission, consistently maintaining a fragment of his focus on Gu Han's situation. Upon witnessing the demise of the 3 divine warriors, he hastily approached. Is there still a Gu Xianfeng? There is none. One is absent, the other reduced to pulp. Gu Han wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He had withstood the full force of 2 semi-supernatural strikes. Even with his protective garment, he had inevitably sustained some injuries. Without delay, he flickered away, soaring into the heavens, with Li Sun closely trailing behind. Barbarians. Lord Li, ever mindful of his duty, summoned his strength and proclaimed, "The divine warriors of your war god temple, the pride of your barbarian kin, have all been hunted down by Gu Xianfeng of the great Yin dynasty. Their heads are here." As he spoke, he gestured, and 7 severed heads lined up, their expressions hauntingly uniform, terror and despair. In that instant, the 2 armies, locked in a fierce struggle, instinctively halted their assaults. Oh, and one was turned to mush, so that head cannot be retrieved. At this, the barbarians hailing from the war god temple were somewhat unfazed. But the ordinary barbarians from various tribes stared blankly at the 7 heads, their eyes filled with bewilderment and desolation. All dead. So many could not stop him. The war god temple had existed for an extensive duration. It was not only the de facto ruler of the northern barbarian territories, but also a spiritual sanctuary for countless barbarians. From the 1st to the 9th, those bestowed with the title of divine warrior were, without a doubt, the geniuses of the younger generation among the barbarians, the pride of their people. In a brief moment, all 8 divine warriors had been slain, akin to the simultaneous demise of the 8 sons of the Yin Emperor, delivering a profound blow to their morale. Preserve them well. Gu Han added, "These heads shall be displayed outside the border army camp. I eagerly anticipate that the newly appointed divine warriors will come to claim them, should anyone still dare to call themselves a divine warrior." At this remark, Lord Li wore a vigilant expression, fully prepared to flee with the heads at a moment's notice. The will and faith of the barbarian tribes were nearly obliterated. With a resounding thud, Murong Yan slammed her wolf-toothed club into the ground, exclaiming with excitement, "Is this what you barbarians call a genius? In the presence of my brothers, they are utterly powerless. And a war god? What audacity! With such quality, my brothers could slay them by the dozen." Her words ignited the spirits of the border troops. After years of conflict, whether through siege or overwhelming prowess, the war gods had not been invincible. Yet today, for the first time, one with mastery over the skies had traversed the battlefield, dispatching 8 foes in a matter of moments. How long had it been since the days following Feng Xi's slaying of the first war god? Their morale had never soared so high since. Kill. In an instant, the border troops, once exhausted and battered, found a renewed vigor within themselves. Kill. Kill. With fervent battle cries, they surged forward like a torrent against the barbarian tribes. Although the remaining barbarians still possessed greater overall strength, the 7 severed heads hung ominously in the air, and Gu Han's words echoed relentlessly, diminishing their fighting spirit and morale, leaving them devoid of the will to resist. Almost instantly, they were scattered by the onslaught of the border troops. Though they still struggled, their defeat was inevitable. Slay them. Retrieve the heads. Our war god Hall must not suffer such humiliation. The faces of the warriors from the war god Hall twisted in rage as they roared in frenzy. They understood better than anyone that allowing those 7 heads to dangle outside the great Yin border camp would deal a severe blow to the prestige of the war god Hall, potentially shaking the very foundation of their absolute dominion in the northern domain. Boom, boom. In a frenzy, the barbarians launched their assault. Yet they were staunchly held back by the leaders and vice-leaders, refusing to yield an inch. Haha. Old Liao laughed heartily. Good job, Gu Vanguard. I am thoroughly impressed. Stay back. A flash of golden light streaked past. The stout fellow fixed his gaze on the three ahead. Whoever moves first, I'll take down. Further away, Zhou Ye gasped for breath, casting a sidelong glance at the pale-faced Wang Yong. If you can't hold on, retreat. I, Zhou Ye, can handle four alone. Stubborn. Wang Yong retorted defiantly. You look ready to spit blood. Nonsense. How could a mere barbarian injure me? Bam. Bam. Instantly, for overwhelming forces of vigor surged forth, sending both men flying. Exchanging glances, neither spoke, not for lack of desire, but because their mouths were filled with blood. Any utterance would betray their condition. This is outrageous. Such brazen oppression. They cursed inwardly before charging forward once more. Below on the battlefield, Guhan moved like a human sword, weaving through the chaos. Nearly impossible for anyone to catch sight of him. It was only at this moment that his true terror was revealed: unparalleled speed, unmatched lethality. Amidst the rise and fall of sword light, anguished cries echoed incessantly, and blood continued to cascade. In the end, wherever he went, those notorious for their savagery, the barbarians, were so struck with terror that they fled in disarray. The bane of the barbarian tribes, a natural-born harbinger of death. Following this day, Guhan's two titles became widely renowned throughout the northern domain. In the skies above, the head of the Li clan, still clutching onto his severed head, dashed about in a desperate bid to escape, gritting his teeth in grim determination. Steady. He had endured so much adversity thus far. He must not falter now. Yet, as fate would have it, two powerful auras suddenly erupted from behind him. Two severely wounded half-step, transcendent barbarians had fought their way through, blocking his escape route. This is bad. The color drained from Li's face. It's over. Wait, that's not right. I, Li, am also a half-step transcendent, and I possess miraculous elixirs. What can two heavily injured barbarians do to me? Humph. His aura shifted, a cold smile spreading across his face. A mere barbarian dares to seek death? Brotherly. A true hero. A burly man who had rushed over to support him praised. I knew I was right about you. Just then, a melodious phoenix cry suddenly resonated from the distant horizon. In the next moment, a magnificent celestial phoenix, wreathed in crimson flames, soared closer, its wings flaring out to send the four encircling barbarians hurtling away. Phoenix, she returns. The 10th prince. The crowd erupted in joyous exclamations. Soon after, the phoenix as flames receded, revealing Phoenix, she once more, her eyes now radiating an even fiercer intensity. Today, the tide of battle was irrevocably turned. An elder from the battle god hall wore a grim expression. Let us retreat and devise a new strategy. He dared not linger. While he might challenge Zhou Ye and the others, facing Phoenix, she was a matter of life and death if he did not flee. In truth, there was no need for such a reminder. The barbarians on the battlefield had already lost their will to resist, fleeing northward in droves. Mere barbarians. Li, filled with righteous fury, relentlessly pursued the two fleeing barbarians, a throng of followers at his side. Do they truly believe I, Li, am easily bullied? His frustration and anger had reached a boiling point. Previously, he had been driven to the brink of despair, nearly losing his life multiple times, and now, witnessing the opportunity to strike down the drowning dogs, he would not let it slip away. It was not just him. The morale among the great Yin frontier troops soared as well. What a thrill! How long had it been since they had fought such a glorious and satisfying battle? In an instant, the two armies transformed into torrents once more, but this time, one pursued while the other fled. Remarkable. In the void, a figure praised incessantly, truly managing to turn the tide of battle. After all these years of training, these barbarians proved utterly inept. Within his words, it seemed he regarded the barbarians merely as tools. Forgive me, my lord. Upon hearing this, the 5 barbarian warriors displayed not a trace of dissatisfaction. Rather, they appeared visibly apprehensive, lacking any semblance of the composure and authority characteristic of esteemed practitioners of the sacred realm. Next time, we shall not suffer defeat. Indeed, the barbarian lineage is deeply rooted. This recent loss will not inflict lasting harm. Enough, one figure shook his head. Next time, you must not allow me to feel such disappointment. Yes, the 5 finally exhaled in relief. Yin Tian, the shadow turned its gaze toward the flame emperor, suddenly smiling. Should you someday fall to Yun too, I wonder if you will regret not having entrusted me with this legacy mark sooner? Boom. Before the words were fully spoken, a bolt of purple flame descended upon him. Heh. The figure gradually dissipated. Let us await the outcome. In the distance, the 5 barbarians cast wary glances at the Flame Emperor before swiftly vanishing from sight. Throughout, the Flame Emperor's expression remained unchanged. Suddenly, he trembled. The purple hue in his eyes rapidly faded, and the purple dragon beside him transformed once more into a flame dragon, coiling slowly into his body. Sigh. Elsewhere, witnessing the retreat of the barbarians, Yun Zhan refrained from pursuing them, letting out another sigh. My elder brother's forceful breakthrough has exacerbated his injuries. The barbarian tribe has suffered a significant defeat. Oldson pondered for a moment. We may enjoy a period of tranquility. However, that individual's patience seems to be waning. Yun Zhan scoffed. His injuries are likely more severe than my brother's. He may not endure much longer. On the battlefield below, the great Yin border army, invigorated, pursued the barbarians for several hundred miles before finally coming to a halt. During this time, Feng Xi had eliminated 2 elders from the Temple of War, and countless barbarians of lower realms had perished. In this war, if we disregard Yun Li's betrayal, it could be deemed a resounding victory. At this moment, the border army temporarily settled in a vast plain. Guhan stood in midair, sword in hand, his eyes filled with exhaustion. From the onset to the conclusion of the conflict, he had been in a state of relentless exertion, depleting his mental resources far beyond the norm. Fortuitously, his unique meridians allowed him to sustain the terrifying consumption of spiritual energy through the continuous ingestion of elixirs. Otherwise, had it been another, even with his formidable prowess, they would have long since been utterly worn out. Silently, from the noble lords to every ordinary soldier, all deeply bowed in reverence to Guhan. They understood well that without his decisive actions and courage, the morale of the great Yin border army would undoubtedly have waned, and they would have been the ones relentlessly pursued. Thank you, Vanguard Gu. These 5 words encapsulated their heartfelt gratitude. Everyone, Guhan responded. Bending slightly and bowing to the crowd, there is no need for thanks. Without you, I could not have accomplished this feat. Today's achievements are the fruits of the collective efforts of the entire great Yin border army. Those severed heads stand as testament to your honor. From this day forth, this glory shall accompany you always. The border troops could not possibly regain their vigor so swiftly, without their unwavering commitment to fight to the death. He might discreetly eliminate a few adversaries, but to openly slay 8 opponents was utterly impossible. He and the border troops had mutually empowered one another. Upon hearing his words, Commander Gu's audience erupted with fervor. Injured or maimed, every soldier still capable of movement raised their arms in triumphant cheer. Invincible, their honor, worth every sacrifice. To hear those words and to witness the heads of those war gods displayed within the military camp made their injuries, bloodshed, and even the loss of life seem worthwhile. In that moment, something within them seemed to break free and flourish rapidly. Faith and a sense of unity. Amidst the throng, Zhao Mingyu, her purple dress stained with blood, would have previously found such filth unbearable. Yet now, she cared not in the slightest. This glory was partly hers. Moreover, she felt that today she had fought alongside him, drawing their relationship a fraction closer. Unbeknownst to her, a seemingly ordinary female soldier from the Phoenix Wing glanced at her with a smile before lowering her head once more. TCH, the plump one was consumed with jealousy, feeling deeply dissatisfied. What kind of gaze was that? He had slain 8 war gods. Wasn't it even more impressive that he had rammed a transcendent being to death? Why did no one sing his praises? Just wait. He glared at Guhan, vowing that once he became the king of the heavenly fortress, he would strip your title from you. Sister Yunfan approached Feng Xi, her expression forlorn. Ninth brother, Feng Xi fell silent for a moment. He had been shot dead by the emperor. Although she had long anticipated this outcome, Yunfan's eyes reddened, and she felt a pang of sorrow. The plump one blinked. What did severing father-son relations matter? That man had even killed his own son. Suddenly, he felt that his relationship with Fu Yud could still be deemed one of filial piety. With diverse emotions, the border troops returned to their camp. The first order of business was to display the severed heads of the war gods outside the camp, protected by a barrier. The esteemed Li, the head of the academy, personally oversaw the arrangements. Upon someone offering assistance, his eyes turned red. Whoever dared touch them would face his wrath. Countless border soldiers secretly admired this Li Academy head. Though not of the great Yin Empire, he possessed a certain fiery spirit akin to the sons of Yin. On the battlefield, he had performed remarkably, earning the title of Hero Li, even if he could not rival Gu Han. In no time, Li the Academy head basked in glory, eager to return to the Northern Territory and boast before Murong Yan. Not long after his return, Yun Fan presented him with a vial of extraordinary essence, enough for him to break into the transcendent realm. I, Li Sun, the Academy head, swore an oath on the spot. From this day forth, my loyalty lies solely with the great Yin Empire. Yun Fan, feeling disheartened, had no desire to engage in idle chatter with him and left the vial behind as she departed. Just as she left, Gu Han arrived, presenting Li Sun with the jade talisman, the essence of return. Li Dayuan's eyes widened in astonishment. How could this technique be so effective? Gu Han readily confessed, that trap was my doing. Murong, my accomplice. Li Sun was left speechless, the truth unveiled. The mastermind behind the strife that had caused their families to turn against one another was indeed Gu Han. He found Gu Han somewhat cunning and rather formidable. Aligning himself with him was undoubtedly the right choice. I, Li Sun, he swore an oath once more. From this day forth, I shall follow Brother Gu's lead. Gu Han paid him no heed, turning away and leaving Li Dayuan, who was overjoyed. Extraordinary materials, celestial techniques, each a treasure of immense value. I, Li Sun, am destined for greatness. From now on, it shall be no mere dream to strike down the old Murong and trample on Wuda and Duan Ren. After the great battle, though the border army emerged victorious, their casualties were significant, with nearly everyone sustaining injuries, not to mention those severely wounded, bearing the scars of battle. In times past, such injuries would have spelled the end of their cultivation journey. Yet now, with the availability of these 3 elixirs, recovery was merely a matter of time. This held great significance for the border army and the great Yin dynasty. Suddenly, a melody drew Gu Han's attention. The sound of the zither was melodious and enchanting, akin to a clear mountain spring, washing away the remnants of fatigue and bloodlust from the recent battle, leaving his mind in a state of ethereal clarity, even hinting at a potential breakthrough in his cultivation. He was not alone. All nearby cultivators were entranced by the music, although their injuries had yet to heal. The weariness in their hearts had been swept away. Even Yun Fan felt his sorrow diminish considerably. Young master. As the final note faded, Shui Yu stood up. Her cheeks flushed upon seeing Gu Han approach. He was struck speechless, suspecting that Shui Yu had perhaps spent too long in the elegant abode. Bullied by that lady of the Jade Tower, how else could one explain her sudden shyness? Forgive my laughter, dear lady. As he gazed at her, Shui Yu's blush deepened. Miss Shui, Gu Han decided to bolster her confidence. Your talent in zither playing surpasses anyone I have encountered. Given time, you will undoubtedly shine brilliantly and astonish the world. Really? She asked, hope igniting in her heart. Absolutely, Gu Han replied earnestly. The ability of your music to cleanse the Dao heart is unparalleled. In the aftermath of battle, your melodies are precisely what the border army's cultivators require. In some ways, they are even more beneficial than elixirs. Even he was not immune to the weariness brought on by the battle, let alone the border army. I understand. Her heart soared at his praise. And she instantly found her place. While she could not fight on the battlefield, she could still contribute. This scene, however, was observed from a distance by Zhao Mingyu. A twinge of bitterness welled up within her. So what if one could play the zither? I can brew spiritual tea too. After the battle, she had donned a white dress. White was once the color she despised most, yet now it appeared increasingly pleasing to her. Conversely, the purple hue she had once adored now seemed overly ostentatious, completely at odds with her temperament. Of course, it primarily stemmed from Gu Han's disfavor. At this moment, compared to several months prior, she exhibited less grandeur and arrogance, yet gained an air of playfulness and vivacity. Suddenly, a teasing voice broke the silence. Zhao Shennu, are you sneaking glances at that scoundrel again? Zhao Mingyu's face flushed crimson as she noticed the chubby fellow, who had appeared out of nowhere, regarding her with a mischievous grin. You insufferable glutton. Zhao Shennu felt on the verge of tears. You are utterly heartless. How audacious. The chubby man crossed his arms, adopting a tone of authority. Who gave you the audacity to speak to His Highness in such a manner? Shortly after returning, before he could find old Liao, old Sun arrived, bearing the seal and edict he had longed for, formally announcing to the entire army that the great Yin dynasty had acquired a new prince of a different surname, Prince Jin Tian, Fu Yuan. Simultaneously, under the chubby fellow's discreet instructions, the leader of the Li family astutely spread his military achievements throughout the army. 3 heads. He had slain an extraordinary being. Naturally, he earned the respect of all. No need for such formalities. Witnessing the surrounding cultivators bowing in reverence, he felt elated, feigning authority as he waved them off. I shall stroll about and take a casual look. Bah! Zhao Mingyu spat quietly, turning on her heel to leave. Alas, the chubby man lamented. That once proud and untamed goddess has been utterly ruined by that scoundrel. Upon returning to the camp, Guhan immediately began contemplating his future path of cultivation. His current prowess had reached the 9th level of void manipulation, and he could step into the heavenly tribulation realm at any moment. However, he was in no hurry to face the tribulation, instead pondering a different matter. On the battlefield, he had transformed into a sword. Albeit a spur-of-the-moment decision that could not be classified as a divine art or secret technique, yet the results had been remarkably effective. It required refinement. He furrowed his brows, for it was the first time he sought to comprehend a sword technique through his own abilities, without relying on the Da Yin sword classic. Just as he was deep in thought, a cup of spiritual tea appeared on the desk before him. Without needing to look, he knew it was Zhao Mingyu. You. Just as he was about to speak, he froze for a moment. Zhao Mingyu in white was a sight he had never encountered before. What is it? Zhao Mingyu feigned calmness, but the blush on her face betrayed her inner feelings. Indeed, she felt a surge of delight within her. She had guessed correctly. White was his favored color. I am not thirsty. Guhan realized he needed to clarify things with Zhao Xinnu. And you know, this little bit of spiritual energy is nearly inconsequential for my advancement. As for the title of maid, it was merely a jest from senior sister. You need not take it to heart. Since you do not wish to leave, I shall naturally grant you your freedom. In his mind, Zhao Mingyu should have stormed off in a fit of anger by now. Yet, she remained still, her head bowed, summoning her courage. I'm sorry, Guhan. Had Zhao Xinnu lost her senses? Upon reflecting on Guhan's actions on the battlefield today, Zhao Mingyu bit her lip and suddenly lifted her gaze. If only I had acted at that moment, perhaps Yang Ying would not have met his demise. Guhan paused for a brief moment, followed by an extended silence. Zhao Mingyu felt a surge of anxiety within her. She regretted bringing this up with Guhan. If he were to become enraged and strike her down, what would she do? Yet, she genuinely wished to apologize. Suddenly, Guhan extended his hand, seized the spiritual tea, and gulped it down. The tea was delightful. Zhao Mingyu felt a mixture of joy and discomfort. She was elated because it was the first time Guhan had tasted her spiritual tea, yet troubled as she sensed the profound sadness buried deep within his heart. In the northern region, at its core, a fiery crimson peak rose majestically. However, the center of this extraordinary peak was hollow. At its base lay a deep pool, filled with a crimson liquid that faintly shimmered with transparency. Resembling blood, yet reminiscent of magma. The temperature here was exceedingly high. Even the most accomplished barbarian warriors dared not approach even the slightest fraction. Suddenly, a figure leapt from the depths of the pool, suspended in midair. The figure was tall and robust, clad in fiery red armor, adorned with 9 golden rings upon his arms. His eyes, also a striking red, glimmered with excitement. After a year, I have finally sensed it, my calamity. His gaze shifted, landing in a specific direction. It was to the east. Who could it be? Volume 1, Chapter 315, The First War God, Tuajun. Beneath the barbarian's feet. The crimson liquid in the pool churned incessantly, an endless fervor rising, intermingled with a vibrant life force. Enough, since it is to the east. It must be related to the great Yin Empire. After a moment's contemplation, a powerful aura surged from his body, and in an instant, he vanished from the mountain's mouth, emerging into the outside world. This extraordinary peak served as a hidden site for the war god temple, rich in spiritual energy. And due to the presence of the crimson liquid, even the ground exuded a subtle red hue and warmth, making it an exceptional location for body tempering. Specifically chosen for the war gods and their candidates. This crimson liquid was a treasure among treasures, and since he had claimed it a year ago, no one dared to enter. Suddenly, he halted, casting his gaze nearby. Sanggu, what brings you here? As he spoke, a young barbarian appeared before him, unarmored and devoid of golden rings, yet possessing a cultivation level just shy of the extraordinary realm. It was indeed Sanggu. Tuajun. Sanggu scrutinized him for a moment, raising an eyebrow. You emerged from seclusion so quickly. I thought you would remain there for 10 or 8 years. Did you sense your calamity? Humph. Tua Jun's expression was impassive. My affairs are not your concern. Instead, what about you? He cast a sidelong glance at the other. Unwilling to engage in battle, yet also reluctant to assume the role of the second war god, what then is your purpose for remaining here? Once I reach the extraordinary realm, Sang will inevitably confront that woman, claiming her life. As for the position of the second war god, I harbor no interest. If I am to assume a title, it shall be that of the first. What a pity, Taquan smirked. With my presence, you shall forever remain in the shadow of second place. The toll of the Dao bell reverberated ominously. Sang's expression turned icy. It is far too premature to declare who shall ultimately prevail. You forced your comprehension of the tribulation, squandering an entire year. Now, my cultivation has surpassed yours. And it shall not be long before I wholly enter the extraordinary realm. At that time, the one to chase will be you, Sang. Taquan fixed his gaze upon him. Remember this. Your ability to invoke the toll of the Dao bell 9 times signifies that your potential is limited to 9. My 9 tolls arise from the fact that the Dao bell can only toll 9 times. Do you comprehend? Lastly, his tone darkened. In the War God Hall, we do not nurture idlers. Moreover, compared to you, I have a greater fondness for Batu, who is obedient. Batu. A shadow crossed Sang's face. He has long since perished. What did you say? Not only him, but those war gods ranked below you have also met their demise on the battlefield. Their heads now displayed outside the Great Yin military camp. It is due to this wretched group that my barbarian army has suffered an unprecedented defeat, allowing the Great Yin border forces to pursue us for hundreds of miles. Taquan remained silent. The crimson armor he donned radiated with strands of vital blood energy, warping the very fabric of space around him. Suddenly, his vital blood energy erupted, ravaging the surrounding environment beyond recognition. Indeed, amidst the swirling dust, his chilling voice echoed. They are all a bunch of useless fools. A vast edifice sprawled across the landscape 100 miles away, constructed from unknown dark stones etched with crimson patterns, embodying a rugged dominance and a fierce majesty, showcasing the barbarian tribe's enduring style, in stark contrast to the eastern wilderness. The faces of the passing barbarians reflected both reverence and fervor. Here lies the most sacred and central domain of the northern domain barbarians, the War God Hall. What are your thoughts? This elixir is unlike anything I have ever encountered or witnessed. With such a potion, it is no wonder that the combat prowess of the Great Yin border forces has surged, should we wish to subdue them as we once did. It will undoubtedly prove challenging. Within a grand palace, 7 barbarians furrowed their brows, engaged in fervent discussion. They were the 7 barbarian saints who had fought against the Flame Emperor and the War King, serving as the elders of the War God Hall while wielding control over the 7 largest tribes of the northern domain, their power immense and their authority formidable, second only to the enigmatic Hall Master. Suspended before them were 3 elixirs, the Qingbi pill, the Yimu pill, and the Miaoqing pill, all acquired from the battlefield. The issue of the elixirs is secondary. The chief elder spoke slowly. The most pressing concern now is how to restore the reputation of our War God Hall. Indeed. The third elder nodded in agreement. The repercussions of this defeat can still be managed. However, should a similar incident occur again, the Lord of the Hall will undoubtedly impose punishment. Moreover, the foundation and reputation that our War God Hall has painstakingly built over countless years will suffer significant detriment. To restore our honor, the fourth elder spoke in a chilling tone, asserting that the most effective course of action would be to publicly dismember that brat. At that moment, a respectful voice echoed from outside, announcing, "Several elders, the first war god requests an audience." Joy surged within them. He has emerged from seclusion? Shortly thereafter, Taku Jin arrived at the innermost sanctum of the War God Hall, where he met with the 7 elders. "Greetings, elders." He clasped his right fist across his chest, performing a unique gesture of respect from the barbarian tribes. The Grand Elder sighed deeply. "You have heard the news, I presume?" "Indeed." Takuji nodded, a glint of cold fury flashing in his crimson eyes. He had already learned the details of the events during his journey. The more he contemplated, the angrier he became. How could the esteemed war god of the War God Hall be slaughtered not once, but twice, with his head displayed as a trophy? Even the catastrophic defeat of the barbarian tribe a fortnight ago was linked to this individual. Moreover, the perpetrator was not Feng Xi. but an enigmatic cultivator of the sky's sovereign realm who had appeared out of nowhere. What a disgrace. A tremendous insult. With your presence, we need not worry so much. Reassured the elders. Taku Jin clenched his fists, producing a sharp crack. This individual is the sworn enemy of my tribe, and I, Taku Jin, shall ensure his demise. Upon hearing this, the 7 elders displayed expressions of relief. Taku Jin, the embodiment of the innate Xianyang crimson gold physique, the pride of the barbarian tribe, and the most favored junior of the war god hall, had surpassed the previous first war god in terms of innate talent and temperament. Having attained the pinnacle of both chi refinement and the opening of meridians as a body cultivator. Just then, a gentle cough resonated from an indistinct source. Greetings, Lord of the Hall. In an instant, both the 7 elders and Taku Jin crossed their arms over their chests and bowed respectfully. Taku Jin, the voice seemed somewhat feeble. Have you gained anything after a year of seclusion? Indeed. Taku Jin nodded. I have sensed the presence of my tribulation, located to the east. There is a 90% chance it resides within the Great Yin dynasty. The brows of the 7 furrowed deeply. They were hesitant about Taku Jin facing this tribulation. Known to be a perilous endeavor with a reputation for being 10 deaths without survival. Even as beings of the sacred realm, they had never witnessed anyone successfully overcoming such a tribulation. The east, you say? The voice fell silent for a moment, filled with contemplation. Who could it be? Based on my deductions, Taku Jin replied with an unruffled demeanor, my tribulation should pertain to slaughter and battle, most likely related to that Feng Xi. What? The 7 felt a heavy weight in their hearts. If Taku Jin's tribulation truly involved Feng Xi, they would do everything in their power to prevent him from facing it. Confronting Feng Xi would not be a mere trial. It would be a death sentence. Her? The voice mused with a hint of amusement. For over a decade, she has lingered at the borders. If it were indeed her, you would have sensed it long ago and would not have waited until today. My lord, Taku Jin replied, somewhat unconvinced. Beyond her, is there anyone from the younger generation of the Great Yin dynasty who can be compared to me? Alas, the figure did not refute him. The matter of the human tribulation is dictated by fate, beyond even my intervention. Since you are determined to cross, then go forth. But remember one thing. Do not forget your responsibility as the foremost god of war. Do you understand? Yes. Taku Jin bowed once more. The shame I have endured will be repaid 100-fold. 10 miles behind the war god palace lies a serene and elegant valley. This place is a forbidden zone of the war god palace, as well as a sacred ground for the entire northern region. Apart from the 7 elders who may occasionally enter, no other individual, including the past war gods, has ever set foot here. Within the valley, a simple thatched cottage has been erected. Before the cottage is a small pond, roughly a yard in circumference, yet the water within is somewhat murky. Upon closer inspection, one can discern a dragon, about a foot long, coiling within. However, this dragon appears listless, emanating an aura of decay that further taints the pond's water. Beside the pond stands a middle-aged man clad in azure robes, exuding an air of elegance, yet his visage is shadowed by a hint of gloom. This man is naturally the lord of the war god palace. Due to his rare appearances, few beyond the upper echelons of the palace would suspect that the leader of the barbarian race, the true ruler of the northern region, is not even a barbarian. These pills are indeed remarkable. He gazes down at his palm, where 3 pills lie quietly. Why have these pills suddenly appeared within the Great Yin army? Could it be that young man's doing? Yun Tian's gaze shifts, landing once again on the dragon within the pond. Why is it that each time you find yourself in dire straits, there seems to be a twist of fate to assist you? After battling for so many years, my patience and time are wearing thin. You must make your choice swiftly. In a span of half a month, under the tutelage of physician Shui and the esteemed Liao, the techniques of the scattered alchemists have become increasingly refined. The production of the 3 types of Qingbi pills has advanced from once every 7 days to now every 5 days. As time progresses, this interval will shorten further. The hidden strength of the Great Yin border troops has significantly increased, narrowing the gap with the barbarian race. With the enhancement of these pills, coupled with Guhan's remarkable feats, the morale of the border troops has surged. They are eager to engage the barbarians in further fierce battles. Yet, the architect of all this, Guhan, nearly exhausted himself in the process. In the tent of Guhan, Shuiyu is intensely focused. Her 10 slender fingers transforming into mere phantoms as they dance across the strings of the zither. A series of melodious notes resound, imbued with less gentleness than before, yet infused with a fervent spirit of battle and the clangor of iron steeds. "Young master," she says, her face flushed as the performance concludes. "How is it?" "Magnificent." Guhan pondered for a brief moment before bestowing a commendably high appraisal upon the melodious strains produced by Miss Shue's guqin, which stirred within him a fervent spirit and a surge of bloodlust. He mused that, in the heat of battle, should such enchanting music accompany him, it could enhance his combat prowess by at least 50%. If her cultivation were to reach greater heights, the range of her music's influence would undoubtedly expand, yielding even more pronounced effects. He neither exaggerated the truth nor engaged in flattery. The sound of Shui Yu's guqin bore a striking resemblance to the formidable battle hymn of Chu Kuang during the epoch of the Great Wilderness War. Although the efficacy paled in comparison, the breadth of its reach compensated for this shortcoming. In the theater of war, the scope of influence is undeniably more crucial than mere effectiveness. Consequently, Shui Yu, through this composition, would emerge as a formidable weapon of immense potential within the ranks of the Dai Yin frontier forces. How splendid! Being praised by Gu Han filled Shui Yu with uncontainable joy, her countenance flushed, rivaling the vibrant crimson of Feng Xi's battle attire. This piece was birthed from her inspiration upon hearing Gu Han's words a fortnight prior, and upon its completion, she had eagerly sought his evaluation, never anticipating such high praise in return. Outside, Zhao Shun envy, cradling a cup of spiritual tea, felt a pang of envy. Merely playing the guqin. And yet it evokes such grandiosity. Instinctively, she cast a glance downward. Now, that is what one could truly deem grand. Fool. After a moment's hesitation, she drained her cup of spiritual tea in one go and stormed off. Not in anger towards Gu Han, but rather feeling her own tea artistry was overshadowed by Shui Yu's musical talent. Gu Han was already aware of her arrival, but chose not to confront it. He understood the hearts of both women clearly and let out a soft sigh, deciding it was time to clarify matters with Shui Yu. "Miss Shui, in truth, before he could finish, a myriad of blood mist erupted from his body, instantly transforming him into a figure drenched in crimson. "My lord." Shui Yu was utterly startled, her composure shattered. "Why, you're injured." "I shall fetch Grandpa." Having devoted herself to the study of music over the past fortnight, she was oblivious to the outside world and assumed Gu Han had sustained hidden injuries from their last battle. Overwhelmed with concern, her eyes welled with tears as she prepared to seek out the revered healer, Shui Shen-Yi, for assistance. "Fear not," Gu Han replied, remarkably calm in contrast. "I am merely cultivating." "Cultivating?" Shui Yu was taken aback. How can there exist such peculiar methods of cultivation? Indeed, Gu Han was engaged in a unique form of training. On that fateful day, he had transformed his essence into a sword, effortlessly breaching the blood barriers of two half-step, transcendent barbarian foes, even severing their arms with a force far surpassing that of his usual lethal strikes, which piqued his profound interest. During this period, he had been experimenting and discovered that the more compactly his sword energy enveloped his body, the more formidable the power of each strike became. However, no matter how he attempted, compressing the sword energy beyond a 3-foot radius from his body proved to be the utmost limit. After all, he was not a body cultivator, and the strength of his physical form could not compare to that of the sword he wielded. Should he recklessly attempt further compression, it was likely that he would succumb to his own physical collapse before vanquishing his adversary. Transcending the heavenly tribulations, however, presented itself as an excellent approach. The tribulation is particularly unique. The stronger the physical body before the tribulation, the greater the rewards bestowed thereafter. After much contemplation, he devised a distinctive method, refining his body with sword energy. By meticulously honing his corporeal form with this energy until its strength reached its utmost limit, he could then face the heavenly tribulation. In doing so, the enhancement to his physical being would be even more substantial. Unperturbed, he calmly gestured to Shui Yu, retrieved a congealed jade pill, and placed it in his mouth, his figure swiftly vanishing into the outer chamber. "Fatty," he called out, channeling his cultivation. "Let us get to work." In the outer chamber, passing cultivators bowed in greeting, their eyes conveniently ignoring the blood that stained his form. "TSK, Gu Xianfeng is bleeding again." Just half a month prior, their reactions had been even more anxious than Shui Yu's. Now, however, they had grown accustomed to it. Truly, Gu Xianfeng was extraordinary. Even his cultivation was strikingly unique. They admired Gu Han's audacity, recognizing the boldness in his actions. Suddenly, a beam of golden light ascended from the distance, landing directly before Gu Han. "You dare show disrespect to this king, little pioneer." Fatty, arms crossed, cast a sidelong glance at Gu Han, his dissatisfaction palpable. "Little pioneer, I shall deal with you soon. Hurry up," Gu Han urged persistently, feeling he was nearing his limit. When he first began refining his body with sword energy, even with the assistance of the congealed jade pill, he nearly reduced his flesh to a pulp. Yet now, despite still being unable to fully withstand the sword energy's slicing, his physical strength had remarkably increased compared to his initial attempts. How reckless! Fatty did not hesitate, his body radiating golden light as he swiftly struck out. Surely, one must exercise caution in such endeavors. As someone who cultivated the formless golden body, he understood better than anyone that body refinement must be approached gradually. Gu Han's brutal and reckless approach, disregarding his own life in such a manner, was exceedingly rare. Although he traversed in mere half a month a path that would take others years, the agony he endured was exponentially greater than that of the average person. The sword energy coursing through him felt akin to enduring thousands of cuts and lacerations. Few could withstand such torment. In Fatty's view, this was sheer self-torture. Bang, bang. Under the relentless assault of his golden light, the blood mist surrounding Gu Han transformed into a fountain of blood. Were he not a cultivator with tenacious vitality, a mere mortal would have perished countless times over by now. At that moment, a crowd had gathered around the two. Gu Xianfeng, impressive. If it were me, I could never endure such pain. Of course, there's only one Gu Xianfeng, while you, Zhang Shan, could have 1,000 substitutes. Observing Gu Han, now resembling a bloodied figure, the onlookers murmured in awe and reverence. Damn it! Fatty's face darkened further with every blow he dealt. He was the one exerting significant effort. Why was no one praising him? This would not do. Observing the situation, he realized opportunities to strike this rascal were few and far between. He must seize the moment. Bang! Bang! With that thought, he intensified his blows by a notch. Nevertheless, while venting his frustrations, he did not forget his own duties. The golden light, seemingly chaotic, is in fact highly systematic. Each strike precisely falls within Gu Han's limit of endurance, fortifying his flesh while endowing him with certain characteristics of the incorruptible golden body. Gu Han grits his teeth and perseveres. This pain, despite having experienced it numerous times, remains somewhat unbearable. The sword aura penetrates his body, akin to 1,000 blades tearing through flesh. Meanwhile, the rotund figure's golden light feels like a colossal mountain relentlessly pressing down upon him, threatening to utterly crush him. The outcome is but twofold, either to be reduced to mere fragments or to undergo profound transcendence. At that moment, within the realm of consciousness, a rune from the Dayan sword canon erupted once more, transforming into a scripture that imprinted itself upon his heart. The Indestructible Sword Body, Volume 1. Chapter 317. The Indestructible Sword Body, eternal and undying, impervious to calamity, and invincible against all laws. The swordsman, the sovereign of 100 weapons, surpasses all forms of armament. The so-called sword body is forged from flesh and blood, hair, and sinew, with sword aura refining the body as its foundation, augmented by heavenly thunder to temper the physique, solar thunder to refine the form, and lunar thunder to mold the essence, wherein the dualities harmonize, and through the trials of 9 tribulations, the sword body achieves greatness. Henceforth, it is eternal, indestructible, and inviolable, reigning supreme over the heavens, gazing down upon myriad realms, and claiming dominion through the sword. This scripture captivated Gu Han, rendering him entranced. Compared to the Dayan sword aura, the indestructible sword body appears to be an entirely new path, one that is more arduous yet far more formidable than mere physical cultivation. Amidst his obsession, he also felt a surge of joy. Whether the Dayan sword aura, the killing sword, or the extreme sword, all were granted to him at specific opportunities or realms. Yet today, the scripture concerning the indestructible sword body manifested somewhat unexpectedly. According to his experience, such scripture should have emerged upon his ascension to the heavenly tribulation realm, but it now appeared prematurely, evidently because he had intuitively grasped the method of refining the body with the sword. Although he had only taken a half step ahead and had not fully transcended the confines of this sword canon, The significance was immense. Perhaps one day, he would wield a sword that transcends this canon, just as he once drew a sword that resonated 10 times with the Dao bell. Of course, all of this remains far distant. For him at present, the De Yin sword canon still stands as an unparalleled scripture of the sword path he cannot yet surpass. Compared to the techniques within the canon, his understanding of refining the body with the sword is far too rudimentary and crude, suppressing his aspirations and joy. The cultivation within his meridians instantly diversified into countless minute sword auras, repeatedly refining and honing his corporeal form in an extraordinarily arcane manner. Outside, the crowd gathered in increasing numbers. The rotund figure, naturally, grew more vigorous in his assault. Amidst the flickering golden light, one could vaguely discern his flushed countenance, brimming with excitement. The onlookers gradually sensed something amiss. Today, it seemed that the town guardian was particularly forceful. Goodness! Among the crowd, Yunfan wore a peculiar expression. This strike seems excessively harsh. Were Brother Yulin and Brother Gu not good friends? Why does it feel as though they are adversaries? His disposition, inherently simple and cheerful, combined with the ongoing reassurances from others, had led him to release his burdens, reverting to the somewhat naive Yunda, the loyal follower. I think so too, Murong Yan remarked thoughtfully. Seizing the opportunity to train my brother, he deliberately struck with malice. Shen Xian wore an expression of utter disbelief. Is there really any need for conjecture? Are you not both aware of his disposition? If this were not a deliberate attack, I would have my junior sister beat me every day. You simply do not understand. The stout fellow insisted. My bond with Gu Han is akin to that of brothers, and each blow upon him resonates painfully within me. Yet, for his path of cultivation, I am reluctantly compelled to act thus. He spoke, yet his hands did not cease their movements. The expressions of those present were peculiar, their mouths stretched to the roots of their ears. What sort of heartache is this? Surely, you revel in it. Bang, bang. Despite his clandestine malice, each strike from the stout man penetrated flesh and blood, delving directly into Gu Han's very marrow. Coupled with the operation of the undying sword body, though Gu Han had become a mere sanguine figure, his entire being underwent a transformation at a bewildering pace. Flesh, bones, and internal organs, each had become far more resilient than before. The gains from this session far surpassed those of previous encounters. He was confident that with his current physique, should he attempt to break through the blockade of those two half-step transcendent cultivators, he would sustain no injury whatsoever. Smack! Just as the stout man was in the throes of his exertions, Gu Han suddenly darted away to a distance, stuffing several condensing jade pills into his mouth. Enough. Stout one. Huh. The stout man appeared utterly astonished. Has it succeeded? Indeed. No. The stout man shook his head vigorously. Speaking earnestly, your experience with body cultivation is lacking. Heed my words. Your physique still requires refinement. Come, allow me to strike you twice more. As he spoke, he moved, a golden light radiating from his hand as it descended upon Gu Han. Damn you, you fat fool. Gu Han silently cursed. Boom. The remnants of his cultivation erupted within him, dispersing the bloodstains on his surface while compressing his spiritual power within a 2-foot radius. In an instant, his aura transformed, akin to a sword unsheathed, its sharpness fully revealed. Silently and imperceptibly, he shaped his fist into a sword, the spiritual power surrounding him subtly coalescing into the form of a long sword, meeting the stout man's onslaught head-on. Bang! As their fists collided, a powerful force erupted. Gu Han was sent reeling back over 10 paces, his right hand trembling slightly before fracturing into several pieces. Yet, under the miraculous effects of the condensing jade pill, it rapidly healed. Hiss! Gu Han drew in a sharp breath. Today marked his first true experience of the defense of the formless golden body, and there was but one word to describe it: unyielding. It was astonishingly tough. His curiosity piqued. He wondered how terrifying the defense of that perfected formless golden body, which had been suspended in the abyss of demons for 3,000 years, must truly be. Opposite him, the stout man stood with hands clasped behind his back, utterly unmoved, wearing an expression of pride. I told you your physique is lacking. My defenses rank second in the world. How could the likes of you possibly breach them? Brother Yulin, Yunfan kindly reminded. It seems your hand is bleeding. Everyone was momentarily taken aback. Yet, it was discovered that the rotund figure bore a trembling right hand behind him, subtly tinged with crimson. Remarkable. Murong Yan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Even my formidable Wolf Fang club could not breach this rotund fellow's defenses. Truly, it must be my brother Gu. Has the defense of the King of Heaven been shattered? Hiss, is his defense not deemed the second strongest in this realm? Yet, Gu Xianfeng's lethality is unparalleled. Ah, there lies some truth. The crowd murmured, their gazes unwavering from the rotund man's hand. How audacious! The rotund man breached defenses once more. Outrageous! Daring to speak ill of this king. I shall suppress you all with a single hand. The crowd chuckled. None took his words to heart, which deeply wounded the rotund man. Upon the mountaintop, Yunzhan slowly withdrew his gaze, his words laced with admiration. Indeed, this lad has conceived such a uniquely ingenious method. In merely half a month, he has traversed the path that ordinary cultivators would take years to cover. Truly remarkable. Hee. Meanwhile, Old Sin stroked his beard thoughtfully. In truth, I find that this young man's fierce determination is far more commendable than mere talent or endowment. If it were another, who could bear the relentless trials of life and death, undergoing such arduous struggles repeatedly, I am quite eager to see how far he will go. How far? The War King sighed softly. Naturally, the farther, the better. Not far off. Zhou and his companions sat cross-legged, their auras enigmatic, hinting at a subtle breakthrough into another realm. A trend of complete sublimation. For them, extraordinary materials became of little use. Instead, the fleeting opportunity to break into the sacred realm was what they truly coveted. In these recent days, under the meticulous guidance of the War King and Old Sun, they had reaped substantial rewards. Entering the sacred realm was merely a matter of time. Thank goodness they did not leave. This was a shared thought between them. At the sacred land of Laheng and the sacred demon sect, they had not received such treatment. Wait, both harbored a burning desire. They must step into the sacred realm first, and then tear the shameless one's mask off, trampling it underfoot, allowing them to exhale with pride. Suddenly, the War King seemed to have discerned something, his gaze turning icy. Talk 1. Within the central military camp. Brother Gu. Yin Fan approached. How do you feel? At this moment, Gu Han exuded an overwhelming aura, his presence sharp and formidable. Just standing there, an endless sharpness enveloped him, akin to an unparalleled longsword. As Yun Fan drew closer, he felt as though he were being sliced by countless sword energies, an onslaught of piercing sensations. Still lacking. Gu Han shook his head. Next comes the heavenly tribulation. The sword energy tempering the body is merely the foundation. It is only after enduring the baptism of the tribulation that my sword body can truly be considered to have entered the path. Yet, I wonder. Yun Fan's face was filled with curiosity. How many layers of heavenly tribulation can Brother Gu overcome in one go? The crowd regarded him with eager anticipation. Aside from physical cultivation, ordinary cultivators approach the tribulation with utmost caution, progressing one step at a time. None dare to entertain the notion of overcoming multiple stages in a single attempt. Those audacious enough to think so have long since been reduced to ashes by the thunder. However, Gu Han and his companions are filled with great confidence. Is Gu Xianfeng an ordinary person? To traverse 3 to 5 stages of the tribulation in one go is akin to child's play. Gu Han remains contemplative and silent. The undying sword body is divided into 9 stages. Only upon overcoming the tribulation can one truly claim to have achieved the first stage. He can vaguely surmise the subsequent phases of Yang Thunder and Yin Thunder, yet the later stages, Life Thunder, Destruction Thunder, and Illusion Thunder, elude his comprehension entirely. Just as the portly fellow was about to inquire, several cultivators rushed over from the distance. Gu Xianfeng, the barbarians are challenging us again. The portly leader frowned in dissatisfaction. Do you have no discernment? Do you not see this king present? It is evident who holds greater authority between the King of Heaven and the Vanguard. How dare you report to him first? He waved his hand dismissively, his expression calm. They are merely barbarians. With me here, I shall suppress all. He demanded. Which fool dares to seek death? Is it the first war god? What a pity to be missing his head. Within a white military encampment, Zhao Mengyu stared blankly at the ground, her face clouded with worry. She knew that her skills in tea and music were merely her own delusions. Despite Gu Han's changed attitude, there was no hint of romantic feelings between them. As she pondered, a sudden commotion erupted outside. Just as she was about to step out, an ordinary-looking female cultivator entered. Who are you? Zhao Mingyu blinked in surprise. I. The female cultivator's eyes glimmered momentarily, and she smiled sweetly, akin to a blooming flower. I am you. As she spoke, she approached slowly, her appearance undergoing a dramatic transformation until she resembled another Zhao Mengyu entirely. Meanwhile, Zhao Shun NV remained oblivious, standing there in a daze. That will suffice. The female cultivator nodded with satisfaction. Every aspect, her demeanor, gaze, aura, and voice, mirrored the Zhao Mengyu before her perfectly. Now, there would be no flaws. With that, she extended her delicate finger and gently pressed it against Zhao Mengyu's brow, enveloping her in a mysterious light. Before the naked eye, Zhao Mengyu's visage gradually morphed, completely altering to that of another person. Having completed her task, the female cultivator wiped the fine sweat from her forehead and leaned close to Zhao Mengyu's ear, whispering sweetly, "Good sister, I shall help you fulfill your wish. You must wait here and be obedient." Zhao Mengyu, her gaze vacant, nodded. Outside the military camp, due to the frequent visits of Lord Li, the 7 heads of the war gods were preserved impeccably, proudly displayed upon the mountainside, a source of glory for all within the Da Yin border army. Of course, for the barbarian tribes, it was a tremendous disgrace. Boom. In the distance, the sight of those 7 severed heads caused a surge of blood and energy within Tu Jun incompetence. Truly a bunch of worthless fools. You have brought disgrace upon the war god temple. Not far away, several figures stood before the border troops, including Liao Ho. Is that him? One murmured in disbelief. He had not graced the battlefield in over a year, and I had nearly forgotten him. This man should not be underestimated. Humph. Old Liao cast a wary glance upward, muttering a curse. Indeed, they were cautious. It seemed they held Tua Jun in high regard. The border troops were oblivious, yet he was acutely aware that a protector, a being of the sacred realm, lurked nearby. Tua Jun furrowed his brow, not due to Gu Han, but because of the impending calamity. He had arrived at the Great Yin military camp, yet the calamity remained elusive, which puzzled him. However, he understood that pursuing it would yield no results. War God. A cautious barbarian inquired, "What shall we do now?" According to plan, Tua Jun replied, his expression impassive. Unable to locate the calamity, he decided to set that matter aside for the moment. Their current objective was to reclaim the severed heads and restore the honor of the war god temple, while decisively crushing the morale of the Great Yin border troops. As for Gu Han, he had never regarded him as a threat. Receiving his orders, the barbarian stepped forward, a grim expression on his face. "Where is he? Where is your so-called Vanguard? Now that our first war god is here, why does he not dare to show himself? If he knows what's good for him, he will return those heads to us, or he will face the consequences." Boom. The border troops erupted in fury. With Gu Han's current reputation soaring, they could not allow the barbarians to insult him so brazenly. "You scoundrels! How dare you insult the Vanguard?" It seemed they had forgotten how Gu Han had previously left them trembling in fear on the battlefield. The border troops were indignant, shouting incessantly. "Why does he not dare to appear?" scoffed the barbarian. "If he is afraid, let that woman Feng Xi come out." Boom. Before he could finish, a sound shattered the air, accompanied by a series of explosive echoes, swiftly approaching and landing before him. Bang! A flurry of sharp sword energy erupted, instantly inflicting numerous fine cuts upon him. Gu Han. The barbarian's pupils constricted sharply. Though he boasted bravado, every barbarian who had encountered Gu Han knew fear. Swish! Before he could utter another word, a brilliant sword light suddenly ignited. Boom! At that moment, Tua Jun's blood and energy erupted fiercely, and he struck towards Gu Han with a palm, seeking death. Bang! Bang! The energy bore an almost golden hue, shattering the ground beneath, as an unbearable heat radiated outward with immense power. Foolishness! I am here, and you, a mere barbarian, dare to act so recklessly. Suddenly, another furious shout rang out as a beam of golden light descended, colliding with the energy. Boom! With a tremendous roar, both sides staggered back, each retreating from the clash. The barbarian's face was etched with fear as he turned to express his gratitude to Tua Jun. Yet, with a mere twitch, his head rolled away, landing beside Tua Jun. Gu Xianfeng. Jintianwang. Invincible. The soldiers of the border army gazed fervently, raising their arms in exultation. The rotund man curled his lips in disdain. Why should his name be placed after that? Boom. Tua Jun unleashed a surge of blood energy, instantly transforming the severed head into a mist of crimson. You. He fixed his gaze on Gu Han, or the so-called Vanguard. As he spoke, his blood energy surged, and mysterious patterns began to shimmer on his crimson armor. enhancing its otherworldly aura. This man, the rotund one, squinted his small eyes. He possesses considerable prowess. It was evident to him that Tuo Jun's strength far surpassed that of Batu, the second war god, placing him in an entirely different league. Indeed. Guhan glanced at Tuo Jun. You must be the one who slipped through the net, then? No wonder. Tuo Jun's eyes turned icy. For these inept fools to perish at your hands, you possess some skill, but merely that. Quite so. Guhan nodded. My modest abilities suffice only to dispatch the waste of the war god hall. With just a few words, the atmosphere became palpably tense. You previously stated. As the foremost war god, Tuo Jun brimmed with confidence, undisturbed by Guhan's taunts. Do we war gods seek heads from you? Do you wish to claim them? Two choices. Tuo Jun fixed his gaze upon him. Either hand over the heads and bow your head in repentance, considering your low cultivation. I shall grant you a temporary reprieve, taking your life another day on the battlefield. Or, I shall adhere to the rules you set, slay you, and reclaim these heads. Care to fight? The rotund man scoffed. I shall fight you. By heaven, if I cannot vanquish you, I will bear your surname. Afraid? Tuo Jun merely stared at Guhan. Then, your words on the battlefield were mere bluster. Huh. The rotund man's expression darkened. This barbarian possesses some wit. The lives were taken by Guhan's hand, and the words were spoken by Guhan himself. Now, with high esteem among the border troops and bearing the morale of the great Yin border army, should he falter now, all his prior efforts would be rendered futile. And Tuo Jun seized upon this point. He wielded Guhan's words to compel him to make a choice. In the distance, Zhao Mengyu and Shui Yu watched amidst the crowd. What shall we do? Shui Yu wore a worried expression. Neither of these choices bodes well for our master. He would choose neither. Zhao Mengyu shook her head. Should he make a choice, he would only find himself in greater peril, more unpredictable than ever. Oh. Yin Fan scratched his head. How do you know? Humph. Zhao Mengyu turned her face away. I simply know. Just then, a voice of disdain echoed from the void, uttering words that had now become a reversal of intent. When faced with the weak, they boast with arrogance. When confronted by the strong, they cower in fear. Such hypocritical individuals comprise your dying frontier army. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted, followed by a cacophony of furious roars and terrifying might descending upon them. Moments later, a figure clad in azure appeared before the crowd, King of War. He cast a cold glance at Tuo Jun, his face betraying no emotion. You need not make a choice. This head need not be offered to them. If a battle is to ensue, then let it commence. Tuo Jun smirked inwardly. This was a calculated scheme. No matter how Guhan chose, he would emerge victorious. Senior, Guhan interjected, shaking his head and pointing toward the severed heads on the mountainside. Do you not feel something is amiss? What do you mean? Tuo Jun inquired. The head of the first war god is absent. Guhan's gaze pierced like a sword, fixing upon Tuo Jun. It feels incomplete. The crowd gasped in shock. Guhan intended to confront the first war god directly? Tuo Jun narrowed his eyes. You desire my head. Is that not feasible? Guhan retorted. While there is beauty in imperfection, I am one who seeks perfection. Very well. Tuo Jun scoffed. I underestimated you. You are no coward, merely a tad too arrogant. Should you perish by my hand, consider it an honor. Quite a vantage point, Guhan remarked, glancing at the mountainside. The view is splendid. Displayed there, you can behold the surrounding beauty. This is my courtesy to you. The two stood at an impasse, neither yielding. Tuo Jun fell silent for a moment. You hold considerable prestige within the Dian Frontier Army, do you not? Fair enough, Guhan replied, casting a sidelong glance at the stout man. Not quite as esteemed as our Jintian Wang. The stout man looked exasperated. Is this amusing? At the brink of life and death, you mock me? 2,000 miles away, Tuo Jun remained undeterred. The Valley of Heavenly Burial. Its scenery is quite lovely, fitting for one with your spirit as your final resting place. Instantly, the expressions of the frontier army darkened considerably. Even the King of War's eyes ignited with murderous intent. Locking onto Tuo Jun, with a swift motion, 3 elder barbarians descended, positioning themselves before Tuo Jun, their expressions wary as they observed the King of War, anticipating a reckless assault. Silently, Feng Xi appeared amidst the fray. While she appeared calm, the ethereal image of the phoenix within her eyes flickered incessantly, as if yearning to consume everything before her. Upon witnessing her presence, Tuo Jun furrowed his brow. He had anticipated that the calamity he faced would be Feng Xi, yet her arrival elicited no reaction from her. Clearly, he was mistaken. Senior, Guhan questioned, somewhat perplexed by the crowd's response. What manner of place is the Valley of Heavenly Burial? That place. A barbarian on the opposite side sneered. It is where our former first war god executed your seventh prince. Before he could finish, a surge of holy might descended, instantly reducing him to a mist of blood. Yinzhan, a voice cold as ice echoed. Are you truly unafraid of my barbarian horde declaring total war upon you? Border troops, heed my command. Yet, Yinzhan paid him no heed. Assemble, prepare to confront the enemy. The eyes of the border troops gleamed with a burning hatred. Clearly, the Valley of Heavenly Burial was a source of deep anguish for them all. What say you? Tuajun merely regarded Guhan. Do you dare to venture forth? His strategy was deceptively simple. Guhan had slain 8 divine warriors on the battlefield, and he intended to kill Guhan in the Valley of Heavenly Burial, thereby reopening the grievous wounds of the great Yin border troops, utterly shattering their morale and extinguishing any flicker of resistance within them. Lida Yuanzhu, Guhan suddenly called out. Present, present. The timid Lida Yuanzhu scurried over from the crowd. Gu Xianfeng, what is your command? Clear some space. Guhan gestured towards the stone wall. Soon, another head shall adorn it. Lida Yuanzhu instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Is that all? I thought you were going to betray me. Fear not, Gu Xianfeng, he boasted. Before I embarked on my journey into cultivation, I was a somewhat renowned carpenter in the mortal realm. You go ahead. Guhan dismissed him, casting a glance at Tuajun. I shall join you shortly. The events of your... Tuajun gazed deeply at him. They shall unfold once more. With a resounding boom, he leaped into the air, followed closely by a throng of barbarians. We await your esteemed presence. 3 elder barbarians exchanged triumphant glances with the war king, swiftly vanishing from sight. Once the barbarians departed, the crowd encircled them. Except for a few familiar with Guhan's character, the rest were fervently dissuading him. Young man, the war king frowned slightly. You need not go. With me and my brother here, unless he comes personally, no one can take these few heads. Senior, Guhan smiled. I have already given my word. It would be rather disgraceful not to go. Junior brother, Feng Xi suddenly interjected. You have already done enough for the great Yin dynasty. This matter does not pertain to you, and you are even unaware of the reasons behind our war. Unlike her usual demeanor, Feng Xi spoke more than usual today. Senior sister, Guhan's expression turned serious. Back then, in the border wasteland, you asked nothing and insisted on eliminating the 3 great sacred lands for me. Why? Feng Xi paused for a moment. You are my junior brother. Others must not bully you. Thus, Guhan felt a surge of happiness. You are my senior sister. I too shall share your burdens. Enough, enough. The chubby man interjected impatiently. What nonsense. If this bastard were someone who listened to advice, he wouldn't have been in this situation. He fixed his gaze on Guhan. Do you have confidence? No. Then for heaven's sake, don't rush. Guhan's gaze flickered towards the sky. Once I survive a tribulation, my confidence shall be nearly assured. What? The crowd was momentarily stunned. We are on the brink of life and death, and you still wish to face a tribulation? Esteemed ones, having clarified the direction of the Valley of Heavenly Burial, Guhan's sword energy swirled for a brief moment, leaving behind an afterimage as he ascended into the air. Wait for me there, at the rear of the crowd. Zhao Mingyu lowered her head in silence. Indeed, you have made the most perilous choice. Guhan's speed is remarkable, in the span of mere breaths. Apart from the undulating silhouette of the colossal mountains, the figures of the others vanished from sight. The thunder tribulation exists within certain exceptionally rare storm clouds. Upon reaching the 9th level of sky mastery, one's consciousness and spiritual energy merge with the fabric of space to a significant degree, allowing for an initial communion with the heavens, thus enabling one to slip into the boundless firmament and summon celestial lightning to temper the body. The art of sword evasion naturally surpasses that of ordinary practitioners by leaps and bounds. In but a fleeting moment, Guhan penetrated the layers of mist, where the ethereal clouds danced around him, swirling and parting, revealing the vast expanse of land below, invigorating his spirit. Without hesitation, he released all his cultivation into the atmosphere, leveraging that faint connection with space to beckon forth the wrath of the storm clouds. Suddenly, a vast and profound will subtly manifested within his perception. This presence was familiar to him, reminiscent of the colossal eye he had encountered previously, yet devoid of any emotion or particular regard for him. Abruptly, the world before him dimmed as a patch of storm cloud, spanning over 10 zhong, materialized out of nowhere. The cloud appeared in a hue of grayish-black, with electric sparks weaving through it, the sound of thunder resounding incessantly. Come. Guhan fixated upon the storm cloud. Strike me. Boom. Before he could finish his thought, a bolt of lightning, nearly a zhong in length, descended upon him. His flesh instantly tingled, devoid of pain, and surprisingly, it felt somewhat pleasurable. With no time to indulge in the sensation, he promptly activated the method of the indestructible sword body, refining the subtle, profound energy and vitality contained within the lightning. Boom. In quick succession, another bolt of lightning crashed down. Without hesitation, he commenced the refinement once more. Boom. Boom. The storm cloud unleashed a total of 9 bolts of lightning, all of which he refined in the blink of an eye. Aside from a slight tingling and itching sensation, he felt nothing else. At this juncture, he had ascended to the first level of the thunder tribulation. Compared to before, he bore less sharpness and more restraint, his body now endowed with greater resilience. The foundation of a cultivator varies greatly, and thus the potency of the thunder tribulation differs accordingly. Guhan's first-level thunder tribulation could easily rival the power of a typical practitioner at the 3rd level. Over the past half-month, he had meticulously honed an exceptionally resilient physique. And in the face of this initial thunder tribulation, he felt no fear, finding it akin to a mere tickle. Bring it on. He continued to summon the storm clouds. In an instant, the second storm cloud reappeared. Rumble. The 2 storm clouds unleashed their fury simultaneously, and the strength of the thunder had significantly increased. Yet, to him, it still fell short. Again, keep going. Do not stop. With each thunderous exhortation, storm clouds continued to materialize, and he astonishingly traversed through 5 successive thunder tribulations in one breath. Under the baptism of the thunder tribulation, the sharpness of his aura had diminished by more than half. In the void, the gaze of the flame emperor lingered in the distance, as if sensing Guhan's tribulation through the layers of space. Though he remained silent, the admiration in his eyes grew increasingly profound. In another part of the void, the mist below swiftly coalesced into the form of a man, who also focused intently on Guhan's tribulation, keenly attuned to the unfolding events. After a brief moment, he spoke slowly, first offering praise, then expressing regret. What a pity. Such talent cannot be utilized by me. If you truly slay Tuajun today, then you cannot be spared. Chapter 320. Guhan, the First War God. Boom. Boom. In the heavens, 7 bolts of lightning descended upon Guhan in an instant. The 7th layer of heavenly tribulation. Pain. A piercing agony. Yet, for one who had already endured the torment of countless blades, this pain was trivial and easily dismissed. As the indestructible sword body activated, his flesh greedily absorbed the rich vitality and mysterious essence contained within the tribulation, while the fissures across his body rapidly healed. At this moment, the fierce aura surrounding him had almost entirely dissipated, becoming calm and restrained, making it difficult to discern his true depth by mere appearance. Again, without hesitation, he summoned a new cloud of tribulation and began to face the 8th layer of heavenly tribulation. Thunder rumbled, lightning danced, serpents of electricity entwined. The more powerful 8th layer tribulation struck down simultaneously, shattering his bones and reducing his flesh to a grotesque state. Boom, boom. The tribulation showed no mercy. Regardless of whether he could withstand it, within moments, 72 bolts of heavenly thunder were unleashed. Cough, cough. His internal organs were injured, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Earlier, he had already changed out of the robe given by Yu Miao, storing it in his spatial ring. Now, not only was his clothing in tatters, but his body was also a horrific sight, bloodied and mangled. However, it was merely a frightful appearance. Compared to the injuries he had previously inflicted upon himself, it was still far from sufficient. After consuming several medicinal pills and once again activating the indestructible sword body, the ghastly wounds began to heal rapidly. 9th layer. Moments later, he gazed at the dissipating 8 clouds of tribulation and, gritting his teeth, resolved to face the 9th layer. As the words left his mouth, inexplicably, another cloud of tribulation appeared. In an instant, the 9 clouds converged, forming an enormous tribulation cloud spanning 100 feet, from which booming sounds continuously emanated. A heavy pressure, akin to that of mountains, descended upon him, containing a hint of heavenly might. The 9th layer was unparalleled. The difficulty of the 9th layer of heavenly tribulation far surpassed that of the other 8. This was also the reason why Gu Tian, despite cultivating the Great Freedom Heavenly Demon Sutra and enduring the 9th layer tribulation with his true demon body, still suffered significant injuries. Guhan's expression grew solemn. Boom. Before he could ponder further, 9 massive bolts of thunder, infused with a trace of heavenly might, struck him instantly. In that moment, his physical body lost all sensation. Even his consciousness experienced a fleeting blankness. Instinctively, the corporeal form continued to absorb the remnants of vitality and the mysterious breath left behind after the thunder tribulation. Following the method of the indestructible sword body, boom, just as it mended for an instant, the thunder tribulation descended once more. Boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, 81 bolts of lightning struck down, transforming the area where Guhan stood into a sea of thunder. Amidst the swirling silver lightning, Guhan's figure flickered in and out of visibility, his body simultaneously disintegrating and mending, as he swiftly advanced towards the first level of the indestructible sword body through the cycle of life and death. Within the Valley of Heavenly Burial, the picturesque scenery spoken of by Tuajun was far from the truth. The spiritual energy here was scarce, and miasma pervaded the atmosphere, presenting a sight of utter filth. With foul odors wafting incessantly, a truly rare malevolent land. On either side of the valley, the War King and 3 barbarian elders stood, dividing the 2 factions. Tuajun was quite satisfied with this place. 10 years prior, his predecessor, the first war god, had slain the most gifted 7th prince of the great Yin dynasty. Yin Huan, right here. Now, he too aimed to eliminate the opposing prodigy and utterly shatter their will. Casting a glance at the expressionless Feng Xi, a flicker of doubt crossed Tuajun's mind. Why? She was clearly before him. Yet why could she not enter her human tribulation? Could it be true, as the temple master stated, that her human tribulation was not Feng Xi? Then who could it be? In the eastern wilderness, who besides Feng Xi could possibly be worthy of comparison with him? Just as he pondered, the surrounding barbarians could no longer contain themselves. It had been 2 hours, and still no sign of him? Could it be that he was too frightened to come? Surely he had lured us here only to slip away secretly. The barbarians collectively mocked. Tuajun remained unfazed. He had never regarded Guhan highly. The latter's cowardice in fleeing without a fight would be even more effective than slaying him. Come, come. The hefty one stretched out his hand. You lot, come at me together. I shall subdue you with one hand. Back in this sorrowful place, Yun Fan felt his anger surging. Once Brother Gu completed his tribulation, he would swiftly come to eliminate him. Tribulation? Tuajun furrowed his brow. He was actually undergoing tribulation? Preposterous. How many levels of heavenly tribulation was he preparing to endure? 1 or 2. How could he afford to wait for him to undergo tribulation? If he was to endure a tribulation lasting a year or more, would he simply wait here that long? Such underhanded schemes could only be concocted by your great Yin dynasty. What is the hurry? The War King suddenly glanced skyward. He is coming. As the highest cultivator present, he naturally was the first to notice the stir in the heavens, followed closely by the 3 elders of the War God Temple. Moments later, a small black that suddenly appeared in the sky. Brother Gu, Yun Fan exclaimed in delight. As soon as the words left his mouth, Guhan's figure swiftly descended into the arena. Though his speed had reached its zenith, his descent was almost soundless, save for the dispersal of a thick miasma surrounding him. Compared to 2 hours prior, the once formidable aura enveloping him had completely dissipated. Even the sharpness in his gaze had dulled. He appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary cultivator of the skyward realm. The barbarian tribes exchanged glances, having previously felt immense pressure from Guhan, yet now they believed that any one of them could easily crush him with a single blow. Transcending the tribulation? It seemed more like a futile endeavor. After all, how could one hope to face the heavens' trials in just 2 short hours? Even the border troops of the Great Yin were internally anxious. Had Gu Xianfeng truly undergone the tribulation in this brief span? Unperturbed by the gazes of those around him, Guhan cast a glance at Tuajun, remarking that he had granted him an additional 2 hours of life. But now it was time to send him on his way. Just as Tuajun opened his mouth, his expression suddenly shifted drastically. His cultivation was sealed. This signified that he had entered the realm of human tribulation, and his tribulation was none other than Guhan. He fixated on Guhan, his eyes filled with resentment. How many tribulations had he endured? His cultivation was confined at the 9th level of the earthly tribulation, while Gu Han, as his tribulation, had but the cultivation of the heavenly tribulation. Clearly, the vast will of the Tao deemed Gu Han, at the heavenly tribulation level, stronger than himself, with a significant chance of ending his life. Gu Han offered no reply. Guess what? With a thunderous roar, Tuo Jun erupted with an overwhelming surge of blood and energy. That his tribulation was not Feng Xi, but rather Gu Han of the heavenly tribulation rank, was a reality he found difficult to accept. I refuse to accept this. Why should it be so? Die. Clenching his fists, two blazing orbs of crimson gold energy ignited around him as he prepared to strike at Gu Han. In an instant, Gu Han appeared before him as if by teleportation, devoid of any trace of effort, and his sword fell with extraordinary swiftness. As the blade descended, he erupted like a dormant volcano, unleashing an extraordinary force. In a fleeting moment, a fierce wind radiated from him, dispersing in all directions. Within that tempest were countless threads of invisible, soared energy. Not only did it clear the surrounding miasma, but the nearby barbarians also cried out in agony as they were pierced by innumerable needle-like wounds. A resounding clang echoed. Tuo Jun's golden rings had reached his arms, desperately bracing against the sword. Kill, Gu Han uttered softly. Suddenly, the sword ignited with a brilliant radiance, and a dazzling sword light, nearly 10 feet long, struck Tuo Jun. With a thunderous crash, Tuo Jun was sent reeling back over 10 paces. Chapter 321. I am not your human tribulation, but your death tribulation. A searing pain coursed through Taku Jun's body, where the crimson armor he wore bore a shallow mark, a streak of blood crossing his face, embedding itself 3 inches deep. With crimson droplets cascading down, it was evident that he had fallen into a disadvantageous position. The judgment of the great Daos will prove to be accurate. Excellent. The War King praised. What a domineering sword strike. Brother Yulin, can you withstand this? Yin Fan swallowed hard. Huh. The rotund man stood with hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of nonchalance. Easily, Gu Han's brow furrowed slightly. This strike had merely grazed Taku Jun's skin, akin to a mere tickle. Indeed, the title of the first pride of the barbarian tribe was not unearned. Once more, in a flash, he appeared before Taku Jun again, his movements as fluid as ever. The long sword descended in an instant. Clang. This sword was once again parried by Taku Jun. Kill. In an instant, a brilliant light erupted from the shattered black sword body, a dazzling sword radiance descending swiftly. Taku Jun's form was forced to retreat again. Before he could steady himself, the long sword struck once more. It was the same maneuver. This was repeated 5 times. Bang! With a crisp sound, the golden ring in his hand could no longer withstand the onslaught, shattering in an instant. The expressions of the 3 elders of the war god hall darkened. Taku Jun, your defeat is evident. At this moment, the wound on Taku Jun's face had reached half an inch deep, blood streaming down, his fierce gaze rendering him somewhat terrifying. I am the first pride of the barbarian tribe. Even the rules set by the great Tao mean nothing to me. Boom. As the words fell, the power of blood and energy within him solidified, and the crimson armor began to disintegrate, transforming into a pair of crimson gauntlets and half-armored sleeves that adorned his hands. Clang. The long sword descended once more. He swiftly blocked the sword's edge with his left arm, while his right hand delivered a powerful punch. A crimson golden energy surging forth as if it could meld into wrought iron, landing squarely upon Gu Han. Bang! Both figures were sent reeling back. Gu Han's complexion paled. Although he wore protective garments and had initially condensed into an indestructible sword body, he still felt the brunt of Taku Jun's full-force punch. Meanwhile, Taku Jun bore yet another blood mark from the sword light that had struck just before Gu Han's retreat. Extreme Realm? During the battle, he naturally discerned that Gu Han also possessed the Extreme Realm, a frenzied glint flashing in his eyes as he charged forward once more. I wonder how many you possess. More than you. In a swift motion, Gu Han advanced again. Clang, clang. In an instant, the sound of golden chimes resonated as the searing energy surged, intermingled with sharp, unparalleled sword lights. Die. In a flash of lightning, Taku Jun seized a fleeting opportunity in battle, his fists crossed. A tumultuous wave of energy crashing down violently upon Gu Han. He believed that with this strike, Gu Han would either perish or be gravely injured. Kill. Gu Han, without reservation, felt a thunderous sound reverberating within him as his spiritual power surged to its zenith, transforming into countless invisible sword energies compressed within a foot of his body. In an instant, he seemed to morph into a long sword, with the blade in his hand serving as the tip of this very sword. Boom! Another deafening sound echoed as Tuo Jun was propelled back several dozen feet, a grievous wound visible to the bone appearing on his front. Meanwhile, a trace of blood trickled from the corner of Gu Han's mouth. Tuo Jun, instead of being alarmed, felt a surge of delight. It would not be so simple to kill me. There is an opportunity. Absolutely, there is a chance. He realized that although Gu Han was somewhat stronger than he, the difference was not insurmountable. If he unleashed that forbidden technique, he could certainly slay Gu Han here and transcend the human tribulation. The human tribulation? A tenfold death sentence? Merely a means to instill fear. Today, I, Tuo Jun, shall demonstrate a passage through the human tribulation for all to witness. With that thought, he cast aside any inclination for prolonged combat. Resolutely, he stepped forward, his blood and energy surging instantaneously, though his form appeared slightly diminished. Tuo Jun. One elder's pupils constricted. Do you dare to invoke that forbidden technique? They were aware of its immense power, yet the after-effects often left one in a severely weakened state. Nevertheless, Tuo Jun was determined to employ this move. Reverse blood 7 steps. Tuo Jun focused solely on Gu Han and advanced another step. I send you to your demise. Boom. Upon uttering these words, his blood and energy surged yet again, his form growing even more gaunt. Boom. Boom. With each deliberate step, his strength intensified, reaching a momentum that shook the very ground of the Tianzong Valley. Boom. With the final step, his blood and energy had erupted to their utmost limit, surpassing the typical extraordinary realm. Under the glow of his vitality, his arm armor and gauntlets nearly became translucent, while his physique had noticeably shrunk. Today, I shall slay you. His crimson eyes gleamed with fervor and confidence. This is dire. Among the ranks, a tremor coursed through the hearts of the onlookers. Powerful. Tuo Jun at this moment exuded an aura that felt nearly insurmountable. Yun Fan, Shui Yu, Murong Yan, and Shun Xian shared a glint of apprehension in their eyes. The War King squinted slightly. Though he remained silent, he secretly clenched his fists. Death! In an instant, Tuo Jun sprang into action. His blood surged, flames of fervor rising, creating a series of sonic booms as the ground beneath him was carved deep by his power. His speed was nearly on par with Gu Han's earlier prowess. Opposite him, Gu Han stood resolute with sword in hand, his expression inscrutable, yet the sword energy around him continued to compress. After enduring the heavenly tribulation, compressing the sword energy within a foot had reached his limit. Any more, and his body would not withstand the strain. However, at this moment, he could not afford to concern himself with such matters, just as Tuo Jun had surmised. Though he could suppress his opponent, it was nearly impossible for him to eliminate the adversary using ordinary means. As the foremost war god of the barbarian tribe, Tuo Jun indeed had the foundation for his pride. Now, confronted with the formidable 7 steps of reverse blood, he had to exert all his strength. 1 inch, 2 inches, 3 inches. Under the compression of the sword energy, fine cracks as thin as hair suddenly appeared on his body. Blood flowed incessantly, transforming once more into a blood figure. Kill. As Tuo Jun's vital energy extended outward by a foot, he too sprang into action. In an instant, a faintly blood-colored, resplendent sword light ignited, and Gu Han transformed into a blood-red longsword, crossing paths with Tuo Jun's form in a heartbeat. The two realms of the sacred did not intervene. Their attacks were too swift. Their methods far surpassed those of ordinary cultivators. In the blink of an eye, even they found it challenging to ascertain the victor. At this moment, both parties had halted, standing still several dozen yards apart. Tuo Jun's vital energy continued to surge, a scorching intent cascading down, causing the ground beneath to subtly show signs of melting. Meanwhile, Gu Han stood with his sword, his expression obscured, but the numerous wounds on his body erupted, blood streaming down uncontrollably. Suddenly, Gu Han coughed up a mouthful of blood. It was over. Bian Jun felt a chill in his heart. Had he lost? Young Master Shui Yu trembled all over, his complexion pale, barely able to stand. Brother Gu. Yun Fan cried out, his eyes reddening with tears that fell instantly. Smack. The plump fellow slapped him on the back of his head. Stop crying. That bastard is fine. It's that barbarian who has the problem. Yun Fan rubbed his eyes. only to find the three barbarian saints looking grim, restless, ready to pounce. Had it not been for their wariness of Yun Zhan's presence, they would have surely attacked on the spot. At this moment, Tawajuan slowly spoke. Is it truly so difficult to transcend this tribulation? The plump fellow raised an eyebrow. Transcending the human tribulation? This king has experience. Coughing, Gu Han spat out several mouthfuls of blood, gradually retracting his longsword. So, you are undergoing a human tribulation? Why? Tawajuan murmured to himself. Why is it so difficult? In truth, you are mistaken. Gu Han slowly turned around. I am not your human tribulation. I am your death tribulation. With that, a resounding crash echoed. Tawajuan's gauntlets and armor shattered into countless fragments that fell to the ground, and then his vital energy swiftly dissipated, revealing his body riddled with fine cracks. Do not hold on any longer, Gu Han shook his head. Why not go to the Great Yin border and enjoy the scenery? How wonderful it is. As his voice fell, Tawajuan's physical form instantaneously disintegrated, leaving only an intact head, his eyes wide open in shock. Alas, at the forbidden ground of the barbarian tribe, before the pond, the man in green sighed. It seems you cannot be spared. As his words faded, he stepped forward and vanished without a trace. Within the pond, the languid azure dragon suddenly flicked its tail, splashing water everywhere, thrashing restlessly. Volume 1, Chapter 322, Yun Ao, Yun Tian. Is he dead? At this moment, the barbarian warriors finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. Tawajuan had perished. They found it exceedingly difficult to accept this reality. The first god of war, the most exceptional talent of the barbarian tribe, had been vanquished by someone who had merely endured 2 hours of tribulation. In stark contrast, the border troops erupted into jubilant cheers, fervently chanting Gu Han's name without respite. In the valley of heavenly burial lay the eternal anguish of the great Yin Empire, a testament to its everlasting shame. Yet now, Gu Han, wielding his sword and strength, had personally returned this humiliation and suffering to the barbarian tribe. It was easy to imagine the uproar that would ensue upon the news reaching back home. The entire army would undoubtedly rejoice. Brother Gu. Yun Fan's eyes glistened with unshed tears. You are truly remarkable. I cannot thank you enough. Junior disciple, Feng Xi began, her voice breaking the brief silence. Her gaze softening with an unusual gentleness. You have endured much. After slaying him, Gu Han smiled. The morale of the barbarians would likely never recover in the short term, allowing his senior sister to rest for a while. As he spoke, he consumed several elixirs, channeling his spiritual energy to disperse the blood mist enveloping him once more. The rotund one stroked his chin, astonished. After all this commotion, this fellow was actually undergoing a tribulation? Who bestowed upon him such audacity? Isn't that ordeal one where death is inevitable? He felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, he was not allied with that scoundrel. The tribulation of humanity manifests in countless forms. Although both he and Tawajuan faced the same Gu Han, one was saved by Gu Han, while the other was slain, resulting in drastically different fates. Brother Yulin, Yun Fan inquired with curiosity. Could Brother Gu's final strike breach your defenses? The rotund one shot him a disdainful glance and walked away. Internally, he felt a twinge of insecurity. Breaching defenses? When that strike came down, it was more than just a matter of defense. Commander Gu, at that moment, the astute Li, the head of the courtyard, had retrieved Tawajuan's severed head, adhering to the usual protocol. Shall we proceed as before? You handle it. Gu Han patted his shoulder. I trust you. As he turned to the gathered barbarians, he declared, these heads will be displayed outside the Great Yin military camp. If any new god of war wishes to claim them, they may come find me. Across from him, 3 saint-level barbarians glared at Gu Han with icy expressions, their resolve unwavering. In the hall of the gods of war, all 9 deities had fallen to the hands of a single individual, beyond the ramifications for the 2 armies. This had fundamentally shaken the very foundations of the hall of the gods. Boom. Exchanging glances, they could no longer contain themselves, and 3 waves of divine might descended upon Gu Han. This person must be eliminated, or it would spell disaster. Humph. With a cold snort, the war king arrived at Gu Han's side before the others, his grand sleeve sweeping through the air, dissipating the 3 waves of divine might effortlessly. I knew you 3 were up to no good. The trio wore expressions of resentment. Who said the barbarian tribe lacked intellect? Gu Han sneered. Isn't this rather clever? Suddenly, a light laugh resonated through the air. You are mistaken. Had they truly possessed any intelligence, they would never have dared to strike against you in the presence of Yunjian. The uncultured barbarians are ultimately of little use, rendering my years of training in vain. Who? Guhan was startled. The voice seemed to resonate from a great distance, yet it also appeared to echo right beside him, elusive and impossible to pinpoint. This is bad. Upon hearing that voice, Yunjian's expression shifted dramatically, as an overwhelming and formidable aura of sanctity enveloped Guhan protectively. Yunjian. The voice echoed once more. Release him. You cannot shield him. As it spoke, a figure clad in azure appeared, seemingly teleporting directly before everyone. His hair was streaked with gray, yet his smile exuded warmth, and he possessed an air of scholarly elegance. The palace master. The three Holy Realm barbarians promptly bowed, while those behind them, unfamiliar with the man, followed suit in a gesture of respect, albeit with great confusion. The master of the war god temple is not even a barbarian? Upon seeing the man, Feng Xi's eyes suddenly ignited with intense hatred, flames of crimson erupting around her as she transformed into a magnificent phoenix. With a melodious cry and a powerful flap of her wings, she unleashed two fiery streaks from her eyes. Feng girl. The man shook his head gently. You have yet to awaken. This divine fire must not be recklessly unleashed. As he spoke, he waved his hand lightly, instantly binding the phoenix form of Feng Xi in place. Fear not. Observing the hatred in Feng Xi's eyes, he sighed softly. Unless absolutely necessary, I shall not go back on my promise to take action against you. The man's sudden appearance left the crowd in shock. Only then did they begin to comprehend the situation. Retreat. The war king fixed a wary gaze upon the man before him, as clouds of dragon energy surged around him. Filled with apprehension. Hearing this, the border troops dared not linger and hastily fled the scene. The man's overwhelming strength far exceeded their comprehension. To fear death does not equate to foolishly courting it. In a flash, Li Dayuan, clutching a severed head, was the first to dart away. We should leave as well. A surge of fine sword energy enveloped Guhan as he prepared to depart. Such pure sword energy. The man regarded him with admiration. Truly exceptional. I did not misjudge you, young one. Would you be interested in serving me? As he spoke, he pointed a finger, and Guhan's movements came to an abrupt halt. Unable to budge an inch despite his desperate attempts to harness his power. Gu Vanguard. Brother Gu. The crowd cried out in alarm, turning back in haste. Do not come any closer. Guhan intuitively understood that the man's appearance was most likely for his sake. Loyal and righteous. The man's appreciation deepened, surpassing even Yunlai by 100-fold. Suddenly, a dragon of clouds, over 100 feet long, spiraled forth from the war king, enveloping Guhan in an attempt to whisk him away. Huh. The man chuckled lightly. Without any visible effort, he stepped forward, arriving effortlessly before the war king, and lightly pressed his palm before him. In an instant, an enigmatic and unfathomable aura erupted. Bang! The dragon energy enveloping Yunjian shattered in an instant, his complexion turning a ghostly white as he was propelled far away. Simultaneously, the cloud dragon shrouding Guhan dissipated as well. How is it? Upon completion of this task, the man gazed at Guhan again, his tone measured and unhurried. The benefits of working for me are beyond your imagination, far surpassing what you could ever gain by staying beside Yuntian. Think it over. Senior. The portly fellow was drenched in sweat, his urgency palpable. This is negotiable. Given the gravity of the matter, it would be prudent to allow my brother 3 to 5 days to deliberate. I assure you, I will provide a satisfactory response by then. Indeed, Guhan replied earnestly. 3 days, no more. After 3 days, I shall visit you with my answer. If that is insufficient, the stout man thumped his chest with great fervor. I, Fuyulan of Zhongzhou, would gladly pay a visit even for a mere 9 tolls of the bell. The man chuckled softly, amused by the two cunning youths. Very well. It seems you are unwilling, and therefore, there is no need to press the matter. Moreover, I have come to understand your temperament. Persuading you to ally with me appears rather unrealistic. A pity, truly, for such exceptional talent is rare in this world. As he spoke, he pointed towards Guhan's brow. Instantly, a shadow of death enveloped Guhan's heart. The sound of a phoenix's cry grew increasingly urgent. Instinctively, the onlookers disregarded whether they could contend with the man and rushed forward. Damn it! The stout man was faster than them all. Let him go. With a resounding boom, the golden light radiating from him thickened to near tangibility. Ignoring all else, he leaped high and charged towards the man. I will kill you. Fatty. Guhan's eyes blazed with fury. Get away. Are you out of your mind? He desperately urged his cultivation, attempting every method possible, but none yielded any effect. Impressive. The man praised. Fearless in the face of death. Indeed, you are deeply loyal. In that case, I shall honor your brotherhood. As he spoke, he lightly shifted his finger. A blue flame coalescing and pointing ominously at the stout man. You dare. Guhan was on the brink of madness. If you harm him, I swear I will kill you. Do not rush, the man chuckled. Your turn will come shortly. Suddenly, an enraged dragon's roar erupted, and in an instant, the clouds of the sky were tinged with a delicate shade of purple, rising and falling like ethereal flames. Yun-Ao, a voice laden with murderous intent rang out. You dare to harm him. Yun-Ao paused, glancing skyward, his brow furrowing slightly. Yun-Tian, you are truly reckless to exert such power. Do not panic. Master of the Hall, we will intercept him. 3 saint-level barbarians unleashed their blood energy, their forms blurring as they charged towards the heavens. Bang, bang, bang. Yet, they had barely made it halfway. The once robust purple dragon tail descended with astonishing speed, shattering the vitality and sacred might surrounding the 3 individuals, causing them to spew blood and plummet to the ground. In a flash, a man clad in a bright yellow robe, surrounded by violet flames and exuding a palpable aura of lethal intent, landed in the arena. The dragon-shaped mark on his forehead seemed to pulsate with life. Uncle! Yun Fan exclaimed with overwhelming joy. The newcomer was none other than the Flame Emperor. As he spoke, the Flame Emperor waved his grand sleeve, releasing a vast dragon aura that instantly liberated Feng Xi and Guhan from their restraints. Everyone retreat. Feng Xi remained silent, fully aware that her presence would not aid the situation. After a brief hesitation, she departed without a word. Fatty! Guhan shouted in anger. What are you dawdling for? Move. Ah, yes. Although the fatty had displayed a moment of bravado, the brush with death left him feeling weak-kneed, having narrowly escaped the clutches of Yun-Ao. Remember, during our escape, I almost perished for you again. That technique and the power it holds. Guhan was furious. Fear not. I shall repay you tenfold. The fatty replied, his face brightening with relief. Then it was not in vain. At that moment, within the Valley of the Dead, chaos reigned as everyone scattered. In the blink of an eye, only the Flame Emperor and Yun-Ao remained, while the War King fought fiercely against 3 formidable foes from the Holy Realm, unleashing waves of terrifying sacred might that made it hard for the onlookers to breathe. Strategically astute, with unparalleled lethality. A day of tribulation on the 9th level. Yun-Ao praised. Such talent is not inferior to Yun-Tu. With a girl like Feng by your side, it is sufficient. Any more would surely disrupt my plans. The more he lauded, the more lethal his intentions towards Guhan became. Yet, he did not pursue him. With his cultivation, crossing that short distance would be effortless. While I am here, the Flame Emperor fixed his gaze on Yun-Ao. You shall not lay a finger on him. Huh. Yun-Ao glanced at the increasingly pale Flame Emperor, a smile gracing his lips. Would you risk your life for him? Boom. The Flame Emperor remained silent. The violet flames surrounding him suddenly surged violently. Roar. A resounding dragon cry echoed as a colossal purple dragon, stretching hundreds of feet, descended from the heavens. Its crystalline purple eyes fixated on Yun-Ao as it lunged to strike. Wherever it passed, the miasma and filth within the valley were instantly incinerated. Even the ground, under the purifying flames, began to show signs of melting. This was the Flame Emperor's response. Alas, Yun-Ao sighed softly, seemingly unfazed by the approaching dragon head. An ethereal green aura enveloped him, growing increasingly vibrant. In an instant, the green light transformed into azure flames, which coiled momentarily before morphing into a dragon of the same immense length, roaring as it charged toward the purple dragon. Boom, boom. In that fleeting moment, in a fierce clash, 2 colossal dragon heads rose and fell, their roars resonating continuously, while dragon scales danced in the air and torrents of dragon blood cascaded down, transforming into flames of azure and violet. In but a fleeting moment, the Valley of Heavenly Burial was utterly reduced to dust by the 2-colored inferno. The might of the azure flames appeared significantly superior to that of the violet, yet the azure dragon seemed somewhat unsteady, unable to fully subdue its violet counterpart. Boom, boom. The figures of the 2 combatants were no longer visible, replaced by a continuous collision of violet and azure flames. Though it seemed serene, The force was immense. Where these flames passed, the very fabric of space shattered, and the earth trembled, intertwining with the laws of nature, unleashing terrifying roars. Amidst the tumult, the azure flames gradually overpowered the violet. The face of the flame sovereign grew increasingly pale, with the dragon-shaped mark on his forehead showing signs of disintegration. In contrast, Yun Ao, with each clash, found more strands of white hair adorning his temples, clearly not faring any better. Suddenly, a fearsome crash echoed, and the azure flames retreated momentarily, revealing Yun Ao's figure. Yin Tian, he grimaced. I have already spared the Phoenix girl. Do not push your luck. Boom. In response, a ferocious wave of violet flames surged towards him. You should understand, Yin Ao sighed. My refusal to kill you does not stem from an inability to do so. Do you truly believe that by obstructing me, he will escape? You are mistaken. Boom. As his words fell, more than 10 strands of hair turned white at his temples, and a far more violent azure flame erupted, completely suppressing the flame sovereign. In the skies above, the azure dragon's might surged to new heights, swiftly forcing the violet dragon into retreat, with torrents of dragon blood raining down. With a swift motion, a strand of azure flame detached from Yun Ao and vanished into the heavens. The battle between the flame sovereign and Yun Ao, though seemingly lengthy, transpired in a mere moment. Even with Guhan's speed, he had scarcely managed to escape far. An unbearable heat surged behind him. Without turning back, he understood the sheer terror of the battle within the valley. Suddenly, an extraordinarily perilous sensation surged within him. Something was amiss. Startled, he turned to change direction. But at that moment, a blue figure silently appeared before him, Yun Ao's clone. With a silent smile, he stepped forward, instantly standing before Guhan, and gently struck with his palm. Though constrained to manifest a clone barely entering the sacred realm due to the flame sovereign's reckless obstruction, it was still beyond Guhan's capacity to withstand. Bang! As the palm descended, an azure flame erupted instantaneously. The invisible sword aura surrounding Guhan shattered, propelling him far away. After the strike, Yun Ao's figure dimmed slightly, his brow furrowed. He did not perish? The treasure garment bestowed by Yu Miao. With the recently attained first level of the indestructible sword body, Guhan barely managed to salvage his life. Damn it, Gu Xianfeng. At that moment, Feng Xi, the fatty, and several other lords instantly positioned themselves in front of Yun Ao. You all, Yun Ao sighed, as if contemplating their impending demise. To your doom. Old Liao was the first to charge forward. If you wish to harm Gu Xianfeng, you must first contend with me, Old Liao. Boom, boom. In an instant, the cultivation levels of the group surged to their zenith, with the most conspicuous being the fatty and Feng Xi. Yun Ao fell silent for a brief moment, seemingly calculating the remaining strength of his clone. Boom. As the assault approached, an azure flame erupted from his body, sending old Liao and the other lords flying, gravely injured. Bang! Another palm strike shattered the golden aura enveloping the fatty, propelling him away as well. At that moment, a furious cry echoed, a piercing phoenix sound that resonated through the air. It was Feng Xi, transformed into a celestial phoenix, as 2 blazing crimson flames surged forth, striking Yun Ao. Feng girl, by recklessly invoking the divine flames, you only hinder your awakening. Yun Ao shook his head, disregarding the 2 crimson flames that enveloped him. Despite being somewhat diminished in form due to the obstruction by the fatty and Feng Xi, he still retained his sacred realm cultivation. Not far away, Guhan was gravely injured. His precious garments were riddled with cracks, nearly destroyed, and his body was a tapestry of wounds. Were it not for the miraculous meridians continuously refining the residual azure flames within him, he would have long ceased to exist. Young master, Brother Gu. Upon witnessing this, Yun Fan, Zhao Mengyu, and Shui Yu rushed over in an instant. Cough, cough. Guhan trembled as he swallowed several medicinal pills, his voice weak to the extreme. Do not concern yourselves with me. Very well. Yun Ao nodded. Before death, you might as well have a few more companions. As he spoke, azure flames began to coalesce around him once more. Boom. At that moment, within the Tianzong Valley, an entirely different aura erupted. Vast, ancient, and profound. In an instant, Yun Ao's clone faltered, slowly dissipating. Yun Tian. He gradually retracted his smile, his expression turning icy. Do you dare to recklessly manipulate the legacy mark? Do you believe this will stop me? Having said that, his form dispersed, transforming into a blue flame, vanishing before the eyes of the onlookers. Simultaneously, within the forbidden lands of the barbarian tribe, a small pond emitted a clear cry from a dragon approximately a foot long, causing the murky waters to boil violently. Suddenly, a faint azure light surged from the pond, ascending into the heavens, and instantly vanished. Outside the Tianzong Valley, upon witnessing Yun Ao's clone dissipate, the group sighed in relief, ready to assess Gu Han's injuries, only to realize something was amiss. Above in the sky, a layer of azure essence enveloped the atmosphere. Within this azure essence lurked a trace of a terrifying, domineering pressure. What? The fatty muttered, his face ashen. What in the world is this? Junior brother. For the first time, a flicker of urgency crossed Feng Xi's face as she disregarded her internal injuries and rushed towards Gu Han with reckless abandon. Dodge! Panic surged within her. The moment Gu Han glimpsed the azure light, he realized it was aimed directly at him, and he found himself devoid of any opportunity to evade it. Move! With a resounding crash, he disregarded his wounds, unleashing the remnants of his cultivation to propel Yun Fan and Shui Yu far away. Glancing back, he noticed Zhao Mingyu inexplicably remaining in place. What are you doing? He bellowed, striking out with his palm. Get out of my way. To his astonishment, a fleeting hesitation flickered in Zhao Mingyu's eyes. She gritted her teeth, advancing instead of retreating, and suddenly clasped his arm tightly. In the next instant, the azure light descended, enveloping the two of them entirely. You fool. Only Gu Han's half-expletive echoed in the arena. At that very moment, Feng Xi landed where Gu Han had been, but it was too late. The figures of the duo had vanished before her eyes. Junior brother. Feng Xi's complexion paled, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Yun Ao. Just then, the furious voice of Yan Huang erupted once more. Hand him over. A dragon's roar resonated in response, distinct from that of the azure dragon and the purple dragon. This one was ancient and profound, imbued with an overwhelming dominance that seemed to shake the very foundations of reality, as if the essence of the cosmos quivered before its might. Beyond the fringes of the wilderness, in the confines of a forbidden area, before a humble shack, Chongming stood in a daze. Did I just hear the voice of a little insect? Little insect? The old man paused his fidgeting with a wooden staff. Who is that? Little insect, little bird. A hint of confusion crossed Chongming's eyes. They're all dead. Only I, the chicken lord, remain. This state of affairs arose periodically, and the old man had grown accustomed to it, choosing not to inquire further. Indeed, moments later, Chongming extended a single wing, scratched his head, and suddenly posed a completely unrelated question. Do you think that lad is dead? Him? The old man sighed. I doubt it. I have high hopes for that young fellow. Be honest with me. Chicken lord. Chongming fixed his gaze on him. When you last intervened to aid him, were you thinking of her? He clicked his tongue. The Moon Clan, just hearing their name, I suspect they are not a good lot. Chongming rambled on, while the old man remained silent, his eyes reflecting a hint of nostalgia. The fleeting reign of the mortal realm, the sword of clouds. The mortal realm has severed, the fleeting reign is no more, leaving behind but a solitary figure awaiting death, the sword of clouds. Once a celebrated tale across multiple celestial domains, now it seems no one recalls it. In the wake of Gu Han and his companion's disappearance, within the ranks of the great Yin army, in a white military camp, the bewilderment in Zhao Mingyu's eyes evaporated instantaneously, and her visage returned to its original form. What is happening? In her memory, she merely witnessed the entrance of the female cultivator, remaining oblivious to the subsequent events. Instinctively, she sensed an unsettling dissonance. Upon exiting the military encampment, the remaining cultivators were momentarily taken aback. Miss Zhao, did you not accompany Commander Gu to the Sky Burial Valley? Within the Sky Burial Valley, following the resounding dragon's roar, although the Flame Emperor was still enveloped in swirling purple flames, an entirely different aura emerged, vast, timeless, and imbued with an ancient dragon's majesty. In the skies above, the demeanor of the purple dragon underwent a transformation. Despite its battered form, its crystalline purple eyes seemed to encompass the passage of endless epochs, radiating an air of indifference and authority, unapproachable and sacred. All of this emanated from the dragon-shaped insignia upon its brow. Yet, it appeared heavily injured, struggling to harness its power. As the insignia trembled violently, threatening to shatter at any moment. It had been said before. Yun Ao gazed intently at the insignia, his eyes brimming with sorrow and yearning. You are unworthy of it. Only I can unleash its true might. Release him. From beginning to end, the Flame Emperor uttered only this singular demand. Roar. As if responding to his intent, another dragon's roar echoed, and the purple dragon's gaze swiftly shifted to the azure dragon. Boom. The azure dragon let out a mournful cry as its form began to disintegrate rapidly. Though inherently more powerful than the purple dragon, it seemed intrinsically constrained by the dragon-shaped insignia, displaying no inclination to resist, and even hinting at a semblance of submission. Yun Tian, Yun Ao, seemingly unsurprised by this outcome, remarked, "You are well aware that I will not release him, just as you will not relinquish that insignia to me. I have stated before that Yun Tu is merely the beginning. Yun Lai, along with this young man, followed by Yun Zhan, Yun Fan, and ultimately, it will be the turn of the Phoenix Girl. If you persist in clinging to the ethereal legacy of the ancestral dragon, you shall ultimately lose everything." Boom. A flicker of fury flashed in the Flame Emperor's eyes as he raised his hand, pressing down heavily. Amidst the shattering space, an ancient and formidable dragon's might descended instantaneously. Visible to the naked eye, the fierce azure flames surrounding Yun Ao were instantaneously compressed to their utmost limits. Moreover, his temples once again sprouted an abundance of white hair. After a single strike, the brilliance of the insignia on the Flame Emperor's brow momentarily dimmed, and his body erupted with multiple wounds, clearly unable to withstand the insignia's power. So it turns out, Yun Ao mused, this young man holds significant importance in your heart? Boom. The Flame Emperor remained silent, raising his hand once more to unleash another wave of dragon's might. The wounds upon his body multiplied. Yun Tian. A sudden smile spread across Yun Ao's face as he began to dissipate slowly. From the moment we met, you have never triumphed over me, and this time shall be no different. Although my cultivation may not allow me to wield much of the dragon's might, even if I refrain from intervening, you should be more aware than I of what that place entails. Even those beings perished within it. How long do you think that young man can endure? A month? Half a month? Or boom. The words remained unspoken. The tyrannical might of the dragon once more descended. Thunderous roars echoed, as if driven to the utmost fury. Within a radius of several miles, the very fabric of space shattered inch by inch, reducing everything to mere dust. Meanwhile, the figure of Yun Ao had already vanished from sight. Just as the Flame Emperor prepared to pursue, he was suddenly seized by a tremor, and more than a dozen wounds erupted across his body. The mark upon his brow quivered violently for an instant before disappearing entirely, and the violet flames enveloping him regressed back to crimson. Where had he gone? Upon witnessing Gu Han's abrupt disappearance, the plump man's face turned ashen. Gone. Not even a trace of bone left behind. Could this rascal have truly perished? Upon hearing this, both Shui Yu and Yun Fan, along with the arriving Murong Yan and Xin Xian, felt their eyes welling with tears. He is not dead. Feng Xi shook her head, a hint of confusion gracing her expression. He should be within the dragon mirror. Not dead. The plump man felt a surge of hope. What is the dragon mirror? Not just him, but everyone, including Yun Fan, wore expressions of bewilderment. At that moment, the War King appeared before the crowd. He had been injured by Yun Ao, and after a fierce battle, he bore even more wounds, his appearance quite disheveled. Father? Yun Fan was momentarily taken aback, as if seizing upon a final glimmer of hope. Since Brother Gu is not dead, we must surely rescue him. The dragon mirror. The War King did not respond directly, but instead sighed. It is the treasured artifact of my clan, originally a scale from the ancestral dragon, containing within it a small realm. After being refined by my clan's ancestors over generations, it has transformed into the dragon mirror. Even I am uncertain of its exact existence over time. He paused, sighing once more. It is also a grand prison. A prison? Indeed. The fundamental purpose of the dragon mirror's creation was to confine exceedingly troublesome, indestructible malevolences, as well as some inexplicable entities. Wait, the plump man interrupted. Your clan's treasured artifact? How did it end up in the hands of someone named Yun Ao? Which clan do you belong to? Ancestral dragon-esque scale? Do not tell me, my good sir, that you have a connection to the ancestral dragon. The ancestral dragon. Not only they, but even some learned scholars in the mortal realm are familiar with it. The records of the ancestral dragon are simple, comprised of just two phrases: dragon ancestor, the first true dragon of the world. Hesitating for a moment, Yun Zhan nodded, acknowledging that indeed a trace of the ancestral dragon's blood flows through them, and that Yun Ao, as you have seen, is a kin of the same root. This statement undoubtedly stirred a tremendous wave within the hearts of those present. The ancestral dragon, a dominant and formidable being existing only in legends, had long since faded into the annals of time, yet here stood a descendant of that bloodline before them. Even Yun Fan was astonished by Yun Ao's lineage. In truth, apart from the Flame Emperor, the War King, Elder Tsin, Yun Lai, and Feng Xi, no one was privy to Yun Ao's identity. Even Ji Chung and Song, he had gleaned only fragmented information during clandestine interactions with the higher echelons of the barbarian tribes. The Dragon Mirror. The plump man suppressed the shock within his heart. A sudden, pivotal question emerged. Could the entities within still be alive? Yun Zhan paused momentarily, contemplating. There was no spiritual essence nor any breath of life present. Even the mightiest of malevolent beings, after enduring the passage of countless years, would likely have succumbed to death. Likely? The stout man fixed his gaze upon him. Are you implying that some may yet survive? Yun Zhan fell silent. My lord, Xin Xian could no longer restrain himself. What is the strength of those beings? The weakest, the War King sighed. Yet they surpass my elder brother by an immeasurable degree. Upon hearing this, the hearts of those present grew heavy with despair. Damn it! The stout man's eyes reddened in an instant. What difference does it make if they are dead? That scoundrel still owes me a plethora of techniques. Is he simply going to perish like this? And then there's Zhao Shenf. Yun Fan's gaze dimmed. She has entered as well. Silence enveloped the group. They were not blind. It was evident that Zhao Mengyu had developed feelings for Guhan. Yet none anticipated her to make such a resolute choice. Shuiyu lowered her head in silence. Suddenly, she found herself envious of Zhao Mengyu. At that moment, the figure of the Flame Emperor descended before the crowd. However, before he could speak, his complexion paled, and he staggered. Several lines of blood erupting from his body once more. Uncle, brother. Yun Zhan was filled with concern. No one understood better than he the severe backlash the Flame Emperor faced from recklessly activating the ancestral dragon seal. It is of no consequence. Upon seeing Feng Xi's concerned expression, he felt a sense of comfort and forced himself to stabilize his breath. The vastness of the dragon mirror nearly rivaled that of a small world. With Yun Ao's strength, he could hardly unleash its full might. Furthermore, after such an extensive period, the most formidable beings within had long since perished, leaving behind only the half-dead remnants, not formidable enough to pose a significant threat. That cautious young man should be able to endure for some time within. Damn it! The stout man's eyes brimmed with tears. I will summon all the experts from the Fu family to shatter that dragon mirror. We must rescue him. It is futile. Feng Xi shook her head. If the dragon mirror could be destroyed, those entities would not be helplessly trapped within. There is a way. The Flame Emperor fell into silence for a moment. We can kill Yun Ao and reclaim the dragon mirror. That will certainly allow us to rescue him. Chapter 325. She intends to absorb Guhan. Brother. As if struck by a revelation, the War King's expression shifted. You need not persuade me. The Flame Emperor fell silent again. I should have undertaken this long ago. At this point, our clan has dwindled to but a few, rendering the significance of this seal negligible. Moreover, had it not been for us, he would not have been ensnared in this turmoil. Rest assured, he cast another glance at Feng Xi. I will undoubtedly rescue him. Feng Xi understood his intentions, and a shadow of sorrow crept across her features. Let us return, he commanded, not waiting for the others to respond. The dragon-shaped mark upon his brow glimmered momentarily before his figure vanished without a trace. Give me some time. I will seek out Yun Ao. I will personally slay him. In the northern barbarian region, the war goddess hall, the barbarian observers had returned, fortunate to escape, bearing news of Tuajun's demise, with his head soon to be displayed outside the great Yan army's camp. At that moment, the entire war god hall was rife with unrest. The only one elated by this turn of events was Sange. With Tuajun's death, he emerged as the most fitting candidate for the title of the first war god, rightfully claiming his position as the foremost prodigy of the northern barbarian tribes. At the sacred grounds of the barbarian realm, by the pond, a ripple of energy surged as Yun Ao descended abruptly. Yet, upon landing, he trembled slightly, his hair now nearly two-thirds white. Coughing lightly, he remarked to himself, "The power of this mark is indeed extraordinary. Yin Tian, by what virtue do you command such strength?" He cast a reflective glance at the pond, contemplating the irony of a mere tribulation realm cultivator compelling him to wield the power of the dragon mirror. Even in death, You possess a certain pride. At that moment, three voices, weakened yet resolute, echoed in. Come in, Yin Ao replied, drawing back his gaze. Moments later, three barbarians cautiously approached him. They were the three Sacred Realm warriors. And despite their numerical advantage over Yun Zhan, their injuries were more pronounced. Master, one of the barbarians spoke, with both the Flame Emperor and the War King heavily wounded. The great Yin border forces lack formidable guardians. Should we seize this opportunity to launch an offensive and eradicate the great Yin dynasty, eliminating a significant threat? No. Yin Ao waved his hand dismissively. Pushing him to desperation may not yield favorable results, and annihilating the great Yin dynasty has never been my goal. Understood, the three replied, albeit with a hint of regret, knowing better than to oppose his will. Master, another one observed, are you injured? Indeed. Yin Ao glanced at his reflection in the pond, a tinge of melancholy crossing his face. Yun Tian fought fiercely, and I recklessly invoked the power of the dragon mirror, which has indeed taken a toll on me. It seems I must take time to recuperate. He smiled at the three. I would like to ask for your assistance. Of course. It is our honor to alleviate your burdens, Master, they replied, bowing deeply. Yun Ao ceased speaking, gesturing with a grand hand, causing the once calm surface of the pond to churn violently once more. Suddenly, the azure dragon within the waters lashed its tail, unleashing a surge of azure light far denser than before, enveloping the three warriors. Master, what is the meaning of this? We have always been loyal to you. As the azure light surged towards them, the three warriors' expressions shifted dramatically, despair flashing in their eyes. They wished to resist, yet the enigmatic azure light suppressed them, rendering them incapable of summoning even a fraction of their strength. Do not resist, Yin Ao chuckled. Did you not profess your unwavering loyalty to me? Now is the perfect opportunity to prove it. With his words, the azure brilliance intensified, and in an instant, the three vanished without a trace. Threads of vibrant life continuously emanated from the pool's depths, rendering the waters notably clearer than before, and the azure dragon seemed to regain some of its vitality. A tender dragon's roar resonated, subtly infused with a hint of joy. Oh! Yun Ao cast a glance at the azure dragon, then settled into a cross-legged position, closing his eyes as he absorbed the threads of life into his being. Remarkably, his once white hair began to show signs of returning to its original color. Upon returning to the military camp, the atmosphere was heavy. The earlier excitement and joy had vanished. Li Sun felt a pang of discomfort. With Gu Han in peril, should the head be displayed or not? It was only upon receiving Feng Xi's directive that he exhaled in relief, discreetly placing the severed head in a conspicuous position. Soon after, they encountered Zhao Mengyu. Yun Fan's complexion paled, rendering him speechless. What are you doing here? I have always been here. Zhao Mengyu furrowed her delicate brows, an increasing sense of strangeness enveloping her. Some had claimed she had been with them all along, alongside him. Suddenly, she realized Gu Han was missing, her expression shifting dramatically. Where is he? Panic gripped everyone. The figure before them was Zhao Mengyu. Yet who was the one previously with Gu Han? The witch. Murong Yan and Shun Xian exchanged glances, their voices escaping in unison. Sister witch? The rotund fellow turned ashen. How did she get here? When did she arrive? He had always harbored a psychological shadow regarding the witch. It was her? Upon hearing the explanation from the two, Feng Xi's eyes glimmered with understanding. The female cultivator who had discovered the anomaly that day, only to vanish mysteriously, was most likely the witch. It's over. The rotund fellow uttered a bitter laugh. It's all over. He might endure for a while within the dragon mirror, but with Sister Witch around, he might not last even a few days. Big Brother Yun Fan voiced his concerns. Why does that witch persistently cling to Big Brother Gu? What does she truly desire? She, the rotund fellow chuckled wryly. She likely wishes to absorb that scoundrel's essence. Within the dragon mirror, there was no spiritual energy, no vitality. The dim sky and the gray-black ground presented an unchanging scene, devoid of any signs of life. Aside from the occasional glimpse of a colossal, oddly shaped skeletal structure, there was nothing else to behold. In this profound silence, even the light had dimmed to its utmost. The darkness exuded desolation, and within that desolation lingered an air of eeriness. Suddenly, two figures plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground and shattering the silence. Ouch! Pain! Pain to the bone. Gu Han's complexion turned pale as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. despite having attained the first level of the indestructible sword body. He was grievously injured, and falling from such a height only compounded his suffering, rendering him nearly immobile. Thankfully, his physical constitution was robust. Had it been earlier, it is unlikely that he would be reduced to a mere heap of flesh, yet it feels almost inevitable. After a brief moment, he gradually acclimates to the pain, and a whiff of a fragrant body reaches his nostrils, revealing that a warm, fragrant form still clings to him tightly, refusing to let go. With little strength left to scold, Guhan merely observes Zhao Mengyu as she silently rises. Suddenly, her complexion pales, and she violently expels a mouthful of blood, collapsing once again onto Guhan. Her original body is far inferior to the true Zhao Mengyu. Despite having Guhan as a protective shield, she has sustained considerable injuries. Instantaneously, Guhan is once more struck by the astonishing fullness and softness of her form. With a scowl, he reaches out, grasping the back of Zhao Mengyu's neck, and tosses her aside. She gazes at him timidly, refraining from uttering a word, and silently consumes a medicinal pill, an expression of barely perceptible sorrow flickering in her eyes. Guhan chooses to ignore her. After taking the pill, he begins to survey his surroundings. The more he observes, the more solemn his expression becomes. The entire world is shrouded in hues of gray and black, and the enormous skeletal remains in the distance defy identification. Apart from himself and Zhao Mengyu, he senses not a trace of spiritual energy or life force. This place is a desolate wasteland, a veritable graveyard. After a while, he retracts his gaze and turns back to Zhao Mengyu. Is there something amiss with your mind? Must you accompany me to certain doom? He no longer has the energy to scold her. At this juncture, harsh words bear no significance. Zhao Mengyu remains silent. In truth, the moment she embraced Guhan, she found herself questioning her own motivations. Perhaps it was for strategic reasons, or perhaps it was in response to Guhan's repeated attempts to rescue her. More likely, it was a combination of both. Enough. Guhan dismisses further conversation and resumes his scrutiny of the surroundings. At this point, the priority should be to devise an escape plan, as this location surely bears a connection to the enigmatic Yanao. Moreover, there is an unsettling feeling that something is amiss. Before he can complete his thought, 3 faint yet piercing cries suddenly echo from afar. In an instant, the sky darkens ominously, and an inexplicable force of devouring energy descends upon them. This is bad. Guhan's expression shifts dramatically as he feels the life force within him being relentlessly siphoned away. Without hesitation, he instinctively summons a barrier of spiritual energy around himself. However, that consuming force proves to be overwhelmingly domineering, rendering his efforts largely ineffective. Beside him, Zhao Mengyu's face turns pale, her body trembling uncontrollably. Suddenly, the 3 cries intensify in their anguish, drawing ever closer. Spare us. The Lord's loyalty. This is dire. A heavy feeling settles in Guhan's heart. The voices echo with a sense of familiarity, accompanied by a palpable aura of dominance and sanctified power that approaches rapidly. Barbarians. Or perhaps they are from the sacred realm. With the Ning by Dan in hand. Though merely a fleeting moment had passed, his injuries had already healed significantly. Let us depart. Sensing the approach of the trio, he hesitated no longer. In an instant, his cultivation surged forth, and he drew upon a thread of spiritual energy to guide Zhao Mengyu, transforming into a radiant beam and swiftly retreating into the distance. The purpose of the trio's presence here eluded him. Yet he understood the dire consequences if they were to uncover his trail. His fate would undoubtedly be grim. As Guhan fled, he did not forget to bring her along. A flicker of tenderness crossed Zhao Mengyu's eyes, quickly replaced by a glimmer of struggle. Boom, boom. Shortly after Guhan's departure, 3 figures, brimming with vitality, arrived. Indeed, they were the 3 sacred realm barbarians who had been ensnared by Yun Ao and drawn into the dragon mirror. Compared to their earlier state, their faces were now contorted with agony. Their once robust physiques were visibly diminishing. The 3, not skilled in alchemy, carried only the most rudimentary of spiritual herbs, albeit of exceptionally high quality. Among them were numerous semi-holy medicines, and even a faint presence of a holy herb could be discerned. However, it appeared that they were specifically targeted by the devouring force, causing their life essence to dissipate at a rate that was nearly dozens of times faster than Guhan's. No matter how many spiritual herbs they consumed, it merely served as a futile remedy. Cries for mercy and curses intermingled with the thunderous sounds of their vitality as they stumbled away. As their life essence waned, beads of sweat began to form on Guhan's forehead, and the protective barrier of spiritual energy around him grew increasingly unstable. Not far away, Zhao Mingyu was in even worse condition. Her complexion had turned ashen, and her body trembled incessantly. Had it not been for Guhan's spiritual guidance, she would have likely succumbed long ago. Why must you do this? Guhan cast a furious glance at her. Do you have to accompany me to death? In truth, a fleeting shadow of melancholy passed through Zhao Mingyu's gaze. If she were to perish like this, perhaps it wouldn't be so bad. Nonsense. Guhan scolded vehemently. I have no desire to die. I have yet to avenge Qian Yi. The fat man's techniques remain unacquired, and Ah Sha should have awakened by now, waiting for me to find her. She fell silent for a moment. Is that person very important to you? Of course. Guhan replied without hesitation. More important than you. Certainly. Boom. As he spoke, he gritted his teeth, increasing his speed once more. Zhao Mingyu fell silent again. How wonderful it is to be cared for. Once, someone cared for me in such a way, she murmured to herself. Guhan, preoccupied with escaping, barely registered her words. Of course. You, the esteemed Zhao goddess. Lack for concern. The space within the dragon mirror was akin to a miniature world. Despite his prolonged escape at such a swift pace, he had yet to find an exit. Gradually, as a substantial amount of life essence continued to dissipate, even with his formidable eternal sword body, he was beginning to struggle. His skin gradually became parched, wisps of white hair emerged, and even his speed of escape began to falter. As for Zhao Mingyu, her condition was even more dire. Do not concern yourself with me, she sighed softly. You must flee on your own. Guhan ignored her. Even if he were to abandon Zhao Mingyu, he could not withstand the omnipresent devouring force for much longer. Just as despair was closing in, he suddenly spotted a faint glimmer in the distance. What could that be? His spirit lifted, and he quickened his pace. Moments later, he abruptly halted. Bones. Countless bones. Before him lay colossal skeletal remains, some as large as mountains. The smallest among them measured at least 1,000 feet in length, while the largest towered over them at several tens of thousands of feet. Most of these bones had turned a grim charcoal hue, with only a few remaining pristine white. Exuding an extraordinary aura, the light he had seen emanated from these very bones. As he drew closer, he felt the devouring force diminish significantly, and the rate at which his life essence was dwindling slowed instantaneously. Let us go. A surge of joy filled him, and without hesitation, he flashed forward, bringing Zhao Mingyu to a skull that spanned several hundred feet in length, directly burrowing into it. This particular skull radiated the most brilliant light. In an instant, the devouring force was entirely countered by the luminosity of the skull, unable to encroach upon them any further. Guhan exhaled heavily, nearly succumbing to death. In his urgency, he failed to notice that this skull bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a human, with only one distinguishing feature, a slight depression at its brow. I can hardly believe it, Zhao Mingyu breathed out lightly. We have truly survived. Though her complexion had lost its former luster, her beauty remained undeniable, even in her expressions. Guhan paid her no mind, cautiously retrieving a jade vial. Extraordinary substance. This was a gift from Feng Xi, intended to nourish his body during his earlier trials of refinement. There were only 10 drops, and after using 3 for his cultivation, he had preserved the remainder. Such a treasure was rare even for the great Yin dynasty. Without hesitation, he consumed 1 drop of the extraordinary substance, and the dissipating life essence within him was instantly replenished. The atmosphere here was suffused with strangeness. He needed to maintain peak combat readiness at all times. Previously, while in the Xindan camp, he had been enveloped by the power of time, as if he had lived through a century in an instant. Reaching the limit of his lifespan, utilizing the extraordinary substance was futile then, but now, only his life essence had been depleted without affecting his lifespan limit, allowing for its recovery. Moments later, he had fully restored himself, even enhancing the vitality of his flesh beyond its previous state. Here, he tossed the jade vial to Zhao Mingyu without a second thought. Upon witnessing the perplexed expression on the latter's face, he could not help but let out a cold chuckle. Do not misunderstand. You, the great goddess Zhao, are not afraid of death, are you? Well then, I shall take good care of you. If we encounter those 3 barbarians again, you shall hold them off while I make my escape. Huffed. At his words, Zhao Mingyu could not suppress a laugh. All right then, she replied, seemingly in good spirits. her eyes twinkling as she fixed her gaze on Gu Han. You go ahead. I will certainly risk my life to hold them back for you. Huh? Gu Han's expression darkened. What are you laughing at? Just wait. When the barbarians arrive, I will definitely throw you out. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss as he glanced at Zhao Mengyu, who was with her eyes closed, refining the extraordinary substance. A sense of doubt crept into his mind. Why did her previous smile seem so familiar? Quick, get inside. The bones here can resist the devouring force. Before he could ponder further, the voices of the three barbarians echoed again, alarmingly close. Oh no, Gu Han's heart raced. Could it be that he had been possessed by Mei Jiaoxi? Whatever was said would come to pass. In a nearby spot, Zhao Mengyu had clearly heard the voices as well. Her complexion paled, and she suddenly opened her eyes. She then caught sight of Gu Han's warning gaze. With a barely perceptible nod, she mimicked his actions, gradually suppressing her aura and gently stowing the bottle of extraordinary substance into her storage ring. Gu Han remained motionless, his expression unreadable. In silence, a long sword had appeared in his hand. Hurry, get in. With the jubilant sounds of shouts and the clashing of bones, three figures swiftly entered the skull. Upon seeing the two, the trio was momentarily stunned. It's you, Gu Han. They were certainly not unfamiliar with him. However, in their frantic flight, their minds were in disarray, leaving them no time to investigate their surroundings. And they had never anticipated that Gu Han would be hiding here as well. Greetings, gentlemen, Gu Han sighed, rising slowly with his sword. What a quick reunion. He raised an eyebrow upon observing their appearance. You look rather wretched. At that moment, the three of them had lost a significant portion of their life essence. Although their frames remained tall, they no longer possessed the formidable presence of the esteemed realm. Instead, their flesh hung loosely, their hair brittle and gray, presenting a pitiful sight akin to specters. Moreover, their cultivation had plummeted, now merely at the 7th or 8th rank of the extraordinary realm. Previously, the lowest among them had been at the 7th rank of the esteemed realm. To describe their plight as tragic was, in truth, an understatement. You little beast. The man in the center, his visage twisted with rage, summoned the remaining vitality within him, intent on slaying Gu Han on the spot. I will obliterate you. If it were not for you, how would we have fallen to such depths? Yet, before he could make a move, Gu Han acted first. With the sound of the sword ringing out, his cultivation surged to its zenith, an invisible sword aura compressed to a mere 2 feet beyond him. And he swung his sword down. However, his target was not the three men, but rather the skull itself. Crack, crack. The skull has remained here for countless years, retaining a hint of spirituality, yet it is far from the impenetrable facade it presents. With a single stroke from the sword, a fissure more than 3 feet long, as fine as a hair, appeared instantaneously. To act, he raised his sword high, prepared to strike again. Let us see, shall we? Will you slay me first? Or shall I shatter this thing? Clang. With that, the sword descended once more. Crack. The fissure widened slightly, and faintly, a few could sense the engulfing force from outside. Without hesitation, Gu Han lifted his sword again. Stop. The barbarian's expression changed dramatically. We will not strike. He could see that Gu Han was indeed intent on mutual destruction. Upon hearing this, Gu Han hesitated momentarily and slowly retreated beside Zhao Mengyu. Though he did not sheath his sword, he did not lower it either. The three men were cautious, refraining from any unnecessary movements. In an instant, the atmosphere in the arena became tense and stagnant. Suddenly, one of the barbarians furrowed his brow, as if sensing something. Extraordinary substance. Instantly, three greedy gazes fixated on Gu Han and his companion. The two appeared vibrant and full of life, showing no signs of diminished vitality, and coupled with the lingering aura of extraordinary substance in the air, it was evident to them who possessed it. Had this been earlier, as powerful beings of the sacred realm, they would have deemed such a thing beneath them. However, the situation had changed. After fleeing for so long, they had consumed every last bit of spiritual herb, and extraordinary substances, especially within this dragon mirror, were akin to lifelines for them. Clang. At that moment, sensing their intentions, Gu Han's sword lightly tapped against the skull, leaving a shallow scar. The hearts of the three skipped a beat, and the threats they were about to utter were instantly swallowed. Three of you, Gu Han spoke again. I am curious, as loyal hounds of that lord. What brings you here? Upon hearing this, the three men's faces darkened, their teeth grinding. They had never imagined that after years of loyalty to Yunao, he would disregard any semblance of past camaraderie and ruthlessly turn against them for the sake of healing. How pitiful! Guhan seemed to grasp something. His tone tinged with mockery. It appears you are not even regarded as hounds in his eyes. It's all your fault. One barbarian glared at Guhan with venomous hatred. If it weren't for you, we would never have ended up in this dragon mirror. Nor would we face such a fate. Dragon mirror? Guhan furrowed his brow. What is this place? You seem to know something about it. And what if we do? The barbarian scoffed. This dragon mirror is a place specifically designed by the Lord to trap people. Look at it, he said, gesturing towards the skull, his tone dripping with despair. This entity, far more powerful than us in life, has been utterly imprisoned here. Do you really think a mere tribulation realm cultivator like you can hope to escape? Guhan's heart sank. The words of the barbarian and his deductions aligned closely. The magnitude of the situation here far exceeds his imagination. He desires to escape, but finds himself utterly at a loss. At this juncture, another barbarian interjects, stating, "If you relinquish the extraordinary substance in your possession, I can assure you, in the name of our ancestors, that we shall not harm you in the slightest. Once the power of devouring dissipates, we will release you." Release me? Guhan scoffs. I am your clan's sworn enemy, the very individual you wish to eliminate. That was in the past. The barbarian candidly replies. At this point, we are all prisoners, and there is no distinction between your great Yan empire and our tribe. Our sole purpose now is survival. Indeed. Another quickly adds, if you present the item, we absolutely will not injure you. Such kindness. Guhan feigns lament. Alas, it is all gone. I have already consumed the extraordinary substance. The three men's expressions hardened at his words. Gone. They simply would not believe it. Moreover, even if it were true, as a prodigy of the great Yan empire, rivaling Feng Xi, he must possess other valuable items. Within the dragon mirror, there was an absence of spiritual energy, devoid of vitality. Their survival depended entirely on their cultivation. Nothing was as vital as medicinal pills. Guhan understood this principle well. He would never be foolish enough to hand over his life-saving items to these three. Do not push me to my limits. Once that power of devouring fades, it will be our turn to strike. At that moment, I shall ensure he faces a dilemma of life and death. The woman possesses an appealing appearance. She may serve as a source of entertainment. The three barbarians communicated secretly. Once esteemed practitioners of the sacred realm, their resolve had faltered due to unforeseen calamities. Their essence had regressed, and now, trapped in this dire situation, their natures had twisted. As the three gazed at her with unsettling intent, Zhao Mingyu instinctively shrank back into the corner. What should we do? She transmitted to Guhan. Should we escape? Escape? Guhan raised an eyebrow at her. Did you not say you would shield me from them? Zhao Mingyu's complexion paled. I cannot escape. Guhan suppressed his jesting demeanor and sighed. The space was so confined that even if they hid within another skull, once the power of devouring vanished, they would undoubtedly be pursued. Furthermore, the remaining skulls were far inferior and likely incapable of withstanding the devouring force. This was precisely why the three had refrained from attacking. If Guhan were to be thoroughly provoked, it would spell doom for them all. If only this power of devouring would persist, Zhao Mingyu's expression darkened. The very force that could claim 2 lives had now become their strongest shield. It should not. Guhan shook his head. This power had not manifested before. I suspect it will not endure indefinitely. When it fades, that will be the moment they choose to strike. Trouble. Before he could finish his thought, he sensed something amiss. His expression shifting. Outside the skull, the power of devouring seemed to have diminished somewhat compared to before. While not overtly apparent, it was nonetheless perceptible to him. Opposite him, the expressions of 3 barbarians shifted to one of delight, their gazes towards Guhan and Zhao Mingyu now tinged with a more sinister intent. Suddenly, Zhao Mingyu's demeanor faltered, her countenance paling dramatically. Even if I die, I shall not fall into their hands. Where is the item? Guhan transmitted a message. Give it to me. After a brief moment of silence, Zhao Mingyu handed him the jade vial. Upon witnessing this, the greedy glint in the eyes of the 3 men resurfaced, fixating intently on Guhan, disregarding Zhao Mingyu entirely. You should leave, Guhan stated impassively. Run as far as you can. If the power of devouring dissipates and you do not see me again while they remain alive, then destroy all the elixirs on you. As for yourself, it would be best to end your life to avoid disgrace. Zhao Mingyu stared at him in disbelief. And you? It is none of your concern. Guhan shook his head. Had you not entered with me, would you face such a fate? If it were months ago, would I care about your life or death? Boom. As his words fell, a thunderous sound erupted from within him, unleashing his full cultivation. Bang! A tremendous spiritual pressure erupted, sending Zhao Mingyu flying backward. Resolutely, he raised his long sword. What are you doing? Stop. We can negotiate. The three barbarians, now acutely aware of Gu Han's intentions, displayed expressions of terror and hastily begged for mercy. Do you wish for my death? Gu Han glared at them. Then let us see who meets their end first. If there is no escape, then I shall not flee. If we must fight, let it be now. Clang. As his words resonated, the long sword transformed into a streak of light, descending with all its might. Boom. Three powerful forces surged forth, attempting to impede Gu Han. But it was too late. Crack. Crack. With a series of soft sounds, the fissure in the skull expanded several times larger than before. Subsequently, the previously isolated power of devouring surged back upon them like a tidal wave. Ah, little wretch, I shall annihilate you. As they felt their life force drain away once more, a mix of agony and hatred surged within them, compelling them to wish to consume Gu Han alive. Boom, boom. Despite their decline, they still possessed extraordinary cultivation, their strength vastly superior to Gu Han's. In their fury, three formidable forces erupted, colliding violently with Gu Han's spiritual pressure. Bang! A deafening sound echoed. Gu Han felt a trickle of blood escape from the corner of his mouth, and his figure was sent hurtling backward. Damn it! Roars erupted as the three men charged forward. Outside, Zhao Mingyu's figure had vanished, and the three had no inclination to search for her, their eyes scanning anxiously, seemingly in search of another skull. Yet the more they looked, the more despair they felt. Under the erosion of the devouring power, the remaining skulls, even if they flickered with light occasionally, appeared dim and unstable, evidently unable to withstand the onslaught. Kill him. Boom. Boom. In their desperation, the three individuals were solely intent on eliminating Gu Han, seeking to relieve their pent-up rage. Despite the swift sword evasion techniques employed by Ji Jian, Gu Han's cultivation level was regrettably too low. Within mere moments, he found himself pursued relentlessly by the trio. Die! Roared one of the barbarians, his eyes bloodshot, as he hurled a powerful punch towards Gu Han. With a swift motion, Gu Han pivoted, raising his sword to block the full force of the enraged attack. The impact was tremendous, imbued with a nebulous, overwhelming energy. In an instant, Gu Han's body was ravaged with numerous terrifying wounds, blood cascading down his form. Fortunately, his indestructible sword body provided him with some protection. Had he been an ordinary person, he would have likely been obliterated. Yet, despite this advantage, Gu Han suffered immensely, with many of his bones fracturing upon crashing to the ground. Little beast, the three howled, their bodies visibly withering under the consuming power directed at them. In mere moments, their physical forms had become even more emaciated, their cultivation levels reduced to the 5th or 6th tier of the extraordinary realm. Coughing, Gu Han wasted no time in swallowing several pills, mingling them with his blood. Hold on. He realized that the devouring force inflicted far greater harm on the trio than on him. If he could endure until they could no longer bear it, victory would be his. Gritting his teeth, he swallowed a drop of extraordinary substance, and visibly, his injuries began to heal at an astonishing rate. Get him! With blood-red eyes, the three rushed towards Gu Han, their fists infused with terrifying vitality, crashing down upon him. In a moment of peril, Gu Han compressed his invisible sword energy to its utmost limit, narrowly evading the lethal strike. However, the repercussions of their combined assault, coupled with his forced compression of the sword energy, resulted in fresh wounds erupting across his already battered body. Struggling to maintain his breath with the aid of extraordinary substance and Qingbi Dan, he was barely holding on. Curse it! His injuries are healing too quickly. We must annihilate him without granting him a moment's respite. The trio unleashed another barrage of formidable vitality, resolute in their singular objective, to slay Gu Han and seize his pills. Enveloped by the consuming force, their lives grew increasingly fragile, their instinct for survival igniting with unprecedented fervor. Every moment we survive is a blessing. In the face of their relentless onslaught, Gu Han swayed unsteadily, gritting his teeth as he activated the long-dormant blood spirit art. Although this technique was of a lower tier and offered less discernible enhancement than before, it allowed him to maintain his cultivation at its peak, preventing him from weakening as drastically as the three adversaries. With the devouring force and the blood spirit art combined, The rate of his life energy's depletion exceeded previous levels, his hair visibly turning gray in an instant. Kill. The battle raged on. The ethereal, blood-tinged sword energy descended once more, pressing down an inch further, heedless of the impending destruction of his physical form. With a flicker of determination, he charged towards the three adversaries, sword in hand. Bang! Bang! The trio, already consumed by bloodlust, had lost much of their rationality. Their combined might descending upon him like a mountain, intent on reducing Gu Han to mere pulp. In a flash, the four figures collided. Uft! The long sword, imbued with a glimmer of sword light, pierced through one man's chest in an instant. The invisible sword energy churned violently within. The barbarian spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with a savage intent, as if he were ready to devour a man. At that very moment, a fist, as formidable as a mountain, descended. Bang! The dense barrier of sword energy shattered instantly, crushed as if by a colossal boulder. Gu Han's body was met with a cacophony of cracking bones, his sinews, organs, and flesh mercilessly compressed into a singular mass. The treasured garment of Yu Miao had once more saved Gu Han. Although the barbarian had exerted all his strength, he still failed to claim his life. Die! Turning, another barbarian's fist fell again. This time, it was aimed at Gu Han's head. As the fist descended, even if Gu Han were to drink extraordinary substances as if they were mere water, survival seemed impossible. Before the punch landed, his cheek was already stung by the force of blood and energy. Yet, he remained unperturbed. Within him, his cultivation transformed into strands of delicate sword energy, surging towards the barbarian's body. Suddenly, the barbarian's form stiffened, a flicker of struggle flashed in his eyes. In that critical moment, his fist veered off by an inch, just grazing Gu Han's hair, yet it instead struck the head of the barbarian wounded by Gu Han's sword. Uft! A dull thud resonated. The shift occurred too swiftly for the barbarian to react, his skull obliterated in an instant. Thud! Blood gushed forth as the headless corpse collapsed to the ground. Mutua. The remaining barbarian was taken aback, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" No, Mutuo's eyes once again reflected a hint of struggle as he laboriously gazed downward. Not me. On the ground, a figure clad in a white dress staggered closer, revealing itself to be Zhao Mengyu. Her visage was pale, as if enduring immense suffering, and the two ghostly lights in her eyes nearly solidified. "Good brother." She glanced at Gu Han, a smile blooming on her face as she murmured, "Sister has come to save you." As she spoke, she appeared unable to maintain her secret technique, her appearance gradually shifting. "It's you." In the air, the barbarian seemed to comprehend something, a murderous intent saturating his expression. "Wretched woman, I shall kill you. Go." Zhao Mengyu, however, paid him no heed. Her gaze shifted to Mutua. "Eliminate him." Boom. The sound seemed infused with a certain magical power. The struggle in Mutuo's eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by a dazed expression, utterly disregarding the consuming force in his own injuries, as the power of blood surged skyward. In the next moment, a fist was hurled at the barbarian. Damn it! The barbarian's pupils suddenly constricted, but it was too late to evade. He could only brace himself and strike back. Kill! At that moment, a voice laden with murderous intent resounded. Gu Han compressed his sword energy to a mere foot and a half around him, his flesh and blood disintegrating, consolidating all his cultivation into this one strike. In an instant, a blinding sword light erupted from the sword. In the past, the barbarian would have shown no fear. However, at this moment, a soft sound echoed as his arm fell. Boom. Following that, Mutuo's blow, seemingly infused with life, struck, piercing through his chest and creating a gaping wound the size of a foot. The barbarian's eyes flickered with a hint of unwillingness, the light in his gaze rapidly fading. Having accomplished this, Mutua did not pause. He charged directly towards Gu Han's sword. As he approached within half an inch, confronted with the life-and-death crisis, a flicker of struggle flashed in his eyes, and he instantly regained clarity. With a final surge of strength, Gu Han plunged his sword into the barbarian's brow. Thud! Thud! Subsequently, the two of them fell to the ground, one after the other. Thus, the former elder of the Battle God Hall and 3 members of the Holy Realm barbarian tribe, who had entangled with the great Yin dynasty for many years, all perished. Quickly, the devouring force in the sky dissipated rapidly, vanishing completely within a few breaths. Although Gu Han survived, His condition was dire. His body was a bloody mess. Lying still, unable to move even a finger. A figure staggered over, revealing the once-recovered appearance of the sorceress. Despite her fall from grace, Mu Tuo had once been of the Holy Realm. Her forced exertion had severely weakened her foundation. Coughing, Guhan spat out several mouthfuls of blood. I sensed something was off. So it truly is you, dear brother. The sorceress laboriously halted beside him. You have finally fallen into your sister's hands. Guhan remained silent. Not even the sorceress, at this moment, could take his life. Even a mere junior cultivator could do so. Dear brother, the sorceress gradually leaned down, fully revealing her alluring figure before Guhan. Tell me, how should your sister punish you? Before she could finish her words, a sudden pain flickered in her eyes. Her body swayed, and she collapsed onto Guhan's bloodied form. Soft jade and fragrant warmth enveloped him, yet Guhan felt not a ripple in his heart. Ultimately, he had fallen into her trap. You say. The sorceress made no effort to rise, her delicate head leaning closer as she gently breathed into Guhan's ear. Her tone imbued with endless softness and temptation. Is sister soft? A sudden stir of inexplicable restlessness arose within Guhan. He wished to exclaim, not soft at all. If you wish to kill me, then do it. However, his throat was parched, rendering him unable to utter those words. Hee, the sorceress chuckled softly. Her delicate hand moving to remove Guhan's storage ring, retrieving that extraordinary substance. Suddenly, her movements froze. A flicker of anguish crossed her eyes. Guhan's expression was complex as he observed her remove the storage ring, extract the extraordinary substance, and tremble incessantly, yet still bring the jade vial to his lips, administering a drop of the extraordinary essence into his mouth. Good brother, she completed this task. The witch seemed to have reached her limits, and just before losing consciousness, she continued to murmur in Guhan's ear, why don't you give it to me? In the barracks of the Great Flame Border Army, Yun Fan looked at Zhao Mengyu, who remained silent, and for once refrained from teasing her, offering a bitter smile instead. Well, with Brother Gu not here, your staying serves little purpose. What are you thinking? Zhao Mengyu shot him a glare. I will return. The hefty man had departed, as had Zhou and Wang Yong. They were not abandoning Guhan, but rather returning to fetch reinforcements. Yun Ao's might exceeded everyone's expectations. So formidable was he that even with the Flame Emperor's cultivation and the mysterious seal, all one could say was to engage him in a mutually destructive battle. Furthermore, the barbarian tribe's profound heritage meant that even if they succeeded in slaying Yun Ao, penetrating deep into the barbarian territory to reclaim the Dragon Mirror would undoubtedly encounter immense obstacles. The only viable solution was to crush him with absolute power, to overpower Yun Ao, to vanquish the barbarian tribe, not just the hefty man, but also Feng Xi, the war king, Xue Shini and his granddaughter, Murong Yan. Along with the entire border army, and all the lords were silently preparing. War. Total war. At any cost. They must rescue Guhan from the clutches of the barbarian tribe. Zhao Mingyu naturally had her own plans. Since they were to rescue someone, the more experts they gathered, the better. If all went well, she glanced at Yun Fan. I shall return in a few days. She had already heard from Yun Fan about the situation concerning the Dragon Mirror, and her concern was palpable. She worried that Guhan might not endure within, potentially facing unforeseen dangers, and she was especially anxious about the enigmatic which potentially extracting Guhan's essence. Within the Dragon Mirror, the extraordinary substance, originally intended for breaking through the extraordinary realm, proved to be far superior for healing compared to the condensed jade pill. In mere moments, Guhan's injuries had healed significantly, yet the witch, for reasons unknown, remained unconscious beside him. Their faces nearly touching, he could discern every expression she bore, pain, hesitation, bewilderment, so starkly contrasting her former self. He sighed inwardly and gently used his spiritual energy to pull her body aside. Unintentionally, a strand of her fragrant hair brushed against his face, igniting a flicker of restlessness within him. He took the jade vial, hesitated for a moment, and gently turned her face towards him, pouring a drop of extraordinary substance into her mouth. Regardless of the past, had it not been for the witch's full effort moments ago, he would undoubtedly be the one lying lifeless now. You have always followed me. He stared blankly at that familiar, yet strikingly unfamiliar face, lost in thought. What could be the purpose behind this? A gentle, soft sensation graced his fingertips, and with it came the recollection of the sorceress's words before her fainting. Suddenly, A flush crept onto his aged cheeks. He loosened his grip, allowing the sorceress's head to collide heavily against the unforgiving ground. Coughing slightly, he felt a twinge of guilt. He then surveyed his surroundings, and upon spotting 3 barbarian corpses, his mood began to settle as contemplation took hold. That devouring force, it seemed, was not aimed at him. Its target was undoubtedly these 3 barbarians, and he was merely an unfortunate victim of circumstance. As for those skulls, he pondered this and instantly took to the air, surveying the scene from above. By rough estimation, there were at least a dozen gigantic skeletons scattered around. Soon, he discerned an anomaly upon one relatively well-preserved skeleton. He noticed 3 pairs of arm bones, along with the distinct indentations present in the center of each skull. Enormous in size, with 3 eyes and 6 arms. This could only belong to a divine race. He quickly came to a conclusion. These bones were certainly not those of the divine servants that Zhou Ye transformed into. Most likely, they belonged to the true divine race. Perplexed, he was left with many questions. Why were there so many skeletal remains of the divine race here? His knowledge of this race stemmed from the arm beneath the divine slaughter array and the fragmented accounts shared by the alchemists within the Xiandian camp. However, one thing was abundantly clear to him. The divine race was terrifyingly powerful. He had witnessed the strength of the old blind man, who had no means to contend with this race and could only resort to dismemberment and sealing. This only hinted at the overwhelming might of this lineage. Who could have slain the divine beings here? Abruptly, he recalled the grotesque and fearsome bones he had encountered during his escape. He had never seen any of these creatures before, yet from the size of the bones alone, he could envision the ferocity they must have exhibited in life. What manner of place was this dragon's mirror? He felt as though a vast secret lay hidden within, and now that he was ensnared here, it was imperative to explore further. Perhaps this would lead him to a means of escape. With a flicker, he returned to the ground. The sorceress's injuries had long since healed, yet she still showed no signs of awakening. After a moment of contemplation, he discerned the cause. The sorceress's cultivation of the ever-changing heavenly demon body was entirely different from his own path, and the various secret arts she employed were predominantly driven by her soul power. The physical wounds were merely superficial. It was her soul that had truly suffered damage. After some thought, he retrieved several bottles of elixirs designed to replenish soul power. With a single hand, he disregarded the lingering soft sensation on his fingers and poured all the elixirs into her mouth. If she remained unresponsive, he sighed, expressing his helplessness. His emotions were a complex tapestry of concern and uncertainty. From the moment he first encountered the enchantress, it became evident that she harbored ulterior motives. Their relationship, while not entirely hostile, was surely not one of harmonious coexistence. Yet, at that moment, the enchantress saved him, and he in turn rescued her. It was truly a case of fate's capriciousness. Lost in thought, a soft moan echoed through the air. The enchantress's lashes fluttered momentarily before she slowly opened her eyes. The brilliance within them dimmed significantly, suggesting that the elixirs had failed to fully heal her injuries. Her captivating gaze shifted back to Guhan, the uncertainty and helplessness on her face replaced by a hint of allure and teasing. For a fleeting moment, Guhan found himself unable to discern which version of her was the true self. "How do you feel?" the enchantress asked, lightly caressing her cheek. Her expression a blend of amusement and intrigue. "What?" Guhan stammered in surprise. "You," she replied, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush as she lowered her head. Her tone laced with shyness, "Took advantage of me while I was unconscious." Guhan's face darkened, nearly drawing his sword in indignation. "Enchantress, how dare you tarnish my virtue? You little rascal," she chided softly, a playful glint in her eye. "I knew you weren't trustworthy." Veins throbbing at his temples, Guhan retorted, "Now that you are awake, we are even. Do not follow me any longer." With that, he turned to leave. "Wait," the enchantress called out, her expression sorrowful, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "You truly have no gratitude. I risked everything to save you, and you would abandon me just like that? What if I encounter danger again?" Suddenly, Guhan spun around, his gaze earnest as he fixed it upon her. "I understand. You tread the path of the celestial demon and have cultivated the myriad forms of the celestial demon body. Your tricks bear no weight on me. Speak plainly, what do you truly desire?" Previously, he had assumed her presence was drawn by the essence of Qian Yi's soul. However, it was becoming increasingly clear that there was more to her intentions than met the eye. Upon hearing the term celestial demon body, A flicker of shock and deep-seated hatred crossed her features. In the first volume, Chapter 331, the celestial demon body can transform into any form. After a brief silence, she sighed wistfully. Gu Han, my dear brother, during my intrusion into your consciousness, I sensed its presence. Could you grant it to me? Should you agree, I would be willing to do anything for you. As she stepped closer to Gu Han, her tone oozed with temptation. Anything you can imagine. Her voice, cold yet laced with allure and sorrow, made it nearly impossible to discern the truth of her words, leaving him reluctant to utter a refusal. Gu Han sighed, realizing that what the enchantress truly coveted was not Xian Yi's soul essence, but rather the golden seal. Absolutely not. After a moment's contemplation, he shook his head. The secret of the golden seal was far too significant, intertwined with Gu Tian's future and harboring a fragment of Qian Yi's lingering soul. Under no circumstances could he relinquish it. Do not worry. The sorceress seemed to have anticipated the answer, her expression remaining unchanged. If you do not wish to give it, then do not. Just please do not leave your sister all alone here. Since you are aware of the myriad transformations of the celestial demon, you should comprehend the extent of your sister's abilities. As she spoke, her figure swayed and transformed once more into that of Zhao Mingyu. Are you satisfied? With a charming smile, she shifted again. Shuiyu, young master. She gently bowed to Gu Huanxing, her cheeks flushed, her tone and demeanor indistinguishable from the original Shuiyu. Furthermore, she transformed yet again, this time into the likeness of Feng Xi, little junior brother. Her expression was icy, with a glimmer of ferocity in her eyes. Aside from the unreplicable Feng Lu battle skirt, her tone and demeanor were nearly perfect imitations. Gu Han was profoundly shaken. This was the first time he had truly witnessed the formidable prowess of the celestial demon. Indeed, ever-changing, impossible to guard against. Even those closest to these individuals would be utterly unable to discern the difference. Junior brother. The sorceress cast a fleeting glance. Is there wine? Not quite. Gu Han instinctively assessed. His senior sister possessed a unique aura that cannot be replicated. Oh dear. The Feng Xi before him suddenly became irate, her tone soft yet teasing, stirring his heart incessantly. Your senior sister is far too intimidating. I dare not approach her. Gu Han's heart raced. In terms of beauty, Feng Xi could be deemed the most exquisite, without exception. Yet her usual commanding presence was overwhelming. Not just Gu Han, but nearly everyone would have never anticipated that one day Feng Xi would exhibit such a delicate demeanor. This version of Feng Xi was irresistible in her beauty. Young master. Just as he was lost in thought, a timid voice reached his ears, and a strikingly beautiful girl appeared before him, her eyes carrying a hint of innocence. Asha. She looked at Gu Han, tears glistening in her eyes, pleadingly saying, please do not leave me behind. Although he recognized that the person before him was not Asha, Gu Han's heart quivered, unable to resist gazing at her. Just one glance, that is all. Transform back. After a long pause, he suppressed the bittersweet ache within, slowly closing his eyes. From now on, do not transform into her likeness in my presence. Upon uttering these words, an invisible sword energy surged around him, propelling him skyward. Seemingly influenced by Asha's last words, he slowed his pace considerably. I know. The sorceress reverted to Lu Ying's form, playfully following behind. From now on, whatever you wish for your sister to transform into, she shall comply, but you may only look. If you desire to do something else, if it's you, your sister might reluctantly oblige. Be silent. The two continued on their path. Yet, they had not ventured far before encountering a colossal skeleton. This is. Gu Han halted, his expression one of astonishment. Before them lay a colossal skeleton, towering to an astonishing height. Its upper body strikingly similar to that of a human, save for a peculiar and enigmatic mark upon its brow. Its lower half bore no distinction from humanity either. Yet it possessed a staggering 4 pairs of leg bones, robust and formidable, reminiscent of pillars supporting the heavens. This creature, frozen in a pose of defiance as it howled towards the sky, had long since succumbed to death. Yet an aura of unfulfilled rage and a chilling presence lingered in the air. As Gu Han drew nearer, an unsettling sense of foreboding washed over him. A feeling not foreign to him. He had sensed something akin to this in Mei Yun, though her power paled in comparison to this giant entity. Stop. The sorceress beside him, her complexion paling, abruptly grasped his sleeve. Do not approach. It is perilous. Surprised by her urgency, Gu Han halted. Do you know what this creature is? It appears to be of the underworld race. The underworld race? Guhan furrowed his brow. What is that? The sorceress. Pulling him back in alarm, continued. They predate humanity by countless years. It is said that the underworld beings possess 8 limbs and boundless might. Those skulls we just witnessed resemble those of the divine race. Both tribes are inherently sacred. Yet the most terrifying aspect is that the underworld race wields the power of curses. With but a word, they can annihilate even the most formidable of champions. Guhan turned to flee. Though this underworld being had long since perished, traces of its curse might still linger, and prolonged exposure could provoke unforeseen transformations. His mind raced with questions. The divine race, the underworld race, divine power, curse power. There was an uncanny resemblance between them. Could there be some inexplicable connection? Lost in thought, he suddenly felt a soft warmth against his arm. The sorceress had seized his arm again, a triumphant smile adorning her face. Guhan's expression darkened as he withdrew his arm, yet the sensation intensified. At that moment, he remained oblivious to the faint azure smoke that wafted up from the ground where they had just been, quivering momentarily before surging toward the two of them. Let go. Guhan suppressed his agitation, his expression darkening. Or what? She began, but her words faltered as her countenance shifted abruptly. He could hear faint, discordant voices whispering near his ear. In the next instant, the landscape before him transformed. The ground, the skeleton, everything vanished, and they found themselves ensconced in a narrow, dilapidated street. What is happening? A chill ran down his spine, and he instinctively braced himself. At this juncture, the sorceress released his arm, her body trembling uncontrollably, starkly contrasting her earlier demeanor. A look of sorrow flickered in her eyes as she walked toward a crumbling courtyard, where only half a door remained. Suddenly, she halted, as if she had seen something, tears streaming down her face. "Grandfather," she whispered, calling out softly. Just then, a clear, youthful voice echoed from within the courtyard. Two voices resonated simultaneously. One exuded a sense of desolation, while the other radiated joy. In the dilapidated streets, with partially collapsed houses and distant cacophonies echoing, the ground beneath, pockmarked and reeking with stagnant water, painted a grim picture. The more Guhan observed, the more grave his expression became. Deep down, he understood that everything before him should be an illusion. Such a place could not possibly exist within the dragon mirror. Yet, the vividness of the scene suggested that this was more than mere phantasmagoria. As he pondered, two calls suddenly pierced the air. Turning his gaze, he found the witch. Tears streaming down her face, her eyes filled with sorrow and longing, moving towards a decrepit courtyard. "Don't go." Guhan furrowed his brow, sensing the strangeness of the situation. The witch, seemingly oblivious, walked straight in. With a wary expression, he followed her inside. The courtyard was overgrown with weeds, the ground muddy from a recent downpour. Of the 3 thatched cottages, 2 had collapsed, and the remaining one was on the verge of collapse, barely offering shelter from the elements. The rickety wooden door was largely damaged, revealing the interior in full view. Inside the cottage, an old man and a young girl resided. The elder's age was indeterminate, his complexion dull and lifeless, with little spark left in his eyes. Beside him sat a frail girl of around 10. Her coarse garment riddled with patches, her small face smeared with dirt and soot, obscuring her features. "Grandfather," she exclaimed joyfully as she knelt before him, holding a chipped porcelain bowl. "You're awake. Drink some water." The gravity on Guhan's face intensified. In his mind, he realized that both the old man and the girl were indeed real, living beings. He could even sense that the old man's vitality was waning, teetering on the brink of death. The witch stared blankly at the elder, her sorrow deepening. "Do you know them?" Guhan hesitated for a moment. Just then, the old man began to cough violently, prompting the girl to anxiously assist him in catching his breath. "Ain," he called out after a while, his coughing subsiding. But the light in his eyes was nearly extinguished. "Grandfather is going to die. He won't be able to take care of you anymore," the girl exclaimed, shaking her head vigorously. "You won't die? You won't die? You must be hungry, right? You haven't eaten in days. Just wait for me. I'll find you something to eat. Once you're full, you'll feel better." She rushed out in a frenzy, bizarrely unaware of Guhan and the witch's presence. Murmuring to herself, "Once he is full, he'll get better." Inside, the old man too began to mumble to himself. "I feel as though I am on the brink of death. Who will take care of Ain afterwards?" His expression was rigid, and he kept repeating this phrase, his voice dwindling, the light in his eyes fading until all was silent. At this moment, the witch sat beside the old man, helplessly clutching her knees, her eyes filled with confusion and endless sorrow. Guhan's expression was complex. Is this your grandfather? Is that little girl you? The witch remained silent, burying her head deep between her knees, her body trembling slightly. Yes, it seemed that this single word had drained her of all her strength. Guhan sighed softly. Although he understood that this might well be an illusion, he still wished to uncover what had transpired. In a flash, he found himself outside on the street. The outside world was bustling with pedestrians, a lively scene that was tenfold more vibrant than the dilapidated alley. Yet, no one paid any heed to Guhan's presence. Hand it over. Do you know whose territory this is? To dare beg on this street, we must establish some rules today. At the street corner, a girl held a steaming bun, surrounded by a group of beggars. Give it to me. One beggar, eyeing the bun, grinned wickedly and reached out to snatch it. This is the domain of Third Master. Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly let out a heart-wrenching scream, for the girl had bitten down on his hand. Her gaze fierce as she endured the blows from those around her, refusing to relinquish her hold on the bun. To her, the bun represented her grandfather's life. She could not part with it, not even in death. Guhan felt a stirring in his fingers, a sudden urge to draw his sword. At that moment, the beggar leaned back, his hand a bloody mess, for the girl had bitten off one of his fingers. Seizing the moment of chaos, she bore the pain and started to run back. After a brief hesitation, Guhan followed. He felt reluctant to witness the unfolding scene. Grandfather, I found something to eat. A kind soul gave me a bun. If you eat it, you will get better. The girl, panting heavily, rushed into the thatched hut, only to find the lifeless body of the old man, his eyes still wide open, filled with worry and sorrow. The bun fell from her grasp, and she stared blankly at the old man, her gaze hollow, devoid of any spark. The old man was gone. Her world had completely collapsed. Guhan sighed softly. Is this your past? At that time, the witch murmured, her expression mirroring that of the girl. I feel so guilty. If I had gone out sooner to find food, perhaps my grandfather would not have died. Guhan remained silent. The old man had not perished from hunger. What about your parents? He could not help but inquire. I have never seen them. Grandfather said they died while fleeing, the witch replied, shaking her head, her gaze lost in confusion. My grandfather was my only relative. With his passing, there remains no one who cares for me in this world. Guhan fell silent. By his estimation, this place must be a remote and impoverished corner of the earth. The witch, orphaned from an early age, was raised single-handedly by her grandfather. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the half-ajar door was violently kicked open, and a few menacing beggars stormed in. What a wretched place this is. Damn it, if she dares to bite me, I will kill her. Cursing as they entered, they seized the girl, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks, intent on not ceasing until she was dead. Throughout the ordeal, the girl remained utterly silent, seemingly impervious to pain, her vacant gaze never straying from the elderly man. Guhan's expression hardened, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his heart. At that moment, a middle-aged man abruptly appeared within the humble abode, clad in a brocade robe, with 3 wisps of beard beneath his chin, exuding an air of quiet authority. In an instant, the beggars were reduced to mere ash without a sound. Who was this man? Guhan instinctively sensed that the individual before him possessed formidable strength, and the timing of his arrival was too fortuitous. Meanwhile, upon seeing the man, the witch's eyes ignited with a profound hatred. The man, seemingly oblivious, cast a brief glance at the elder, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, and reached forth, extracting a wisp of gray essence from the old man's body. A remnant soul? Guhan's gaze sharpened. A mortal without martial prowess would naturally see their spirit dissipate into the ether upon death, yet the old man's soul, having just departed, had not yet fully scattered, and it appeared to have been forcibly drawn out by the man. This act seemed to incite the witch's fury. The surroundings, the thatched hut, the man, and the girl, began to twist and warp, as if on the verge of disintegration. Just as the illusion teetered on the brink of collapse, the man turned his attention to the girl, his demeanor shifting, his tone gentle, laced with concern. Little one, what is your name? His voice held a certain enchantment. The girl, dazed, raised her head and mechanically replied, Emo Chenin. Emo Chenin. Guhan glanced at the witch. Is this truly her name? In the first volume, chapter 333, the past of Emo Chenin unfolds. Chenin, the man said, his smile growing warmer. From this day forth, you shall be my disciple." With that, he waved his sleeve. And in an instant, the girl vanished from sight. Before Gu Han could ponder further, the scene shifted rapidly, in less than a heartbeat. He found himself in a valley shrouded in ethereal mist, with rare flowers and spiritual herbs flourishing, resembling a celestial paradise. "Sister," a voice called out, and a little girl soon appeared before Gu Han's eyes. How beautiful! Upon seeing this girl, Gu Han was momentarily taken aback. Compared to before, she now donned a snow-white celestial dress, and under the nurturing aura, she had shed her gaunt appearance. Though still young, she already possessed an enchanting beauty. The only constant was the lingering sorrow and emptiness reflected in her eyes, accompanied by the echoes of the call. Several female cultivators landed beside her. Although they did not possess her striking beauty, they were nonetheless rare gems of exquisite allure. "Junior sister, so it is you here. Why are you out alone again? Are you still thinking about your grandfather? Master has said that we are all family now. If you are unhappy, then we too will share in that sorrow." The girls gently consoled her, their faces radiating a tender blend of affection and concern, surpassing even that of blood relatives. Gu Han pondered deeply, observing the circumstances. It was evident that Mo Chenin had already been brought back to the sect and accepted as a disciple. However, given the earlier behavior of that man, Gu Han could not shake the feeling that there was something peculiar about the actions of these female cultivators. Nearby, the demonic woman bore a gloomy expression, yet a hint of mockery flickered in her gaze. Suddenly, the scene before them began to shift once more. This time, however, it did not linger on any specific moment, but rather seemed to accelerate, as if time itself were racing forward, in less than 2 hours. It felt as though decades had passed. Yet regardless of how the scenes transformed, they were all presented from Mo Chenin's perspective. Gu Han remained vigilant in his heart, quietly observing. This illusion was certainly not a mere coincidence. Although its origin eluded him, he was confident that the truth would eventually reveal itself. Similarly, a spark of curiosity regarding the demonic woman's past ignited within him. Within the illusion, it seemed that Mo Chenin had but a few peers, both male and female. There were merely a dozen or so, yet each one showed her utmost care, treating her as a treasure of the sect. "Little junior sister, if anyone bullies you, I shall take care of them. Little junior sister, come, let your senior sister take you out for a stroll. Little junior sister, your foundation is a bit weak. Here, take this pill to enhance your aptitude." From time to time, Gu Han would hear these exceedingly concerned words, and he sighed inwardly. Their words reminded him of Zhou Ye, Yu Miao, and Feng Xi, who had treated him with such unreasoned kindness. However, theirs was genuine, while the affection exhibited by those within the illusion remained questionable. Mo Chenin had endured a lonely childhood, with no kin aside from her grandfather. Now, surrounded by such heartfelt care, her internal wounds gradually faded, and her smile became ever more frequent. During this time, the man appeared infrequently, yet each time he did, he bestowed upon her an abundance of unimaginable precious cultivation resources, his words dripping with affection, as if he regarded her as his own daughter. In turn, Mo Chenin began to perceive this place as her home. Her peers and master were held in the same regard as her grandfather, cherished as her closest ones. While merely moments passed outside, within the illusion, more than a decade had elapsed. At this juncture, Mo Chenin had blossomed into breathtaking beauty, now emanating a unique, ethereal aura that seemed capable of ensnaring one's very soul with a mere glance. Mesmerizing, a term flashed through Gu Han's mind. Mo Chenin's beauty had reached its zenith, surpassing even the beauty of the willowy nightingale she presently embodies. Among all the women he has encountered, only Feng Xi can rival her in allure. At this moment, the man reappears, bestowing upon her a mysterious martial art, the 9 turns profound technique. With mastery over 9 transformations, the path to greatness lies ahead. Mo Chenin, overwhelmed with gratitude, harbors no doubt as she diligently begins her training. Her intentions are simple and pure. Her master's kindness is as profound as a mountain, and she is determined to cherish all that is before her and practice diligently in repayment of her master's immense grace. However, an unsettling thought arises. Gu Han suddenly speaks. He observes keenly that Mo Chenin's aptitude for cultivation is not exceptional. After more than a decade within this sect, despite the abundant resources at her disposal, she has barely managed to reach the 9th level of the Void Realm. Comparatively, she lags behind even her peers, such as Murong Yan. Yet, After acquiring the 9 turns profound technique, her advancement is beyond terrifying. In a mere year, she shatters 3 major realms, transitioning directly from the void realm to the transcendent realm. Another year passes, and she ascends to the sacred realm. By the next year, she breaks through the sacred realm, entering a domain that even Gu Han can only look up to in awe. Even more astonishing, after practicing the profound technique, her beauty blossoms further, and the ethereal chill surrounding her becomes increasingly pronounced. Though it exists in illusion, every glance she casts ignites a fervor within Gu Han, stirring an inexplicable restlessness and wicked fire in his heart. At this moment, the pace of the illusion suddenly slows. How wonderful! Within a magnificent cave, Mo Chenine abruptly opens her eyes, filled with excitement and joy. Hee, I have perfected the 9 turns profound technique. I am now a cultivator of the ascendant realm. Her expression is one of mischievous delight. Time to surprise them. Immediately, she discreetly forms a hand seal, concealing her figure, and slips out of the cave. Before long, she arrives beside a white jade pavilion where her fellow disciples gather, finding them engaged in lively conversation. Unaware and unguarded, they do not notice her approach, especially since her cultivation has now surpassed theirs. Alas, one sighs, eyes brimming with infatuation and a hint of lasciviousness, starkly contrasting his usual gentle demeanor. Chenine grows more beautiful by the day. It's hard not to feel stirred in her presence. Indeed, another replies, their gaze lecherous. With her innate physique and the allure of her cultivation, it's becoming increasingly difficult to contain my desires. What a foolish thought. A female cultivator scoffs. All of Master S' efforts are invested in her. If you dare to touch her, do you not fear Master S' wrath? At her words, the group feels a jolt of apprehension. Alas, the earlier speaker laments. Every day, I play along, feigning affection. Is this not torment? I truly fear I may slip up one day. Huh. Another female cultivator retorts, jealousy etched across her face. You're annoyed? We're not allowed to be. Pretending to be the model senior sister daily is making me nauseous. She and another female cultivator dove into the embrace of 2 men. Senior brothers, it has been ages since you sought us for dual cultivation. What merits does that little vixen possess? Aside from her appearance, we are far more attuned to the nuances of affection. Indeed, our prowess surpasses hers by 1,000-fold. By the time our master returns, she should have emerged from her seclusion. I wonder what fate awaits her then, with her profound skills in the 9 revolutions. Soon after, a cacophony of lascivious sounds ensued. They seemed to have engaged in such activities frequently, even setting up numerous restrictions as warnings. In the distance, Mo Chenine's face turned pale, utterly frozen in shock. She never imagined that those whom she held in the highest regard, her gentle and humble senior brothers and sisters, could harbor such hidden inclinations. Her heart was innocent, yet not foolish. The affection, care, and concern that she had received were nothing but a facade, a mere performance for her benefit. Gu Han began to grasp why the demonic maiden had become what she was now. What happened next? He couldn't help but inquire. Knowing the truth, did you not flee? I did, the demoness murmured, her gaze vacant, seemingly lost in a reverie. I desperately escaped, for a long, long time, only to be caught by him. As she recounted her tale, the illusions before her shifted once more, and Gu Han felt darkness enveloping him, thrust into an abyss. Strangely, this time the illusions appeared unstable, as if they might shatter at any moment, and he could even faintly hear the sounds of swords clashing and roars echoing. In chapter 334, Demonic Sister, please awaken. At that moment, a despondent Mo Chenine reappeared not far away. Opposite her, the man had already blocked her path. Chenine, he said, his face lit with admiration. I never imagined you would venture to such a place. It seems your affinity for the 9 revolutions surpasses my expectations. Truly, my efforts have not been in vain. Master. Mo Chenine gazed at him in despair. Why have you deceived me? To achieve a breakthrough, he replied, somewhat wistfully. In truth, I have been watching you since you were very young. You may not yet realize it, but you are a natural-born body of the 9 revolutions. And if transformed into the body of a Xianyin demon, the purest essence of Xianyin energy you would gather could aid me in breaking through. I have been trapped in this realm for far too long. I will never allow that. It is too late, he chuckled softly. The 9 revolutions you are cultivating is, in fact, a secret doctrine of the demonic path, the prologue to the metamorphosis into the 10,000 transformations demon body. Now, with your 9 revolutions, There is no turning back. Of course, it requires just one final step. As he spoke, he extended his hand, revealing a faint gray mist in his palm. It was the remnant soul of the elder he had extracted years ago. Grandfather. Mo Chenin stood frozen in disbelief. At that instant, a beam of sword light suddenly erupted. Striking the man, Gu Han could no longer restrain himself. He drew his sword. Simultaneously beside him, the witch seemed to have lost her sanity, relentlessly launching attacks against the illusion. Yet, ultimately, it was merely an illusion. The man's form remained untouched by even the slightest influence. Humanity bears emotion, while the celestial demons are devoid of it. To all of this, he appeared to be only vaguely aware, fixated on the gray energy in his hand. From profound affection to utter indifference, only then could he achieve the purest form of the celestial demon of profound Yin, condensing that wisp of profound Yin energy. Chenin, over the years, I have treated you well, granting you profound affection. Now, it is time to transform into indifference. With these words, he allowed Mo Chenin to unleash her fury, gently closing his palm. In an instant, the last remnant of the old man's soul was reduced to ashes. Mo Chenin was struck as if by lightning. Visibly, the chill emanating from her intensified, her form becoming increasingly transparent, and within her eyes, two ghostly lights flickered, growing ever more vibrant and dense. Good, good. A glimmer of joy flashed across the man's face. The profound Yin energy was about to manifest. My years of nurturing you have not been in vain. Boom. Rumble. Before he could finish speaking, an unexpected calamity struck. A terrifying force surged from afar, swiftly closing in. The man's face contorted in horror. What is this? Bang. Faced with that overwhelming might, he found himself utterly defenseless, spitting blood as his body was hurled backward. Mo Chenin, caught in the wake of that power, rapidly became more transparent. Not good. Ignoring his own injuries, the man fervently urged his cultivation and approached her. My profound Yin energy. Boom. In the next moment, a boundless sword intent and a fierce, terrifying red mist instantaneously filled the entire illusion. Subsequently, the illusion began to collapse. A scream erupted. The man was once again gravely wounded by such a formidable force, unwillingly fleeing to the farthest distance. Crack! The sword light flashed. A chasm was cleaved through the endless darkness, and Mo Chenin, now nearly ethereal, fell into it, narrowly escaping this life-and-death crisis. In the haziness, Gu Han seemed to glimpse a man in white, wielding a sword in an unrelenting battle against a six-armed, three-eyed giant. Senior, he exclaimed in surprise. He did not recognize this man, but that sword intent was all too familiar. It belonged to the blind old man who had aided him on 2 occasions. In the next moment, the illusion completely vanished. The scene before him abruptly changed, revealing the wild forest that Gu Han knew so well. At this time, Mo Chenin had become exceedingly insubstantial, her ghostly light flourishing. Despite being an illusion, Gu Han could still feel the profound hatred burning in her eyes. Then, the ghostly light transformed into a radiant white beam, instantly vanishing within her body, while her form crumbled into a pile of withered bones, quietly lying in place. Thus, the world lost Mo Chenin, yet gained a witch. In a mere 2 hours, Gu Han had witnessed the entirety of Mo Chenin's life and comprehended the depths of the witch's past. You. His expression was intricate as he gazed at the sorceress, preparing to speak when he suddenly sensed something amiss. What is wrong with you? At that moment, the sorceress's eyes were filled with bewilderment, as if she had completely immersed herself in the surroundings. My dear disciple, we meet again. Before Gu Han could investigate further, a familiar voice echoed, and a figure slowly materialized before him, its features becoming increasingly distinct, exuding a powerful aura. It was indeed the middle-aged man, the master of Mo Chenin. Gu Han's heart trembled. The man before him was certainly not a mere illusion, but a tangible presence. Chenin, the man said, his face etched with regret. Where have you taken my profound Yin energy? As he spoke, he gradually approached the sorceress, who remained oblivious to his advance, her confusion intensifying. Enough, the man shook his head. I shall retrieve it myself. No. Suddenly, terror flickered in the sorceress's eyes, her form trembling as she recoiled. Don't come any closer. You have already harmed me so greatly. Why won't you leave me be? Ha. The man chuckled at her distress, his form becoming increasingly solid. That is only natural. Just then, a brilliant sword light erupted, piercing through the man. And the man cast a displeased glance at Gu Han, and his form dissipated. In the next moment, he rematerialized, his tone haughty. I shall deal with you later. Pooh. Another sword stroke cleaved through, scattering his form once more. Unaware of your own demise, the man reformed. His gaze fixed on Gu Han, a chilling expression upon his face. I shall annihilate you first. Before he could finish his sentence, the sword light flashed again, dispersing his form yet again. Gu Han discerned clearly that the man, though seemingly fearsome, was not the same as the one in the illusion, his cultivation barely reaching the void realm. This illusion, Gu Han thought, brandishing his sword anew. You are the one behind this, aren't you? The man's fury ignited within him. Gu Han unleashed strike after strike, relentless and unyielding, denying the man even the opportunity to utter a complete sentence, leaving no room for a response. Wait, I shall make you pay dearly. With that thought, the man transformed into a trembling old man, the visage of Mo Chanin's grandfather. Ian, he quavered, looking at the sorceress. Quick, save grandfather. At his words, 2 tears suddenly streaked down the sorceress's face as she stared at the elderly figure in disbelief. Grandfather, you are not dead? As the words fell, the old man's aura surged dramatically. Void realm, heavenly tribulation realm, earthly tribulation realm. Gu Han's heart sank. He finally understood that this man's cultivation seemed to escalate alongside the sorceress's emotional state. This cannot continue. Without hesitation, he gathered his energy, his voice erupting like thunder in the sorceress's ear. Sister Sorceress, wake up. Chapter 335, Grandfather and Grandmother, spare me. I know my wrongs. Though the elder had neared the threshold of extraordinary prowess, he was suddenly shaken by the voice, his blood surging restlessly. This is bad. A sense of dread enveloped him. I underestimated this young man. He threatens to disrupt my grand designs. Beside him, the confusion in the witch's eyes dissipated significantly with that shout, restoring a hint of clarity. At that moment, the elder's cultivation abruptly plummeted to the tribulation realm. Grandfather? As she beheld the elder, a flicker of affection ignited in the witch's gaze. You are still alive? Ain. The elder's eyes glistened with tears. At long last, I see you again. As his words fell, an aura of renewed vitality began to emanate from him. Do not believe him. Gu Han's expression hardened. Your grandfather is no more. You know this better than anyone. Upon hearing this, a fleeting sorrow crossed the witch's eyes, and she slowly closed them. You are right. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Grandfather is gone. When she opened her eyes once more, they were completely clear. Ain. The elder's heart raced in panic. Do not. Before he could finish, his form trembled and instantly dissipated, transforming into a wisp of azure smoke, floating before the two. Young man, the smoke boisterously declared. You dare to ruin my affairs. Today, I shall not spare you. Whoosh. A flash of sword light cut through, cleaving it in twain. Yet, almost immediately, its form reconstituted, as if it had sustained no injury whatsoever. Whoosh. Whoosh. Gu Han continued to strike, but no matter how many pieces the azure smoke was severed into, it always returned to its original state, seemingly impervious to his sword light. Haha. The smoke grew increasingly arrogant, its tone more brazen. I am the embodiment of illusion and magic, immortal and indestructible, formless and faceless. How could a mere cultivator like you inflict harm upon me? Be wise and kneel to beg for mercy. Otherwise, I shall make you wish for death, yet find none. Illusion and magic? Gu Han's brow furrowed. He had heard Qian Yi mention that demonic cultivators were categorized into true demons, heavenly demons, heart demons, and illusionary demons. This illusionary demon must be one among them. Formless and faceless? He glanced at the sword in his hand. Indeed, when he had struck, he felt no tangible resistance. This is quite troublesome. Kneel. As Gu Han refrained from attacking, the azure smoke's arrogance reached new heights. First, call out for your grandfather. And you, little lady. So, you tread the path of heavenly demons. It appears we share some connections. You possess that dark energy? How fortuitous. I shall use you as my alchemical furnace. Soul severing. Suddenly, the witch spoke up. Use the soul severing technique you employed against me. Its essence is quite similar to mine. Conventional attacks will have no effect on it. Soul severing? Gu Han's eyes brightened, and without hesitation, he moved swiftly to confront the azure smoke. What is soul severing? The azure smoke sneered. Young man, it seems you have yet to experience my true power. Soul. Sever. Gu Han merely fixed his gaze upon it. A flicker of ethereal light crossed its eyes, and the essence of the extreme realm entwined with the soul force, manifesting an inexplicable offensive that instantaneously struck the figure of Qin Yan. A piercing scream echoed through the air. Remarkably, smoke began to emanate from Qin Yan's form. What sorcery is this? In a moment of trepidation, it attempted to flee into the distance. At that very instant, the sorceress's eyes suddenly glimmered with two spectral lights, and an invisible barrier of soul power enveloped the surroundings in an instant. Bang! Bang! Qin Yan dashed left and right, yet found no escape. Once more, Gu Han let out a chilling laugh, materializing before it, and activated the Soul Wo technique anew. Amidst a cacophony of wails, Qin Yan's form diminished by 2/3. I was wrong. Spare my life, spare me. Witnessing Gu Han prepare to unleash that secret technique again, it trembled in fear, abandoning its earlier bravado. One more time, and I shall truly be no more. Kneel. Gu Han cast a sidelong glance at it. Qin Yan twisted and contorted, seemingly at a loss. I have no hands or feet. How can I kneel? Please, spare me. Qin Yan quaked uncontrollably. Kneel, kneel, kneel. I shall kneel. As it spoke, it twisted and transformed into a diminutive figure, scarcely half an inch tall, collapsing to its knees before Gu Han. Spare me. Call me grandfather. Grandfather, please spare me. The little figure, without a moment's hesitation, glanced at the sorceress and repeatedly bowed its head in supplication. Grandmother, please show mercy. Your grandson recognizes his errors. The sorceress's face flushed, her demeanor inexplicably altered after the earlier illusions. Hearing the little figure's words, she felt an unexpected embarrassment. Speak, then. Gu Han, oblivious to the sorceress's subtle shift, sought to comprehend the essence of Qin Yan, who had evidently lingered here for some time. What manner of creature are you? Grandfather. The little figure bowed once more. As you can see, I am merely an illusion demon. Is that so? Gu Han scoffed derisively. Formless and intangible, undying and indestructible. An illusion demon, you say? Grandfather, your wisdom is unmatched. The little figure trembled. Such illusion demons are entities that have reached the pinnacle of cultivation. Whether they even exist is uncertain. I, your humble grandson, lack the prowess and depth of cultivation, merely conjuring illusions to deceive others, which you have easily dismantled. It prattled on incessantly. An illusion demon possesses but one skill: to exploit the vulnerabilities of others' defenses, stealthily infiltrating their minds, pilfering memories, and crafting various illusions to bewilder adversaries. These illusions are also the very resources it requires for cultivation. The more engrossed its opponents become in the illusions, the greater the benefits it reaps. Just as earlier, the sorceress's abilities far surpassed its own. She was merely ensnared by the illusion, allowing it to manipulate her at will. An illusion demon, once cultivated to the utmost, becomes truly formless and intangible, undying and indestructible, with illusions so indistinguishable from reality that discerning the truth becomes nearly impossible. However, within the dragon mirror, living beings are a rare occurrence. Although this small figure has transformed into an illusionary demon, it possesses no means to cultivate. When it finally encountered Gu Han and his companion, it attempted to employ its illusionary powers for the first time, only to have them effortlessly dispelled. Were you not an illusionary demon before? Gu Han detected the subtlety in its words. No. The small figure vehemently shook its head. I was once a human cultivator. But during a bout of coughing, I fell into the hands of a fellow named Yun Qi, who imprisoned me. As you know, esteemed grandfather, this place is devoid of any spiritual energy or vitality. No matter how high my cultivation, I could not endure. Fortunately, I acquired a secret technique that allowed me to transform into an illusionary demon to survive. Yun Qi? Gu Han pondered, though no one had informed him. He had vaguely deduced that Yun Ao and the War King, Yin Huang, belonged to the same lineage. It was likely that Yun Qi was their ancestor. Alas, the small figure wore a face of frustration. This Yun Qi appears to be an exceedingly rare descendant of the ancestral dragon, possessing not only great strength, but also a remarkable treasure. How unfortunate, truly unfortunate. Descendants of the ancestral dragon? Gu Han expressed surprise. He was aware of the legends surrounding the ancestral dragon and had witnessed the prowess of War King Yin Huang, assuming it to be the result of unique techniques, never suspecting they were, in fact, descendants of the ancestral dragon. There are some, the demoness spoke softly. Although the ancestral dragon vanished countless years ago, it is said that it left behind bloodline descendants, though this lineage seldom manifests in the world, remaining unseen by others. Grandmother, you are indeed well informed. The small figure praised, lifting its thumb in admiration. I am truly in awe. Guhan remained silent. The lineage of Yin Huang, including Yun Ao, were all descendants of the ancestral dragon. But what of Feng Xi? Was she also a descendant? How could that be possible? Chapter 336. The Demoness and Mo Chenin. Which do you prefer more? Meanwhile, the small figure appeared honest, yet its eyes sparkled with cunning, as if devising a way to escape from Guhan's grasp. Just like the Demoness, the soul mourning technique would inflict significant harm on beings such as they. Not escaping could mean certain death. I ask you. Guhan suppressed his inner doubts and inquired. How long have you been here? Understanding the current situation was of utmost importance. I've forgotten. The small figure shook its head. Having been here for so long, I lost track of time. It has likely been several thousand years. How vast is this place? Very large, indeed, comparable to a small world. Are you the only one here? Yes, yes. The small figure nodded vigorously. I am the only one. Everyone else has perished. You and grandmother are the only living beings I've encountered. Guhan scoffed coldly, finding the creature's words entirely untrustworthy. This place harbored deities, nether beings, and even peculiar entities like illusionary demons. Surely, there were other things unknown to him. Grandfather, the small figure wore an expression of ingratiation. Do you not wish to leave? Guhan was taken aback. You know how to exit? Of course, the small figure boasted. After so many years, I know this place like the back of my hand. If grandfather wishes to leave, I shall guide you. Do not believe it. The Demoness shook her head. If it could have ventured out, it would have done so long ago, without the need to transform into a phantom. Grandmother, the little one incessantly pleads for justice. You must not wrong me. My filial piety towards my grandparents is evident to heaven and earth. I would never dare utter a single falsehood. I have visited that place numerous times, and I boldly assert that it is indeed the nexus of this small world. With the proper method, we could surely escape. However, it shifted its tone, a look of despondency overtaking its features. As a phantom, even if I were to see it, I would have no means to unlock that location. Where's the nexus? Guhan felt a stir in his heart. He sensed that the little one spoke the truth. The little one promptly gestured in a direction, stating that it was about 100,000 miles away. Before the words could fully escape, an unexpected change occurred. It seemed as if something fundamental had been injured. Or perhaps it was due to another reason. As the witch trembled, the ethereal light in her eyes rapidly fading. Grandmother, the little one exclaimed. What has happened to you? How have you sustained such grievous injuries? Guhan's heart tightened, and he instinctively glanced back. No. The witch's face was etched with pain. Do not mind me. It seeks to flee. This is bad. Guhan felt a chill run down his spine as he spun around. But where was the little one's figure? Only a towering giant edifice loomed before him. In front of the towering structure stood a figure with a gun, turned away from him. Yonging. In an instant, Guhan's murderous intent surged uncontrollably. Boom, boom. The scene before him rapidly crumbled. Damn it. In the shadows, the little one cursed. Why is this individual's resolve so unyielding, far more troublesome than that little girl? It longed to escape, yet with Guhan's speed. Catching up would take but a moment. Just moments ago, Guhan's concern for the witch had momentarily opened his defenses, allowing the little one to slip through. It had thought this illusion would confine Guhan for a brief instant, but it never anticipated his spirit was too steadfast, and before the illusion could take effect, it had already collapsed. Again, it gritted its teeth, and based on the memories it had pilfered, it constructed another illusion. This time, it was the capital of the Great Qi. Yet in less than a heartbeat, the illusion crumbled once more. Secret realms, desolate borders. The wildwood. Each illusion was conjured but barely lasted a fleeting moment. Suddenly, the illusion shifted, transforming into the scene where Guhan had once found a Sha. Yet this illusion collapsed even more swiftly than before. The little one gradually sank into despair. Could it be that this fellow's heart harbors not a single flaw? As it pondered its next move, it casually conjured another illusion. This time, surprisingly, it did not collapse. Within a small courtyard, a boy of 4 or 5 years old excitedly leaped into the embrace of a man. Father, you're back. Han air. The man lifted him, a look of indulgence on his face. Did I not tell you? Your biological parents are, in fact, someone else. From now on, call me adoptive father, understood? No. The young boy wore a resolute expression. They cast me aside, he declared. The man sighed and drew forth a tattered longsword. Its hardness was unparalleled in the world. Yet now it lay in ruins. Clearly, your parents have encountered difficulties. They did not abandon you, but rather sought to protect you. Remember, this sword is the sole clue to your lineage. Take good care of it. Do you understand? Yes, the boy replied, though his comprehension seemed vague. I will remember. Adoptive father. Witnessing this scene, even the steadfast Gu Han felt an inclination towards the ethereal illusion. Fool. Which? They were aware of their biological parents. Yet he pondered his own identity. Haha. In the shadows, a little figure rejoiced wildly, exclaiming, So, this is the obsession dwelling within this fellow? Biological parents? How intriguing. Initially, he could have seized the opportunity to escape, but now he altered his intentions. Wait, let me extract all your memories. You have called me grandfather so many times. You must also address me as father. With this thought, he hesitated no longer and instantly transformed the illusion. In an instant, Gu Han found himself enveloped in a misty luminescence, suspended between reality and fantasy. Faintly, the sound of an infant's cries reached his ears. Simultaneously, a gentle yet profoundly sorrowful woman's voice echoed in his vicinity. I'm sorry. Whose voice was this? Gu Han's expression momentarily faltered. Though he heard it for the first time, it inexplicably resonated with familiarity. Could it be? He felt a flicker of excitement and was about to step into the light mist when suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. The nascent illusion began to collapse rapidly. Grandfather, spare me. Soon after, a heart-wrenching scream pierced the air, and the little figure vanished without a trace. Dissipating into nothingness, Gu Han appeared dejected. He had ultimately failed to uncover the truth. It seemed as though a great secret lay concealed within him, for the illusion crumbled before it could fully manifest, taking the little figure with it into oblivion. I'm sorry. Was this an apology directed at himself? Are you all right? At some point, the witch had approached him, her eyes still reflecting traces of pain. Earlier, she had called out to Gu Han incessantly, yet there had been no response. I'm fine, Gu Han sighed. It was intentional. The witch hesitated. You were searching for your origins? Gu Han glimpsed her memories, and naturally, she beheld his as well. What a pity, he mused with a wry smile. I still could not uncover the truth. It is somewhat regrettable. For a moment, both were lost in their own thoughts, enveloped in silence. By the way, after a lengthy pause, Gu Han seemed to recall something. What was that about earlier? Did your injuries resurface? If you lack sufficient elixirs, I have plenty. The witch remained silent. Her predicament transcends mere injury. The path of the demon is inherently devoid of sentiment. To harbor feelings is to inevitably wound the very essence of oneself. Gu Han found himself somewhat unsettled. The sorceress of today no longer teased or entranced him, presenting a stark contrast to her previous demeanor, resembling more the once familiar emotion, albeit with an air of strangeness. He could not help but inquire, Are you now emotion, or, cough cough, the sorceress sister? The sorceress cast a sidelong glance at him, exuding an enchanting charm, pure yet laced with allure. And within that allure lay a hint of chill. It depends on which one you prefer more, she replied. Gu Han felt a wave of regret wash over him. Why did he ask such a foolish question? Had he not just invited trouble upon himself? Suddenly, the sorceress leaned closer, a radiant smile gracing her lips. Do you like both? As she spoke, her visage gradually transformed, and in the blink of an eye, she assumed the appearance of emotion once more, radiant and unparalleled. A beauty that could captivate nations. It seemed as if even the shadows within the dragon mirror lightened in her presence. At that moment, at a considerable distance from the two, a figure stumbled forward. Though described as a figure, it could only be deemed a mere skeleton. The skin clung tightly to the bones, thin as parchment, producing a sound of creaking joints with each movement. Yet, the glimmer of life flickering in its eye sockets suggested a lingering vitality. This skeleton was extraordinarily tall, compared to ordinary humans or even the barbarian race. It towered over them. Despite its daunting stature, it moved with remarkable speed, its trajectory unmistakably aimed at Gu Han. As it advanced, peculiar sounds emanated from its mouth. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that the sounds comprised only 2 syllables, Yanao. In Volume 1, Chapter 337, Being Myself is Quite Good. Within the confines of the dragon mirror, the sorceress, having transformed back into emotion, deliberately drew closer, her eyes blinking innocently, a hint of mischief gleaming within. Are you satisfied with this appearance of your sister? Guhan remained silent. Had this been an earlier time, he might have unsheathed his sword on the spot. However, having glimpsed her memories, he found himself unable to summon the heart to do so. Even the harshest reprimands eluded him. Before him stood a woman of striking beauty. Her skin fair as snow, her visage a masterpiece. The true Mo Chun-in surpassed even his imagination, enhanced by the beguilement of her demon form. A radiance that was utterly captivating. Even with his steadfast disposition, he could not help but feel a flutter of emotion within. After a brief moment, he sighed gently. Have you remained in that place all this time? Why? The sorceress smiled slyly. Are you feeling sorry for your sister? Not at all. Guhan's defense sounded rather feeble. I was merely inquiring. In truth, it is not lonely at all, the sorceress sighed wistfully. At that time, I was gravely injured and on the brink of death. Fortunately, I harnessed a thread of profound dark energy as my foundation, transforming into a celestial demon. This slumber lasted for a millennium, and when my sister was roused, the sight that greeted her was none other than the three of you unfortunate souls. Guhan suddenly realized. The enchantress had been awakened, likely due to Gu Tian inciting a rebellion among the beasts of the wild forest. A flicker of curiosity passed through the enchantress's eyes. How do you know my sister has been there for 1,000 years? That esteemed elder, Guhan pondered. The figure who appeared in your illusion, I have encountered him. A millennium ago, when giants descended and a battle raged beyond the heavens. Coupling this with certain revelations from Chongming, he was now certain that the man in white was undoubtedly the old blind man, though even now, his name eludes him. That esteemed elder, the enchantress sighed softly. He is a good man. That passage, the enchantress contemplated, was intentionally cleaved open by him to spare me from harm. Had it not been for him, I would have had no opportunity to transform into a celestial demon. Moreover, at that time, he was grievously wounded, yet still took the time to consider my fragile state as a mere celestial demon. Wounded? Guhan was taken aback. Though merely an illusion, he could sense from that strand of sword intent that the man's power far surpassed that of Butler Yu. To think he was in a wounded state? What must his true strength be? How does he compare to Qian Yi in terms of prowess? By the way, the enchantress said with an unexpected spark, that Lu Ying is still alive. Alive? Guhan was somewhat astonished. You need not share such things with me. The enchantress fell silent, unsure why she had spoken. In truth, Guhan contemplated, whether alive or dead, it is ultimately her own choice, and she must bear the consequences herself. Yet, even if you have transformed into a celestial demon, you remain the same Mo Chun-in. Is that so? The enchantress's eyes brightened, and she smiled gently. Then will my sister continue to be Mo Chun-in from now on? You already are, Guhan replied, somewhat puzzled. Moreover, isn't returning to oneself a good thing? Are you certain? The enchantress moved a bit closer, her fiery red lips enticing in their allure. Is it not because my sister is beautiful? Absolutely not. Guhan's expression turned serious. It is definitely not. The enchantress chuckled lightly, but a shadow of pain flickered in her gaze, and she gradually distanced herself from Guhan. Returning to oneself is indeed quite splendid. But dear brother, in doing so, you may endanger your sister. Ahem. Guhan felt somewhat awkward, turning his gaze to the distance. Let us go and seek out the world nexus spoken of by that fellow. Perhaps there lies a slender chance of escape. Do you truly believe his words? Whether I believe it or not, we must investigate, Guhan replied with a shake of his head. Moreover, they outside are certainly devising ways to rescue me. Central Plains. Falling balance sacred land. Thus, Zhou Ye remarked, observing the travel-worn expression on Wang Yong's face. Your junior brother has been trapped? Yes. The Flame Emperor intends to perish alongside that man. Indeed. Very well, Zhou Ye nodded. I understand. As he spoke, he slowly shouldered the large black pot and secured the sharp blade at his waist, making his way outside. Zhou Ye, just a few steps in, the Lord of Falling Balance suddenly appeared before him. You've only just returned. Where are you off to now? To rescue my junior brother. Will you return then? It depends on the situation. The Lord of Falling Balance looked exasperated. If I am not dead, Zhou Ye explained earnestly, I will naturally return. If I am dead, then there will be no return. Wait. The Lord of Falling Balance appeared troubled. I can select a few guardians for you. No need, Zhou Ye eagerly responded. I will choose myself. Those above the extraordinary realm should accompany me, and it would be best if you, my lord, also made the trip. The Lord of Falling Balance sighed in resignation. To save an unrelated person, even I must go? What is my status? Must we make such a grand show of it? Nearby, Wang Yong shook his head subtly. The Lord is being stingy. The elixirs provided by young Master Gu are worth far more than a half-saint herb. We are indebted to him, after all. Moreover, before returning, I did gamble with that scoundrel Zhou Ye. If you do not go, where will I put my old face? My lord, Zhou Ye contemplated, there's no need for you to force yourself. If you do not wish to go, you may remain in the Holy Land. By the way, what was that person's name last time? I think he would make a fine holy son. Go. The Lord of Falling Balance waved his hand decisively. All those above the extraordinary realm shall accompany me. Within the West Extreme Holy Demon Sect, on a throne thick with demonic energy, Yan Qianjue squinted slightly, his heavy aura instilling fear in the hearts of those present. Zhou Ye, he spoke calmly, are all gathered? Reporting to the sect leader. Zhou Ye's expression turned serious. All cultivators above the extraordinary realm within the sect are present. Good. In an instant, Yan Qianjue stood, his demonic might swirling around him, exuding a dominance that seemed to overlook the world. Now, let us continue our discussion. Suddenly, he noticed the graceful figure of Yu Miao approaching. My dear daughter. The demonic aura dissipated instantly, replaced by a warm smile. As you said, there are no shortcomings among those above the extraordinary realm. Do you have any further instructions? The crowd of demon cultivators felt a jolt at the sight of the beautiful woman before them. Within the West Extreme Holy Demon Sect, everyone understood a fundamental truth. The sect leader Yan Qianjue commanded respect, but this lady was the supreme leader. Even the sect leader had to heed her words. To the eastern wasteland, Yu Miao's command was simple. Rescue my junior brother. Yes. The demons responded in unison, eager to comply without delay. Nearby, Zhou Ye felt a surge of excitement within. This time, he would finally have the chance to trample Wang Yong, that scoundrel, into the ground. The Fu family. People. Fu Yide's attitude was now completely reversed. We must rescue him. That stone harbored unexpected dangers. Had it not been for him, our Fu family might have faced a catastrophic disaster. Father, the chubby son kindly reminded, there's also the elixir formula. How precious it is, I need not say. My brother offered it all without a second thought. I know. Fu Yid cast him a piercing glance. However, if the ancestral figure were to intervene once more, it would likely pose no threat. An aged voice resonated. I still endure. Before Yulin matures, my demise shall not come easily. In light of this, Fu Yid pondered momentarily. Then, father. The plump man hesitated, saying, there is another matter. Speak. Once we arrive there, could you extend me some courtesy? After all, I am a king of the heavenly guardians. Huh? Fu Yid scoffed disdainfully. A king of the heavenly guardians? Is that truly remarkable? I am the father of a king of the heavenly guardians. Am I not proud? Volume 1, Chapter 338. Let us see if he is dead or not. In the northern region of Eastern Wilderness, within the Hall of Heavenly Ascendants, Master, Zhao Mengyu, her face etched with fatigue, gazed at the Lord of the Hall. If you would consent to take action this time, aiding the great Yin dynasty through this crisis, it would undoubtedly earn you a favor from the Yin Emperor. The weight of a favor from a powerful being in the ascendant realm needs no elaboration. You should comprehend its significance, Master. Furthermore, she did not grant the Lord of the Hall a chance to respond. The Fu family of Zhongzhou, the sacred land of Luang, and the sacred devil sect of the western extremes. All these formidable factions will dispatch their elites to fully support the great Yin dynasty in its confrontation with the barbarian tribes. There is but one opportunity. Master, you must seize it wisely. Her words left the Lord of the Hall speechless. Is this truly my disciple who once merely advocated for passive observation in the face of adversity? How has she changed so much in such a brief span? The opportunity is indeed promising. He contemplated for a moment, feeling somewhat suspicious. Yet, why do I sense that you harbor ulterior motives? None. Zhao Mengyu replied earnestly. All my actions are solely for the Hall of Heavenly Ascendants. For you, Master. They concern no one else. The Lord of the Hall felt a pang of guilt. What a fine disciple. How could I, in my earlier cowardice, have forced her into servitude? I have been an unworthy master. How shameful indeed. On the border of the great Yin, atop a mountain peak, sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from afar, the war king furrowed his brow. I wonder if my elder brother will succeed. Alas, beside him, old Sun sighed softly, with his grievous injuries, forcibly merging the legacy mark. It is unlikely he can endure for long. That said, neither of them offered any counsel against it. Firstly, Guhan must be rescued. Secondly, They were well aware of the emperor's character. Once he made a decision, no one could sway him. For instance, previously when he executed Yun Lai in the void, the Yin emperor sat cross-legged, his eyes closed, the dragon-shaped mark on his brow flickering in and out of visibility, wisps of ethereal energy cascading into his being, his complexion growing increasingly pallid. Suddenly, he trembled, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Yet, that blood transformed into a deep purple hue, morphing into a strand of purple flames that instantaneously enveloped his entire form. Abruptly, the purple flames soared into the air, reshaping into a massive purple dragon. Its amethyst-like eyes filled with indifference and ancient sorrow. Roar! A dragon's roar reverberated, a sense of ancient desolation instantly radiating outward. In the war god palace, within the secret realm, Yun-Ao abruptly opened his eyes. Having absorbed the life force and the essence of flesh from the three barbarian saints, he had almost fully recovered from his previous injuries. Was it Yuntian? As a descendant of the ancestral dragon, with cultivation surpassing that of others, he faintly sensed a subtle change in the ancestral dragon's mark. What was his intention? A shifting gaze brought him to the pond nearby, still contemplating rescuing that young man. How tenacious indeed. Go, he commanded nonchalantly. Check if that young man is dead. If not, then utterly extinguish any hopes Yuntian harbors. At his words, the little azure dragon flicked its tail and swiftly vanished into the depths of the pond. Within the dragon's mirror, several days had passed. Gu Han and his companion had traversed a considerable distance, drawing ever closer to the world nexus spoken of by the illusory demon. Throughout their journey, aside from occasional glimpses of colossal skeletal remains, they encountered no further mishaps. Yet, inexplicably, since that day of upheaval, the sorceress had grown increasingly frail. This weakness seemed unrelated to her cultivation, subtly intertwined instead with her celestial demon essence. What was happening? Observing her waning spirit, Gu Han could not help but inquire once more. Is it that day when you forcibly controlled a transcendent being that harmed your foundation? I still possess 2 semi-saint herbs, both beneficial for soul energy. It's nothing, the sorceress chuckled, mustering her spirit. Sister is merely a bit fatigued. Gu Han furrowed his brow deeply. This had become the umpteenth time he had asked, and each time he received the same response. He felt that the sorceress was concealing something from him. Just as he was about to inquire further, a sudden dragon's roar reverberated through the air. Immediately, a fleeting azure dragon silhouette appeared in the dim sky. The dragon moved with astonishing speed, seemingly in search of something. This is bad. Gu Han's expression shifted. He recalled vividly that on the day of the battle between Yun-Ao and the Flame Emperor, there had been a blue dragon and a purple dragon. This azure dragon was clearly related to Yun-Ao. Run. Without hesitation, he seized the sorceress and activated his full powers, swiftly darting forward. An ominous premonition stirred within him. If the dragon silhouette discovered their whereabouts, the consequences would be dire. Behind them, the dragon silhouette drew ever closer, its speed nearly tenfold that of his own. There. In a critical moment, Gu Han suddenly spotted the remains of an unknown creature ahead, stretching thousands of feet long, its head seemingly not entirely decayed, faintly shrouded in a spectral glow. Quick. Although he was uncertain whether they could evade detection there, he had no other choice. In an instant, he accelerated further, barely slipping into the creature's head just as the dragon's silhouette closed in. Simultaneously, not far from Gu Han, a towering skeleton staggered forward, having also heard the dragon's roar. Suddenly, it froze, collapsing directly to the ground. The brilliance in its eyes swiftly dimmed, extinguishing any trace of vitality. After a brief moment, it seemed to sense a hint of insecurity. Its 2 arms flailed momentarily, quickly excavating a pit, into which it rolled twice, partially burying itself within the earth. At that moment, an overwhelming and dignified will swept past it. As Gu Han entered the skull of the corpse, the shadow of the dragon flickered by. Faintly perceiving that formidable will from the outside, Gu Han let out a long breath, nearly discovered. Fortunately, the head of this unknown creature could shield him from that probing will. Just then, the witch spoke softly. If you hadn't brought me along, you could have fled faster. Gu Han remained silent, calmly placing down the soft jade hand, his gaze sweeping to begin inspecting the interior of the skull. What appeared to be bone was more akin to a shell. Unlike the skulls of the divine race, this shell was uneven, adorned with numerous gray, rock-like formations that seemed to be the remnants of the creature's flesh and blood. Yet, several dozen yards ahead, a high, protruding mass loomed, a giant egg, 10 yards wide and 100 yards long, of a bluish-gray hue. For some inexplicable reason, he felt an ominous aura emanating from this giant egg. Sighing beside him, the witch lamented, "Brother, it seems we are once again destined for misfortune." Guhan's heart tightened, instinctively bracing himself. If he guessed correctly, the witch was fixated on the massive egg. This should be an egg laid by the Qijin Wug. Qijin Wug. Indeed, the witch nodded. The Qijin Wug is a relatively rare and ferocious creature within the void. An adult Qijin Wug can grow to several thousand yards in length, with a body harder than celestial gold, feeding on the flesh and blood of living beings. Its temperament is fierce and bloodthirsty, and few cultivators survive an encounter with it. Moreover, it possesses a unique ability. When cornered, it generates an egg in its mind to store its flesh, blood, and essence. At the opportune moment, it will break free once more. In truth, she pondered, we must have caught its attention upon entering, yet it refrained from attacking, wary of whatever lies outside. Guhan felt a chill run down his spine. He knew from that illusion that the witch preferred to remain indoors, intrigued by strange tales, and he had no reason to doubt her words. However, the witch continued her analysis. It does not know there is a youth present. Even if this method preserves some of its essence, its strength will be significantly diminished. Yet, for us, it becomes perilous. Why? It is very hungry. At that moment, the shadow of the dragon outside had probed several times, seemingly yielding no results. With a soft cry, that imposing will gradually dissipate it. Let us go. Guhan seized the witch once more, his figure flashing as they swiftly departed. Crack, crack. Faintly, behind them, the sound of shell fragments breaking echoed. Chapter 339. Do not get too close. Hand over the pills. Boom. A formidable and overwhelming aura suddenly surged from behind. This is bad. Guhan's mind swept across the surroundings, and a sense of dread enveloped him. The crimson golden centipede, though diminished in stature compared to before, still stretched 100 feet in length, its shell a deep, ominous black. Along its sides, dozens of delicate legs moved in a frenzied manner, while its menacing fangs glimmered with a chilling light, saliva dripping from its maw like a sinister droplet of venom. Clearly, it had been starved for many years. Despite the loss of flesh and essence, its presence still rivaled the most elite of the transcendent realm. Hiss! A series of spine-chilling screeches echoed, growing ever closer. Guhan remained silent, fleeing with all his might. He felt a sense of frustration. Within this dragon mirror realm, he encountered either the brutish transcendent tribes or ferocious beasts. And aside from that insufferable illusionist, there was none who could be vanquished. Beside him, the sorceress displayed no hint of anxiety. Seizing the moment while Guhan was preoccupied, she gently wrapped her arms around him, burying her delicate head within the slightly tattered jade-colored robe. Brother, there is no need to run. It cannot defeat you. Guhan's expression darkened further. He began to doubt the sorceress's mental clarity due to her severe injuries. Not only was she taking advantage of him, but she also seemed oblivious to the gravity of their predicament. How could it possibly be defeated? Have you forgotten? A flicker of pain crossed the sorceress's eyes, yet her tone remained unexpectedly gentle. Sister possesses a profound yin energy, coveted even by the old rogue Liao. It would greatly enhance your abilities, facilitating your ascension to the transcendent realm. In this land, you would be virtually invincible. Even Yun Ao would stand no chance against you, allowing you to swiftly seek out your beloved Asha. Liao was the name of her master. Boom. Before Guhan could respond, the crimson golden centipede had caught up, letting out a piercing shriek as it opened its massive jaws, fangs gleaming ominously as it lunged toward him. The ground trembled. He had no time to evade, nor could he escape. Gritting his teeth, he compressed the intangible sword energy around him to a radius of 1.5 feet, causing his flesh to rupture in an instant. But in exchange, he unleashed an unparalleled offensive. Clang! The sound of gold ringing echoed as his sword clashed with the centipede's fangs. Bang! Guhan was sent reeling, spitting blood, as he hastily swallowed several pills, using the momentum to propel himself further away. Meanwhile, the centipede's fang was nearly severed by his sword. Hiss! Driven by hunger and pain, the crimson golden centipede's multifaceted eyes glimmered with a red light. Its ferocity intensified as it pursued him once more. If you do not take it, The sorceress tightened her grip around Guhan. You will truly perish. Take it? Guhan scoffed coldly. If I take it, you would perish as well. For that profound energy is the essence of your demonic form, is it not? The sorceress's gaze dimmed. How long do you think you can survive without it? Hiss. At that moment, the crimson golden centipede charged once again. Boom. A deafening crash erupted. Guhan's figure was once again hurled backward, crashing onto the ground, landing adjacent to a half-buried skeleton. Strangely, Guhan felt as though the skull had tilted slightly to the side, as if expressing disdain for him. Hiss. This time, the golden centipede seemed unwilling to grant Guhan an escape. With a roar, it lunged once more towards the earth, ready to bite down. Hurry. The sorceress appeared somewhat anxious, fearing it would be too late. Just as the thought was unfinished, the nearby skeleton suddenly sprang to life, opened its mouth towards Guhan, and then threw a powerful punch at the golden centipede. The force was immense, as if it could part the heavens. Bang! In an instant, the skeleton's fist collided with the golden centipede, a fleeting yet formidable surge of vitality flashing past, shattering the creature's fangs and creating a deep dent in its skull. With a mournful cry, the golden centipede was sent flying away. The skeleton was still alive? Guhan stared in disbelief. Not only was it alive, but it was also remarkably strong. At that moment, the skeleton turned its gaze towards Guhan, emitting a series of peculiar sounds. Guhan was utterly bewildered. What was it saying? It seemed the sorceress was also uncertain. Is it scolding you? Guhan hiss. The golden centipede, severely wounded by the punch, went berserk, disregarding the brownish liquid seeping from its head, and with its remaining fang thrashing about, it lunged once more at the group. Come. Guhan brandished his sword, exuding a surge of sword energy. He was confident that, in collaboration with the skeleton, defeating the golden centipede would pose no significant challenge. Little did he expect. The skeleton abruptly deviated from its previous valiant demeanor, swiftly darting away on its long legs. Guhan was left dumbfounded. While fleeing, the skeleton shouted at Guhan. The sorceress blinked. It was calling you foolish, urging you to run. Guhan, with a darkened expression, seized the sorceress and fled forward. He actually understood that remark. Behind them, the golden centipede relentlessly pursued. However, its severely injured body could not match its previous speed, despite its innate ferocity. It was impossible to catch up to Guhan and the skeleton in a short time. The skeleton, though appearing on the verge of falling apart, maintained a surprising pace, keeping up with Guhan's sword escape technique with its long legs. Hiss. Observing Guhan preparing to ingest a pill, it shouted again, its voice tinged with a hint of longing. Give me the pill. I will help you defeat it. Guhan grasped its meaning with clarity. After a moment of hesitation, he produced a vial of body-refining pills and tossed it over. This skeleton was evidently a barbarian. He had realized as much. Moreover, it seemed to be a barbarian capable of reason. Otherwise, that previous punch would not have struck the golden centipede's head, but rather his own. Compared to the golden centipede, an interlocutory barbarian was undoubtedly far easier to negotiate with. Having received the pill, the barbarian abruptly halted, reverently pouring the elixirs into his mouth. Guhan harbored considerable skepticism. Were it not for the absence of a tongue, this skeleton might have licked the vial clean. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. The elixirs from the Xiandan camp were not to be trifled with. The skeleton, as if inflated, was instantly enveloped in flesh and blood, unleashing a formidable surge of vitality that soared into the heavens. With a resounding thud, he stomped heavily, creating a deep crater in the solid ground, and in the blink of an eye, delivered a crushing blow to the golden centipede. With one punch, the centipede's head was obliterated into a pulp. He then seized the lifeless body of the golden centipede, a potent force coursing through him as he voraciously absorbed its essence. At that moment, Guhan had already vanished from sight. From the instant the barbarian struck, he sensed an extraordinary level of strength emanating from him, far surpassing even the elders of the Holy Realm's war god temple. There was no need to flee. Unbeknownst to him, the enchantress had once again tightly embraced Guhan. He harbors no malice towards us. How can you be so certain? Have you forgotten? My sister is a celestial demon, adept at discerning the hearts of men. If he had intended harm, I would have warned you the moment you offered him the elixir. Guhan felt a twinge of embarrassment. Such matters of the heart could be discussed later. Release me, please. No. Let go. Just then, a shadow suddenly descended before them, tall and gaunt. This figure towered over an ordinary barbarian. Though flesh adorned its skeletal frame, it appeared even more terrifying than the skeleton from earlier. Guhan froze, instinctively on guard. He anticipated that this barbarian would catch up to him so swiftly. The hollow eyes of the creature bored down on Guhan, its expression menacing. Voice raspy and unpleasant. Did you lure it here? You look like a fool. Do you have any idea how many years I spent accumulating this vitality, only to squander it all? Guhan glanced at the enchantress. Is this what you meant by having no ill intentions? He inhaled deeply. What do you desire? As he spoke, his own power surged within him. Compensate. The barbarian regarded him as if he were simple-minded. If you can procure another vial, or even two, of that elixir, then perhaps today you may leave unscathed. Guhan suddenly realized that the enchantress's judgment of character was indeed astute. May I inquire your name? I am Yao. The barbarian sneered. Just arrived from outside. Have you heard of the War God Temple in the northern domain? I am the master of the War God Temple. Cough. Spare me your attempts at camaraderie. I only recognize elixirs. 2 vials now? Guhan was momentarily taken aback. The individual before him was the master of the War God Temple? What had become of Yaneo? Yao's gaze swept over the sorceress, his tone laced with disdain. In broad daylight, such intimate embraces, what a display of impropriety. Is there no sense of shame? At this, the sorceress blushed and gently released Guhan. The surroundings were dim. It was not the brightness of day. Yao, exasperated, retorted, Am I speaking of day or night? Hurry up. Where are the elixirs? He turned to Guhan. Impatience evident in his demeanor. Bring them out quickly. Do not dare claim you have none. I just saw you conceal your storage ring. You are positively swimming in wealth. Rest assured, I am a man of principles and shall only take what is rightfully mine. Guhan remained silent. Perceiving that Yao was unlike any barbarian he had encountered before, shrewd, excessively so, without hesitation, he tossed 2 vials of elixirs to him. Trusting the judgment of the sorceress was paramount. After all, Yao's current strength far surpassed his own. Yet he refrained from seizing the elixirs. This was another reason for his compliance. As anticipated, Yao was pleased and made no attempt to snatch them away. Guhan was even less inclined to let him depart. Although a barbarian, Yao was a rarity, one who adhered to principles. Moreover, he had presumably been here for quite some time, making him a valuable source of information. Dare I inquire, esteemed elder, how long have you been imprisoned here? Who can recall such details? Yao exhibited no interest in conversing. Do not ask. Asking only ensures you remain trapped. With this time, you would be better off devising ways to prolong your survival. Just as he finished speaking, Guhan flipped his hand and produced another vial of elixir. 2,152 years. He reported swiftly. With a grand gesture, he seized the elixir. Guhan was left speechless. Isn't that rather clear to remember? Brat. Yao shot him a glance. For the sake of the elixirs, I shall offer you a piece of advice. Find a place to hide immediately to avoid unnecessary depletion. I know you possess many elixirs, but here, no amount will suffice. You encountered me. Had it been someone else, well, let us just say that not only the elixirs, but even the 2 of you would be drained dry. Esteemed elder, Guhan pondered momentarily. I wish to ask a few questions. To have maintained his principles after over 3,000 years in such a place was indeed remarkable. Even for a barbarian like Yao. He fell silent for a moment. Another vial. Guhan retrieved the elixir. Yao then seated himself on the ground. Ask away. Once you have, you will relinquish your hopes. Yaneo, Guhan thought for a moment. Why did he become the lord of the War God Temple? What transpired back then? You are quite informed, Yao remarked, somewhat surprised. You should have realized that the true lord of the War God Temple is actually me. That dog Yaneo merely usurped my position. Several millennia ago, he sighed, a few individuals emerged from the ancient path of the Forbidden Zone, which had long been destroyed. Those were Yaneo and his companions. Forbidden Zone? Ancient path? Guhan was taken aback. Does this continent truly possess a route to the outside world? What else could it be? Yao looked at him as if he were a fool. Can they cleave the heavens and force their way in? Have you ever seen anyone enter by such a means? Do you know how thick the firmament is? Guhan longed to say he had seen it, not just once. Whether it be the divine clan, the old blind man, or even the moon overseer, they all tread unconventional paths. However, after some contemplation, he refrained from speaking, fearing retribution. Humph. Yao shot him a glare and continued. Initially, no one paid it any heed. Yet within less than a century, that brother Yuntian unexpectedly unified the southern regions of the eastern wilderness, establishing the great Yin dynasty. Originally, Yuntian was a man of principle, and our barbarian tribe, with its simple folk and aversion to conflict, had no real grievances with anyone. Guhan could no longer contain himself. Is there any sense in that? Just shamelessly embellishing one's own reputation, is it? The actions of the barbarian tribe bear no resemblance to such words. As he spoke, Qi Yao's tone suddenly ignited with anger. After several decades, that Yunao suddenly arrived at the barbarian tribe, seeking me out and proposing a collaboration to conquer the great Yin dynasty and seize the eastern wilderness. He claimed he wanted none of the resources. Naturally, I refused. Though the northern domain may not be as prosperous as the central continent, it is more than sufficient for the barbarian tribe to recuperate. Why would we need to compete for territory? Furthermore, he paused to add, I am a person of principles. If they haven't provoked us, why would we go out of our way to provoke them? Indeed, the sorceress interjected. You are the most principled person I have encountered. That is only natural, Qi Yao declared proudly. I cannot speak for others, but for me, life may be sacrificed, yet principles must remain intact. Thus, Guhan pondered. You were imprisoned then? Indeed, Qi Yao nodded. Although Yunao is powerful, he bore injuries. Yet as for myself, I had no fear of him. However, this scoundrel publicly challenged me to a duel while secretly inciting the elders of the War God Hall to set a blood sacrifice array. Then, when I was wounded and defeated, he imprisoned me. Guhan remained silent. This was indeed a tactic typical of Yunao. By the way, Qi Yao asked, what is the current situation outside? Picking and choosing his words, Guhan recounted the battle situation beyond. Qi Yao fell into silence. After a long while, he sighed deeply, saying, the current barbarian tribe is no longer the one I once knew. Even I have become this way. Why should I concern myself with their fates? However, he looked at Guhan curiously. How did you manage to enter? With such meager cultivation, what earth-shattering deeds have you accomplished to provoke him? Guhan felt somewhat embarrassed. That was not something he could disclose, fearing retribution from Qi Yao. Senior, the sorceress timely interjected, since you are gravely injured. Why did he not simply kill you, but instead choose to imprison you? He could not bear to. Qi Yao scoffed, gesturing toward the sky. That devouring force can refine the life forms here to aid in his healing. As a cultivator of the Ascension realm, my life force is certainly not to be overlooked. However, despite possessing secret techniques, after enduring for so many years, my foundation has nearly been destroyed. If it were not for the sake of, well, this existence that is neither human nor ghost, I would have long since had enough. Enough, enough, he concluded. He rose to his feet, his tone filled with desolation. I shall seek a place to await my demise. You two should also prepare yourselves. Guhan suddenly interjected. Do you know where the world's nexus lies? Despair not. Qi Yao waved his hand dismissively. What does it matter to know? I have studied for many years, yet it has yielded no fruit. Escape is utterly impossible. Guhan remained silent, flipping his hand to reveal 2 vials of elixirs. In a swift motion, Qi Yao, like the wind, snatched the potions. Let us depart, he declared with a grand gesture. I shall personally escort you. Outside, within the pond, a melodious sound resonated as the azure dragon once again coiled serenely in the water. Motionless. Did you not perceive it? Yunao chuckled softly. Indeed, he is far too weak to survive. He then gazed into the distance, his eyes filled with a deep contemplation. Whose turn shall it be to receive grace? Before he could finish, his eyes narrowed, and his expression darkened. Yuntian. In the borderlands of Diyan, amidst the void, as the ethereal essence from the dragon-shaped seal cascaded down, the form of the flame emperor became faintly translucent, while the violet aura surrounding him grew increasingly profound. In an instant, he opened his eyes wide, his figure flashing to stand atop the dragoness head. With a mighty roar, the purple dragoness body swelled against the wind, transforming into 1,000 feet long, its violet flames surging forth, threatening to incinerate the heavens, dispersing the endless mists and painting half the sky in purple hues. Today, the Flame Emperor spoke softly. Let us bring this matter to a conclusion. Sensing his intent, the dragon's tail swung, propelling it swiftly towards the northern domain, its destination, the War God Palace. On the mountain peak, the War King slowly rose, letting out a gentle sigh. It is time. After all these years, a resolution must be reached. Oldson, the rest is in your hands. Rest assured, Oldson nodded, vanishing in an instant. He had fallen from grace, and thus could not intervene in the battle above the sacred realm. Beside him, the master of Tianxing Palace appeared somewhat anxious. Has it truly begun? What of the falling balanced sacred land, the Fu family, and the western extreme sacred demon sect? Not a soul in sight. Did Meng Yu mislead me? Fellow Taoist, he said, steeling himself, was it not said that there would be assistance? Perhaps we should wait a while longer. Our chances would be greater. This battle is perilous, Yunzhan replied, shaking his head. Even with allies, I fear they may not arrive in time. I am profoundly grateful for your presence and shall ensure you do not fall into danger. Should things turn awry, you may leave at your discretion. With that, a faint dragon energy began to rise around him, and with a single step, he vanished from sight. Perilous? Depart? The master of Tianxing Palace grew increasingly frantic. Wasn't Meng Yu supposed to come to build connections? She never mentioned any of this. That wretched girl. Is she truly deceiving her master? In the Dalian military camp, the troops were already assembled, their gazes resolute as they beheld the streak of purple in the sky, feeling the searing heat descending upon them. Every soldier's spirit surged with determination and martial fervor. In this battle, failure is not an option. Rescue Gu Xianfeng and eradicate the menace of the barbarian tribes. To death shall we persevere. Elderly gazed at the protectors surrounding him. Zhao Mingyu furrowed her brows slightly, feeling somewhat out of place. On the battlefield, life and death are decreed by fate. When the fighting begins, do not concern yourselves with me. Just slay as many barbarians as possible. Furthermore, it is imperative that he be rescued. This last sentiment, however, remained unspoken. Like the lord of Tianxing Palace, Elder Li and the others felt a profound weariness. How had our divine maiden transformed into this? In the distance, a flash of light appeared. Elder Tsin's figure then descended beside Feng Xi, nodding gently. In an instant, a clear, resounding phoenix cry echoed. Feng Xi's cold voice reached everyone's ears. The border army of Dian. Follow me into battle. As her words fell, a melody from a guqin arose, altering from its usual melodious tune to one infused with the fierce intent of war, resonating with the clamor of arms and the grandeur of martial spirit. The sound of the guqin invigorated the hearts of the border troops, augmenting their battle fervor and subtly enhancing their combat prowess by 1 or 2 degrees. Kill! 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 The cries rang out ceaselessly. The border troops transformed into a torrent, like a sharp sword, piercing directly into the heart of the barbarian horde. Within the war god palace, the remaining 4 elders received news from the front lines, their expressions shifting to one of astonishment and fury as they issued commands in rapid succession. Mobilize the entire force. Engage in a decisive battle to the death. For countless years, this was the first of its kind. Despite the overwhelming strength of the barbarians compared to the Dian Empire, they too found themselves somewhat flustered. With a resounding roar, the ancient might of a dragon subtly permeated the senses of the elders. The Flame Emperor was about to invade the war god palace. Moreover, it was the ascended Flame Emperor. The faces of the elders turned pale. Just then, a figure clad in azure appeared before them. My lord. The elders quickly bowed, feeling a wave of relief wash over them. Yun Ao maintained a stoic expression. He had not anticipated that merely Gu Han could provoke such a significant response from the Flame Emperor and the entire Dian Empire. Yet, being self-assured, he did not regret his prior actions. My lord, one elder ventured cautiously, what shall we do now? Simple, Yun Ao replied calmly. They seek mercy. I shall grant them mercy. Issue the command. All barbarian tribes must mobilize and annihilate the Dian border army here. The Flame Emperor wishes for death. With a flick of his robe, Yun Ao's figure vanished without a trace. But they must first consult with me. Transmit the orders. With Yun Ao absent, the elders naturally regained the imposing authority befitting their status as supreme beings. All tribes, strike with full force. Let no member of the invading Dian border army remain in our northern territories. Boom. A 1,000-jong purple dragon writhed in tumult, its long tail sweeping across 100 miles as it raced toward the war god palace. The purple flames enveloping it now bore a hint of blackness. As it advanced, drops of purple flames cascaded down, creating a sea of purple fire. Within this inferno, everything was reduced to ashes. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, the purple dragon came to an abrupt halt. On the opposite side, a figure clad in azure gradually materialized before the purple dragon, revealing itself to be Yun Ao. He gazed at the Flame Emperor, who stood atop the dragon's horn, his form faintly translucent, and furrowed his brow. Do you truly wish to perish? Hand him over to me. The Flame Emperor's eyes shimmered with a hazy violet light, the dragon emblem on his forehead pulsating incessantly. It is too late, Yan Ao replied with a wry smile. He has already been refined by me. In an instant, the Flame Emperor erupted in violet flames, which surged forth and enveloped Yan Ao. Then you shall pay for his life. Their acquaintance spanned many years, evolving from friends to rivals, and now to bitter enemies. Their understanding of each other surpassed even their self-awareness, rendering unnecessary any superfluous words. With a fierce intensity, the purple dragon focused its gaze. An ancient, overwhelming draconic might descended, suppressing the azure flames that clung to Yan Ao. Subsequently, the dragon's head reared back, and with a blaze of purple flames, it engulfed Yan Ao entirely. The violet radiance in the Flame Emperor's eyes intensified, while the form of the purple dragon diminished, shrinking to a mere 100 feet in length. Suddenly, the Flame Emperor's expression paled. The transformation of the dragon's body halted abruptly, and a trace of azure emerged upon its head. Gradually, the azure hue expanded, quickly enveloping much of the dragon's form. A flicker of agony crossed the purple dragon's eyes as it unleashed a roar, shattering countless shards of violet flame. Amidst a sea of purple fire, the azure essence reformed into the shape of Yan Ao. Compared to before, his white hair had increased significantly. Look at you. He observed the increasingly translucent Flame Emperor, letting out a gentle sigh. The power of that mark is beyond your capacity to bear. The strength you exchanged your life for is still no match for me. If it were I, there would be no need for such toil. The Flame Emperor remained silent, the emblem on his brow trembling incessantly as violet flames swirled around him, and the purple dragon materialized once more. Do you wish to die? Yan Ao raised an eyebrow. Then you must relinquish the mark to me. The Ancestor Dragon Seal, the Ancestor Dragon Mirror, they all belong to me. With those words, his hair visibly turned white, and azure flames surged forth, enveloping the Flame Emperor at the center. It has been years, he slowly approached. My patience is at an end. Today, if you do not surrender the mark to me, what of that girl, Feng? As he spoke, his gaze shifted to the distance. Your reinforcements? At the border of the northern domain, the sounds of battle echoed, shouts and roars reverberating through the air. Countless troops from the Great Flame Border Army clashed fiercely with the barbarian tribes. With the presence of the 3 types of condensing jade pills, coupled with the faint strains of music drifting from afar, the border troops were filled with fighting spirit, unafraid of death. However, the barbarians were numerous, and now bolstered by the orders from the War God Hall, warriors from various tribes surged continuously from all corners of the northern domain, firmly obstructing the border troops from advancing. In one corner of the battlefield, Shui Yu's complexion was pale, yet the melody from her zither remained undisturbed. Despite her limited cultivation, the unique melody emanating from her instrument significantly enhanced the combat prowess of the border troops, almost akin to the presence of several peak extraordinary realm warriors. Naturally, she was afforded special protection. Yun Fan, Zhao Mengyu, Murong Yan, and Shun Xian, along with a multitude of border soldiers, steadfastly guarded her, preventing any marauding tribesmen from approaching even a step closer. Meanwhile, a few of Elder Li's followers had already been dispatched by Zhao Mengyu to engage in battle at the front lines. While the number of Sacred Realm warriors among the barbarians was considerable, their extraordinary realm fighters were not limited to just a handful from the War God Hall. With the absence of the plump fellows, it was imperative for others to share the burden of pressure. Yun Fan's gaze swept across the battlefield, a shadow of concern clouding his features. Unlike usual circumstances, the barbarian forces had mobilized almost entirely, placing an immense strain on the border troops, far exceeding their typical challenges. Even the most valiant among them would inevitably reach their breaking point. Suddenly, a powerful surge of blood energy breached the front lines, descending upon them. The barbarians were no fools. They had long since detected Shui Yu's anomalies. Eliminating her would diminish the combat strength of the Great Yin border troops by at least a tenth. Alarmed, above the fray, the blood-soaked Liao and his companions felt a jolt of urgency. Just as they prepared to rush to her aid, they found themselves ensnared by relentless adversaries. Unable to break free, in an instant, a resounding cry of a phoenix echoed through the air. Feng Xi transformed into a celestial phoenix, her eyes ablaze with crimson flames, poised to employ her secret technique to escape the encirclement and offer assistance. At that very moment, a beam of golden light suddenly descended from the heavens. Crashing down not far from Yunfan, a dozen or so barbarians, unable to evade in time, were obliterated into mere pulp. Amidst the swirling dust, a voice brimming with valor resounded. The great Yin dynasty, the king of heaven, is here. Overcome with joy, Yunfan exclaimed, "Brother Yulin." High above, before he could even break through to the extraordinary realm, the ever-spirited Li Doyuan, who was being pursued by a throng of barbarians, was also moved to tears. "My esteemed fat master, you have finally arrived." This time, it was not due to cowardice or incompetence. Rather, his previous display of prowess had garnered significant attention, second only to Gu Han, making him a prime target for countless barbarians the moment he entered the battlefield. Had it not been for his expertise in movement techniques, he might have been torn to shreds long ago. Voices continued to echo, from the falling balanced sacred land, Wang Yong; from the western extreme sacred demon sect, Zhou Ye; from the central continent Fu clan, Fu Yuren. Figures of varying stature descended in droves. This time, it was not merely the plump figure, but rather the top-tier experts from all three clans. A grand total of 30 to 40 extraordinary realm warriors emerged, among whom 8 or 9, like Zhou Ye and Wang Yong, were peak extraordinary realm cultivators. Boom, boom. In an instant, the sky was aglow with an array of mystical lights. As the space trembled and blood energy surged, the barbarian extraordinary realm fighters were thoroughly suppressed. Even Feng Xi felt the weight upon her lessen considerably. In the battlefield below, two formidable experts emerged, instilling fear and trepidation in the hearts of the barbarians. A solitary figure, burdened with a black pot and wielding a sharp blade, navigates through the barbarian throng. Although the technique of striking appears somewhat unrefined, the knife's exceptional sharpness renders the formidable physique of the barbarians, which they hold in high regard, as fragile as paper before this divine artifact bestowed by the Tao. However, Yu Miao's approach is entirely distinctive. The barbarians are unable to advance within a yard of her, mysteriously collapsing one after another, with only a crimson dot upon their foreheads, while no other trace of injury can be found on their bodies. In the distance, Wang Yong and Zhou Ye stealthily follow, cautiously ensuring protection. The saint's knife technique is unparalleled. The young master's needle technique is extraordinary. They cannot help but praise. Unintentionally, their eyes meet, and they inwardly curse. Bah! What nonsense knife technique! Your saint resembles a mere cook, and your young master's pathetic needlework reveals him to be a tailor. In the void, witnessing the sudden appearance of 8 saint-level experts, the master of Tiansheng Temple lets out a long sigh of relief. They have arrived. Finally, after all, they are his disciples, who have not led him to despair. Previously, after much deliberation, he decided to join them. Now that he is here, to shy away from engaging would not only squander the opportunity for camaraderie, but would also leave his dignity in tatters. However, in the face of 4 barbarian saints, despite being significantly stronger than the Wanhua Saint Lord, he can only contend with 1. The Battle King, still recovering from injuries, could manage against 3, but only with great difficulty. The arrival of reinforcements from the 3 families is akin to a timely gift in the midst of a snowstorm. The tide of battle has turned, yet the real concern now lies with the 4 barbarians. Battle King, I presume, the head of the Fu family, ever affable, is the first to greet. I am Fu Yud from Zhongzhou, and this is my son, the king of Zhentian, Fu Yuan. The mere toll of the bell is hardly worth mentioning. Upon hearing this, the individuals from the Luo Hung Holy Land and the Western Extreme Holy Demon Sect cast him a discreet glance. Rumor has it that the Fu family of Zhongzhou has produced an exceptional patriarch, and seeing him today, they find it to be true. Not only them, but even the elder from the Fu family who accompanied him feels his face flush with embarrassment. Esteemed friends, the Battle King smiles wryly. The bond of assistance today is one my brother and I will remember for life. However, this battle is perilous. Should anything go awry later, please feel free to withdraw. Perilous? The crowd is taken aback. With the odds of 10 against 2 in the Saint realm and 4 against 1 in the Feathered Ascension realm, it appears to be an overwhelmingly advantageous situation. Where lies the peril? Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away at the Battle God Temple, sensing the arrival of the newcomers, Yun Ao slowly retracts the azure flames. Subsequently, 3 figures descend silently. One radiates a faint celestial light and bears an impassive expression. It is the master of Luo Hong. Another emanates a menacing aura, brimming with arrogance. This is Yin Qianjue. The third, exuding an essence of decay, yet matching the others in imposing presence, is Fu Dahai, the ancestor of the Fu family. The three speak in unison. Thank you. My involvement in this matter is unrelated to you. Indeed, my daughter sent me here. The young one is a close companion of Yulin, and my Fu family will not stand idly by. The identities of Yuntian and Yunao are clear to them. However, they harbor no interest in the grievances between the two, nor do they wish to meddle. Having reached their level of cultivation, their primary focus lies in comprehending the Great Way and ascending to higher realms. In truth, their two interventions were solely for the sake of Guhan, a fact that Yin Huang fully comprehends, yet he still acknowledges this favor. Be cautious, he advises once more, as a violet aura surges in his eyes. Cautious. Yin Qianjue raises an eyebrow. You too are a descendant of the ancestral dragon, possessing considerable strength, yet your timidity is somewhat excessive. Allow me to test his prowess first. With that proclamation, a formidable magical aura emanates from him, causing the heavens to dim, while a vast, pitch-black, demonic cloud materializes overhead, from which a chorus of ferocious roars can be heard. In the next moment, dozens of demonic figures descend from the cloud, their expressions twisted with a bloodthirsty savagery as they converge upon Yunao. Yunao chuckles lightly. I have heard that you have resisted the Tianlong Temple in the Western Desert for years with your own strength. Indeed, your abilities are commendable, yet still insufficient. As he speaks, azure flames coalesce into a blue dragon, its piercing gaze sweeping across the battlefield as it unleashes a torrent of azure dragon breath. The breath transforms into azure flames, instantly engulfing and annihilating the demonic figures. Insufficient? A flicker of murderous intent flashes in Yin Qianjue's eyes. Do you believe you are that old bald monk? Yet more demonic figures descend, hundreds in total, encircling the blue dragon, their gaping maws filled with jagged teeth, ravenously devouring its flesh. In an instant, the number of demonic figures dwindles, and the blue dragon's form becomes increasingly fragmented. In truth, Yunao appears unfazed and suddenly shifts the conversation to another topic. Our clan possesses two supreme treasures. The first is the ancestral dragon seal, which grants its wielder the ability to command the descendants of the ancestral dragon and glimpse its secrets. The second is the ancestral dragon mirror, forged from a single scale of the ancestral dragon, which requires the assistance of the seal's master to overcome all obstacles. Thus, the seal serves as the primary artifact, while the mirror acts as a supplement. With each utterance, more strands of his hair turn white, until he is left with a head full of silver locks. However, as his tone shifts, he focuses solely on Yin Huang, his eyes burning with intensity. Why should you possess the dragon seal while I am relegated to the role of mere assistant? What justifies your dominance over me? What aspect of you surpasses me? With a resounding crash, an immense azure flame erupts from him, sweeping away the demonic figures, dispersing the dark cloud, and forcing the four of them back several miles. This is bad. Yin Qianjue's expression changes dramatically. This individual proves to be even more formidable than that old bald monk. The Lord of Luoheng also shifts in surprise. How could this person be so overwhelmingly powerful? Alas, Fu Dahai sighs deeply. It's over. Today, I must stake my life. In the perception of the three, Yunao's cultivation has surged, approaching the threshold of ascension. Yin Huang remained silent. The figure grew increasingly ethereal, the dragon-shaped mark on his brow trembling with heightened intensity. As wisps of purple blood silently dripped down, instantaneously transforming into a blazing purple flame that clashed incessantly with the azure fire. Step by step, he slowly approached Yunao. Without the need for further discourse, this was our destined encounter. Let us conclude it today. Destiny. It was the first time Yunao felt an overwhelming surge of wrath in his eyes. My fate is determined by me, not by the heavens. Today, a hint of disdain emanated from him as his gaze swept over several individuals. I shall suppress you all. With a thunderous shout, his visage aged visibly in an instant. Meanwhile, in the small pond nearby, the little azure dragon thrashed about, appearing somewhat agitated. Suddenly, a dense azure light surged upward, piercing the heavens and vanishing from sight. In the battlefield below, despite the vast distance, the emperor understood the unfolding events, a flicker of sorrow crossing his eyes. In a flash, Feng Xi arrived before Zhou Ye. Senior sister? Zhou Ye hesitated for a moment, retracting the dagger he had just prepared to wield. At this moment, Feng Xi gazed towards the sky. The individual was preoccupied, and this was the opportune moment to break the dragon's mirror and rescue the junior disciple. Break it. In the distance, the chubby figure was utterly bewildered. Didn't you say it couldn't be broken? The spirit seal. Feng Xi offered no further explanation. That artifact has been refined with the emperor's blood, imbued with a trace of the ancestral dragon's essence, allowing for a narrow opening to let the junior disciple escape. Senior sister, Zhou Ye scratched his head. I forgot to mention, I've already passed our resources to the junior disciple. He used them all, and didn't he return them to me? Feng Xi froze momentarily. Within the dragon's mirror, Guhan had traversed most of the journey. And under Qi Yao's guidance, he soon located the nexus of that small world. Upon seeing it, he was taken aback. The nexus was a vast expanse, taking the shape of a dragon's head. Its two dragon eyes were as dark as ink, appearing almost alive, despite not being a living entity. It still emanated strands of overwhelming dragon might, nearly stalling his cultivation. Do you see it? Qi Yao patted his shoulder. It's futile. Not only you, but even in my prime, 100 of me combined could not breach this nexus. As for you, it would be better to find a place and wait for death. Brother, at an unknown moment, the enchantress had secretly embraced Guhan. If it can't be breached, then so be it. After all, sister will always be with you, ensuring you never feel lonely. Huh? Qi Yao shook his head repeatedly, muttering about propriety and decorum under the sun, which elicited frequent eye rolls from the enchantress. This aura. Guhan pondered, feeling a sense of familiarity. Not only familiar, but it seemed he had encountered it up close before. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited within his mind. The 9-Chi Spiral Dragon Seal. Chapter 343, The Anomaly of the Dragon's Mirror. The 9-Chi Spiral Dragon Seal. This remarkable treasure was once wielded by the Flame Emperor in his youth. Due to years of being refined with his essence, it became imbued with a trace of the ancestral dragon's breath. During Feng Xi's travels, he sealed it within a formidable strike and entrusted it to her for protection. Subsequently, she journeyed to the northern realms, establishing the Fengwu Academy, leaving it in the care of Zhou Ye. Afterward, in the battle at the Xian'an camp, the power within the spiritual seal was exhausted and casually collected by Guhan, who soon forgot about it. In this world, it transformed from the scales of the ancestral dragon, resonating with the essence of the spiritual seal, naturally prompting his recollections of such matters. Young man. As Guhan appeared lost in thought, Qi Yao assumed he was disheartened. Remembering his own generous demeanor upon arrival, he sought to offer solace. I can empathize with your feelings. When I first arrived, I was just like you, frantically searching for an escape route. Over time, however, one grows accustomed to it. Besides, he gestured toward the sorceress. With such a stunning beauty accompanying you in death, you are not alone. Unlike me, for all these years, I have had no one to converse with. The sorceress cast a glance at him. She found Qi Yao rather agreeable when he spoke in such a manner. It was then that Guhan realized he was once again being embraced by the sorceress. Let go. I refuse. Yet, she tightened her grip. Guhan contemplated using his spiritual energy to push her away, but upon seeing her increasingly frail visage, his heart softened, and he sighed inwardly. Very well. If you wish to hold on, then so be it. It is not the first time. I believe, he turned towards Qi Yao, we may have a chance to escape. Qi Yao's expression stiffened. He felt that his previous words were profoundly sincere and articulated with remarkable eloquence, a rare gem of wisdom. Yet, Guhan seemed to grasp not a single word. What a waste of time. Off you go, he waved dismissively, preparing to leave once more. You ponder how to escape. I shall find a spot to await my demise. Before he could finish his thought, he abruptly halted. With a swift motion, he turned sharply, fixating on Guhan's palm. This time, it was not a pill, but a spiritual seal. It was the size of a palm, radiantly crimson, adorned with 9 red dragons encircling a central dragon head. Its eyes vividly lifelike, wisps of fiery essence cascading downwards, infusing warmth into the cold dragon mirror. Qi Yao's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, his speech faltering. The essence emanating from it left him stunned. He gazed up at the nexus, recognizing its striking similarity. Identical. Absolutely identical. Although the offensive sealed within by the Flame Emperor was no longer present, the spiritual seal had been cultivated over many years, embedding the essence of the ancestral dragon deep within. Senior, Guhan inquired once more, With this artifact, can we escape? There is hope. Qi Yao nodded vigorously. A great deal of hope. Though the essence within is somewhat diminished, it is of the same root and origin as that nexus. Even if we cannot fully unlock it, creating a small opening should be feasible. Young man, this extraordinary treasure must belong to the Yun brothers, correct? Where did you acquire it? Could it be that you also bear the surname Yun? My surname is Gu. Gu Han's expression darkened. Haha. Qi Yao did not inquire further, his tone imbued with a hint of complexity. Unexpectedly, Qi Yao, might truly have a day to step outside. Gu Han, however, could comprehend the sentiment. Over 2 millennia have passed. For cultivators, while it may not equate to the passage of time as vast as the sea, the barbarian tribes have undergone numerous generations of change. Today, they likely would not recognize who Qi Yao is, even if a few might remember. They would be those who betrayed him long ago. It can only be said that the world has changed, and so have the people. The witch seemed to feel this deeply. Upon learning of the chance to venture outside, she clung to Gu Han even more tightly. Suddenly, the ground beneath them began to tremble violently, accompanied by a faint, echoing dragon's roar. A delicate azure hue enveloped the skies within the dragon mirror. Simultaneously, the oppressive force emanating from the dragon-shaped nexus intensified several-fold. Gu Han's expression shifted dramatically. What was happening? An opportunity. Qi Yao was all too familiar with the circumstances within the dragon mirror. Yun Ao had engaged in battle with others. He was channeling power from this realm. The commotion was far greater than when he had clashed with me in the past. TSK, his opponent this time was undoubtedly formidable. An opportunity. A once-in-a-lifetime chance. Gu Han's mind raced. This dragon mirror was under Yun Ao's control. Earlier, he had feared that even if they could escape, they would encounter Yun Ao directly. But now it seemed Yun Ao was temporarily preoccupied and could not attend to the situation within the dragon mirror. Senior, without hesitation, he and the witch soared into the air. Quickly, he did not need to guess who was battling Yun Ao. Yin Huang. Sighing, Qi Yao followed suit. Great ancestor Qi Yao, am no longer a sinner of the barbarian tribe. As time progressed, the azure hue within the dragon mirror grew ever denser, and the tremors intensified. The higher they ascended, the heavier the oppressive force became. No matter. Qi Yao swallowed several vials of elixirs in one go, a surge of formidable vitality enveloping the two within its protective embrace. In a fleeting moment, the three had arrived beneath the nexus. Gu Han flipped his hand, and the spirit seal floated beneath the nexus. As spiritual energy continuously flowed into it, the fervent essence upon the spirit seal intensified, and an ethereal, vast aura began to emanate, extending towards the nexus. Senior, Gu Han interjected, after we exit, will you still command those barbarians? It will be difficult, Qi Yao sighed. They have long been brainwashed by Yun Ao, and my foundation has been utterly destroyed. Even if I were to escape, I could only survive for a century or so, rendering me useless in their eyes. Boom. Before he could finish speaking, the ancestral dragon's breath within the spirit seal converged with the nexus. As an overwhelming dragon's might descended, a fissure subtly appeared at the center of the dragon's head on the nexus. Hurry, Qi Yao urged repeatedly. Put in more effort. No need for his reminder. Gu Han's cultivation was in full swing as he relentlessly urged forth the exceedingly faint breath of the ancestral dragon. Concurrently, the skeletal remains of the Nether tribe he had previously encountered underwent a subtle transformation. An endless chill permeated the air, coalescing instantaneously into the mark upon its brow. Suddenly, that mark trembled for an instant, and from within emerged a chillingly malevolent figure, exuding an intense aura of malice, shrouded in enigma. In the next moment, the skeletal remains crumbled to dust, while that figure vanished without a trace. Elsewhere, on a pitch-black ground, countless eerie red lights flickered to life. Boom. In the next heartbeat, the earth convulsed violently. A towering figure, several zhang high, slowly rose, vaguely humanoid yet devoid of limbs, entangled by writhing tendrils. The flesh upon its body had withered away to a mere remnant, now adorned with multifaceted eyes, the very source of the prior red glow emanating from these compound orbs. Bang! Several tendrils quivered, propelling its form skyward. Not only it, a colossal serpent, adorned with twin wings yet missing a substantial portion of its body, and a grotesque, wrinkled creature resembling a fleshy mass, all began to converge towards the nexus of the world. As time pressed on, Qi Yao also joined the fray, and the rift widened further, the distance between them and escape dwindling to mere moments. Suddenly, Liao appeared to sense something, his expression shifting dramatically. "This is bad." "What is it?" "I knew it," he replied, his tone tinged with bitterness. For all these years, that scoundrel Yunao had never ventured in. It was all due to them. "Senior," Guhan's heart sank. "They are swish. Swish." Before he could finish, figures materialized before him in an instant. Shadows of humans, monsters, colossal serpents, and bizarre creatures appeared, numbering 7 or 8 in total, with the foremost being the very figure transformed from the Nether tribe. Some exuded malevolence, others ferocity, or sheer brutality, each bearing a slightly different aura, yet their intent was unmistakably unified. They were fixated on Guhan, or rather, on the rift that had been partially opened. Outside the dragon mirror, the battle had reached a fever pitch. The sacred realm cultivators, with a mere gesture, could harness the might of the heavens. Boom, boom. Resounding echoes reverberated through the void. Though distant, everyone could still feel the strands of divine authority cascading from the heavens. 10 against 4. The advantage was overwhelmingly apparent. With demonic energy, azure light, and the might of the dragon, the 10 war kings fought with all their might, their power formidable enough to shake the very heavens, shattering the vitality of the 4 barbarian warriors in an instant. Bang, bang. The 4 were sent flying, bloodied and desperate, their expressions darkening. "What are we to do?" one exclaimed, his face etched with despair. "If this continues, we will be boom." As he spoke, the words remained unvoiced. The assault of 10 has commenced once more, with several beams of divine light cascading down. A careless barbarian was struck directly. His already wounded body could withstand no more and was shattered beyond recognition. A cry of despair escaped his lips as he staggered backward. "Quick!" Fu Yud's eyes glimmered with determination. "Take down 1 first, then 3, and thereafter rush to assist the ancestors." Suddenly, an overwhelming and ethereal presence emanated from the farthest reaches. "This is bad." A chill ran through the hearts of the onlookers. This aura seemed to surpass even the ascendant realm. It was Yunao. The war king wore a bitter expression. His strength was unfathomable. At this moment, everyone understood the peril that the war king had alluded to. It was Yunao. Humph. The severely injured barbarian wore a look of satisfaction. "With the Hall Master present, today marks the complete annihilation of your great Yin Empire. And you, helpers, shall perish here as well." The Hall Master of Tianshang was filled with despair. "It's over. Mengyu has betrayed me." "Bah!" Fu Yud roared in fury. "I will eliminate you first." Just as he prepared to strike, a thick azure light suddenly descended from the void, enveloping the 10 individuals in the blink of an eye. The azure light appeared ethereal and elusive, yet its weight was immensely burdensome. With just a touch, the cultivators felt their internal powers sluggish and hindered. More terrifyingly, under the azure light's influence, their forms began to grow transparent, as if they were being drawn into another realm. "This bastard!" Fu Yud cursed vehemently. "Why is he so powerful?" No one anticipated that Yunao, while facing 4 ascendant realm fighters, could still spare the strength to suppress all 10 of them. Just how formidable was this man? "Be careful." The war king's expression shifted drastically. "If we are transported into the dragon mirror, our fate will be dire. Eliminate him first." Boom, boom. Seeing their comrades ensnared by the azure light, several barbarians erupted with a fierce vitality, launching a concerted assault towards Fu Yud's head. For reasons unknown, they found this middle-aged man particularly detestable, more so than even the war king. "It's over." Fu Yud's face turned pale. Under the illumination of the azure light, his body felt as though it were sinking into quicksand, struggling against the oppressive force, unable to evade. At that moment, another resounding dragon's roar echoed, a sound both majestic and ancient, momentarily dispersing some of the oppressive azure light. The crowd felt a sudden alleviation of pressure, and with urgency, they managed to shield Fu Yud from this lethal strike. "Kill them!" Fu Yud shouted. However, under the suppression of the azure light, their fighting strength diminished considerably. Although they were still 10 against 4, it seemed increasingly unrealistic to subdue the 4 in a short span of time. Unbeknownst to them, the war king glanced from afar, letting out a soft sigh. Brother, can he truly defeat him? Meanwhile, at the War God Hall, 1,000 miles away, the holy master of Luo Hong stood beneath a canopy of azure clouds, within which lay a page of scripture, faint echoes of divine sound resonating from it. The demonic clouds surrounding Yan Qianjue grew increasingly dense, swirling with shadows and the haunting echoes of tormented wails. Meanwhile, Fu Dahai clutched an ancient, fragmented jade talisman, from which a gray light cascaded downward, successfully preventing the encroaching azure radiance from breaching a distance of 3 zhang. However, despite being in the ascended realm and employing every conceivable tactic, the three could merely defend themselves, utterly lacking the capacity to counterattack. Only the Flame Monarch remained truly formidable. The dragon-shaped mark upon his forehead trembled violently, and as more purplish blood flowed from his brow, the ancient, profound essence of the 1,000 zhang purple dragon intensified. Its might inexorably pressed down upon the azure light, and his aura subtly surpassed that of the ascended realm. Monsters! Yan Qianjue exchanged a glance with his companions, terror gripping their hearts. One was Yun Ao, the other the Flame Monarch. Though both had paid an exorbitant price to breach their limits through secret methodologies, such feats were beyond the reach of ordinary beings. Truly, they were the descendants of the ancestral dragon. Reaching limits? At that moment, Yun Ao, his hair stark white and face lined with wrinkles, emanated an increasingly domineering presence, his tone growing ever more arrogant. Do you wish to perish alongside me? Dream on. In a flash, he stepped forward, an endless azure flame coalescing in his hand, which he thrust toward the dragon's head with fierce intent. I said I would suppress you, and so I shall. But mid-sentence, he abruptly halted, a chilling glint flashing in his eyes as he cast a glance behind him. Qi Yao, you're still alive? Simultaneously, in the nearby pond, a small azure dragon seemed to sense something, letting out a melodious cry before swiftly diving into the water, vanishing from sight. Within the dragon mirror, Qi Yao spoke with a grave tone. These peculiar beings sealed here have been waiting for countless years. When I arrived, they were already present. I presumed they had perished, but it seems they endure longer than I anticipated. Clearly, they too desire freedom. He understood that these entities had sensed the upheaval at the world's nexus, compelling them to approach. For the creatures within the dragon mirror, the temptation of escape was overwhelmingly enticing. Guhan's gaze was rife with vigilance. Under the consuming force, any creature that had survived until now could not be underestimated. Though their powers had diminished, they were still beyond his current capabilities to contend with. At the forefront, the chilling silhouette was the most terrifying, belonging to the underworld clan. Without a doubt, he surmised that this figure was linked to the remains of the underworld beings. Suddenly, the tentacled monstrosity exhibited signs of agitation, letting out a roar as it surged toward the spirit seal. Continue, Qi Yao commanded, swallowing several vials of elixirs in one go, his vitality surging instantaneously. To the naked eye, his form appeared to inflate, transforming into a tall, lean figure. Boom! His vitality erupted with fervor and a domineering, fierce intent radiated from him. Break! Without a moment's hesitation, he advanced. He swung his fist towards the monstrous creature. Bang! A resounding explosion echoed. The beast was sent reeling backward, and in the aftermath, the vitality within Qi Yao diminished once more. Guhan did not spare a glance. The spiritual energy within him surged wildly into the spirit seal. He understood well that being obstructed by these mindless creatures left them with no avenue of retreat. Pausing would only hasten their demise. They had to swiftly forge a path to survival. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Qi Yao collided with the monster several times, both figures retreating in disarray. Hiss! Roar! The remaining creatures seemed to sense Qi Yao's prowess and stirred restlessly. Damn it! Qi Yao cursed. If only I had my former strength, I would not fear you wretched beings. Suddenly, a colossal azure dragon's silhouette flashed overhead, a powerful will descending instantaneously, locking onto both the monsters and the trio of Guhan. Despite their diminished intellect, the creatures instinctively glanced skyward, their eyes filled with reluctance and malice. Suddenly, a formidable force of devouring energy descended. This is bad. Guhan's heart sank. This force of devouring was far more potent than before. Before he could react, a surge of vitality shielded the two of them. Don't get distracted. Qi Yao gasped. Where are the elixirs? Bring me 2 more bottles. I can hold on a bit longer. Without hesitation, Guhan produced over 10 bottles of elixirs. Hey, Qi Yao chuckled amidst his scolding. I knew you were rolling in wealth. These elixirs are exceptional. I wonder where you acquired them. Guhan did not respond. Sweat beaded on his forehead as his cultivation poured steadily into the spirit seal. Young man, Qi Yao's smile gradually faded. When the path opens, you must leave at once. All right. Guhan was about to reply when he sensed something amiss. What about you? Me? Qi Yao cast a glance towards the passage. A hint of melancholy in his gaze. I probably won't make it out. The first volume, chapter 345. I have a fist that can shatter the heavens. Can't make it out? Guhan felt a heavy weight in his heart. Boom. Before he could speak, Qi Yao's vitality erupted once more. Under the force of devouring energy, the remaining monsters descended into madness, charging toward the rift, only to be repelled one by Qi Yao. I told you. Qi Yao retreated momentarily, catching his breath. Even if I were to escape, my time would be limited. Moreover, with your abilities, he glanced at Guhan. Once the passage opens, you would likely be torn to shreds before you even made it out. Most importantly, he sighed. I am, after all, a member of the barbarian tribe. Whether they betray me or deny me, as the Lord of the War God Hall, I bear immense responsibility. These creatures may seem lacking in capability, but if any one of them were to escape and regain their strength, the northern region and the barbarian tribe would be utterly doomed. Yunao would not concern himself with the fate of the barbarians. Guhan remained silent. The terror of these creatures was no less than that of the divine clan. Allowing them to roam free would undoubtedly result in a catastrophic blow to the barbarians. Take this. As those monsters surged forward once more, Qi Yao let out a cold laugh, suddenly grasping at his own chest, extracting a thread-like essence of vital blood and power, which he then tossed into Guhan's hands. Though this strand of vital energy was but a whisper, it bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. An ethereal and distant aura continuously emanated from it, entirely distinct from the vital blood he had encountered before. This was the inheritance of the barbarian ancestor. Qi Yao did not conceal this from him. The extraction of this vital energy seemed to have a significant impact on him, causing his flesh and blood to wither once again. Yet, his martial intent swelled even more than before, embodying not only dominance and ferocity, but also a newfound sense of liberation. Boom. With a single punch, he sent the colossal serpent flying, pouring the remaining elixirs into his mouth once more. Boom, boom. Amidst the resounding echoes of vital energy, his voice reverberated again. This barbarian ancestor's vital blood has been passed down through generations of War God Hall masters, holding immense significance, and is the very reason for my survival to this day. My death would be inconsequential, but the legacy of the barbarian ancestor must not end with me. Otherwise, I would become a grave sinner among the barbarians. Young man, from the very first glance at you, I sensed your reliability. I entrust this to you without hesitation. Guhan fell silent for a moment. Senior, I have killed quite a number of barbarians. Haha. Qi Yao laughed heartily. I noticed that early on. If they wish to kill you, then you must retaliate in kind. It is only reasonable. If you deal them pain and instill fear, they will behave themselves. Of course, grudges aside, there are countless barbarians in the northern domain, and there will always be some you find agreeable, like myself. When the time comes, handing over this will justify my act of saving you. Suddenly, a figure of the Nether clan had stealthily approached him, lightly imprinting a palm upon him. You bastard. A flicker of dark energy crossed Qi Yao's face as he cursed vehemently. Boom. The vital energy erupted once more, and a profound martial intent descended, instantly shredding the figure into fragments. Yet, suddenly, two streams of foul black blood flowed from his eyes. Even his vital energy began to wane, unable to sustain Guhan and himself any longer. Elixirs. He retreated to Guhan's side, extending his hand. Another 10 vials. Without hesitation, Guhan directly handed him a jade vial, containing the remaining extraordinary substance. Ah! Qi Yao exclaimed in astonishment. If you hadn't mentioned your surname was Gu, I would truly suspect you to be the offspring of Yun Tian. Senior, he joked, but Guhan's heart grew heavier. Although they had only known each other for less than half a day, he deeply admired Qi Yao's character and boldness, wishing to conceal nothing from him. I was imprisoned here because I killed those war gods of the War God Hall, not once, but twice. Qi Yao wore a face of regret. Had I known earlier, I should have extorted 100 or 80 vials of elixirs from you. It was at this moment. The fissure at the nexus once again widened, now large enough for a person to pass through. In an instant, those monstrous beings surged forth, utterly maddened. Quick! The witch suddenly grasped Guhani's garment tightly. Take away the Xian energy. I scarcely have much time left. With your breakthrough, both you and your senior have a chance. Huh! With a sweeping gesture, Qi Yao declared, I, Qi Yao, have lived honorably. How can I allow you two juniors to cover my retreat? Where shall I hide my old face? Boom. In the midst of his words, he afforded Gu Hani no opportunity to respond. With a surge of his vital energy, he enveloped the two of them along with the spirit seal, directly sending them out of the passage. Kid, do not forget. Choose someone pleasing to the eye. As Gu Hani's figure vanished, he offered one last admonition. Without the spirit seal, the fissure in the dragon's brow at the nexus began to close once more, while the monstrous entities grew increasingly frenzied. At that very moment, a terrifying surge of vital energy suddenly ascended, far surpassing its previous strength. It was Qi Yao. After consuming those few drops of extraordinary substance, his flesh and blood gradually regained their vitality, transforming from a withered state into a towering figure of bulging muscles. His gray hair cascading down, revealing his eyes, alive with brilliance and spirit. With a single step, he positioned himself before the advancing monsters. With the devouring force ahead and Qi Yao's blockade behind, despite their lack of reason, the monsters' eyes flickered with a hint of despair. Following despair came utter madness. So be it. As the monsters charged forward, Qi Yao's expression suddenly turned serene. A grand battle. To die in a magnificent clash is the death I, Qi Yao, desire most. Encountering that lad has indeed brought me fortune. Empowered by the extraordinary substance, he invoked secret techniques to awaken the last remnants of his potential. His flesh briefly revitalized, though still far from his peak, yet within the current dragon mirror, he was invincible. Looking up at the heavens, that azure dragon silhouette still coiled there. Having confined me for so many years, it would be remiss not to offer a token of gratitude. Boom. As his words fell, his form instantaneously shattered. The arena was left with an overwhelmingly potent, nearly boiling surge of vital energy. In a flash, the vital energy transformed into a colossal fist, its intent domineering and relentless, as if determined to shatter the heavens. Open the heavens. A furious roar resounded throughout the dragon mirror, wherever the fist's intent passed. It was unmatched, tearing the monstrous beings into countless fragments before charging towards the azure dragon's ethereal form, erupting with a thunderous explosion. The entire sky was instantaneously enveloped by his fist's intent. In the ecstatic cries of the azure dragon, the echoes of Qi Yao's final words could be faintly discerned. Moments later, tranquility returned to the dragon mirror. The dragon's silhouette dissipated, the monsters lay slain, and the passage closed, leaving behind merely a hairline fissure. Suddenly, a bizarre and ominous mark, imbued with an endless chill, suddenly soared from the ravaged battlefield, escaping just as the passage sealed shut. Outside, within the pond, the opening of this passage triggered a transformation in the water, which began to churn as if boiling. The small azure dragon swam restlessly, emanating an increasingly decayed aura. Suddenly, the pond erupted. Two figures shot forth, landing on a nearby clearing. It was Gu Han and the witch. Senior. Gu Han clenched his fists, his heart weighed down by an immense burden. He had heard Qi Yao's words about the creation of the heavens. Rest assured, I shall fulfill your wish. But then, a sudden change swept over the witch's expression. It's coming out. Before she could finish her warning, the water surged once more, and the small azure dragon leaped forth, its piercing eyes fixed malevolently on the two. Kid, the azure dragon spoke slowly, its voice ancient and eerily reminiscent of Yunao. In the end, I underestimated you. Boom. With that declaration, a faint dragon might descended, forcing Gu Han's body into the ground half a foot deep. Yet, before it could continue its assault, an eerily cold mark suddenly leaped from the water, directly targeting the dragon. The chilling aura spread, draining all vitality within a Tenjong radius, leaving a charred wasteland. This is bad. Despite the distance, both Gu Han and the witch felt the impact, their bodies subtly emanating a hint of decay. Let us go. Without hesitation, he scooped up the witch and swiftly retreated. Underworld clan? A curse? The azure dragon no longer regarded Gu Han, panic evident in its tone. With a flick of its long tail, it sought to flee. Yet, the mark seemed to harbor a deep-seated hatred for it, striking with a ghostly light, imprinting itself upon the dragon in an instant. In that moment, the azure dragon froze. Its scales turned pitch black, flaking away, followed swiftly by flesh and bone, which in an instant transformed into a foul puddle of blood. Simultaneously, within the void, Yun Ao's form also came to an abrupt halt, his aura diminishing. as two streams of black blood trickled from his eyes. Volume 1, Chapter 346, Fate? Success or failure lies not in heaven, but in my own hands. That small azure dragon, originally an entity born of the dragon mirror's spirit, had been infused with a fragment of Yuneo's soul, intended to hasten the refinement of this supreme treasure and wield greater power. Indeed, his mastery over the dragon mirror far surpassed Yin Huang's control over the dragon seal, which was a primary reason he could prevail against four foes. However, it was precisely this bond that meant their fates were intertwined. When the dragon was obliterated by the curse, he inevitably suffered as well. Underworld clan? A curse? Coughing, the azure flame in his hand rapidly dissipated. He staggered backward, spitting out a mouthful of revolting black blood. Yao was partially correct. In the past, he had never ventured into the dragon's mirror. Not due to any connection with the other monstrous beings, but rather out of fear of attracting the attention of the Underworld clan. No one understood better than he the terrifying nature of the Underworld's curse. He fixed his gaze intently on the Flame Emperor. Did you bestow your 9-dragon seal upon him? A fleeting smile crossed the Flame Emperor's face. This young man had survived. With Yuneo's words and his current state, the Flame Emperor had begun to piece together the unfolding events. Although he remained unaware of how Gu Han had acquired the seal, the crucial point was that he had emerged from his ordeal, inadvertently drawing forth that cursed power and severely wounding Yuneo. You have lost, he sighed softly. After so many years of animosity, it was time to settle the score. Opposite him, Yuneo's visage appeared increasingly haggard, and an insidious stench of decay emanated from his being. His cultivation was steadily declining, and he struggled even to maintain his ascendant state. Simultaneously, the oppressive azure light that had loomed over everyone began to dissipate rapidly. In the distance, within the void, the absence of the azure light made Fu Yud feel a sudden lightness, his cultivation once again flowing with vitality. Annihilate them. He seethed with anger. Previously, his powers had been suppressed, outnumbered 10-4, yet he had been overwhelmed by the 4 barbarian warriors, leaving him with a bitter taste of frustration. He was not alone in this sentiment. Others shared his indignation. Boom, boom. Enraged, the group launched their attacks, unleashing a barrage of formidable techniques upon the 4 barbarian warriors, who were forced to retreat, their physical forms crumbling under the onslaught. However, what hurt them more than their own injuries was the prospect of Yuneo's defeat. Lord of the Hall, one cried, his face etched with despair. Is it possible he has lost? Impossible. Another snarled, his expression twisted with rage. The Lord of the Hall is invincible. No one can best him. Suddenly, one of the barbarians pivoted and fled into the distance. We must pursue. In an instant, several of the barbarian warriors, devoid of spirit, felt their blood and energy surge, barely managing to fend off the 10-man assault as they hastily retreated. Think you can escape? Dream on. The 10 would not allow them to flee unscathed, and they surged forward in relentless pursuit. 1,000 miles away from the War God Hall, a page of scripture, a cloud of darkness, an array of gray light converged upon Yuneo, the azure flames around him having lost their former might, now compressed within a radius of mere feet, threatening to disintegrate. My friend, spoke the holy master of Luhing in a calm tone. Today, you are utterly defeated. Indeed. Fu Dehai nodded. You likely never anticipated falling to a mere junior cultivator. This is fate. Enough with the prattle. With a sweeping gesture, Yin Qianjue commanded, eliminate him, and this battle can come to a close. As they spoke, their assault intensified, and the azure flames engulfing Yun Ao shattered instantaneously. Boom. At that very moment, the Flame Emperor stepped forward, instantly positioning himself before Yun Ao, a sphere of condensed purple flames in his grasp, imbued with an ancient and profound essence, pressing it directly against Yun Ao's form. In that instant, Yun Ao's corporeal form shattered, blood cascading forth, taking on an ominous black hue. Yet, they seemed oblivious to this transformation. A deep voice resonated once more. Do you truly believe you have triumphed over me? As these words were spoken, the decay surrounding him intensified, and his visage rapidly transformed, aging from middle-aged to elderly within an instant. Yin Tian, you have never bested me, and this time shall be no different. Boom. He invoked a secret technique, his cultivation soaring, instantly returning to the ascendant realm. A green flame surged forth, dissipating the gray light, shattering the scripture, and causing the demonic clouds to dissolve. Even the figure of the Flame Emperor became somewhat translucent. Heaven S will? Nonsense. In Yun Ao's slightly murky eyes burned a fierce defiance. I am Yun Ao. I am the descendant of the ancestral dragon. The green flame, unparalleled and tyrannical, expanded with an unstoppable force, transforming into a colossal green dragon. Should anyone attempt to obstruct me, I shall take their life. If heaven seeks to hinder me, I shall defy fate. With its head held high, a deep dragon roar resonated, synchronizing with Yun Ao's own voice. Success or failure lies within me, not in the heavens. Thunderous roars echoed. As the final word left his lips, the dragon's eyes flashed with a wild ferocity, its long tail sweeping through the air. The green flame unleashing a force that sent the four adversaries flying. At this moment, the four barbarians, upon witnessing the silhouette of the green dragon, were filled with joy. Simultaneously, behind them, 10 more assailants surged forward. Stop! Yun Ao bellowed, his grand sleeve sweeping out, a green flame shooting forth, descending upon the 10 attackers. The ethereal green light flickered once more, drawing the 4 barbarians to his side. Thank you, Lord. The 4, having survived a close call, felt exhilarated to witness Yun Ao's formidable strength, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. Meanwhile, the Flame Emperor and his companions joined forces to extinguish the green flame. Elder brother. Seeing Yun Ao's current state, the War King felt a shiver run down his spine. This Yun Ao bore a resemblance to his former self before the injuries. Do not concern yourself, the Flame Emperor replied, his expression somewhat transparent, offering a brief explanation. Go, bring him back. Go. On the opposing side, Yun Ao urged his 4 companions, eliminate that brat. Receiving the order, both sides prepared to clash once more. Boom, boom. Almost simultaneously, a green flame obstructed the War King and his party, while a purple flame simultaneously halted the 4 barbarians. Clearly, neither party was inclined to grant the other their wishes. Whoever acts first shall face the wrath of the other's onslaught. Relay orders to the border troops. The Flame Emperor's face remained impassive. At any cost, breach the barbarian borders, penetrate deep into their territory, and return him safely. Understood. The War King nodded, promptly initiating communication. Relay the message. Yun Ao fixed his gaze on the Flame Emperor. All forces in the northern barbarian territories must mobilize, sparing no expense to ensure the annihilation of the Great Flame border troops. Furthermore, relay messages to the guardians and various tribes to conduct thorough searches. Upon discovering one named Guhan, execute him on the spot. Understood. 4 barbarian warriors conveyed their messages as instructed. 2 of them faced each other, each preparing their strategies. Suddenly, Yun Ao's form trembled. Unable to contain the power of the curse, 2 streams of black blood flowed from his eyes once more. He coughed lightly, still fixated on Yun Tian. This individual has thwarted my grand designs. Do you think I would allow him to leave the northern territory alive, injured by the curse's power? With the addition of Yin Qinjue and 2 others, even with repeated use of secret techniques, seizing the dragon seal today had become nearly impossible. However, at this moment, if he chose to flee, none could stop him. Yet he had no desire to escape. To flee in disgrace was never in Yun Ao's character. His name was Yun Ao, and within his heart resided boundless pride. Boom. At that instant, the combined offensive of the 4 from the Yin Empire and the 10 War Kings descended upon him. Roar. The Azure Dragon let out a furious cry. Its massive form coiled around him, providing a tight shield. Palace Master. As the dark blood in Yun Ao's eyes increased, the 4 barbarians grew frantic. What has happened to you? Yun Ao sighed. I beseech you to lend me your strength. Palace Master, you overstate the matter. The 4 responded with trepidation. We have served you for millennia, willing to lay down our lives for you. Very well, Yun Ao nodded. Then I shall trouble you to embrace death. What? The 4 were taken aback. Though they had uttered the phrase willing to die countless times over the millennia, they had never truly contemplated the reality of such a fate. Now, was this a prophetic statement? Suppress. He bellowed, a surge of azure energy re-emerging. Although the dragon mirror's spirit had perished and its soul fragment destroyed, its power, though diminished, was still sufficient to subdue the 4 sacred realm warriors. In the blink of an eye, the 4 figures vanished completely. Simultaneously, an overwhelming vitality surged within Yun Ao. The curse's power was once more suppressed, and even his appearance regained some youthful vigor. I have proclaimed it. The azure dragon coiled around him once more. The outcome rests not in the hands of fate, but in my own. I desire you to witness his demise in the Northern Territory. If I cannot prevail, neither shall you. Volume 1, Chapter 347. The Curse's Power, Catastrophe Approaches. In the forbidden grounds of the War God Palace, Gu Han flew in haste, his mind sweeping back, causing his scalp to tingle. He was unaware of what the little azure dragon was, but judging by its aura, it was undoubtedly a being of the sacred realm. Such a formidable creature. Facing the seal, exhibited no resistance whatsoever. How could he hope to contend with it? Hurry. The witch's complexion grew increasingly pale. That entity seems to embody the cursed power of the underworld clan. Cursed? Guhan's heart sank. It was the shadow of the underworld clan. The legends say, the witch murmured, that after their death, the residual power transforms into a cursed seal, instinctively seeking out the individual they despised most in life. Merely coming into contact with it brings unimaginable calamity. Despised most. Guhan's heart raced. The being most despised by the underworld clan was undoubtedly that little azure dragon. Second was likely the obstructive Qi Yao. And third, it seemed, was himself. Now that the little blue dragon has perished, and with Qi Yao's fate seemingly dire, it appears that I am left all alone. At this moment, a chilling presence reemerges behind me, scanning the surroundings with my divine sense. I discover that the once dimmed mark is now advancing with remarkable speed. As I come into contact with that aura, my peak divine consciousness is affected, causing a wave of dizziness to wash over my mind. This is bad. I dare not linger any longer. Gritting my teeth, I hasten my pace by another third. However, that mark, shrouded in mystery, trembles slightly and effortlessly traverses the distance, its cold aura spreading as it attempts to imprint itself upon me. At this moment, a flicker of ghostly light suddenly sparkles in the eyes of the enchantress. She relinquishes her hold on Guhan and charges towards the mark. What are you doing? Guhan's heart twinges painfully as he tightly grips her, pivoting his form as a beam of sword light coalesces upon his blade, swiftly descending upon the dark mark. Swish! The sword light flashes, piercing through the mark in an instant, yet it leaves no trace of impact. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the mark has passed through the sword and directly imprinted itself upon Guhan. He momentarily falters, intending to speak, but suddenly, a miasma of decay emanates from his body, and he expels a foul, black blood. Darkness envelopes his vision as he plummets towards the ground. Before he can land, he is caught in the embrace of the enchantress. You. She gazes blankly at Guhan, her heart aching as she senses her own aura has weakened considerably. Why are you so foolish? Your sister is on the brink of death, and yet you still protect her. As she speaks, a profoundly mystical, icy aura slowly rises from her, coalescing within her eyes, subtly transforming into a mist. The mist crystallizes and transforms into a singular tear. Unlike the chilling mark, this tear, though imbued with a frigid essence, conceals within it countless mysteries and transformations. In that moment of crystallization, her form becomes ethereal, profound energy, heavenly demon tear. Why must you be so kind to your sister? You will bring about her demise. Watching Guhan's body decay further, almost as though it is rotting, she murmurs to herself, your sister does not wish for your death. Then, the tear in her eyes is on the verge of falling. Cough, cough. At this moment, Guhan struggles to lift his hand. I shall not perish. I am immune to all poisons. Being immune to all poisons is merely a jest. The true force preserving his life remains the extraordinary meridians within him. As the curse invades his body, he cannot resist it. Not only does his physical form deteriorate, but even his peak divine consciousness begins to decay. However, this cursed power only flaunts its might for a fleeting moment. Countless minuscule sword intents within his meridians transform into whirlpools, drawing in that strange force, ultimately annihilating it and transforming it into an exquisite essence of cold energy that nourishes his cultivation. Cough, cough. Struggling, he sits up. He promptly stuffed several pills into his mouth. Though it was but a fleeting moment, his physical body had suffered grievous injuries, necessitating a thorough healing process. While mending himself, he quietly contemplated the divine and infernal races, both seemingly innate holy lineages, yet their powers were starkly opposed. The divine force was domineering and fierce, crushing opponents with an overwhelming display of strength. Those who did not submit or differentiate themselves faced annihilation. In contrast, the power of curses was insidiously enigmatic, silently corroding everything in its path, surpassing the terrors of divine force in its malevolence. Are you all right? A weak voice from the sorceress beside him broke his reverie. I'm fine, Guhan replied, shaking his head. Just feeling a bit off. Although the curse had been dispelled, he sensed an inexplicable presence lingering within him, rendering him quite uncomfortable. As he pondered this, he noticed the sorceress's peculiar state, causing his heart to tighten. What troubles you? At that moment, the sorceress appeared somewhat ethereal, as if on the verge of dissipating, and the tear glistening in her eye imparted an uncanny sensation, suggesting that if he were to obtain it, he could break free from all constraints and elevate his cultivation to an unimaginable level. I'm fine. Upon seeing his recovery, the sorceress chuckled softly, the tears in her eyes dissipating, her form solidifying once more, though she seemed significantly weaker than before. At this moment, she was hardly capable of even controlling a practitioner at the Ascendant Realm. Silly brother, she said, seemingly unconcerned, gently embracing him with a weary expression, adding that he should not worry about his sister. Guhan remained silent, feeling that dishonesty was unseemly. Moreover, he was hardly foolish, having grown accustomed to the sorceress's embrace. He wore a resigned expression, his gaze sweeping across the surrounding landscape. Among the towering mountains, a grand and rugged structure loomed in the distance. The Hall of War Gods? He mused. Yun Ao was the master of the Hall of War. His dwelling must be within its sacred confines. That imposing edifice was likely the war hall of the barbarian tribe. Let us go. He dared not linger, though he could not see a single barbarian. This was their stronghold, while others might be inconsequential if Yun Ao were to return. With that thought, he soared into the air. With the presence of the condensing green pill, his injuries healed at an astonishing pace, and he swiftly fled the scene. At that very moment, several barbarian figures streaked towards him from afar, having just spotted his presence. Quick, he seems to be over there. The master has commanded, upon sighting this person, to kill without mercy. Oh no. Guhan felt a sinking sensation in his heart. How unfortunate. Just as he was preparing to escape, he had been discovered. Wait. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and his expression changed drastically. Misfortune? Curses? He finally comprehended the source of that unsettling feeling. It was akin to the sensation he experienced when near Mei Yun. The power of this curse is far more complex than he had anticipated. Although the aspect affecting his physical form has been neutralized by the meridians, the facet influencing his fortune remains intact. Boom, boom. Before he could ponder further, 4 or 5 formidable bursts of vitality surged towards him. They were warriors clad in dark armor from the barbarian tribe, their cultivation levels fluctuating between the tribulation and the earthly tribulation realms. They were none other than the guardians of the war god temple. Kill. With a thunderous command, Guhan did not afford them the opportunity to speak further. The sword aura emanating from him condensed relentlessly, his sword pointing resolutely ahead, leaving behind fleeting shadows. As a brilliant sword light erupted instantaneously. Puff, puff. These barbarians were clearly no match for him, and in mere moments, he had dispatched them all. Yet, there was not a trace of joy upon his countenance. The sense of being cursed was more potent than when he had stood beside Mei Yun, intensified tenfold. There's movement over there. Let us investigate. Upon spotting him, there was no need for discourse. They would be executed without mercy. Soon, furious shouts echoed from various directions. Although battle raged at the front, numerous guardians still remained within the war god temple. What is the matter? Noticing Guhan's darkened expression, the sorceress instinctively clutched his garment. It's over, Guhan sighed. We might be in serious trouble. Recalling the scene of Mei Yun being besieged by fierce beasts, he seemed to foresee himself surrounded by an endless throng of barbarians, perhaps even worse than that prior ordeal. In such a dire situation, he dared not linger. As he observed the barbarians swiftly closing in, his gaze darted to a direction that seemed devoid of any commotion. Cloaked in an intangible sword aura, he transformed into a streak of rainbow light and vanished in an instant. During this battle, most of the barbarian elites had rushed to the borders, leaving only a scant few behind. Moreover, his sword evasion technique was exceedingly swift, allowing him to outpace his pursuers in mere breaths, rendering them shadows in the distance. How strange, the sorceress remarked, puzzled. You were so cautious earlier. How did they discover us? Guhan was at a loss for words. How does one explain such occurrences? It seemed Mei had far more experience than he. Fortunately, as silence enveloped the surroundings, he released a sigh of relief. The war god temple was quite expansive. He had not encountered anyone thus far. Before he could finish his thought, a sudden roar erupted from ahead. Boom. Instantly, a powerful surge of vitality erupted as a commanding barbarian, accompanied by over 10 guards, charged towards him. This leader was evidently at the half-step, transcendent realm. Damn it! Guhan cursed inwardly. How could he be so unfortunate? He had clearly seen that no one was present here. Where had these individuals emerged from? Kill. Observing the ferocity etched upon the faces of the barbarians, he had no intentions of holding back. Gritting his teeth, he prepared for the confrontation. The intangible sword energy was instantaneously compressed to a radius of 1.5 feet around him, and a brilliant beam of sword light erupted from the tip of his sword. In that moment, he resembled a sharp blade, colliding fiercely with the barbarian leader. Die! The leader summoned his life force, delivering a powerful punch. A soft sound echoed as blood splattered, and 2 halves of a corpse fell to the ground. The wounds impossibly smooth, akin to a polished mirror. Quick! A guard shouted loudly. However, before he could finish his sentence, the sword light flashed, and a head rolled to the ground. Kill him. The Lord has decreed, show no mercy. Witnessing Guhan's brutal ferocity, the remaining barbarians, though filled with terror, charged forward without hesitation due to years of indoctrination. The sword light flickered once more. In the blink of an eye, Guhan had retreated, leaving behind a scene of bloodshed and dismemberment. I see him. He headed east. Quickly, send word to intercept him. In but a moment, he encountered wave after wave of barbarians, some numbering only a few, others in the dozens, yet by some unfortunate coincidence, they continually stumbled upon his trail. This is odd. The witch finally sensed something amiss. How could he run into people from every direction? This was far too unfortunate. Guhan's lips twitched. He had become somewhat sensitive to that particular phrase. Suddenly, the witch seemed to realize something, her complexion paling. Is the curse still not lifted? The power of the curse was bringing calamity, perfectly aligning with Guhan's current plight. In truth, his ease of detection was not solely due to the curse. Amidst the towering, rugged barbarians, he stood out like a star in the night, unmistakable to any who laid eyes upon him. At that moment, a surge of life force erupted from a nearby angle. A squad of guards had fortuitously arrived, having just discovered Guhan's presence. Quick! The lead captain shouted, channeling his energy. He is here. This man is formidable. Everyone, be cautious. Hold him off until reinforcements arrive. Boom, boom. The combined life forces of dozens surged toward Guhan with overwhelming force. Damn it, Guhan muttered under his breath. Was this never-ending? Kill. After being called to fight for so long, even a clay figurine would exhibit some temper, let alone him. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed his full power. As the sword energy compressed, he became a human-shaped longsword, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before the captain, piercing right through him. In that instant, amidst the cries of anguish, that formidable life force shattered instantaneously. Moments later, Guhan brandished his sword, pointing it at the only surviving figure in the arena, the gravely injured captain's forehead. I ask you answer. In this dire situation, he needed to ascertain the facts before formulating an escape plan. The captain, seemingly resolute, stared at him defiantly, refusing to speak. Puff! The sword light flickered, embedding itself 3 inches into flesh. I said, under the threat of imminent death, his resolve crumbled, and he disclosed all he knew without reservation. To the death. All forces mobilize. Execute the kill order. Upon hearing this, Guhan fell into a moment of silence. He had not anticipated that in their fervent desire to save him, the others would go to such extremes, even risking their lives in a desperate battle against the barbarian horde. At that very moment, the commander, believing Guhan to be distracted, felt a surge of blood and energy, preparing to strike at the sorceress. With a soft thud, a blade of light erupted from Guhan's sword, piercing straight through the commander's brow. However, under the curse's influence, this only delayed the inevitable for a fleeting moment. From all directions, the energy of the barbarian warriors surged forth once more. With a resounding boom, shadows of numerous barbarians appeared within the line of sight of the two, numbering in the hundreds. The majority were guardians of the war goddess Hall, while a smaller contingent hailed from various tribes. Kill. Slaughter him. Let us not allow a single one to escape. In an instant, the barbarians detected Guhan's presence and charged toward him with a fierce howl. With at least 5 or 6 formidable warriors among them, the sorceress, her eyes glinting with worry, realized that the barbarian ranks would only swell. Gu Han was unperturbed by the hundreds before him. However, should their numbers increase further, even his might would eventually falter, leaving him ensnared. While the barbarians could send forth their elite to harry him until he was engulfed by an endless tide. Determined, Gu Han maintained a stoic expression as he swiftly crushed over a dozen elixirs, consuming their contents in one go. In an instant, a terrifying aura of spiritual pressure emanated from him. With no path before him, he resolved to carve a way through. Before his words had fully dissipated, the sword energy surrounding him rapidly coalesced, taking on the form of a long blade, leaving a sharp intent lingering in the air as he plunged into the throng of barbarians. In a relentless display of ferocity, the battlefield transformed into a veritable hellscape. His speed was unparalleled, his lethality immense. With the indomitable sword body at his side, Gu Han was a natural bane to these barbarians. With his sword in hand, its brilliance unmatched, he cut through the ranks of hundreds, none able to hinder his advance. Blood flowed freely, staining his sword energy and obscuring his vision. In mere moments, he was on the verge of breaking free from the encirclement. You wish to flee? Your hands are drenched in the blood of my kin. I demand your life in return. The 5 or 6 half-step extraordinary barbarians were consumed with rage. Realizing the formidable power Gu Han wielded, they dared not confront him individually. Their energies surged, and they converged to form a barrier in front of Gu Han, launching their assault in unison. Instantly, a wave of oppressive energy descended upon him, warping even the sword energy that surrounded him. With renewed ferocity, the blood-red hue of his sword energy intensified, pushing downward with renewed strength. In the blink of an eye, Gu Han tore through their blockade of power, transforming into a streak of radiant light, and vanished from sight. In the arena, the 6 warriors exchanged glances, and in an instant, countless crimson threads appeared upon their bodies. In the very next moment, in an instant, several figures disintegrated, transforming into countless fragments of flesh that fell to the ground. Volume 1, Chapter 349. To exchange Mo Chanin's life for Gu Han's, I cannot acquiesce. In the distance, Gu Han's complexion paled slightly as he spat out a mouthful of blood. In the blink of an eye, having slain 6 individuals, the pressure he endured was naturally immense. The sorceress remained silent, gently wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, a flicker of concern flashing in her eyes. It's nothing. Gu Han shook his head. There are fewer people in this direction. Boom. Before he could finish his sentence, an overwhelming surge of blood energy descended abruptly, as a tall, imposing barbarian, with a fierce countenance, blocked his path. Transcendent realm. A question lingered in the air. Before the barbarian could speak, Gu Han interjected, "How did you find me?" The barbarian paused momentarily. Instinct. Gu Han fell silent, casting his gaze skyward, his mind flooded with expletives he could not voice. "You certainly possess some skill," the barbarian remarked, glancing at Gu Han. "To carry a burden and endure for so long. It's no wonder that the warriors of my war god hall have perished at your hands." "My abilities are modest." Gu Han slowly raised his sword. "It is merely that your warriors are exceedingly incompetent." Boom. The barbarian's gaze turned icy. With a single stride, he appeared before Gu Han and delivered a powerful punch, a force akin to a mountain crashing down. Clang. Gu Han crossed his sword over his chest, channeling all his spiritual pressure to block the blow, yet he was forced back several dozen paces, continuously spitting blood. Transcendent realm. Half-step, transcendent realm. Though the difference was but 2 words, the disparity in strength was colossal. At that moment, numerous barbarians surrounded him from all directions. This time, it was not instinct, but rather the commotion of their battle that had drawn them in. Trapped in a precarious situation, Gu Han's focus remained solely on the barbarian of the transcendent realm. He was the only one who posed a significant threat to him. "I am curious," the barbarian advanced slowly. "How many of my kin have perished at your hands?" "Who knows?" Gu Han mumbled, stuffing a handful of pills into his mouth. "I couldn't be bothered to count." "Good." The barbarian sneered coldly. "Your hands are stained with the blood of my kin, and today, I shall take your life as a tribute to them." "Huh?" Gu Han scoffed derisively. "They sought my life, so I took theirs. It is only reasonable. If I do not instill fear in you, you will never behave." "What nonsense." Boom. A glint of murderous intent flashed in the barbarian's eyes, his blood energy surging once more. "Facing death, you still dare to be defiant." "Nonsense." Gu Han's derision deepened. "Those words were spoken by your ancestors. Do not speak." Seemingly aware of the sorceress's intention to interject, he shook his head, silencing her. To exchange Mo Chanin's life for my own, I cannot comply. Moreover, do not relent. Boom. With that, the words fell into silence. The sword aura descended upon him once more, compressing his physical form until it shattered into a bloody mass, staining the sorceress's garments crimson in an instant. This very strike was the one he had wielded to vanquish the warlord on that fateful day. It was indeed his most formidable blow. In a heartbeat, the meticulously condensed sword energy erupted outward, cleaving through several nearby barbarians, reducing them to countless fragments. Do not approach. The barbarian squinted, his expression growing grave. Everyone retreat. Leave this to me. With a thunderous roar, his vital energy surged violently once more as he stepped forward, causing the very fabric of space to shudder. The power coalesced in his right fist, transforming into a lethal strike aimed squarely at Gu Han. Kill. Simultaneously, Gu Han moved. Like a legendary blade unsheathed, he charged toward the barbarian with a decisive slash. One stroke, and it was a matter of life or death. With a resounding boom, the clash of sword energy and vital force erupted at the center of their confrontation, unleashing a terrifying force that sent weaker barbarians flying. Both combatants exerted their utmost strength. Yet Gu Han evidently found himself at a disadvantage. Despite his sword continuing to advance, its pace was grievously sluggish under the onslaught of the barbarian's overwhelming vital energy, which had already encroached within 3 feet of him. The likely outcome loomed: his demise, and the barbarian would be gravely wounded. However, the barbarian seemed to deem it unnecessary to be injured by Gu Han's hand. Casting a swift glance, he issued a command: charge. Bring me his head. Yes. In an instant, 2 half-step extraordinary barbarians surged forth from the crowd, their vital energy erupting as they charged toward Gu Han with a fierce howl. Boy, he sneered at Gu Han, his face alight with delight. What does it matter if you possess unmatched talent? Today, you shall perish. I, Tulu, proclaim it. With a triumphant grin, he pressed down with his vital energy once more. After your death, I shall take your head. But before he could finish, a flicker of confusion crossed his features, and the vitality emanating from him dissipated significantly. Kill. In the deadly fray, such a glaring flaw exposed itself, akin to courting death. Gu Han, seasoned by countless battles, would not let this precious opportunity slip away. His sword trembled in his grasp, piercing through the barbarian's vital force, severing his arm, and plunging into his brow. As the sword energy churned, the barbarian's head exploded into a cloud of blood. Even in death, he remained unaware of how he had been defeated. At that very moment, the full force of the 2 barbarian assailants crashed down upon Gu Han. Pain surged through him as if a mountain had struck him, compounding his injuries. He felt his sword nearly slip from his grasp. Just then, he sensed a sudden lightness in his body. The sorceress had inexplicably released her grip, plummeting downward. The barbarian stood momentarily dazed. Not for any other reason, but due to the sorceress's decisive intervention. In her current state, the cost of acting rashly was immense, rendering her incapable even of flight. Quick! Those 2 barbarians were filled with excitement. You've killed this brat. I will go retrieve that woman. Below, the horde of barbarians surrounded them, their eyes glinting with insatiable greed and murderous intent, akin to demons from the depths of hell. Sighing, the witch gazed at the bloodied Gu Han, lamenting his foolishness. In the heart of Mo Chanin, Gu Han's life was of utmost importance. Soon, she gently closed her eyes, preparing to unleash a secret technique to disband her demonic form. At that moment, a powerful hand reached out, halting her descent and seemingly preventing her from plummeting into the abyss. Gu Han, with one hand gripping his sword and the other clutching the witch. Despite his body fracturing and his powers diminished to their lowest, an inexplicable aura began to rise from him. Murderous intent, a purity of intent to kill. The true sword of slaying was about to manifest once more. Chapter 350. Onward, to the great Mulu Mountains. After a fierce battle, Gu Han was battered and bloodied, with blood continuously dripping down. His powers had been severely depleted, far from his previous peak condition, yet the coldness emanating from him only intensified. Do not be afraid of him. He is gravely injured and has little combat strength left. The 2 barbarians exchanged glances. Strike while he is weak. Take his life. Though they were unsure how Gu Han had slain that extraordinary being, his current state revealed the tremendous cost he had paid, making it the perfect opportunity to finish him off. Boom. Boom. Realizing this, the two did not hesitate. Their vitality surged once more, intent on utterly obliterating Gu Han. As for the witch, they had other plans in mind. At that moment, Gu Han suddenly lifted his head and glanced at them. In an instant, the two felt a chill envelop them, as if they had fallen into an icy cavern. Even the flow of their blood energy momentarily stagnated. Kill. The voice, though barely a whisper, carried a weighty malice. As the words fell, the sword was raised and then brought down. A flash of crimson sword light surged forth, descending upon one barbarian. Although the speed was nowhere near that of his previous strikes, it instilled an undeniable sense of inevitability in him. The killing sword, guided by intent, made it impossible for the barbarian to evade. With a soft sound, blood splattered, and two halves of a corpse plummeted to the ground. Panic gripped the heart of the remaining barbarian. Why? This strike seemed far weaker than the last, yet its lethality was overwhelming. Just as this realization struck, the crimson sword light appeared again. A chill coursed through his neck, and his vision spun chaotically. He beheld Gu Han, cradling the witch, resembling a deity of death, carving a path through the throng of barbarians with each swing of his sword, leaving none alive to stand against him. Thud. Soon after, a severed head hit the ground. His consciousness plunged into complete silence, never to comprehend until his last breath. The so-called killing sword is inherently driven by pure murderous intent, which aligns more closely with its true essence. Moments later, Gu Han's presence had vanished from the arena, amidst the remnants of limbs and pools of blood. A few fortunate barbarian survivors stood frozen, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Their courage had been utterly shattered by Gu Han. Boom. It was uncertain how much time had passed, but with a rush of air, over 10 formidable figures descended upon the arena, their bloodlust palpable. At the forefront stood none other than Sang Gu. As the war between the two factions intensified, he could no longer remain an outsider. Accompanied by numerous skilled warriors from his clan, he set out for the border to engage in battle. However, midway through his journey, he received the order to eliminate Gu Han and, without hesitation, turned back. Sang Gu was acutely aware of Gu Han's formidable reputation, even receiving a personal kill order from Yanao. For him, personally slaying Gu Han would bring far more glory and status than vanquishing countless soldiers of the great Yin border army. Young clan leader, a burly man beside Sang Gu remarked, his brow furrowing as he scanned the scene. It seems we have arrived too late. What happened here? Sang Gu inquired, his expression inscrutable, directing his gaze at a stupefied barbarian. The barbarian stammered, recounting the events. What? The burly man's pupils contracted. Even Tu Lu has fallen to him. Like Tu Lu, he too was of extraordinary caliber, albeit Tu Lu possessed significantly greater strength. Such is not surprising, Gu Sang replied nonchalantly. If one can slay a warrior of the heavenly calamity realm, it would be an underestimation to think he could easily fall to Tu Lu. Young clan leader, the burly man contemplated, we should hasten to find him, if others get there first. Though a great battle raged at the front lines, various tribes of the barbarian race had dispatched personnel to search for Gu Han's whereabouts, hoping to seize any opportunity that arose, the benefits of which would be unimaginable. Them? Gu Sang scoffed. You witnessed Tu Lu's fate. Even if we find him, who can say who will slay whom? A millennium ago, he cast a glance towards the east. The ancestor perished at the hands of the Flame Emperor, leading to the transformation of the 8 major barbarian clans into 7. A profound humiliation for us. After this battle, regardless of its outcome, the structure of the barbarian clans will undoubtedly undergo significant upheaval. It will be our clan's finest opportunity to rise again and reclaim dominance over the war god temple. The structure of the barbarian clans vastly differs from that of the eastern wilderness. The war god temple is represented by 8 esteemed elders, each corresponding to one of the greatest clans. However, after the slaying of Sang Ji's ancestor, the illustrious elder, the 8 clans were reduced to 7. Beneath them were dozens of mid-tier tribes, each with extraordinary guardians, followed by hundreds and thousands of smaller tribes, and at the very bottom, those barbarians who lacked any tribal affiliation. Young clan leader, a flicker of excitement shone in the burly man's eyes. With your presence, we shall surely restore our clan's former glory. Patience, Gu Sang replied. Sanger inhaled deeply. The revival of my clan still lacks one crucial element. What? The head. Sanger narrowed his eyes. That individual named Gu Han, his head carries far more weight than that of any warrior. Speak. The burly man glanced once more at the terrified barbarian. Which direction did he go? No need to ask. Sanger furrowed his brow in contemplation. The further east he travels, the more barbarians there will be. No matter how strong he is, he cannot engage in endless combat, especially when he is gravely injured and encumbered. The fewer barbarians there are, the safer it will be for him. Suddenly, a thought struck him as if resonating with the mysteries of fate, and his gaze turned towards the distant horizon. My intuition tells me he is within the giant Lu Mountains. At this moment, he is not alone. Countless barbarians, relentlessly searching for Guhan, whether by coincidence or misfortune, were drawn towards the enigmatic direction of the giant Lu Mountains. On the border, Yun Ao's commands were absolute. No barbarian dared to defy them as a continuous stream of tribesmen surged towards the frontier, vowing to staunchly halt the advance of the great Yin border forces. In previous wars, the barbarian clans employed a rotation system, but now, nearly every member was mobilized, significantly amplifying their strength. However, with the reinforcement of dozens of experts from 3 factions, the great Yin border forces found themselves superior in terms of high-level combat prowess. After all, despite the multitude of barbarians, the transcendent ones were few. It was precisely because of these additional experts rapidly traversing the battlefield that the great Yin border forces maintained their undefeated status and could steadily push forward. Amidst the tumultuous battlefield, the sounds of battle and roars reverberated incessantly. Kill. Advance. Retrieve my brothers. In one corner of the battlefield, Murong Yan's eyes gleamed crimson as she wielded a wolf-toothed club with fervor. Even barbarians of higher realms dared not confront her directly. Not far from her, Xian, also bearing wounds, keenly observed the movements of the surrounding barbarians. After a moment's hesitation, he refrained from consuming the Qingbi pill. No matter how skilled the alchemists were, the production of such pills was ultimately limited. After enduring this prolonged conflict, everyone had little left, and unless severely injured, no one would take them lightly. Nevertheless, the dwindling supply of pills did nothing to diminish their fighting spirit. They fought with all their might. Penetrate the barbarians. Bring Guhan back from the northern domain. This was not just Murong Yan's sentiment, but the unwavering conviction held by every soldier on the border. In another corner of the battlefield, Shui Yu's face was pale. Her fingers bloodied and mangled, yet the melody of her qin remained steady, never faltering, consistently providing a 1% enhancement to the border force's combat effectiveness. Nearby, Yun Fan and Zhao Mengyu were soaked in blood, fiercely battling. Further away, Zhou Yang's blade remained steadfast, while Yu Miao's jade needle continued to catch the barbarians off guard. Even Li Dian, pursued with no refuge left, fought fiercely against a barbarian on the brink of transcendent power, his eyes ablaze. Suddenly, a cry resembling a phoenix echoed from the distant sky. Volume 1, Chapter 351. Wherever you say we shall go. Feng Xi, gazing at the layers of barbarian warriors arrayed before her. A flicker of fierce determination ignited in her eyes as she prepared to invoke her secret technique once more to break through. Feng girl. At that moment, Oldson flashed to her side. You have yet to recover from your injuries. You must not recklessly wield your divine flame. His situation was perilous. Feng Xi shook her head resolutely. I must seek him out. Alas, Oldson sighed softly. The north is vast. You cannot venture alone. I understand. Acknowledging her resolve, Oldson nodded. If you wish to go, then go. I shall hold them at bay for you. Boom. As he spoke, an overwhelming aura surged forth from him. Reaching its zenith, break. With a thunderous roar, an invisible, terrifying pressure descended, instantly reducing the weaker barbarians to blood mist, while the stronger ones were thrown into disarray. Unable to impede Feng Xi's advance any longer. With a cry of the phoenix, a crimson flame erupted around Feng Xi, transforming her once more into the ethereal figure of the celestial phoenix, as she surged forth before the gap could seal. To suppress such numerous foes, even Oldson, once of the sacred realm, appeared somewhat pale. Ah, make way for this king. I shall obliterate you all. At that moment, a cacophony of curses erupted. A figure shrouded in radiant golden light barreled through from behind, charging towards the still open breach. It was none other than the rotund one. Bang, bang. Wherever the golden light passed, the vitality of the barbarians dissipated, their bones shattered as they were sent sprawling backward. In turn, before the gap could completely close, he too dashed forth. You. Oldson trembled with fury. What are you doing here, stirring up trouble? With your meager cultivation, you're merely courting death. The encirclement of the barbarians extended far beyond what was visible. The deeper one ventured, the more foes they encountered. Fear not, Oldson. The rotund one's voice echoed faintly. This king's defense ranks second in the world. Below the sacred realm, none shall stand in my way. Clear the path, or I shall crush you. His voice grew increasingly faint, becoming almost inaudible. Alas! Oldson let out a gentle sigh. The two of them, in the vast expanse of the north, would likely create scarcely a ripple. The pressing matter now was the border army of the great Yan. He bellowed gravely, "Follow me, and let us charge forth. Kill! Kill!" Upon hearing this, the border troops roared in unison, their speed of advance quickening once more. The great lush mountains, stretching for thousands of miles, while not as formidable as the wilderness of the eastern desolation, still held considerable renown in the north. Legend has it that countless years ago, an unparalleled great demon fell from the heavens, its body transforming into this mountain range. Whether this tale holds truth remains uncertain. Yet the beasts within these mountains far outnumber those in the wilderness. Of all this, Guhan was entirely unaware. He knew better than anyone that the further east he ventured, the more barbaric tribes he would encounter. Coupled with the curse upon him, it was likely that before he had even traversed half the distance, he would be surrounded by countless savages and ground to dust. Moreover, after enduring a series of fierce battles, despite possessing his wounds had not ceased to torment him, and his spirit was utterly exhausted. Not to mention, after the witch's intervention, she had grown increasingly frail. In an inconspicuous cave on the outskirts of the mountains, he sighed softly while gazing at the witch, whose eyes lacked their usual luster. "Are you truly reckless enough to throw your life away?" he asked. "And what about you?" she retorted, extending her arms to embrace him once more, a flicker of confusion passing through her gaze. "Sister is a witch, a sinister with ulterior motives towards you. Since the beginning of the secret realm, you have saved me time and again. What is your true intention?" Guhan remained silent. He yearned to claim it was mere coincidence, yet found the reasoning rather flimsy. "No need to explain," the witch replied, looking up at him with a light laugh. "Have you forgotten? Sister is capable of seeing into the hearts of men. From the moment you discovered I am emotionine, your heart has been in turmoil. Has it not?" Guhan's expression darkened. "What of it? Just eat," he demanded as he revealed the soul-draining fruit and the blood sea. "No need." The witch shook her head. "These items are of little use to me," she began, but Guhan suddenly grasped her pristine chin, transforming the spiritual medicine into two streams of essence that swiftly entered her mouth. After completing this act, he realized he had forgotten to release her chin. The witch too appeared lost, gazing at him with a dazed expression, her crimson lips enticingly alluring. Suddenly, an angry roar erupted from outside the cave, startling Guhan into releasing her. A scan of his surroundings revealed a formidable beast, measuring over 10 feet long, now present outside the cave, its eyes reflecting both wariness and grievance. This cave, in truth, was its domain. Yet it instinctively sensed Guhan as a formidable opponent and had merely come to test the waters. Then, a faint murderous intent radiated from the beast. With a mournful whimper, the second-tier creature retreated, its tail tucked between its legs. Within the cave, the appearance of the beast conveniently alleviated the awkwardness between Guhan and the witch. Alas, the witch sighed softly, her tone tinged with melancholy. "I was so close to succeeding," coughing to mask his embarrassment. Guhan struggled to suppress the warmth lingering on his fingertips, his face flushed. "How do you feel now?" he inquired. "It was of no use," she replied, shaking her head. "You wasted 2 of your semi-holy medicines for nothing. Any ordinary cultivator would have seen their soul power greatly enhanced after consuming 2 top-tier, semi-holy medicines. But for me, it merely adds a glimmer to my eyes." As if what she said held true, that these remedies hold little efficacy for her. Guhan furrowed his brow deeply, prepared to question further when he noticed her lips drawing near once more. "Shall we continue?" she whispered softly in his ear, her breath fragrant as orchids. "Continue what?" "That was for healing." "Healing?" Guhan's heart raced, and his expression darkened as he prepared to push her away. At that moment, a faint murmur of conversation drifted into the cave. There had been movement here. Investigate to see if anything unusual has occurred. He could find no trace of his quarry. He must have concealed himself within this vast mountain range. It was imperative to locate him first. As the voices drew nearer, a subtle surge of vitality brushed against Guhan's senses. They were approaching. His demeanor hardened. quite swift indeed. He felt no surprise at the barbarian's ability to track him down. With that ominous curse entwined around him, it would be more peculiar if the barbarians failed to find him. In truth, even though he had slain that beast earlier, unforeseen events could still lead these barbarians to his doorstep. What to do? The sorceress set aside her playful intentions and sighed softly. They have come again. Then let us kill them, relentlessly, until you can no longer endure. Can't endure? Guhan inhaled deeply. Yet I must endure. In a flash, he moved outside, encountering a small group of barbarians not far off. Unlike the temple guards, these barbarians belonged to a minor tribe, their skills varying greatly. The strongest among them was at the tribulation realm, while the weakest was merely at the divine connection realm. Upon seeing Guhan, the leading barbarian's heart leaped with joy. It is him, he shouted. Quickly, seize him. Before he could finish his sentence, a blinding light flashed, leaving his expression frozen as his head rolled to the ground. These men were no match for Guhan. With a swift rise and fall of his sword light, they were dispatched in the blink of an eye. Witnessing Guhan's overwhelming strength, the last barbarian was utterly terrified. Spare me, I beg you. It is too late. Guhan shook his head. The sword light flashed. In an instant, it claimed his life. He would not spare those who sought to kill him simply because of Qi Yao, nor would he cast aside Qi Yao's instructions due to the barbarian's pursuit. Kindness is kindness, and enmity is enmity. He understood this distinction clearly. Volume 1, Chapter 352. Guhan is a robust figure, radiating golden light, and speaks with unparalleled arrogance. Let us go? Returning to the cave, he took the sorceress with him, ready to depart. Where to? The sorceress expertly wrapped her arms around him. To where? Just as Guhan was about to speak, a thought struck him. You decide where to go? After such a lengthy period, he had gradually discerned the patterns of this cursed power. Unlike Mei Yun, who brought misfortune to others, his curse seemed to only affect himself, leaving others unscathed. Just as before, there was evidently no one ahead, yet if he chose that path, formidable barbarians would invariably await him, making him hesitant to proceed. Over there. The sorceress casually pointed in a direction. Why? The scenery is lovely, and I quite like it. Guhan suddenly felt that allowing the sorceress to make decisions might have been a hasty choice. Meanwhile, within the northern region, despite breaking through the encirclement of the barbarian horde, countless barbarians continued to converge upon the border. Along her journey, Feng Xi naturally encountered a multitude of these savages. However, within the sacred realm, she was nearly invincible in the present northern domain. With a single cry of the phoenix, her wings unfurled, and countless crimson flames cascaded down. The barbarians surrounding her did not even have time to utter a word before they were reduced to ashes. Feng Xi. She is indeed that Feng Xi. Hurry, flee. Having spent over a decade at the border, her reputation was resounding, and coupled with her distinctive method of attack, she was instantly recognized by the barbarian hordes. With an expressionless face and fierce eyes, she spread her wings once more, directly blocking the path of several barbarians. Where is my junior brother? She inquired coolly. Who is your junior brother? The one against whom your lord has issued a kill order. I don't know. In an instant, a plume of crimson flame erupted, and the barbarian was reduced to a pile of ash. Feng Xi then turned her gaze to another individual. Where is my junior brother? I don't know, came the response, only to meet the same fiery fate as the previous one. Feng Xi's eyes flickered with impatience as she surveyed the remaining few. Where is my junior brother? Under the threat of death, one of the barbarians finally faltered. Though I do not know, I heard many went to the giant Lu Mountains to seek him. Where is the giant Lu Mountains? Over there. The barbarian trembled, pointing in a direction. It's about 50,000 miles from here. Without a moment's hesitation, Feng Xi's crimson battle skirt rustled as she transformed into a celestial phoenix, soaring towards the giant Lu Mountains. The instant she departed, a crimson flame descended, leaving only the one who had answered her question alive. The rest were mere ashes. I won't go. I'm not heading to the border. The barbarian trembled in fear, utterly devoid of the will to confront the forces of the great Yan. In contrast to Feng Xi, the stout man made an even greater spectacle, albeit in a more disheveled manner. I am Guhan of the eastern wilderness. Clutching a long sword of uncertain origin, he radiated golden light, shouting incessantly with all his might. The sound of a mere 9 chimes is insignificant. You barbarian scum, Gu Yi is coming to dismantle your war god temple. If you have the guts, follow me. If not, get lost. As Elder Ci had mentioned, the northern domain was vast. and seeking Gu Han was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. A sudden inspiration struck him. Can't find him? Then I shan't search. I shall impersonate Gu Han, drawing the attention of numerous barbarians in the northern domain, thereby alleviating some of Gu Han's pressure and creating an opportunity for escape. Gu Han was well known, yet among the myriad of barbarians in the northern domain, few had actually seen him, and most were stationed at the border. With his proclamation, many barbarians were convinced of his authenticity, fiercely pursuing him. At that moment, he was followed by over 1,000 skilled barbarians. At the forefront, two figures stood prominently, both possessing extraordinary capabilities, while no fewer than a dozen others approached the cusp of the extraordinary realm. The remaining individuals were at least at the level of air mastery. Eliminate him. The one wielding the sword is Gu Han. Look, he is radiating golden light. Gu Han, a portly fellow, must be intercepted to prevent his escape. In that moment, beyond his swordsmanship, Gu Han exhibited several distinctive traits. Not only was he corpulent, but he also emanated a golden glow and spoke with an audacity that was particularly brash. Boom, boom. The eyes of the two extraordinary warriors from the barbarian tribe burned with fury, their vital energies almost boiling over as they gritted their teeth. Closing in on the rotund figure, two surges of formidable energy crashed against the golden aura surrounding him. Bang! Gu Han emitted a cry of pain. The golden light quivered momentarily before stabilizing once more. Haha! Despite the agony, I shall deliberately restrain my speed and continue to taunt. The extraordinary realm is but a farce. They lack even the qualification to compel Grandfather Gu to draw his sword. What a collection of ineptitude. In that instant, another trait was added to Gu Han's list. He was remarkably resilient. It was fortunate he was stout. Had it been old Liao in his place, he would likely have been torn to shreds by now. As he soared through the air, his sword occasionally emitted arcs of golden light, drawing the ire of countless barbarians. Where the war god temple lay, he had no inkling. By sheer happenstance, he found himself heading directly toward the towering giant lush mountains. Within the giant lush mountains, it appeared that the witch had not been adversely affected by Gu Han's misfortune. As they continued their flight, although they encountered two groups of barbarians, their strength was pitifully weak, allowing Gu Han to dispatch them with ease as they ventured deeper into the mountains. Curiously, Gu Han furrowed his brow. Why were there so many beasts here? Compared to the wild forest, the giant lush mountains were significantly smaller, yet they were teeming with more ferocious creatures, their malevolent aura far surpassing that of those in the wild forest. The deeper he delved, the more he sensed an unusual essence, demonic energy. This sensation was not foreign to him. He had previously felt it emanating from Dian. However, the demonic energy here, though faint, was markedly purer than that which had surrounded Dian. Indeed, the witch seemed to be enjoying the scenery, gazing intently at a shadowy thicket. Sister, I have glimpsed your memories. You and Asha have been relentlessly pursued in the wild forest. Gu Han grimaced. It was nothing like this. During my time in the wild forest, I was far more beleaguered. Moreover, Asha has no appreciation for scenery. He only relishes devouring meat. Suddenly, a roar echoed from nearby. A beast. A fourth tier one. Gu Han's mind quickly assessed the situation. He was not surprised, suspecting that his ill fortune had lured this creature, as such occurrences had transpired several times before. Gradually descending, he prepared to deal with the beast. Allowing it to follow would inevitably attract numerous barbarians. At that moment, a figure emerged into his line of sight. With disheveled black hair and wounds adorning their body, they appeared quite disheveled. Though tall, they were somewhat shorter than the other barbarians. It seems to be merely a barbaric youth. Hurry. Upon seeing Gu Han and his companion, the boy paused momentarily, panting heavily, his hands trembling incessantly. Run. That giant is closing in on us. In Volume 1, Chapter 353, it is not that you are fortunate. It is that my luck is woefully poor. Boom, boom. After just a brief delay, the fourth-tier beast had caught up to the barbarian youth. It stretched over 10 zhang in length, its body bristling with spikes, and its crimson eyes gleamed with ferocity. With a gaping maw, it was about to consume the boy. It's over. Despair washed over the boy's face. Suddenly, he felt a flash of light before his eyes, and the beast's movements faltered, the bloodlust in its gaze dimming in an instant. Thud! The beast's corpse crashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Dead. The boy was utterly dumbfounded. With the beast's strength, 100 of him would be no match. How could it have suddenly perished? Instinctively, he glanced at Gu Han. Did you kill it? Yes. Gu Han nodded nonchalantly. If you wish to express gratitude, direct it towards yourself. He resided in the northern region, where most encounters with barbarians were hostile. Thus, he held no interest in saving a barbarian youth. His intervention stemmed solely from the boy's timely warning. Benefactor. Upon hearing this, the boy's expression grew solemn as he crossed his arms in front of him, bowing in respect. This was the highest form of etiquette among the barbarians. The witch was somewhat astonished. Just as Gu Han opened his mouth to speak, his expression shifted as he suddenly gazed into the distance. A hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. More are coming. The witch was at a loss for words. Gu Han was plagued by curses, his luck abysmal. While it was true that the beast had been summoned by the boy, she could hardly believe it had no connection to the curse. They're here. Gu Han slowly raised his sword. This time, there were many. As he spoke, dozens of surges of vitality rapidly approached from all directions. What is happening? The boy's face turned pale. In his perception, these barbarians were significantly stronger than the beast. In just a few breaths, dozens of figures rushed in from 3 directions, encircling Gu Han and his companion. At the forefront stood 3 half-step extraordinary beings. The remaining individuals were all at least at the tribulation realm. No one paid the boy any heed. In the barbarian hierarchy, he was among the lowest, nearly akin to a slave. Haha! One barbarian exclaimed with excitement. By the blessing of the barbarian ancestor, our fortune is splendid. Indeed, another chimed in, filled with emotion. We merely came to investigate the commotion and unexpectedly found him. He must be the one we seek. Absolutely, declared the last, confidence etched on his face. He is not a barbarian and wields a sword. It must be him. Few barbarians had seen Gu Han. In the northern region, excluding the interference of the portly ones, the criteria of not being a barbarian and wielding a sword were sufficient for them to deduce Gu Han's identity. Suddenly, a barbarian fixated on the sorceress, his eyes gleaming with lust. I must keep her. Such a stunning woman. I've never encountered one like her before. I'll take her back and have my fun. Gu Han fell silent for a moment. First, it wasn't that you were fortunate. Rather, my luck was exceedingly poor. Second, his cultivation gradually ascended. In truth, your fortune is far worse than mine. Boom. As his words fell, the sword energy was instantly compressed to a mere 1.5 feet. With a single strike, he unleashed his full might. Whoosh. In an instant, he left behind a shadow in place, while his true self had already arrived before the barbarian who had spoken disrespectfully to the sorceress, striking down with his sword. For reasons unknown, he found this barbarian more detestable than the others. Although this barbarian was at the threshold of the extraordinary realm, facing the full force of Gu Han, he had no chance to retaliate. The flash of the sword light. He was cleaved in 2 by Gu Han with a single blow. Rush in. This man possesses unimaginable strength. Witnessing Gu Han's ferocity, the remaining dozens of men panicked, shouting as they charged towards Gu Han. This move perfectly aligned with Gu Han's intentions. In an instant, he transformed into a piercing sword, weaving through the throngs of barbarians, the sword light flashing intermittently, blood and severed limbs continuously falling from above. Below, that barbarian youth was rendered speechless. Each of these barbarians had once seemed to him exalted and deserving of admiration, yet in Gu Han's hands, they appeared as feeble as the ferocious beast from earlier. At that moment, the image of Gu Han's invincibility was firmly etched in his heart, destined to accompany him throughout his life. Why is he so powerful? The remaining half-step extraordinary barbarian's complexion turned pale. The earlier delight at discovering Gu Han utterly vanished. He finally comprehended why Gu Han claimed they were unfortunate. Encountering Gu Han was tantamount to courting death. Capture her. Suddenly, he spotted the sorceress, enraptured by Gu Han's presence. Take this woman. Threaten him to drop his sword. Boom. He was also a decisive character. His blood surged with formidable might as he extended his massive hand toward the sorceress. Be careful, the youth instinctively shouted. The sorceress, seemingly oblivious, continued to gaze at Gu Han. Haha. The barbarian rejoiced inwardly. This little lady, so beautiful, yet she appears to be a fool? At that moment, he felt a chill at his neck, and his vision began to spin rapidly. Where are my hands? Why won't they obey? This was the last question lingering in his mind. After dispatching the final foe, Gu Han returned to the sorceress's side, his expression slightly dark. Can't you at least try to hide? I can't escape. The sorceress cheerfully embraced him, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. And you will surely save my sister, my benefactor. At that moment, the youth approached with excitement. You are truly remarkable. Although still a boy, he stood a full 2 heads taller than Guhan. Huh. Guhan was taken aback. You don't hate me? Huh. The youth was also stunned. Why would I hate you? You see, I am not a barbarian. Yet. You saved me. I have even slain many of your kin. The youth scratched his head, but you remain my benefactor. Without you, I would have been devoured by the fiendish beasts, and those of my kind would never have come to my aid. They do not regard us as human. Huh? The enchantress glanced at the youth in surprise. What is your name? The boy, having never encountered a sorceress of such beauty, felt his cheeks flush under her gaze. He lowered his head and whispered, I am called Amon. Amon, Guhan mused. Simple in nature, simple in name. Benefactor. As she pondered, Amon spoke again. It seems they are pursuing you? Not just them. Guhan shook her head. All the barbarians are after me. The boy's complexion paled. But then a thought struck him, and his eyes brightened. Benefactor, come to my home. It is quite secluded, never discovered by anyone. I also have a formidable friend who might assist you. My home. Guhan shook her head. No, I am plagued by misfortune. My presence may bring harm to you. The youth hesitated for a moment. I am not afraid. You saved me, and I must repay you. Guhan too was hesitant. Amon was one of the 2 barbarians she found somewhat agreeable, and she truly did not wish to involve him in her troubles. Let us take a look. The enchantress sighed softly. We shall rest for a while before we depart. You cannot endure much longer in this state. Do you not think he is a fitting candidate? Very well. Guhan understood her implication. Then let us rest a moment before we leave. Benefactor, Amon, unaware of the momentous fortune awaiting him, pointed at the carcass of the beast, somewhat bashfully. Do you wish to claim these spoils? A 4th-tier fiend? Guhan looked at him disdainfully. I have no need for it. Hee. Nearby, the enchantress smiled, observing him. Seemingly unaware of her own destitution as she relied on others' hospitality without offering a single crystal in return. She had witnessed Guhan's memories and was thus privy to these embarrassing moments. Guhan shot her a glare. Is that what you call relying? What sort of relationship do I share with Sister Murong? Is it necessary to draw such distinctions? Seeing that Guhan had no interest, Amon cheerfully produced a bone knife and began to carve the flesh of the beast. This large one will feed me and Amon for quite some time. Too slow. Guhan silently shook her head. By the time Amon finished butchering the meat, he would likely be surrounded by countless barbarians. In a flash, Guhan appeared beside the beast's carcass. With a gentle sweep of her sword, a brilliant light flashed, and the resilient beast was swiftly cleaved into neatly arranged hundreds of pieces, stored in a ring of holding. With another swift motion, she gathered the spoils from the surrounding barbarians and casually tossed them to Amon, who was momentarily overwhelmed with joy. Where is your home? Guhan inquired once more. Amon instinctively pointed in a direction. In an instant, Guhan enveloped him in her spiritual force, and he vanished from sight. On the journey, he also learned about Amon's origins. Amon's father was originally a member of the most lowly tribe, who was killed over a decade ago by a member of a medium-sized clan due to a slight offense. To escape from the ensuing calamity, Amon's mother fled with her young son to the depths of the giant mountains, where they have resided for more than 10 years. Guhan pondered thoughtfully. Amon's home was evidently deep within the giant mountains, a place where demonic beasts of at least 5th rank roamed. His ability to thrive there seemed linked to the formidable friend he often spoke of. However, Amon was extremely honorable, unwilling to divulge any details about his mysterious companion. This quality earned Guhan's admiration, making Amon increasingly agreeable in his eyes. With his remarkable speed, Guhan traversed a journey that would typically take Amon several days in mere moments. Suddenly, before Guhan appeared a dense and intoxicating gray mist, which seemed to possess a hallucinatory effect. Even beings of the heavenly tribulation realm would likely become lost within it if they were unfamiliar with the path. The concentration of demonic energy within the mist was at least 10-fold greater than outside. Could it be, Guhan mused, that this was the lair of some ancient great demon? With his profound divine consciousness and the witch being a celestial demon herself, the mist posed little challenge to them. They did not require Amon's guidance and soon arrived at a crude stone dwelling constructed of massive boulders, where no mist lingered. Upon returning home, Amon appeared considerably more relaxed, dashing into the house and emerging with a female barbarian. Though she was a woman, her stature surpassed even that of Murong Yan. However, her form was slightly stooped, her hair dry and gray, and her face bore a somber expression, suggesting hidden injuries. Amon excitedly pointed at Guhan. This is my benefactor. He also gave me a storage ring filled with food and resources enough for several years. The simplicity of Amon seemed inherited from the female barbarian, whose expression of gratitude surpassed even that of her son. She cared not for Guhan's identity. Crossing her arms over her chest and performing the highest gesture of respect of her tribe. Thank you for saving my son. No need for that, Guhan replied, slightly embarrassed by the scene, which reminded the witch of her past and lifted her spirits. It was merely a casual act. Benefactor, the barbarian matriarch continued. Having learned from Amon about Guhan's perilous situation, this mist is formidable. Ordinary people would never find this place. You saved Amon, making you a great benefactor to our family. Please rest here comfortably. For her, without a husband, her son was everything, and this kindness was of immeasurable value. Guhan felt a tad awkward. That sword strike was truly just a matter of convenience. Rubbing his nose, and under the watchful gaze of the witch, he took out a bottle of blue condensation pill. This elixir will be of assistance to you. I will only stay for a while before departing. The matriarch's injury. The essence of the Qingbi Dan, a remedy forged through years of battling monstrous beasts, was akin to a life-saving elixir for her. To her, even the most mundane pill was a rarity, let alone such a miraculous concoction. In a moment of overwhelming gratitude, the mother and child expressed their heartfelt thanks to Guhan, almost venerating him as a living deity, and after offering a few more words of appreciation, the Taiji retreated into the stone dwelling to tend to his injuries. Benefactor, a man expressed her profound gratitude to Guhan. Please wait for me. I must seek my friend. There's no need. Guhan suddenly glanced into the distance, a peculiar expression crossing his face. It seems they have already arrived. Shortly thereafter, a rustling sound approached, heralding the arrival of a colossal creature. It emerged before them, measuring several dozen feet in length, its body as thick as a barrel, adorned with finely textured crimson scales that radiated intense heat, interspersed with flickers of lightning. Its mouth opened and closed in a continuous flow, and its slitted pupils bore a hint of human-like wariness and vigilance. It was none other than a gigantic python. Python Lord. Upon sighting the creature, a man's heart leaped with joy. I was just about to find you. Humph. The python sneered, its voice surprisingly articulate. I wondered why I caught a whiff of unfamiliar scents. So it is you. A man. Did I not instruct you to refrain from bringing strangers here? They are my benefactors, a man. The python rebuked her vehemently. You are too young. Benefactors? They have come solely to feast upon Python Lord's flesh. With that, it fixed its gaze on Guhan, its eyes narrowing. Out of consideration for a man, I shall spare your lives today. Depart at once. Or do not blame me for swallowing you whole. As it spoke, its massive jaws opened wide, exuding scorching heat intertwined with crackling electricity. Python Lord. A man quickly positioned herself in front of Guhan and his companion. You cannot consume them. They saved me and my mother. In the distance, Guhan watched in perplexity. It can speak? Is it not said that only beasts that have transcended tribulations and transformed can articulate? Observing the python's form, it was evident that it had not undergone such a metamorphosis. How strange. The sorceress, too, wore an expression of confusion. This python does not appear to be of an extraordinary breed. It seems quite ordinary. Why can it? Foolishness. Nonsense. The python roared in outrage at the sorceress's remarks. I am a unique breed, born as such. Speak again, and even if a man pleads for your lives, I shall devour you. Given its formidable cultivation, it could not discern the depths of Guhan's power. Behold, with a swift flick of its tail, it directed its attention to a nearby boulder towering about 10 feet high. With a resounding crash, the massive stone shattered into countless fragments. The python shot a glance at Guhan, boasting, which is harder, your head or that rock? Guhan fell silent for a moment before casually unsheathing his sword. In an instant, a wave of sword energy surged forth, slicing through the debris, rendering the fragments into countless pieces, each uniform in shape and size, with edges as smooth as a mirror. What do you think? Guhan met its gaze. Which is harder? Thud. The giant python's body trembled, and its massive head suddenly struck the ground, creating a deep indentation. Tears filled its vertical pupils, and it wept heart-wrenchingly, its cries echoing with profound despair. Spare me. Do not consume me. I am the last of my lineage, the sole survivor of 7 generations. My flesh is sour, rancid, and unpalatable, hardly worth your appetite. In Chapter 355 of Volume 1, titled The Affectionate Relationship of the Senior Fairy Couple, envy fills my heart, for I, Yin Shi, am captivated. Great King, spare my life. Senior, please. The enormous serpent writhed incessantly, transforming the once neat courtyard into a muddy pit, further muddled by its torrents of tears. Guhan remained silent. The sorceress was also quiet. This extraordinary temperament seemed reminiscent of someone they knew, although a tinge of embarrassment lingered within. A man felt somewhat ashamed to have such a friend. Cease your weeping, Guhan finally consoled, observing the creature's frenzied display. I am not fond of taking life, nor do I delight in consuming flesh. The sorceress shot him a flirtatious glance. Is that truly so? The python's heart lifted at these words, instantly perking up. I knew it. You, Senior, exude kindness and benevolence. A man, it declared solemnly. As the saying goes, a drop of water requires a fountain of gratitude in return. This benevolent senior saved your life. You must bring him back and never forget this debt of gratitude. You were just blaming me, a man muttered under her breath. Nonsense. The giant python retorted angrily. I, Yin Shi, hold the utmost respect for seniors of such caliber. From the moment I laid eyes upon you, I recognized you were unlike those foul barbarians who would feast upon my flesh. It discreetly glanced at Guhan. Ahem. My flesh is indeed sour. You are called Yin Shi? The sorceress inquired, intrigued. Yes, indeed. Yin Shi nodded vigorously. I am the sole heir of the Yin lineage. My father is Yin Lu, my grandfather is Yin Wu, and my great-grandfather is Yin Si. I am Yin Shi. The fairy speaks truly. I am not an exotic creature, but merely an ordinary little python. Even if you were to consume my flesh, it would yield little in the way of cultivation. Guhan found this curious. The giant python was eloquent, speaking with a sophistication that surpassed even that of some humans. And why does it incessantly mention flesh? He pondered aloud. At once, Yin Shi was engulfed by sorrow, wailing uncontrollably. What you do not know, Senior, is that my kin has been reduced to just me. The barbarians, known for their fierce nature, were unskilled in alchemy. Within the Demon Mountain range, the beasts were abundant, rich in essence, and thus relentlessly hunted by countless lower-tier barbarians to bolster their strength and refine their vitality. The higher the grade of the creature, the more they were coveted. Consequently, despite the multitude of beasts, none lived long enough to transform. Yin Shi's father and grandfather had met such fates. The term eating flesh had left an indelible mark of trauma in its heart. This was the very reason it had remained hidden, never daring to step outside. The perpetual gray mist envelopes this place, creating an ethereal atmosphere that deters the higher-tier barbarians from venturing here, while the lower-tier barbarians, unfamiliar with the paths, find it hard to enter. Thus, it has miraculously survived until now. Is that so? Guhan mused. The beasts here are far more tragic than those in the wilderness forest. You are not a different species, nor have you undergone the tribulation to transform. How is it that you can speak? Tribulation? Yin Shi shook his head vigorously. I dare not attempt the heavenly tribulation. My father was captured while trying. However, I once discovered a place where I rolled around a few times, and then, cough, cough, Senior, why do you look at me like that? He felt a bit apprehensive. Guhan's eyes gleamed with an unsettling brightness. Continue speaking. Fearing to frighten him, Guhan wore a gentle expression and sheathed his sword. I have always cherished kindness towards others and abhorred slaughter. The enchantress shot him a disapproving glance. Even a man's face flushed crimson. My benefactor. It seems the blood on your sword has yet to dry. Senior is indeed benevolent. Yin Shi instantly felt a kinship. I too believe that fighting and killing lack meaning. To be precise, I did undergo a form of thunderous tempering, which is why I can articulate my thoughts. He did not dare to conceal anything and recounted everything he knew in detail. This mist-shrouded place is indeed vast. In my bouts of ennui, I stumbled into a profound cavern where a pool of fire resides. Unlike ordinary flames, this pool harbors a trace of the essence of thunder, somewhat akin to heavenly lightning. I dared not approach too closely, only rolling around nearby. Not only did my cultivation advance significantly, but I also gained the ability to speak. I am indeed not of a different species, merely touched by that fire and thunder, acquiring a hint of fervor and lightning. Moreover, the cavern contains some residual jade talismans, along with texts from the human race. Though I have never ventured outside, I often ponder these things, which lends my speech a scholarly air. According to legend, at this moment, a man shared what he knew about the giant Deer Mountain range with Guhan. This mountain range is said to be the transformed body of an unparalleled great demon. Yanqi scoffed. I know that legend, yet I do not believe it in the slightest. If such a formidable demon existed, why would it be dead? An unparalleled great demon? A pool of fire? Thunder? Guhan vaguely sensed that this place might not be as simple as he imagined. Perhaps the giant deer mountain range truly is the corporeal manifestation of a great demon. Just how immense must this demon have been? How powerful? Senior, seeing his furrowed brow, Yanqi cautiously suggested, if you are interested, I can take you there to have a look. Just as Guhan was about to respond, a wave of caution washed over him. No, I am plagued by misfortune. I must not make hasty decisions. What do you think? He glanced at the enchantress. Shall we go take a look? Yes, let us go. The enchantress gently embraced him. Her eyes filled with affection and a fleeting weariness, pondering whether her sister's speculations were indeed correct. Senior, the bond between you and your beloved is truly profound. Yanqi exclaimed loudly in admiration. I am truly envious of Yanqi. Yet, I can't help but ponder privately. This formidable senior, possessing such terrifying power, still seeks the opinion of the fairy. Could it be that he is also intimidated at home? How utterly surprising. Guhan's lips twitched. He inexplicably refrained from explaining. The witch, however, found it quite delightful, believing Yanqi to be knowledgeable and eloquent, far more human than many others. Do not go, Guhan said, shaking his head at a man who appeared eager to engage. It is perilous to stay by my side. Perilous? Yanqi immediately became alert. What danger? Upon seeing Guhan prepare to leave, a man's face reflected reluctance. Benefactor, you saved both me and Amu. I have yet to repay you. Repayment is unnecessary. Guhan smiled. If possible, I hope you will agree to one condition. Please, speak freely. Do not become adversaries of the great Yin dynasty. The great Yin dynasty? A man was momentarily taken aback. Recalling what Tai Ji had often spoken of, and considering Guhan's previous pursuit, he instinctively blurted out, Benefactor, are you affiliated with the great Yin dynasty? To some extent, Guhan replied. A man fell silent for a moment. Suddenly, he knelt on one knee, drew forth a bone knife, and made a cut on his hand, raising it high above. In the name of the man ancestor, I swear, I, a man, shall never become an enemy of my benefactor, nor shall I oppose the great Yin dynasty. Should I violate this oath, may my blood rebel and I perish. As he spoke, he recited a long string of peculiar incantations, and the blood from his hand rose into the air, transforming into a strange blood-red rune that embedded itself into his forehead. Such a lack of foresight. So stubborn. Yanqi silently cursed. After today, you might never see that person again. Is such a malicious oath truly necessary? Even Guhan was taken aback. A mere casual request had been taken so earnestly by a man rise. He said, finding a man more agreeable now. Your ancestor will protect you. Protect? Nonsense. Yanqi muttered under his breath. This senior truly enjoys jesting. The ancestor has been dead for countless years. What can possibly offer him protection? So young and naive. Without any benefit, he exclaimed. Just as he thought this, a long, slender tongue shot out, unable to retract. A strand, as fine as a hair, and faintly exuding a vast aura of vitality appeared in Guhan's hand. Upon merely glancing at it, he felt as if a mountain was pressing down upon him, rendering him immobile. Chapter 356. The Red Sun Golden Thunder Beast, Sun Thunder Body Refinement. Benefactor. Upon seeing the vitality, a man instinctively revealed a hint of desire in his eyes. This force was derived from the bloodline of all the Man clan, and as a member of the tribe, he naturally felt a profound connection and yearning for this vitality, the inheritance of the Man ancestor. Guhan sighed softly. The words of Qi Yao echoed in his mind. I find you quite agreeable. This shall be yours. Thank you. A man knelt, overwhelmed with emotion. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, Guhan stopped him. No need to thank me. His expression turned serious. A man, having received this inheritance, you must forever remember one name. Qi Yao. He is indeed your true messenger. I merely fulfill his entrusted tasks in accordance with my promise. The benefactor. A man scratched his head. Is Qi Yao him? Guhan smiled faintly. He is a genuine hero. Upon finishing his words, a surge of vital energy dispersed for an instant, directly merging into A man's brow, vanishing without a trace. Boom. In that fleeting moment, a nebulous aura of vital energy spread rapidly, even dispersing the long-standing gray mist surrounding the area. Observing A man entering a meditative state to assimilate the vital energy, Yan Qi's eyes sparkled with anticipation, drool cascading down. Seniors, fairies. His vertical pupils shimmered with desire. Do you find me pleasing to the eye? Quite pleasing indeed. Guhan replied with a smirk. I, Yan Qi. Immediately, Yan Qi perked up, his tail raised high, and with gritted teeth. He gouged a thumb-sized wound into his own flesh. I swear by the name of the demon ancestor. I shall never oppose the seniors and the great Yin dynasty from this day forth. Should I betray this oath, let me be called. His eyes darted about, contemplating that his oath must be more malevolent and vicious than a man's to truly impress Guhan. Uft. The witch suddenly burst into laughter, her charm radiating. Guhan's heart raced for a moment. Enough. He dared not gaze longer, clearing his throat to interrupt Yan Qi. I bear no inheritance of the demon ancestor. Yan Qi's head drooped immediately, casting an envious glance at A-Man and then at the wound on his body. Heartache. Pain. Seniors, fairies. He swam forward listlessly. Follow me. The two promptly followed. The space within the gray mist was indeed expansive. Along the way, ancient trees loomed overhead, the mist swirling, and as they ventured deeper, everything gradually took on a hint of crimson. Although the light was dim, it was far more pleasing than the monotonous dark green outside, presenting a peculiar sight that left the witch in awe. Within Guhan's perception, the aura of the demon became increasingly potent. Benefactor, fairy. In but a brief moment, Yan Qi led the two to a rather irregular cave entrance, approximately 10 feet high. This is it, though referred to as a cave entrance. It was merely a subterranean cavern, winding and unfathomably deep. The ground at the entrance had completely transformed into a crimson hue, and even from the outside, one could sense waves of scorching heat approaching, intermingled with faint flashes of lightning. Guhan's pupils constricted suddenly, amidst the surrounding heat. His body was continuously absorbing the threads of lightning. As the lightning entered his body, the strength of his flesh subtly increased once more. Though it was a minor enhancement, it was indeed a gain. So that is how it is. Beside him, the witch wore a look of realization. So it truly is the Qiyang Golden Thunder Beast. The Qiyang Golden Thunder Beast? Guhan paused in confusion. What is that? This extraordinary creature is a rare species from the void of silence. The sorceress elucidated. Born with a formidable physique, the Golden Thunder Beast grows to a colossal length of 10,000 miles upon reaching maturity. At the moment of birth, a crimson sun is formed within its core, and this extraordinary creature delights in devouring thunder, refining it into its essence, thus merging with the crimson sun. This phenomenon is known as the sun thunder. It possesses the fierce might of thunder and the domineering nature of the crimson sun, serving as its most potent means of attack. Sun thunder. Guhan's doubts dissipated. No wonder. The immense reaction of his indestructible sword body to the lightning was due to the fact that the substance within the fire pool in this cavern was precisely the sun thunder needed to achieve the second stage of the indestructible sword body. As for it, the sorceress cast a glance at Yan Qi. This sun thunder, after all, is not true celestial thunder. It has undergone the baptism of lightning, yet lacks a trace of the life-giving essence bestowed by the Tao. Although it possesses the ability to articulate, it remains unable to take shape, merely having traversed half of its heavenly tribulation. So that is the case. Yan Qi suddenly understood. No wonder I have been unable to take shape. I have only traversed half of the heavenly tribulation. Fairy, with no hands or feet, it could only raise its tail in a gesture of respect. Your knowledge is profound. I, Yan Qi, am far inferior and hold great admiration for you. Guhan furrowed his brow. Sun thunder. It was evident that this was a tremendous opportunity for him. Enduring the sun thunder to refine his body and achieving the second stage of the indestructible sword body would undoubtedly enhance his strength significantly, improving his circumstances immensely. Yet, could such a stroke of fortune truly exist? He was currently beset by misfortune and calamities. How could a grand opportunity possibly arise? Was it the case that after reaching the utmost depths of despair, he was destined to begin his ascent? What do you think? He had no choice but to seek the sorceress's counsel. He felt that if he were to decide alone, regardless of whether he proceeded or not, the outcome might not be favorable. This sun thunder, the sorceress pondered thoughtfully. Is it of great importance to you? Indeed, the sun thunder would greatly enhance my strength. Then go ahead. The sorceress smiled gently. After all, the situation could hardly worsen. That is true. Guhan also smiled. It could not get any worse. Yan Qi silently shook his head, feeling a renewed disdain. This elder knows nothing and must inquire about everything from the fairy. It is one thing to seek advice, but to rely on others for decision-making is rather pitiful. I had thought him a true man of valor, yet he appears to be a mere dependent. TSK. Yan Shi, a great man. Should I ever find a partner, I must not follow this elder's example and live with such a lack of dignity. Unbeknownst to him, he regarded Gu Han with even greater contempt. Yan Shi, steeped in disdain, was suddenly interrupted as Gu Han spoke again. I intend to remain here for a while. You should take a man and her child far away from me. The elder jested. Yan Shi dismissed the notion. With your strength, who could possibly be your adversary? Besides, I, Yan Shi, am not one to cower in fear of death. Yan Shi fell silent for a moment. Elder, fairy. With a swift motion, it darted far away. Not looking back as it called out. The mountains are high and the waters deep. May we meet again in the future. Take care. With a flick of its finger, it vanished. Gu Han let out a sigh of relief as he loosened a storage ring. Although I lack the legacy of the demon ancestor, this ring contains some elixirs that may prove useful to you. Consider it a token of gratitude. Thank you, senior. Yan Shi exclaimed, swallowing the storage ring whole, his body moving with newfound swiftness. Yan Shi departed swiftly, and within a few breaths, he had vanished from sight. Let us go. Gu Han, no longer hesitating, took the witch with him and, in a flash, entered the cave. In an instant, the lightning within the cave intensified. Tendrils of lightning coursed through his body. Although he had not formally tempered his physique, he could already sense that his flesh had grown stronger than before. Though the sun was absent here, the rising intensity was far brighter than outside. The witch, already breathtakingly beautiful, appeared even more exquisite amidst the flickering red light. Regretting it? She teased lightly, sensing the stirrings within Gu Han's heart. The opportunity was disrupted by that beast, and now I have lost my chance, she sighed, her tone imbued with an indescribable sense of ease and contentment. I truly wish this moment could last forever. Your question. Gu Han paused momentarily. How should he resolve this? Did he need that particular item? You say. The witch did not respond, a glimmer of yearning flickering in her eyes. If only it had been you, Gu Han, who had taken Mo Chun-in away instead of Lingya. How splendid that would have been. Lingya. Gu Han etched that name firmly into his memory. In an instant, the ground beneath them hardened, and they arrived at the deepest part of the cavern. This cavern was immense, spanning tens of thousands of feet. At its center was a small pool, about 10 feet in diameter, filled with a boiling crimson liquid. Surrounded by swirling lightning, resembling dancing dragons and serpents, casting a red glow throughout much of the cavern. This cavern, the witch mused. It must be the heart of the golden thunder beast. I never imagined that after all these years, it would still retain a trace of solar thunder's power. Such a formidable creature, Gu Han reflected, had ultimately met its demise here. His gaze swept across the area and fell upon a dilapidated stone platform not far away, upon which lay several broken jade talismans. The inscriptions within these talismans were nothing more than mundane tales of romance and enmity, depicting the loves and sorrows of mortals. Judging by the size of the stone platform, it had certainly once held many more, but now only these few remained. Gu Han was rendered speechless. At last, he understood where Yan Shi's flowery speech originated. It was all the result of these trinkets. This was the heart of the golden thunder beast. The presence of such artifacts was undoubtedly peculiar. However, now was not the time for inquiry. Suppressing his doubts, he approached the fiery pool. Feeling the surge of desire emanating from within, he no longer hesitated. With a leap, he plunged into the flames. Fortune or misfortune, he decided. It was better to grow stronger first. In an instant, an unbearable intensity enveloped his entire being. Although he had achieved the first level of the indestructible sword body, his form still cracked beneath the liquid manifestation of the crimson sun, fissures appearing in a multitude of chaotic patterns. Enduring the excruciating pain, he promptly activated the techniques of the indestructible sword body. Instantly, countless bolts of lightning surged through the cracks and into his being. Compared to the heavenly thunder, this solar lightning lacked some of its weightiness, but was imbued with a more tyrannical ferocity. As the electric currents coursed through him, strands of solar lightning were continuously absorbed into his body, merging seamlessly with his flesh, enhancing his corporeal strength at an accelerated pace. As time elapsed, his body sank further into the depths, the fervor intensifying, the lightning burgeoning, accompanied by a fleeting and enigmatic shadow. Outside, upon witnessing Gu Han plunge into the pool, The sorceress grew somewhat bored and began to examine a few jade talismans, occasionally sighing. How delightful it would be if she and he could have a perfect ending, akin to the tales depicted in stories. Within the giant Lu Mountains, as an increasing number of barbarians entered, the vitality surged. And even the usually ferocious beasts trembled in fear, refraining from making a sound. Among the multitude of barbarians, the most formidable were undoubtedly Zhou Ye and his companions. Deep within the mountains, in a dense thicket, the large man's eyes flickered with a hint of confusion. You guessed correctly. That person had indeed fled into the giant Lu Mountains, and although some had caught glimpses of his presence earlier, he had not been seen for over half a day. We even discovered the last place he acted, yet his trail remained elusive. He must still be here. Zhou Ye's expression remained impassive. No matter how powerful he was or how many he could slay, any action would inevitably create a commotion. Now that he was untraceable, it was likely he was hiding. Young master. Just then, someone flew in from afar. Several hundred miles ahead, there appears to be a rather peculiar location. Many have rushed there. Shall we take a look? Strange. Indeed. The barbarian nodded. Those from the smaller tribes mentioned a mist that seems to have a hallucinatory effect. Even those at the heavenly tribulation realm who entered may not necessarily emerge. Let us go. Zhou Ye's heart stirred. He was born of a super tribe and held little regard for the blood and flesh of the beasts here. Finding his understanding of the giant Lu Mountains to be inferior to that of the smaller tribes. Amidst the swirling gray mist, Yan Qi moved ceaselessly, carrying a man and Tai Ji upon his back. Originally, Tai Ji had been suffering from internal injuries accumulated over a long time and had little time left to live. However, with the presence of the Qingbai pill, restoring those hidden wounds was a trivial matter. Though still somewhat aged, his posture straightened significantly, and his spirit was much improved. Remember, she incessantly cautioned a man, that benefactor saved me and you, and bestowed upon you the legacy of our tribe. You must never betray his trust. In truth, she possessed far more knowledge than a man did. Naturally, it was long surmised that Gu Han likely hailed from the Da Yin dynasty. She emerged from the lowest strata of society, possessing little understanding or interest in warfare. All she knew was that the barbaric kin had slain her husband and regarded her and her child as less than human, ultimately rendering them homeless. In stark contrast stood Gu Han, who, despite being nominally an adversary, repeatedly extended her hand in assistance, saving their lives time and again. This alone sufficed. Indeed. A man nodded earnestly. I shall remember, AMU. The legacy of the barbarian ancestors is not easily digestible. Merely absorbing a trace of vital energy had already propelled him towards a breakthrough in the gathering Yuan realm. His demeanor grew increasingly profound and weighty, with a flicker of brilliance in his eyes, rendering him a different being compared to the man of yore. The only constant remained the unrefined purity nestled deep within his gaze. Sigh. Yan Qi furrowed his brow and sighed deeply. Ah, a man, you have truly risen. Once you become a figure of prominence, do not forget about me, Yan Qi. Never. A man replied earnestly. You are my friend. Were it not for you, we would have perished long ago. I shall undoubtedly repay your kindness. No more of this, Yan Qi lamented. Your grandfather once saved my life. Though I am a beast, I understand the importance of gratitude. If you achieve great success, all I ask is for an opportunity to transcend the heavenly tribulation. He cast a glance at his cumbersome form. I yearned to face the heavenly tribulation with dignity. As he reminisced, his eyes grew somewhat misty. Among the beasts, he was a stalwart man of honor, yet fate had dealt him a cruel hand, forcing him to languish in this tiny realm, his fervor stifled by misfortune and adversity. Lord Python, a man scratched his head. Aren't you a serpent? Shouldn't your blood be cold? Look at that, Yan Qi exclaimed in anger. Before you've even become a great figure, you've learned to talk back. Once you possess the capability, will you wish to feast upon my flesh? Just as he spoke, a torrent of vital energy descended upon them, and the trio, a man and a python, were suddenly encircled by dozens of figures. Barbarians. And they were all formidable. Those who could navigate this haze with ease were, at the very least, the most elite cultivators at the heavenly tribulation realm. A chill coursed through Yan Qi's heart. Spare me, great lord. With a thud, he shrank back, his head swiftly bowing to the ground. My flesh is sour, foul, and tough. It is hardly appetizing. Can it speak? One of the barbarians, evidently of high status, stepped forward. Even better. A surge of vital energy pressed down upon Yan Qi, nearly shattering his insides. I ask you, did you come from within? Why, yes. Yes. Yan Qi stammered. Did you see anyone? Easy to identify. He is not a barbarian. And no. Yan Qi shook his head vigorously, tears streaming down his cheeks. My cultivation is limited. I cannot even transform, and I never dare wander inside. I am not well acquainted with the affairs within. He silently cursed. Bah. A bunch of foul barbarians. All they desire is to feast upon my flesh or bully me. I am Yan Qi, a man of unwavering integrity, though that senior is somewhat reliant on others, which causes Yan Qi to regard him with disdain. He speaks in a gentle manner and does not use his cultivation to intimidate me, even offering me elixirs. Yan Qi would never betray that senior. Useless fool. The barbarian's expression turned cold, and his blood energy surged instantaneously. What use do you have for living? He declared, poised to strike Yan Qi dead on the spot. Spare me. Please spare me. Yan Qi pleaded desperately, yet he revealed not a whisper of information. Wait. Another person intervened. This lad seems unusual. He pointed at A-Man. The earlier individual cast a grave glance at A-Man, his demeanor shifting. Indeed, something is amiss. Ordinarily, A-Man, being of the lowest class of barbarians, would not even merit a second glance from them. But now they discerned that the blood energy emanating from him was remarkably pure, seemingly surpassing their own. This was highly irregular. As he spoke, he intended to scrutinize him closely. At that moment, numerous figures descended once more. Sanger has arrived. In the depths of the cave, within the fiery pool, Guhan found himself sinking deeper and deeper. Curiously, as he descended, the intense heat and lightning seemed to diminish, giving way to an almost chilling aura. Suddenly, his body reached the bottom of the pool, producing a soft sound. To his astonishment, the pool's bottom was hollow. It appeared to have existed for countless years, now weakened to the point where, upon his gentle touch, a fissure instantly appeared. In an instant, an extremely cold aura surged into his body through his toes. Boom, boom. In that fleeting moment, the clash between the Yang thunder and the Yin malevolence caused his body to erupt violently. This is bad. He felt a prickling sensation on his scalp. The earthly fiendish chi. To his shock, the pool's bottom concealed such a force. The collision of these two extreme energies was beyond his imagination. He was aware. What fortune! This was not mere misfortune. It was a matter of life and death. Chapter 358. Guhan actually. The earthly fiendish chi is generated from the earth veins, harboring a trace of exceedingly pure extreme Yin energy. Its applications are boundless, aside from its other effects. When a cultivator's soul power reaches a certain threshold, they can initially withstand the baptism of the earthly fiendish chi, allowing that trace of extreme Yin energy to nourish their soul, thus enhancing their soul power and expanding their consciousness, laying the foundation for ascension to higher realms. In truth, both the Yang thunder and the earthly fiendish chi represent the most coveted opportunities for Guhan at this juncture. However, their simultaneous emergence is a catastrophic calamity. Extreme Yang and extreme Yin are two diametrically opposed forces. Their encounter is akin to fire and water, each instinctively striving to suppress the other. In this moment, Guhan's body became the battleground for these forces. Boom, boom. The sounds of muffled explosions resounded. His body was continuously torn apart, flesh and blood scattering. A sight too grim to behold. Were it not for the foundation of his indestructible sword body's first level, any other individual would have been utterly obliterated by now. Flee. Amidst the excruciating pain, he dared not linger any longer in that place. While hastily swallowing a pill, he moved closer to the fiery pool above, all the while maintaining the second layer of the unquenchable sword body technique. If he were to falter, death would come swifter. Fortunately, he quietly rejoiced. The released earth evil energy was but a mere trickle. Just as he felt a fleeting sense of relief, a crack at the bottom of the pool suddenly widened considerably. In an instant, the earth evil energy within the pool surged to more than tenfold. This time, it was not just his body that would shatter. The clash of Yang thunder and Yin evil triggered a catastrophic collapse of the fiery pool. A terrifying force, infused with strands of destructive power, bore down upon him, relentlessly dragging him toward the depths of the pool. Outside, the enchantress was absorbed in examining the jade talisman when she suddenly felt the ground beneath her tremble incessantly. Instantly, she discerned the anomaly of the fiery pool. The Yang thunder raged, and the destructive force scattered. Cracks radiated outward from the pool's center, spreading in all directions. This is disastrous. Her expression shifted, though she was unaware of the cause of this upheaval. She understood that this force of destruction was far beyond Gu Han's capacity to withstand. In a flash, she appeared at the edge of the fiery pool. Without hesitation, enveloped in a layer of ethereal light, she leapt directly into the pool. In her current state, she could not resist the rampaging force of Yang thunder. In an instant, the ethereal light surrounding her began to falter as she was ensnared by a terrifying power that relentlessly dragged her downward. Yet she seemed oblivious, tirelessly searching for Gu Han's presence. Save him. This thought resonated solely in her mind. Surrounded by that overwhelming force, Gu Han's body became akin to a floating reed in the ocean, utterly uncontrollable, sinking deeper and deeper. Despite his refusal to yield, the continuous intake of pills and incantations could only slightly delay his descent and inevitable destruction. Damn it! A chill enveloped his heart. This cursed fate. At that moment, he vaguely discerned a figure drawing closer to him. Without needing to think, he already knew who it was. Before he could utter a word, the figure, propelled by the swirling force, reached his side and embraced him. What are you doing here? Gu Han could only convey his thoughts telepathically. To save you, she replied, seemingly reaching the limit of her strength. Before she could finish, the ethereal light enveloping her dissipated in an instant. Her cultivation was insufficient to withstand the onslaught of Yang thunder, and within less than a breath, her garments, hair, and even flesh began to ignite. Boom! Gu Han was taken aback, suddenly feeling something within him explode. Instinctively, he thrust a pill into her mouth and draped the long robe gifted by Yu Miao around her shoulders. However, such actions could merely offer a momentary reprieve against the destructive force. Do not resist. The enchantress's voice grew faint. We must descend. All right. At this moment, although the sensation of his body fracturing accelerated, Gu Han nonetheless gritted his teeth and managed to divert a portion of his cultivation to shield her. A task that proved exceedingly arduous. In but an instant, the two were drawn to the bottom of the pool by an overwhelming force. A fissure appeared, roughly 10 feet long and half a foot wide, continuously widening. An endless chill emanated from within, intertwining with the power of the Yang thunder, resulting in a terrifying suction force. At this juncture, the witch weakly opened her eyes, and two ghostly lights flickered once more. In that fleeting moment, the chilling, earth-suppressing energy abruptly changed direction, surging into her body. Her essence was that of the Xian-Yin celestial demon, along with a trace of Xian-Yin energy. Despite her extreme weakness, controlling a portion of the earth-suppressing energy infused with extreme Yin power was well within her grasp. Consequently, the nearly rampaging Yang thunder power subsided significantly, and the horrifying suction force diminished greatly. Though a remnant remained, it posed little threat to Gu Han, who had never ceased to operate his techniques. The second tier of the indestructible sword body was nearing perfection. With 3 types of healing elixirs, his battered physique began to recover swiftly. Quick, the witch suddenly urged. The earth tribulation. Although the earth-suppressing energy entering her body could not restore her essence, it did bolster her spirit considerably. At this moment, the remaining earth-suppressing energy, though scant, continued to clash with the Yang thunder power, causing the fissure to expand slowly. If left unchecked, it wouldn't be long before the forces here would erupt once more, leading to a certain demise. All right, Gu Han did not hesitate. Swiftly pouring several vials of soul-restoring elixirs into his mouth and feeding a considerable amount of the Qing by Dan to the witch. He then carefully safeguarded his storage ring and extended his consciousness to guide the earth-suppressing energy towards them. In an instant, the earth-suppressing power emanating from the fissure was completely controlled by the two. The visibly surging Yang thunder power quickly calmed, and the fissure gradually ceased to widen. However, Gu Han dared not approach it. Should the cursed power erupt again, the fissure would shatter, sealing their fate. The chill was overwhelming. The earth-suppressing power washed over his soul, the agony rivaling that of the heavenly tribulation. Even with his heightened consciousness and substantial soul power, the sudden onslaught of the earth-suppressing energy left his mind in a fog, as if it might explode. Nevertheless, while enduring the tribulation, he also allocated a fragment of his focus to continuously operate the second tier of the indestructible sword body technique. Furthermore, he held the witch tightly, transferring his cultivation to shield her from the onslaught of Yang thunder. In contrast, the witch felt a sense of relief. The Qing Bai Dan, Gu Han's robes, and the spiritual barrier could hardly inflict harm upon her, solely relying on the Yang thunder power. They awaited the unfolding of events. Her consciousness remained fixated on Gu Han. She sensed the torment flickering across his brow, yet he remained steadfast in his protective instincts towards her. She perceived the continuous restoration and strengthening of his corporeal form, which now subtly radiated a hint of Yang thunderous energy, and noticed his demeanor had taken on a distinctly masculine quality. Suddenly, her cheeks flushed to an abnormal hue. She realized that Gu Han was unclothed at that moment. As if compelled by an unseen force, despite knowing that such an act might hasten her own dissolution, she blushed fiercely, her long eyelashes fluttering incessantly, her consciousness never straying from Gu Han's body. In the first volume, chapter 359, only Gu Han could witness the impeccable Mo Chenin. In the face of imminent danger, Gu Han's sole focus was on safeguarding the enchantress, oblivious to the matter of clothing. The relentless agony that sliced through his mind rendered him forgetful of such trivialities. In a realm of consciousness, an inexplicable figure stood quietly, an embodiment of his soul. As the power of the earthly fiend ceaselessly baptized him, this figure trembled increasingly, its form growing more translucent, yet under the infusion of that extreme energy, it became ever more pure. Whenever the figure could no longer endure, waves of potent soul energy surged forth to replenish it. This cyclical process signified the passage through the first tier of earthly tribulations. Following this were the second and third tiers, as the continuous influx of soul energy and the baptism by the earthly fiend's aura rendered the figure increasingly pure, its visage becoming clearer. Regrettably, a sense of wistfulness lingered in Gu Han's heart. If only there existed a method of soul refinement akin to the indestructible sword body. Boom. Just as this thought arose, the great transformation sword scripture underwent yet another transformation. A spark of sword intent emitted a brilliant light, instantly detaching from the scripture, exploding with a thunderous roar, and transforming into a pathway that imprinted itself within his consciousness. The undying sword soul, the root of all beings. No matter how supreme one's cultivation or extraordinary their powers, they cannot withstand the ravages of time, nor the erosion of the great path. Ultimately, the soul shall decay. Only through an immortal body, an undying soul, an unwavering heart, and an eternal will can one adhere to the true path. Seek the 9 ultimate sword doctrines. Temper with intent, undergo 9 transformations, and achieve the undying sword soul. Sword doctrine? Undying sword soul. Even amidst the tribulation, Gu Han found himself momentarily stunned. This method, while also divided into 9 transformations, required entirely different elements compared to the indestructible sword body. Heavenly thunder, Yang thunder, Yin thunder. Though he had scarcely heard of most of these thunders, they were undeniably real entities. However, the sword doctrine, he found himself instinctively asking, what constitutes the sword doctrine? Receive the sword. That voice resonated once more. Subsequently, a glimmer of light ascended from the sword scripture, transforming into a vast, boundless sword intent that descended directly upon his soul. Gu Han was rendered speechless. He had witnessed the sword intent of the scripture's master before. Even at the pinnacle of his former self, he would have been utterly incapable of withstanding it. Should he be struck by a single sword, it would not merely be a matter of survival. It would signify complete annihilation. Boom. Before he could comprehend the situation, that sword intent had already descended into his soul. The figure that had previously traversed 6 layers of earthly tribulation began to disintegrate in an instant. Pain, an indescribable agony. At this moment, Gu Han finally comprehended that this sword intent possessed nothing but pure will, devoid of any lethal power, seemingly existing solely to temper his soul. Otherwise, with a single stroke, one would perish, leaving no room to experience pain. He had no time for further contemplation. He gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating torment while continuously channeling the methods of the undying sword soul. The soul, on the brink of dissolution, began to coalesce once more. Boom. Moments later, the figure solidified again. Compared to before, though diminished in size, it had gained remarkable clarity, allowing even the faintest expression on its face to be discerned. A formidable aura of righteousness emanated from it, resembling not merely a soul body, but rather a long sword forged from pure soul energy. Suddenly, the figure opened its eyes. A flash of a sword scar appeared between its brows, and from its ethereal gaze, 2 fine sword chi burst forth. The undying sword soul, first transformation, success. How powerful! Gu Han felt a profound shock within. As with the heavenly tribulation, the intensity of the earthly calamity's cleansing force escalated towards the end. This breakthrough was a spontaneous decision, lacking prior preparation before facing the tribulation. Even with the solid foundation of the divine transformation realm, having barely withstood 6 layers of earthly tribulation, he had approached his limits. Yet now, having condensed the undying sword soul, overcoming the 9 layers of earthly tribulation was no longer a concern. Outside, the witch remained entranced, fixated on Gu Han. Suddenly, the speed at which the thunderous power of the sun lightning surged into Gu Han's body increased tenfold. In an instant, the boundless thunderous energy within the fiery pool slightly diminished. Amidst the intertwining lightning, an exceptionally sharp aura flickered across him, then entirely melded into his being. Compared to before, though his physique remained unassuming, an air of dominance and pressure now radiated from him. The second transformation of the indestructible sword body achieved. Simultaneously, his eyes slowly opened, their gaze sharp as a sword, imbued with profound depth. Earthly tribulation. 9 layers. In fact, had he not been deliberately suppressing his cultivation, he could have gradually condensed the first drop of extraordinary substance within, directly surpassing the human tribulation and stepping into the semi-transcendent realm. Yet, he recalled Qian Ye's admonition and naturally refrained from such actions. Boom, boom. At that moment, lacking his guidance, the earthly calamity energy once again dissipated, and the sun lightning power within the fiery pool threatened to rampage anew. Without hesitation, he summoned his spiritual power, instantly enveloping the witch in his embrace. As his cultivation soared to its zenith, in an instant, an invisible sword chi circulated around him, swiftly restrained to within a foot of his form. Having traversed the earthly tribulation and achieved the undying sword soul, his mastery over sword chi grew increasingly seamless and fluid. With a swing of the sword in hand, he lightly struck upward, transforming into a drawn blade, slicing through the boundless sun lightning as he swiftly fled towards the exterior of the fiery pool. Freed from the witch's control, the terrifying gravitational force reemerged. Yet, for him in this moment, it was a force he could no longer resist. Within mere breaths, the two had returned to the cavern once more. Gu Han let out a long sigh of relief. This time, he had truly come perilously close to death. Cursed be the spell, he thought bitterly. Do you understand? He gazed at the fire pool, now on the brink of a complete eruption, and sighed softly. Just moments ago, he had almost met his end. It's all right, the sorceress murmured as she embraced him. Sister is of the celestial demon body. The flesh is of little consequence. Had I not descended to assist you in controlling the malevolent aura, you would have truly perished. As she was about to speak again, Gu Han sensed an unsettling anomaly. A strange, soft and slick sensation pressed against him, as if there were no barrier at all. Looking down, he was utterly stunned. Where are my clothes? Oh, right. He suddenly recalled. He instinctively glanced aside, yet found it impossible to divert his gaze. The sorceress's gown was in tatters, and her moonlit robe merely draped haphazardly over her shoulder, failing to conceal her captivating beauty. Earlier, within the fire pool, the might of the thunder had obscured his sight. Now, however, everything was vividly clear. Beneath the robe lay an expansive snowfield, illuminated by the fire pool's glow, sparkling like jade. At the far end of the snowfield stood 2 mountains, equally blanketed in snow, dazzlingly white and breathtakingly beautiful, devoid of any flaw. 2 faint red plums could be seen, adding an enchanting allure to the scene. Is it beautiful? The sorceress's delicate head rested gently on his shoulder. Gu Han remained silent, suddenly feeling a dryness in his throat. It was more than beautiful. It was the most exquisite scenery he had ever encountered in his life. Then let it be truly appreciated. In that moment, the sorceress bore no hint of seduction. Instead, a trace of melancholy graced her features. Always remember this moment. For 1,000 years, 10,000 years, a lifetime, never forget this perfect, inked melody, which only you can behold. Suddenly, a long robe fell upon Gu Han. In an instant, the most enchanting form in the world flashed before him, only to don a white gown once more. For some inexplicable reason, a faint sense of regret welled up within him. As he donned his attire, he felt a reluctance to confront the sorceress in her current state. Just as he was about to speak, the ground trembled violently. The force of the thunder in the fire pool dispersed, mingled with a hint of destructive power, expanding outward with a far grander ferocity than before. Without their connection, The fissure at the bottom of the fire pool grew ever wider. At this moment, it was utterly beyond control. "Let us depart," he said, suppressing the peculiar feelings within him as he cleared his throat. "This place is likely to be destroyed." Indeed, the sorceress resumed her previous demeanor, gently embracing Gu Han, though her eyes shone with a hint of brightness. The most perfect inked melody had already revealed itself to Gu Han. There should be no regrets now. Her delicate form nestled in his embrace. Gu Han's hand trembled for a brief moment before gently encircling her slender waist. The sword energy emanating from him shifted, and in an instant, he vanished without a trace. Boom! The earth shook. Mere moments later, accompanied by a thunderous roar, an overwhelming force, akin to that of a saintly cultivator, unleashed its terrifying might throughout the cavern. Everything in its path was reduced to dust. Thousands of miles away, Feng Xi, donned in a flowing crimson battle dress, soared forward like a streak of red light, tirelessly searching for Gu Han's whereabouts. Behind her, no barbarian dared to follow. They had once pursued her, but after she had decimated wave after wave of them, none were left bold enough to trail her. Yet, despite her formidable cultivation, the repeated exertions and usage of divine flames had drained her vitality, rendering her complexion increasingly pale, almost translucent, though her aura remained unyielding. Suddenly, she halted, gazing into the distance. Occasionally, the sounds of curses and furious shouts reached her ears. In stark contrast to Feng Xi, the state of the portly figure was considerably dire. He gasped for breath, the golden light surrounding him flickering precariously, as if on the verge of collapse, while he frantically fled. This was a genuine escape. Strangely enough, plunging into the giant Lu mountain range only led him to encounter more barbarians. The moment he mentioned his name, Gu Han, countless marauders surged from all directions, as if they had been waiting for him. Were it not for his unparalleled defenses, he would have been overwhelmed and torn to shreds by the horde. "Quick, capture him. The one with the sword is Gu Han. Yes, he is the one the Lord ordered to be killed. Do not let him escape." In the midst of the chase, the barbarians continuously proclaimed his features. The portly figure, filled with indignation, sheathed his longsword. "Quick, that one glowing with golden light is Gu Han. Seize him." With gritted teeth, he retracted the golden aura until it became nearly imperceptible. "Portly one," another voice shouted. "That fat man is Gu Han. Surround him." Despair enveloped him. There was no way he could slim down in such a short time. He yearned to turn back and fight desperately, but while his defenses were unmatched, his offensive capabilities paled in comparison to a sword cultivator like Gu Han. Should he be ensnared by the two barbaric beings with crimson eyes, even his formidable defenses would falter, and once trapped, it would become exceedingly difficult to break free. At that moment, a resounding phoenix cry echoed. A figure in a red dress descended into the fray. It was Feng Xi, having arrived at the sound. Boom! Behind her, the twin wings of the celestial phoenix flared, raining down crimson flames, incinerating a multitude of hapless barbarians who could not evade in time. Feng Xi. The two extraordinary barbarian figures exchanged wary glances. Upon hearing her name, the throng of barbarians abruptly halted. Unlike Gu Han, her reputation has been forged over the course of more than a decade, exchanged for the lives of countless barbaric foes during various wars. In a certain sense, her capacity to instill fear among the barbarian tribes surpasses even that of Gu Han. "Have you found him?" Feng Xi inquired directly, her straightforward nature prompting no questions about the fat man's presence. "No, not yet," the fat man replied, panting. "But if you hadn't come, I would have surely perished from exhaustion. He's right here." "Here?" The fat man's expression shifted, his face paling. "This is bad. There are far too many barbarians here. We must locate him first." He had a clear assessment of Gu Han's prowess. Faced with such a multitude of adversaries, he saw no hope of breaking free. "Wait a moment." Feng Xi's sharp gaze swept over the throng of barbarians. "We must deal with them first, to lessen the pressure on our junior brother." Boom, boom. Before she could finish her thought, a distant rumble resonated from afar. "This is terrible." The fat man turned pale. Could it be that the sacred realm has intervened? With such might from this distance, I can think of no one else. That bastard can't be over there, can he? Feng Xi remained silent, a flicker of concern in her eyes as flames ignited around her, propelling her swiftly toward the source of the disturbance. "Damn it!" The fat man, his eyes reddening, followed suit. "I nearly got encircled because of you. You mustn't perish so easily." Under the influence of the curse's power, coupled with the conspicuous anomalies surrounding the cavern, groups of barbarians, some 3 to 5, others in the dozens, continuously converged, amassing into a throng of over 1,000, nearly sealing off the area around the cave. This is the place. He must be inside. They were resolute in their determination to prevent his escape this time. Yes. Let us act swiftly. If we tarry any longer, we shall miss our chance. The crowd of barbarians buzzed with excitement, but they hesitated regarding who would descend into the cave first. Many among them harbored considerable trepidation towards Gu Han's strength. A figure capable of slaying the first war god was not to be trifled with. Unless they attacked in mass, facing him alone would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Stand aside, you spineless cowards. With a series of furious shouts, 3 burly barbarians pushed their way through the crowd, approaching the cave entrance. Hiss! Upon seeing the trio, the others retreated in fear. These 3 were well-known brothers from the 7 great tribes, each possessing strength at the cusp of the extraordinary realm, and masters of a combined attack technique. Together, their combat prowess surpassed that of an ordinary extraordinary being, earning them significant renown within the barbarian ranks. In this battle, while their tribe's elite had been dispatched to the border, these 3 had been assigned to hunt down Gu Han. Second and third brothers. The leader cautioned earnestly, do not underestimate him. Anyone capable of slaying Tua Jun must possess formidable strength. Once you encounter him, execute the combined attack technique immediately, understood? Rest assured, elder brother. The second, and I would never take him lightly. Let us proceed. With a nod, the first brother leaped into the cave. The 2 individuals exchanged glances, without hesitation, and swiftly followed suit. Alas, the onlooking barbarians gazed enviously, eagerly waiting by the cave's entrance for the trio to emerge with Gu Han's severed head. Inside the cave, the leader barely descended when he was suddenly met by a radiant flash of sword light surging towards him. This is bad. His complexion changed drastically. Second and third, combine your attacks. Elder brother, thud, thud, thud. 3 faint sounds accompanied by 3 anguished cries echoed as the dazzling sword light instantaneously fled from the cave. Faintly, the voices of Gu Han and the sorceress could be discerned. What were they discussing? It seemed like a combined attack. Do the barbarians understand the technique of combination attacks? Regardless, the matter was moot. Lives had been lost. Indeed. Volume 1, Chapter 361, Barbarian Ancestors' Legacy. Do you have any objections to what I have given? Outside the cave, the trio's screams naturally reached the ears of the assembled barbarians. What is happening? A jolt coursed through their hearts. Suddenly, a beam of sword light erupted from the cave, expanding the entrance by 3-fold and instantly claiming the lives of nearby barbarians. Whoosh! The sword light continued unabated, swiftly retreating into the distance. It is him. The barbarians momentarily froze, instinctively reacting. Pursue. Do not let him escape. Boom, boom. Before they could finish their words, the ground beneath them trembled violently, and deep, unfathomable fissures spread rapidly beneath their feet. What is happening? Rumble. Another series of thunderous roars. A force of destruction, eager to consume all, surged forth from the cracks in the ground, sweeping away all nearby barbarians in an instant. In the distant sky, bang, the force of annihilation spread forth. Even at a considerable distance, the sword energy barrier surrounding Gu Han still quivered violently, showing signs of fracturing. As for those barbarians, their speed could not match Gu Han's sword escape, and their strength paled in comparison against the destructive force generated by the convergence of solar thunder and Earth's malevolence. Leaving behind mere bones could be considered a feat of robust power. Within the gray mist, before the stone house, sword energy? Observing the perfectly severed fragments strewn across the ground, Sang Gu pondered. Barbarians do not wield swords. Meanwhile, Yanqi lay there, half alive, tears streaming down his face. It's over. After hiding for half a lifetime, I cannot escape the fate of being devoured. Indeed. Sang Gu glanced at a man. Your storage ring. Was it given to you by him? Have you seen him? Earlier, upon encountering a man, he had noticed something unusual about him. After a thorough examination, he discovered that the other possessed the long-lost legacy of the barbarian ancestor, a revelation that filled him with uncontainable joy. Gu Han's head, the legacy of the barbarian ancestor. The latter's significance far outweighed the former's by tenfold, and if he were to acquire both, his standing and prestige among the barbarians would be unparalleled. He possesses an immense likelihood of becoming the next lord of the War God Hall. It is precisely due to this legacy that he has deliberately expelled the envious barbarians. retaining only the mother and son of Amon and Yanqi. After a thorough search, he effortlessly discovered the humble stone dwelling. Opposite him, Amon remained silent, fixated on him with unwavering intensity. "You wretched creature." Beside Sengu, the burly man's expression turned cold. The young clan leader inquired without hesitation. Sengu waved his hand dismissively. It matters not if he refrains from speaking. Given the number of individuals present, that fellow cannot evade capture for long. Let them search. Should they find him, it would serve to deplete his strength. When the opportune moment arises, we shall deal with the aftermath. The young clan leader is indeed wise. The crowd of clansmen praised him profusely. In contrast, Sengu frowned as he regarded Amon. "I am genuinely curious. How is it that a lowly barbarian such as yourself can possess the legacy of the barbarian ancestor? Do you truly believe yourself worthy?" He could not comprehend it. "Only individuals of my caliber are deserving of such a legacy. You would only tarnish the esteemed name of the barbarian ancestor. Surrender it. I can promise not to slay you and even elevate you from your lowly status, perhaps even appoint you as a guardian of the war god hall. Ideally, the legacy of the barbarian ancestor should be willingly relinquished. Should I resort to forceful acquisition, it could potentially compromise the integrity of the legacy, a scenario he wished to avoid. For one of your lowly standing," he gazed down at Amon. "This is the greatest blessing. My patience is limited. You would do well to make a swift decision, or else," boom. Before he could finish his sentence, a thunderous roar erupted from the distance, followed by a violent tremor beneath their feet. Moments later, the shaking gradually subsided. The scene was one of devastation. The stone dwelling lay in ruins, the ground fissured, and even the landscape exhibited subtle alterations, while the persistent gray mist that had long enveloped the area was nearly dispelled. What transpired? The crowd was engulfed in confusion. "Let us investigate." Sengu furrowed his brow, turning to one of his companions. "What on earth has happened?" "Yes." One individual bowed respectfully and soared into the air. Sengu sensed something amiss. Such a magnitude of power could only emanate from someone beyond the holy realm, and it seemed to be no ordinary holy being. Could a calamity have occurred? Young clan leader, the burly man pondered. Might it be related to that individual? Sengu remained silent, a sudden wave of inexplicable agitation washing over him. "Have you made your decision?" His patience evaporated instantly as he turned his gaze back to Amon. "Do you wish to accept this blessing, or not?" "Amon," the Taiji suddenly spoke sharply. "We cannot grant it to him. He has come to slay our benefactor. Should you dare to hand it over, you shall no longer recognize you as her son. We may perish, but we cannot endanger our benefactor." Her reasoning was simple. If Gesang were to kill Guhan, by granting Gesang the legacy of the barbarian ancestor, it would merely enhance his power, thereby indirectly harming Guhan. Tears welled in Amon's eyes, his gaze reddening. "I understand. Even if I must destroy it, I will not permit him to wield this against our benefactor." "Benefactor?" Gassan suddenly burst into laughter. "Huh, a barbarian. How could you regard my tribe's mortal enemy as a benefactor? Scum is scum. A treacherous wretch who has betrayed the barbarian clan. How could our ancestors bestow their heritage upon someone like you?" With a roar, a surge of blood energy erupted from him, instantly descending upon Taiji. "You wish to repay kindness? I shall grant you that." Aman's eyes widened with fury. In that moment, a torrent of resentment surged within him. He hated his kin. The barbarians had never regarded him as one of their own, treating him with utmost cruelty, leaving him no chance for survival. If given the opportunity, he would surely annihilate that arrogant group of barbarians. "Taiji." Yanqi wept uncontrollably, torn between sorrow and fear. "I am next. My Yan clan will be extinguished today. I, Yanqi, am doomed to perish without even a chance for redemption." At this moment, a figure as swift as lightning approached from afar, landing in the arena just in time to intercept the oncoming wave of blood energy. Boom! The clash between the blood energy and sword aura erupted with a deafening explosion. Amidst the swirling smoke, a voice, thick with disdain, emerged. "First, it is not the ancestors who favor him. It is I who have chosen him. And I am the one who grants him his heritage. Second, I believe you are the true scum." Thud! A round object suddenly rolled a few times before coming to rest at Gassan's feet, its eyes wide with terror. It was the tribe member he had dispatched earlier. In chapter 362 of the first volume, Why Does the Immortal Maiden Laugh? Benefactor? Senior? Hearing that familiar voice, Yanqi and Aman were momentarily stunned. then filled with immense joy. Thankfully, as the smoke gradually dissipated, Gu Han and the sorceress appeared before everyone. I was somewhat worried about you, so I came to check in. Almost too late, he sighed softly, glancing at the tear-streaked face of Taiji. I have put you all in peril. He had overheard Taiji's words and could not fathom how a woman of the lowest caste of the barbarian tribe, with no knowledge or status even below that of a slave, could have such clarity regarding enmity and gratitude. Senior, Yin Qi swam to his side, overwhelmed with emotion. It feels like a lifetime ago. To see you again, I have no regrets in death. Do not worry. Gu Han smiled warmly. You will not perish. It is you? Ghassan had never met Gu Han, yet he instinctively knew this was the person he sought. You are the one who granted him his heritage? Indeed. Gu Han replied with a gentle smile. While you disdain him, I find him worthy. You deem him of lowly status. Yet I have chosen to bestow upon him the legacy of our ancestors. Do you have any objections? Sighing, Yin Qi felt a mix of admiration and dismay. This senior was undeniably powerful, yet his demeanor was oddly soft, almost as if accustomed to a life of comfort, lacking any true sense of intimidation. Haha, Senga laughed heartily. It seems fortune smiles upon me. You are quite pleased? Gu Han raised an eyebrow. Of course, I am delighted. Sanger cast a glance at the witch. His eyes filled with admiration. This woman was exceptionally beautiful, rivaled only by Feng Xi, and he was determined to have her. Moreover, the inheritance of the barbarian ancestors belonged to him as well. As for your head, that was certainly his. TSK. Yin Qi covertly glanced at Gu Han. Senior, take notes. This is how one speaks with conviction, just as described in those tales. The witch rolled her eyes and quietly hid behind Gu Han. What are you staring at? One call, and my brother will have your eyes gouged out. Suddenly, a terrifying spiritual pressure surged from Gu Han. With a swift step, he instantly appeared beside a man, lightly slashing at Sanger with his sword. In a silent moment, a sword light nearly 10 feet long descended. Bang! Bang! Sanger's pupils constricted sharply as his blood energy surged, clashing continuously with the sword light. After a single strike, he had retreated several feet. Meanwhile, a man had unknowingly returned to the side of Taiji and Yin Qi. Look, Gu Han smiled. Your barbarian ancestors' inheritance is gone. Sanger's expression darkened. He had never anticipated that Gu Han's strength would far exceed his expectations. Moreover, Gu Han, with a look of disdain, remarked, You can keep your eyes as well. Upon hearing this, the witch's eyes instantly curved into crescent moons. Oh, Yin Qi was greatly puzzled. Why is the fairy laughing? I am just quite pleased, she replied. TSK, Yin Qi mused inwardly. At this moment, the fairy resembled a lovesick character from a story. Our young clan leader. The burly man's face was grim. He is Dao Zhong Jiuxiang, a prodigy of the barbarian tribe, with a status far superior to that lowly cur. Boom. Before he could finish his sentence, a jade-like sword aura, distinct and approximately 10 feet long, slashed down towards him. The sword aura was denser and more formidable than mere sword chi, having endured the tribulation and condensed the immortal sword soul. He wielded his cultivation and sword chi with remarkable skill. The burly man's pupils constricted sharply as he unleashed his full power, the blood energy of his extraordinary fifth realm surging forth, crossing his arms before him to firmly block the sword aura. Bang! Bang! The sword aura and the blood energy exploded in a continuous clash, an overwhelming force radiating outward. Sanger did not intervene, but instead observed Gu Han's prowess intently. Though his cultivation was merely at the extraordinary third realm, his innate violent blood physique endowed him with a solid foundation, making him considerably stronger than the burly man. Again, boom. Just as the burly man exhausted that sword aura and had not yet caught his breath, another sword aura descended. Ah! He roared, his blood energy nearly going berserk as he once more blocked the sword aura. Once more, Gu Han immediately raised his long sword again. Opportunity. At that moment, Sanger moved. Boom. A deep crimson aura of vitality surged forth from him, transforming even his eyes into a shade of deep red, exuding an intensity far surpassing that of the burly man. In the blink of an eye, he planted his foot heavily on the ground, leaving behind a sizable crater of about a meter in diameter, and instantly appeared beside Gu Han, delivering a mighty punch. His timing was impeccable, striking precisely when Gu Han's sword was poised to descend, creating an opening. He and Tua Jun were, in essence, polar opposites in temperament. To him, The outcome of a battle was paramount. The means employed, whether through overwhelming numbers or petty tricks, held no significance. Victory was his sole objective. Boom, boom. Amidst the tempest of his fists, he had already closed the distance to within 3 feet of Gu Han. A prodigy? Gu Han suddenly chuckled. I take great pleasure in vanquishing prodigies. Boom. The sword energy surrounding him compressed to a mere foot, and his demeanor shifted dramatically as streams of fine sword energy erupted violently. With a swift rotation of his sword, he redirected its trajectory and struck heavily upon Sang Gu. In that fleeting moment, a sword wave, far more substantial than the previous one, descended. Bang! With a single strike, Sang Ji's vitality was instantly shattered, sending him flying. It's your turn. Gu Han, however, did not spare him a glance. The sword pivoted once more, and the tip unleashed another formidable sword wave, imbued with an unparalleled sharpness, which immediately descended upon the burly man. The previous sword wave had already posed a considerable challenge for him, let alone this one. The sword wave was too swift, and the distance between them too short, leaving him no time to evade. With a roar, he unleashed his vitality in a desperate bid to confront Gu Han head-on. At that moment, Gu Han cast a glance in his direction. His consciousness, sharp as a blade, struck down in an instant. In that fleeting moment, the burly man felt as though a razor-sharp sword had pierced through his mind, contorting his face in agony as his vitality crumbled instantaneously. After a cultivator transcends the earthly tribulation, a barrier of vitality emerges within their consciousness, safeguarding their soul. With this protective shield in place, unless there is a significant disparity in soul power, one is generally impervious to mental attacks. Unfortunately, he had crossed paths with Gu Han. The consciousness emanating from the eternal sword soul had begun to exhibit traits reminiscent of his sword, effortlessly breaching the vitality barrier. Puff! The sword wave approached, akin to a force that could shatter the very foundations, and in an instant, it zipped past the burly man. Boom! Just then, Sang Gu renewed his assault, his deep crimson vitality enveloping Gu Han entirely. Sang Lu, he bellowed, let us take him down together. Upon hearing this, Sang Lu stared at him in bewilderment. Suddenly, a slender line of blood materialized before him, rapidly expanding into a blood spring. Sang Lu opened his mouth, yet not a word escaped his lips before his body was abruptly cleaved in two, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Sang Gu, startled, thought, is he dead? Yan Qi secretly scoffed. What a wretched name, utterly inauspicious. Sang Lu, on the road? If you do not tread the path, who will? Volume 1, Chapter 363, not only killing, but also striking at the heart. Boom. At that moment, Sang was once again struck by Gu Han's sword energy, his vital force dissipating as he was forced back over 10 paces. Gazing at the deep, several-inch-long gash before him, rage and astonishment surged within him. Until now, he had always believed that apart from his innate talent, he surpassed Jun in every regard, particularly in cunning. Today, he had come to surround and kill Gu Han, intending for the other barbarians to wear him down first, so he could then seize the opportunity. The inheritance of the barbarian ancestor and the sorceress were merely unexpected bonuses. Yet, to his dismay, both the inheritance and the sorceress were gone, and he now found himself on the brink of death at Gu Han's hands. Where had it all gone awry? Boom. Unconcerned with Sang's thoughts, Gu Han's figure flickered, and with the swirling of invisible sword energy, he reappeared before him, striking with a sword. At the same time, the divine consciousness transformed into a blade, descending instantaneously. A look of agony flashed in Sang's eyes as his body was once again struck by the sword energy. However, his spiritual power seemed far superior to that of the large man, and at the critical moment, he barely managed to block that sword strike. Though grievously injured, he had not lost his life. From a distance, observing the disheveled Sang, Yan Qi pondered thoughtfully. Utter the harshest words and endure the most brutal blows. It appears that the content of the tales cannot be wholly trusted. At that moment, Sang's anguished roar erupted. The vital force coursing through him transformed from a deep crimson to a dark red, his blood-red eyes filled with ferocity and malice, his aura now significantly more potent. Secret art, blood burning. At the cost of burning his vital force, he gained a temporary tripling of strength. Jun had his desperate methods, and he had his own. It was just that he had always valued his life too much to use them. Now, however, it was a matter of life or death. Indeed, he possessed formidable skills, Boom. He took a step forward, creating a deep pit 3 yards wide in the ground, and in an instant, he stood before Gu Han, delivering a fierce punch. No wonder he could kill Tuajun. Divine consciousness transformed blade. Gu Han, unwilling to linger in battle, unleashed a mental attack in an instant. Yet, apart from the intensifying ferocity in Sang's eyes, there was no other change. It seemed that his enhanced strength had also thickened the blood barrier protecting his spiritual power. Clang. Subsequently, a fist force as formidable as a mountain descended, crashing directly onto Gu Han's long sword. Bang! Instantly, Gu Han's figure was sent reeling back over 10 paces. Even the indestructible sword body feeling a tingling sensation. Clang! Clang! Soon after, Sang's fists surged like the wind, causing the space to tremble incessantly. Alternating punches raining down with violent vital energy upon Gu Han. In but a moment, Gu Han was forced back 100 paces. What are you dawdling for? Seeing himself in the advantageous position, he cast a cold gaze over the watching tribesmen. Capture them. Before unleashing the blood-burning secret art, he had already conceived this strategy, to detain Gu Han and subsequently capture the witch and her companions as leverage, thereby gaining a substantial advantage. Boom, boom. Without hesitation, those of his clan soared into the air, their vital energies surging ceaselessly, intent on seizing the witch and her companions as threats. Boom. At that moment, Sang Gu delivered a powerful punch, only to strike emptiness. Where had they gone? He paused for a moment, scanning his surroundings, only to suddenly realize that Gu Han had somehow positioned himself before the witch. At this moment, the sword aura emanating from him pressed down an inch further. Despite having cultivated the unextinguished sword body to its second level, numerous fissures marred his form. A flicker of concern crossed the witch's face. Senior, Yin Qi praised him. His righteousness is unparalleled, a true hero indeed. Get lost. A furious shout erupted. A fierce glint of murderous intent flashed in Gu Han's eyes, and his longsword descended in an instant. Flash, flash. In the blink of an eye, several blood-red sword waves surged towards the group. Thud, thud. The most powerful among them barely reached the Earth Tribulation realm. How could they withstand this? The only thing they could do before their demise was to emit one last despairing cry. Hiss. Yin Qi inhaled sharply. This senior is truly ferocious. Is he merely a parasite? At that moment, seizing the opportunity while Gu Han dealt with the others, a fist as formidable as a mountain surged forward, not aimed at him, but descending upon the defenseless a man and her child. The force of the punch was tremendous, almost capable of splitting mountains. Boom. At this moment, Gu Han's sword aura once again pressed down an inch, almost teleporting to stand before the utterly immobilized a man and her child. Bang! The fist and sword clashed. However, Gu Han, caught off guard, was met with Sang Ji's full-powered secret technique, resulting in several wounds erupting from his body. Your fist technique, he sensed, and the murderous intent in his eyes intensified. Who are you to meddle? Sang Gu sneered. You think you're worthy? Just as the words fell, a blood-red sword wave suddenly flashed, sending Sang Gu hurtling backward. Hiss. Yin Qi gasped again. He felt there might be some misunderstanding regarding Gu Han. Fairy, he humbly inquired. Might I ask why the senior is enraged? Open heaven. The witch remained expressionless. He is unworthy. The true open heaven is not someone of his ilk. What defines a true open heaven? The witch fell silent for a moment, reflecting on the various aspects of Qi Yao's life, and let out a sudden sigh. A heart as broad as the sky, unwavering and resolute. Is that so? Yin Qi gazed in admiration. Such a person must be a true great hero. Alas, I, Yin Qi, have never had the fortune to meet him, which is indeed a lamentable matter. The witch remained silent. Qi Yao's death was, indeed, a sorrowful affair. I command you to open. At that moment, Gu Han's furious voice resonated once more. Open then. Boom. The blood-red sword wave fell again, sending Sang Gu reeling back once more. Open again. Boom. Boom. With each slash of the sword, the crimson aura did not diminish. Instead, it intensified remarkably. If Tuajun had unleashed the heavenly fist technique, Gu Han would not have been so incensed. After all, those who dare to traverse the tribulations of others possess great courage. However, every time Sang Gu uttered the words heavenly opening, Gu Han felt it was an affront to Qi Yao. Then, dozens of killing sword auras descended, compounded by Gu Han's relentless suppression of sword energy, leaving Sang Gu gravely injured and unable to resist further. Sensing the imminent threat of death, a fierce spirit surged within him. He gathered all his vitality for a desperate battle, determined not to dishonor his title as a prodigy. Open you. Before he could finish, Guhan interrupted him once more. Instantly, a blood-red sword aura, far stronger than before, erupted, colliding violently with his unleashed vitality. Boom! A resounding explosion followed, releasing a terrifying force that compelled several onlookers to retreat, turning the arena into chaos. After a few breaths, the two figures re-emerged. Sang-Ge stood motionless, his face etched with humiliation and resentment. Guhan hovered in midair, his sword poised perilously close to Sang-Ge's brow. Sang-Ge fixed his gaze on Guhan, demanding, "If you intend to kill me, why must you humiliate me so?" From the very beginning, he had uttered only a fragmented heavenly opening, while the remaining phrases had been interrupted by Guhan. "Did you not say?" Guhan responded with disdain. "Do you even deserve it?" Coincidentally, Guhan's words mirrored what he had previously said to a man, intensifying the humiliation on Sang-Ge's face. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of unwillingness surged within him. Even in death, he sought to be remembered. "I am a prodigy of the barbarian clan. Is that so?" Guhan sneered. "May I inquire your esteemed name?" A flicker of valor flashed in Sang-Ge's eyes as he prepared to reveal his name. "Forget it," Guhan interjected suddenly. "It is of no consequence." The valor in Sang-Ge's eyes swiftly morphed into boundless resentment. At that moment, the sword aura flashed, and his head fell. Although he perished, the bitterness and resentment in his eyes did not wane in the slightest. Until his last breath, he failed to utter his name. "Gulu." Yan Qi no longer gasped in shock. Instead, he began to swallow his saliva in silence. This elder truly kills with both blade and heart. Volume 1. Chapter 364. The blood path is forged through slaughter. In the void, the azure dragon spiraled, violet flames surged, demonic clouds billowed, and ethereal scriptures floated amidst the clouds. All energies intertwined intricately, ensnaring everyone, including the 10 warriors of Yunjian, deeply within its grasp. No one dared to act recklessly. Even the audacious Yan Qianjue refrained from being careless. In such a situation, any rash move would inevitably lead to utter annihilation. Even Yun Ao shared this sentiment. The commotion from the giant lush mountains had already been subtly sensed by Yun Ao and his companions, instinctively alerting them. They all believed that Guhan was within, yet they could not ascertain whether he would emerge unscathed. "Fellow Taoist," the holy master Luo Heng glanced at the Flame Emperor. "There is something I do not comprehend." "Speak freely," replied the Flame Emperor. Upon hearing this, Yan Qianjue and Fu Dehai also turned their attention. The holy master Luo Heng pondered for a moment, casting his gaze towards the meditative and closed-eyed Yun Ao. "His strength is unparalleled. In my lifetime, I have never witnessed such might. Not only are we no match for him, but even those deeply hidden existences in Zhongzhou would certainly falter against him. He could be regarded as the foremost figure across the 5 domains." "Indeed," Yan Qianjue nodded. "Even that old bald donkey pales in comparison. What you seek to understand is..." Suddenly, Yun Ao opened his eyes. Despite his frail and decrepit appearance, his bearing remained undiminished. "Why am I so formidable? Why is the barbarian race so powerful yet does not slay the Flame Emperor and obliterate the great Yin dynasty? Your vision is too narrow, your perspective too limited. Do not presume that even the Eastern Wasteland, let alone these 5 domains, holds any significance in my eyes. Even if I were to conquer them, it would bear no value. What I desire has never been these trivialities." The others refrained from rebuttal. They were vaguely aware of the origins of Yun Ao and his companions. The cosmos, vast and boundless, rendered this continent almost insignificant by comparison. "The dragon seal possesses a spirit," the Flame Emperor interjected. "Unless I willingly bestow it upon him, even if he were to slay me, the dragon seal shall dissipate and not fall into his grasp." Yun Tian, Yun Ao sighed. "Your temperament is too rigid and straightforward. You are unfit for the dragon seal. Yet it chose me," he replied with a smile. "Thus, I shall incite discord between you and your son, leading to fratricide, allowing that curse to manifest, and making you experience the despair of gradually losing everything. As long as you do not relinquish what I seek, this torment shall persist." Humph. Yan Qianjue could no longer endure the discourse. "I care not for your past. Presently, you merely cling to life. How long do you believe you can endure?" "Heh." Yun Ao replied with calm indifference. As a descendant of the ancestor dragon, even if I were to perish, I shall never bow my head. It shall take more than you lot to compel my surrender. Moreover, he glanced towards the direction of the giant Lu Mountains. How long I can endure is inconsequential. What matters is that as long as he dies, today shall still be my victory. A profound silence enveloped them. The warfare, the assistance, the desperate struggle, everything they endeavored today was solely to rescue Guhan. Should Guhan perish, the consequences for Yunao were unmentionable, and they would undoubtedly face utter defeat. Within the giant Lu Mountains, Sang-gu met his demise. Guhan did not spare a glance at his lifeless form, but instead sheathed his sword and turned back. Senior, you are magnificent, praised Yanqi. In my view, your strength is more than sufficient. Swish. Swish. Before he could finish, an ominous sound sliced through the air. From all directions, numerous barbarians approached. Killing Sang-gu was merely the beginning, not the conclusion. The giant Lu Mountains stretched for tens of thousands of miles, and the number of incoming barbarians was vast, far exceeding those who perished in the explosion of the underground cavern. The power of the curse, coupled with that earth-shattering roar. Naturally, they were all drawn here. Is it him? It must be him. He is neither a barbarian nor a mere swordsman. Who else could it be? The barbarians murmured among themselves. The method of discerning Guhan's identity was simple yet effective. Yanqi was nearly in tears. So many, in a brief span, from dozens to hundreds, and from hundreds to thousands. They were completely surrounded by barbarians from all sides. Even the skies above were darkened by their presence. In that moment, regardless of their cultivation levels, the barbarian's aura of blood and power intertwined, forcing him to the ground, paralyzed with fear. Guhan appeared oblivious. After consuming several pills, he returned to the side of his companions. Benefactor, he heard a man's voice filled with hatred as he looked at the throng of barbarians. Are they here to kill you too? Indeed. One day, at that moment, a man's hatred swelled further. I will slay them all. Each word was pronounced with such conviction that anyone could perceive the determination in his tone, though his presence was not overwhelmingly strong. The legacy of the barbarian ancestors within him subtly instilled a sense of pressure among those present. Yanqi sighed inwardly. A man. This is not the time for such fierce declarations. It will only enrage them further. Fool. Indeed, one barbarian erupted in fury. You are of the barbarian tribe. How dare you? But before he could finish, a blade of energy sliced through the air, cleaving him in two. With a swift motion, the sword energy continued, decimating over 10 barbarians behind him before dissipating. How powerful! Witnessing Guhan's might, the barbarians were taken aback, suddenly hesitant to act recklessly. It was time. Guhan glanced at the sorceress. It's time to make our exit. Yes, the sorceress nodded, her expression slightly dazed. Senior, Yanqi cautiously inquired, how do we leave? We fight our way out. Guhan narrowed his eyes. After pursuing me for so long, do they truly believe I am without temper? Bring them along. He offered no further explanation. Follow me. With that, he began to ascend into the air. Yanqi, steeling himself, hoisted the sorceress and her companions onto his back, closely trailing behind him. He intended to depart. Kill him. Charge. Altogether, seeing his intent to escape, the barbarians could no longer remain still. Boom. In an instant, the foremost dozens of barbarians erupted with their blood and power, charging towards Guhan. And what awaited them was a series of sword energies stretching nearly 10 feet long. With a swift strike, before they could even close the distance of 10 paces, dozens were reduced to mere specters beneath the blade. Kill. Guhan's actions seemed to awaken the inherent ferocity within the barbarians. Suddenly, another 100 surged forward. If only Elder Qi Yao were still here. A glimmer of regret and melancholy flashed in Guhan's eyes. It would surely break his heart. He would likely demand another 180 bottles of pills from me. Boom. The ground trembled as he spoke. His spiritual energy instantly compressed to a radius of 1 foot around him, and the long sword in his hand emitted a continuous, melodious chime before it struck down with astonishing swiftness. Visible to the naked eye, 3 sword qi, each several zhang long, abruptly surged forth. Though the barbarians were physically robust, no amount of brute strength could withstand the razor sharpness of the sword qi. The sword qi sliced through flesh and shattered bones, producing a series of spine-chilling sounds that echoed ominously. Above, it was as if a rain of blood was falling. Yanqi, despite being a beast, had rarely ventured outside and had never witnessed such a brutal scene. Trembling, both in body and voice. It quaked in its very heart. Wasn't the elder supposed to be averse to taking lives? Yet, why did it seem he was so adept at it? This thought, it dared not voice. Aversion to killing does not equate to abstaining from it. The witch shook her head. Trembling with fear, Yan Qi nonetheless remained steadfastly by Gu Han's side, pressing onward. Below, the previously dark and desolate land now bore a winding, blood-red path, paved with severed limbs and blood, a true path of blood, forged through the act of slaughter. Chapter 365. The overly plump king of heaven. Though the barbarians were numerous, there were but a few skilled individuals among them, hardly any transcendent beings. And even the half-step transcendent were scarce. The barbarians appeared rugged, yet they were not devoid of intellect. Observing Gu Han's overwhelming killing power, many chose to temporarily evade his wrath, redirecting their focus onto the witch and the two others atop, Yan Qi. Boom, boom. Amidst the roaring blood and energy, the crowd surged towards Yan Qi, pressing down upon it so fiercely that it nearly stumbled and fell. Keep moving. Gu Han's voice rang out once more. Yan Qi then beheld a long sword, a humanoid sword. The sword in his hand formed the tip, while the sword energy emanating from him constituted the blade, creating a sonic boom and leaving a trail of afterimages as he advanced relentlessly among the throng of barbarians. Cries of agony erupted, as not a single person could approach within 3 zhang of Yan Qi. In that instant, Yan Qi felt a wave of calm wash over it, even its perspective subtly shifting. Perhaps there was nothing inherently wrong with taking lives. One merely needed to refrain from enjoying the taste of meat, especially that of pythons. Moments later, Gu Han reappeared, his complexion slightly pale, while those barbarians who had harbored ill intentions were all vanquished. Without uttering a word, he once again stuffed a handful of elixirs into his mouth. Despite the barbarians' weakness, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. To accommodate the group, he employed techniques that were highly depleting, yet immensely lethal. Even if those enemies stood still for him to slay, it would still require considerable effort. How much more so when they were moving, resisting, and eager to kill him? Quick! A barbarian shouted, unable to endure any longer. But before he could finish, Gu Han had already severed him in two. Yet, having slain one, even more surged forth in the blink of an eye. The objective is quite simple: to exhaust Gu Han to his demise through sheer numerical superiority. As a result, Gu Han once again finds himself ensnared in a cycle of slaughter. My benefactor. On Yan Qi's back, Tai Ji seemed to sense something amiss, suddenly pulling a man down to kneel. Before uttering a word, tears streamed down their faces. You must leave quickly. Do not concern yourselves with us. Our lives are of little worth, unworthy of your sacrifice. In truth, with Gu Han's current prowess, should he abandon a few and escape with the demoness? Not even these barbaric foes, let alone the extraordinary, could impede his escape. Rise, the demoness sighed softly. You cannot sway his resolve, and his actions are not solely for your sake. May I inquire, fair one? Yan Qi asked cautiously. What is the true reason? A promise, the demoness replied, letting out another sigh. She understood well the weight of the vow to Qi Yao. Although Gu Han never vocalized it, he held it in high regard. Just as Qi Yao sacrificed himself for Gu Han's survival, Gu Han too would uphold a promise, even if it meant fighting to the brink of exhaustion to safeguard a man's safety, thus honoring the deceased Qi Yao. Indeed, Yan Qi exclaimed, a senior who honors his word is truly a man of great virtue. Qi Yao's integrity and Gu Han's steadfastness have brought them together. A fortuitous encounter for both. The demoness remained silent, her gaze fixed upon Gu Han's figure, seemingly unable to tear her eyes away. Time passed, and Gu Han's sword aura began to wane, while the silhouettes of the barbarians gradually thinned. At last, after dispatching another wave of foes, none dared to advance. They could see Gu Han's weakening state, yet they were utterly paralyzed by fear. In a swift motion, Gu Han landed atop Yan Qi, inserting a pill into his mouth. You don't mind, do you? Not at all. Yan Qi replied with feigned bravado. The senior is unparalleled in might, a hero unmatched. To have the honor of having you tread upon my head is a fortune of my life. Yet, inwardly, he felt a twinge of grievance. Regardless of his feelings, he dared to voice it. Actually, Gu Han panted, glancing back at a man, there's no need to eliminate them all. Instill fear in them, and that will suffice. A man remained silent, but vigorously nodded in agreement. The barbarians, unaware, did not comprehend that the notion of instilling fear would haunt a man as an indelible nightmare in the future. Seeing no one daring to obstruct them, Yan Qi hastened his pace with fervor. "How are you faring?" The demoness gently swayed, swiftly reaching Gu Han's side and embracing him. "Can you endure?" "I'm fine." After a moment's hesitation, Gu Han gently patted her hand. "My objective has been met. This is the best opportunity for them to strike at me. And they should be appearing soon. You must not die." "Yes, I shall not." Yan Qi grew anxious once more. Who else is there?" Boom, boom. As the words fell, two ferocious surges of blood energy approached rapidly, instantly enveloping his senses. Alas! Yan Qi wept once more. Transcendent realm. Gu Han's expression remained serene as he continued to stuff pills into his mouth. The appearance of the two did not surprise him. There were far too many barbaric foes seeking his demise, and it was clear that transcendent experts would not be limited to just Zhangji's faction. However, it was unfortunate for Gu that he was the first to encounter Gu Han. In the blink of an eye, the two landed before Gu Han, obstructing Yan Qi's path. One was a robust man, the other an elder, though their strength did not match Gu's after his secret technique had been unleashed. They were still significantly stronger than Lu. They had been lurking in the shadows, and upon witnessing the cessation of the carnage ahead, they recognized their opportunity. Upon seeing the duo, the barbaric crowd bowed in deference. "Humph." The robust man's expression was icy. "The slaughter of so many of my kin is a grievous sin. I shall take your head." The elder chimed in, demanding your blood, your bones, to honor the many barbarians who perished by your hand. "That is enough." Gu Han gestured for the sorceress to withdraw, slowly raising his sword. "Let us dispense with the pleasantries, to be used as cannon fodder to deplete my strength. And yet you claim kinship? Such words are laughable. If you wish to slay me, then do so directly. Strike." Boom, boom. Seeing Gu Han about to consume more pills, the two could no longer restrain themselves. So many barbarians had fallen, and they could not allow him to recover. In an instant, the two surged forward, their blood energy coalescing as they charged at Gu Han. Altogether, capture these individuals. Simultaneously, they issued commands, intent on ensnaring Gu Han and keeping him occupied. One side was fully committed, while the other was bound and constrained. They believed that with this strategy, killing Gu Han would be an inevitability. Boom. A crimson veil descended over Gu Han's eyes, his aura compressing to mere inches, yet he showed no signs of halting. Sacrificing his physical form, he resolved to wield his spirit as a blade to eliminate one of them. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a melodious cry of a phoenix echoed from afar. What? The two barbarians were astonished. They had not participated in this battle, but they were all too familiar with that phoenix cry. It belonged to Feng Xi. In an instant, an ethereal phoenix silhouette, imbued with boundless fiery intensity, approached swiftly. Boom. Endless crimson flames rained down, instantly claiming many barbaric lives. The celestial phoenix turned, transforming once more into Feng Xi's form, landing beside Gu Han. "Junior brother, I have arrived late." "Not too late." Gu Han smiled, genuinely elated. "Just in time." Gulp. Yan Qi swallowed nervously, trembling as though instinctively restrained. Merely gazing at Feng, she triggered an inability to maintain composure. This creature, upon falling into old habits, was compelled to inquire. "Haha, I knew you wouldn't be dead, you scoundrel." Before Yan Qi could speak, a resounding and exuberant laugh echoed through the air. "The great Yin dynasty, the king of heaven is here. You little barbarian, prepare to meet your demise." Yan Qi was momentarily taken aback. Having read numerous tales, he was naturally familiar with such grand titles. The king of heaven? To dare take such a monumental title, this lord must be an extraordinary hero of great renown. Boom. Then, a beam of golden light descended beside Gu Han, transforming into the figure of a plump man. Yan Qi blinked. This lord seemed rather excessively rotund, did he not? Chapter 366. Those who know me, Fu Yuan, are also Yan Qi. The plump man? Gu Han was somewhat surprised. "What brings you here as well?" "Nonsense." Although the title sounded thunderous, the plump man had exerted considerable energy on his way here, and his complexion had turned slightly pale. "You owe me a great debt of various martial arts and powers. Should you perish here, who shall I demand repayment from?" Suddenly, he noticed the enchanting sorceress standing gracefully on Yan Qi's back, and he was momentarily dumbfounded. This young lady, he blinked. Why does she seem somewhat familiar? Little fatty. The sorceress smiled languidly. "Do you not remember your elder sister?" The plump man's face paled even further. Elder sister sorceress. Feng Xi also glanced at the sorceress, her eyes briefly flashing with the illusion of a celestial phoenix, instantly deducing her identity. At that moment, a surge of life force rose from the distance. It was the extraordinary beings who had relentlessly pursued the plump man, now regrouping with the barbarian forces. Upon seeing Gu Han, they suddenly paused for a moment. Why does he wield a sword? Moreover, he appears even more like Gu Han than that plump man. However, they did not inquire further. At this juncture, debating who truly was Gu Han had become utterly meaningless. Upon seeing Feng Xi arrive, the two previous extraordinary barbarian beings felt a sense of retreat. To confront Feng Xi, unless they summoned multiple peak extraordinary masters to exert their utmost, they could barely hope to hold her at bay. Merely relying on the four of them was wholly inadequate. Junior brother, they wished to retreat. Yet, Feng Xi had no intention of allowing them to leave alive. Wait for me for a moment. Boom. As her words fell, the crimson flames around her surged anew, transforming into the resplendent celestial phoenix. With a powerful beat of its wings, it charged towards the four adversaries. Sister, I shall assist you. Gu Han could clearly see that Feng Xi was expending far more energy than he was. Having fought her way from the borders to the giant Mula mountain range, she had undoubtedly encountered numerous opponents. Boom. As he spoke, he instantaneously appeared before the extraordinary old man, raising his sword to strike down. Expend my energy? Bang. With one sword strike, the old man's life force trembled violently. You wish to kill me? Bang. Another strike descended, sending the old man reeling backward, colliding with numerous barbarians who could not evade in time, shattering their bones and meeting a gruesome fate. Employing schemes? Bang. Gu Han shifted and appeared before him once more, his consciousness piercing like a sword into the old man's mind. Although the old man possessed a slightly superior cultivation compared to Sang Ru, he still found it exceedingly difficult to withstand the onslaught of divine thoughts. The circulation of his vital energy momentarily faltered, rendering him vulnerable to the sharp blade, which struck him directly and inflicted grave injuries. Had it not been for Gu Han's immense exhaustion, it is highly probable that this sword would have claimed his life. At that very moment, a chilling scream echoed through the air. It was the celestial phoenix, its wings flapping incessantly, with crimson flames seemingly coming to life, igniting the vital energy of a nearby adversary and reducing him to mere ashes. Following his demise, the crimson flames did not dissipate. Instead, they transformed into hundreds of fiery sparks that shot outwards in all directions. In an instant, the barbaric tribesmen, merely touched by the flames, were reduced to dust without uttering a single cry. Hurry! A sense of despair gripped the old man's heart. Capture them. At this juncture, the only path to survival lay in seizing the demoness and her companions, hoping to invoke a sense of caution in them that might grant him a chance at survival. Boom. In an instant, the barbaric tribes once again charged toward Yan Qisha. With Gu Han absent, they believed they had found a golden opportunity, and thus, they exerted their utmost strength, their cultivation levels dictating their astonishing speed. The chubby man had consumed a considerable number of pills, restoring a portion of his strength. Observing the situation, he let out a cold chuckle. Do they truly not regard this king with any respect? Boom. As he spoke, a brilliant golden light radiated from his body, instantly expanding outward. Bang! Bang! In the blink of an eye, the oncoming barbarians collided with the expanding golden light, screams erupting one after another. The slower ones suffered broken bones, while the faster ones nearly turned themselves into a pulp. The chubby man swiftly shifted his position, landing atop Yan Qisha, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding the demeanor of a towering sage. This king's defenses are second to none in this world. How could you possibly breach them? Taking advantage of the momentary distraction, he discreetly shoved several pills into his mouth. Might I inquire, Your Highness? Yan Qisha asked, somewhat puzzled. From my perspective, Your Highness, your golden radiance is so righteous and unyielding, it would not be an exaggeration to call it the greatest in the world. Why then do you only claim the second position? The chubby man's eyes gleamed with delight, sensing that Yan Qisha was astute. He altered his tone, infusing it with a hint of solitude. This king claims the second position in hopes that one day, someone shall surpass me in defense, alleviating my loneliness. Your Highness. Yan Qisha responded with solemn respect. In my view, your magnanimity and demeanor are worthy of the first position. He believed the chubby man to be exceptionally formidable, surpassing even Gu Han. Not to mention, in terms of weight alone, he far exceeded Gu Han. Haha. The chubby man burst into hearty laughter. Oh, my friend, you flatter me. You are quite the eloquent speaker. It dawned on him that he had misjudged Yan Qixia. The manner in which she spoke, her choice of words, and the scholarly air she exuded were far removed from that of an untransformed beast. She resembled a refined scholar instead. The demoness, two barbarians. And this untransformed beast who spoke more fluently than many humans left him momentarily bewildered. Alas, Yan Qixia sighed deeply. Your Highness, you may be unaware that I am called Yan Qi. Just as I was about to recount the bitter history of the Yan clan, my narrative was abruptly interrupted by a series of anguished cries. In the distance, a flash of sword energy sliced through the air, severing the head of an elder, whose corpse fell swiftly to the ground. As for the other two, their vital energies were ignited by crimson flames, and in the blink of an eye, they were reduced to mere ashes. Subsequently, the two figures retreated. Stand back. Gu Han raised his sword, calmly gazing at the multitude of barbarians blocking his path. The leader of the barbarians, filled with intense hatred, exclaimed, "The palace master will not let this go unpunished." Just as he began to speak, a brilliant flash illuminated the scene, and once again, the sword energy struck, cleaving him and several others behind him into pieces. Stand aside, Gu Han reiterated. A flicker of hesitation crossed the eyes of the barbarians, yet they still did not yield. Suddenly, a spark of crimson flame fell into the crowd, exploding instantly. At the same moment, Gu Han's sword energy swept forth once more. Clear the way for this king. In an instant, the stout figure bellowed with fury. Empowered by a recent restoration of his cultivation, he was enveloped in an endless golden light and charged forward. The sound of impact echoed through the air. The golden light was formidable. Wherever it passed, the barbarians either became bloody pulp or dissipated into mist. The king of heaven. Yan Qi watched, her heart racing with awe. He can suppress all enemies in this world. The stout figure laughed heartily. Those who know me, Fu Yulin, also know Yan Qi. Yan Qi Gu Han sighed quietly. Keep up. Suddenly, in that fleeting moment, the crimson flames of Feng Xi, Gu Han's sword energy, and the stout figure's golden light converged, carving a path through the throng with astonishing swiftness. Their combined strength was unparalleled, with one excelling in offense and the other in defense. With their collaboration, there existed no weaknesses. Unless a saint were to intervene, no one could impede their advance. As time passed, the barbarian forces before them began to retreat, while others stood their ground. Those who retreated salvaged their lives, while those who did not would never have the chance to turn back. It was unclear how long they had been fighting, but the group soon found their surroundings expanding as they unwittingly exited the imposing giant lush mountains, with no barbarian daring to obstruct their path any longer. Farewell to my homeland that nurtured me. Yan Qi glanced back, overwhelmed by a torrent of emotions. In the first volume, chapter 367, the elder Qi Yao instructed me to convey a message to you, filled with expletives. Would you care to hear it? At the border, the great battle raged on, yet it was drawing to a close. Despite the barbarians' overwhelming numbers, there existed a limit, and by this moment, the reinforcements arriving at the battlefield had dwindled to a negligible count. The battlefield had transformed entirely into a sea of crimson. By this point, both sides were utterly exhausted, relying solely on instinct to persevere. However, unlike the barbarian stupor, the morale of the border troops still harbored a flicker of flame. Reinforcements are on the way. This flame would not extinguish unless Gu Han fell, for it burned with unwavering intensity. The sound of the zither had grown so faint that it was nearly imperceptible. Given Shui Yu's cultivation, her ability to endure until now, despite the countless elixirs sustaining her, was nothing short of miraculous. Suddenly, the melody shifted, abruptly ceasing. In a corner of the battlefield, Shui Yu's face turned ashen, her fingers resembling brittle bones as she stared blankly at the severed strings before her. Young master, I have done my utmost, she sighed softly, and with that, she coughed up a mouthful of blood before succumbing to unconsciousness. At that moment, two figures hurried to her side. Observing the fainted Shui Yu, Zhao Mingyo's gaze lost all traces of rivalry or hostility. Dressed in a white gown, now stained crimson, she gently placed a Ningbi pill into Shui Yu's mouth, the last one she possessed. Suddenly, her complexion paled, and she too spat out blood. Rest for a while? Yun Fan said, wiping the blood from his face. You have exerted yourself. Zhao Mingyu resolutely shook her head. He is yet to return. Further away. Zhou Yang's blade lacked its former sharpness, yet he continued without pause. Similarly, Yu Miao's jade needle's trajectory was no longer as elusive as before, but it too remained in motion. As for Zhou Ye and Wang Yong, they had lost the will to compete with one another, both dispatched to other battlefields. Li Daiyuan, with disheveled hair and grievously wounded, still gritted his teeth to endure. I cannot perish, he muttered to himself. If I die, that vial of extraordinary substance may fall into the hands of some scoundrel, perhaps even that old fool Murong. Absolutely not. What I, Li Sun, have risked my life to obtain cannot be squandered. Kill. Murong Yan shouted with fervor, her left shoulder a bloody mess. Yet wielding a wolf fang club with her right hand, she persisted in combat despite nearing exhaustion. Coughing, Shun Xian continued to spit blood. Yet she remained quietly hidden behind her, eliminating any threats from the surroundings. Above, gazing at the throng of barbarian tribes before them, Old Sin took a deep breath. Attack. Suddenly, a trickle of blood flowed from his 7 orifices. Unbeknownst to him, he had employed a secret technique once more, temporarily restoring a modicum of his sacred realm power. In an instant, an unimaginable pressure, mingled with an almost imperceptible aura of sanctity, descended upon the battlefield. This time, the resistance was significantly less than before. Instantly, countless barbarians were reduced to mere blood and mud, and a gap several yards wide finally opened before him. The barbarians, caught off guard, did not react swiftly enough to seal the breach. The border army was momentarily slow to respond. Open up. Suddenly, old Liao roared, the first to charge through the opening. The breach is clear. Follow me and slay. Boom. Those words undoubtedly poured a measure of fuel onto the flames of determination within the border army, igniting a fierce blaze. Kill. Advance. Charge into the northern region. The border army quickly rallied. Amidst the thunderous roars, they surged forward like a sharpened blade, plunging straight into the gap. The barbarians attempted to block it, but it was already too late. In but a fleeting moment, the breach was utterly torn asunder, shattered into fragments. With the first crack came the second and the third. In the blink of an eye, the defenses of the barbarian forces had completely collapsed. Although their numbers still surpassed those of the border troops, it could not alter the tide of battle. A defeat of such magnitude is akin to a mountain crumbling. No matter how towering or formidable that mountain may be, it will inevitably fall. Within the void, as Gu Han emerged from the giant lush mountain range, the border troops surged into the northern domain, and the 5 from Yun Ao instantly reacted. The Dajin border forces, led by the Lord of Luang, could not help but express their admiration. Truly remarkable, he mused that, had the people of Luang Holy Land been in their place, with cultivation levels far exceeding those of the border troops and possessing numerous formidable techniques, they would not have been able to maintain such cohesion amidst such catastrophic losses. Not only he, but Yin Qinjue and Fu Dahai, though silent, shared similar sentiments in their hearts. In truth, the expression of the War King was complex. This was the genuine legacy of the ancestral dragon, the embodiment of its will. Even when outnumbered and surrounded, with bodies at risk and souls on the brink of annihilation, they would never concede defeat nor bow down, fighting until the last man. The group fell into silence. These words, recently spoken by Yun Ao, now resonated with a deeper significance. Yun Ao, the War King, concealed his emotions. You have lost. Yun Ao remained silent, fixated on the direction of the giant lush mountain range, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. How fascinating. Suddenly, disregarding the intertwining energies in the arena, he slowly rose to his feet. To be able to best me in a game, he astonished me even more than Yun Tu. As if sensing his intent, he moved, and the Flame Emperor followed suit. Fellow Taoist, brother. In an instant, the crowd gasped in unison. In a heartbeat, the formidable energies that could annihilate a Saint Realm powerhouse converged upon the two. In that moment, their forms appeared to be on the verge of collapse. The next instant, the two vanished from the scene. With their departure, although the energy weakened considerably, it surged forth uncontrollably. This is dire. The expressions of the Lord of Luoheng and his companions shifted slightly. The Tao Book, the Demon Cloud, and the Ashen Light reappeared, forming a protective barrier around the others. Though this energy was diminished, it still posed a lethal threat to those of the Saint Realm. Outside the giant lush mountain range, a group sped forth towards the border. Suddenly, two beams of azure and violet light flashed from afar, instantly landing in the arena, transforming into two figures. One landed opposite Guhan, while the other settled beside him. Yun Ao and the Flame Emperor. With a thud, Yin Qi, a serpent-like being, sensed the ancestral dragon's aura emanating from the two, far exceeding the perceptions of ordinary beings, and immediately crashed down, curling into a ball, unable to utter a single word. Young man, Yun Ao glanced at Guhan, his eyes brimming with admiration. I never anticipated that I would be defeated by your hand. The barbarian's rout, and indeed his own defeat. Ultimately, it is all the doing of Guhan alone, with little connection to Yin Huang and the others. Is it you? Despite the signs of age upon his visage, Guhan still recognized Yun Ao. Senior Qi Yao asked me to convey a rather unpleasant message. Would you care to hear it? Qi Yao? Yun Ao sighed. This individual possesses a certain backbone, yet, much like Yun Tian, clings too fiercely to his trivial principles, which is a pity, for your excellence surpasses my expectations. I may grant you another opportunity as an exception. He fixed his gaze upon Guhan. Serve me. Or perhaps we should simply collaborate, given time. We shall undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of all realms. So spoke Senior Qi Yao. Guhan suddenly laughed. Go to hell. Volume 1, Chapter 368. Dragons possess 9 transformations. Their bodies immortal. Phoenixes endure 9 deaths. Their true spirits indelible. What a pity. Yun Ao did not show anger. He merely glanced at his own body. Then at Yin Huang, an expression of regret upon his face. Today, there is no possibility of further action. As he spoke, his form began to gradually dissipate, and in the blink of an eye, half of his body had vanished. Likewise, the outcome was the same for Yin Huang, standing beside Guhan. One afflicted by a curse, his flesh rotting, the other, having excessively overdrawn the power of the dragon seal, coupled with that chaotic aura. Akin to a peak attack from all, both their bodies were already riddled with wounds, frail as paper, making it impossible to sustain themselves any longer. Though his nature is cool and detached, upon witnessing this scene, Feng Xi's eyes turned red. It matters not. Yin Huang shook his head. Last time, my negligence nearly cost him dearly. It shall not happen again. Senior, Guhan felt a heavy weight in his heart. He had not anticipated that Yin Huang would pay such a steep price to protect him. Fear not. Yun Ao remained composed. The dragon seal is a treasure of my clan. Though the flesh may perish, he will not die. But you, dear Feng, do you know, boom? Before he could finish, a vast dragon might descended instantaneously. Yin Tian. Yun Ao sensed his intent. Do you wish for us to perish together? Yin Huang did not respond. Yet the tremors of the dragon seal upon his brow grew increasingly violent, clearly indicating his stance. Such matters, Yun Ao shook his head. How could they be left to your discretion? As he spoke, he cast a profound glance at Feng Xi, his tone enigmatic. Dragons possess 9 transformations, their bodies immortal. Phoenixes endure 9 deaths, their true spirits indelible. In the next moment, the remaining fragment of his body ignited with a layer of azure flames. The rotund figure wore a look of disdain. Can't you utter a single decent word? Conversely, Guhan appeared contemplative. He had long suspected that Feng Xi was not the biological offspring of Yin Huang, but had hesitated to inquire. Yun Ao's words seemed to subtly reveal her origins. Young man. In the blink of an eye, Yun Ao's form was completely consumed by flames, leaving only his final words echoing in the air. Before I depart, I shall bestow upon you a small gift, as recompense for thwarting my plans. As he spoke, amidst the haze of ashen remnants, a wisp of black mist, as fine as a single strand of hair, suddenly emerged, swirling momentarily before transforming into a peculiar rune that descended upon Guhan. The power of the curse. Yin Huang's expression shifted subtly. He could no longer pursue Yun Ao. A flicker of purple flame ignited, and in an instant, he ignited the remnants of his body, which swiftly morphed into a dragon-shaped seal, emanating a majestic and ancient dragon might that cascaded downwards, crashing directly into the rune. To the naked eye, the rune rapidly disintegrated beneath the dragon seal's might. However, Guhan sensed an inexplicable weight pressing upon his shoulder, a strange and uncomfortable sensation. This is bad. A heavy feeling settled in his heart. Just like before, the curse was exceedingly insidious. Although it appeared to be refined by Yin Huang, a fragment of its power, capable of influencing fate, still lingered upon him. At that moment, the dragon seal finally obliterated the rune entirely, albeit at the cost of losing some of its own brilliance. Suddenly, the dragon seal trembled slightly, and Yin Huang's form re-emerged. However, unlike before, this body appeared hazy and unreal, not a true physical manifestation. And his cultivation could barely stabilize at the initial stage of the holy realm, teetering dangerously close to plummeting into the transcendent realm like Elder Sen. He cast a glance at Guhan, his face betraying a hint of regret. Confronting the curse mark, he was acutely aware that it had not been fully refined. The sorceress's complexion paled. Could it be? It's nothing serious, Guhan replied with a bitter smile. It's merely a stroke of bad luck. I've grown accustomed to it. The rotund figure, oblivious to the undercurrents, fixated on Guhan and the sorceress, his small eyes darting back and forth, glimmering with an inexplicable light. Something is amiss. Something is very amiss. The sorceress and this scoundrel share a history. Senior, Guhan pretended not to notice his gaze, surveying the surroundings with furrowed brows. Is Yunao dead? No, Yin Huang shook his head. But his fate will not be much better than mine. Has he fallen? The rotund figure's eyes brightened. Then we should seize the opportunity while his strength is diminished, find him, and eliminate him. Yin Huang fell silent for a moment. It would be futile. Without his physical form, he is even harder to kill. Meanwhile, within the war god temple, in the forbidden grounds, the absence of the little azure dragon rendered the pond's waters devoid of any ripples, enveloped in an aura of profound stillness. Suddenly, a beam of azure light descended from the heavens, plunging into the pond. Boom! The earth trembled, and the pond's waters churned violently, as unfathomable fissures radiated outward from the pond's center. In an instant, the pond glimmered once more with azure light, lifting skyward and vanishing into the heavens. All that remained was an unfathomable pit. In the void, as time progressed, the chaotic energies gradually subsided, and the three, including the holy master of Luo Hong, secretly exhaled in relief. Suddenly, a wisp of misty azure light swept across the sky, accompanied by Yun Ao's voice. Fellow Taoists, we shall meet again by fate. He is not dead? The expressions of the three darkened, and they immediately unleashed their full power. A page of scripture, a mass of demonic clouds, a ray of gray light, transformed into three beams of light. They pursued the azure glow and struck down fiercely. However, the azure light merely trembled for an instant before returning to its original state, vanishing completely amidst Yun Ao's laughter, leaving no opportunity for the onlookers to pursue. How could this be? Fu Dahai furrowed his brow. Despite our combined efforts, we achieved nothing. The War King sighed. His physical form had been destroyed, and his soul had fully merged with the dragon seal, rendering his defenses nearly impenetrable. Without breaching the dragon seal, one could not harm him. Impeccable? Fu Yid snorted, slightly dissatisfied. My son Yulin, the second best defense in the world. Is this so-called dragon seal truly superior? Gazing at the azure light that vanished into the horizon, Guhan's mood darkened. The five domains are vast, and the forbidden lands beyond them even more so. If Yunao is intent on hiding, locating him would be akin to ascending to the heavens. No matter, Yin Huang withdrew his gaze. For the time being, he would find it difficult to take further action. At that moment, a sudden scream pierced the air. Yin Qi. It curled on the ground, its body writhing violently, eyes filled with agony. Its scales began to morph, gradually transforming into a diamond shape, and the chaotic aura surrounding it slowly became pure. Remarkably, a small bulge emerged atop its head. For a true dragon, the allure of the ancestral dragon's breath is hard to resist. How much more so for a mere python? Just moments ago, the power of the dragon seal had leaked, and unable to withstand the temptation, it instinctively drew a breath of that essence into itself. Python, a man in Taiji gasped in shock. Do not disturb it. The witch's knowledge surpassed that of the two. The python's transformation into a flood dragon was a rare opportunity. Indeed, Yin Huang glanced at it, recognizing the serendipity. Acquiring a trace of the ancestral dragon's breath was a tremendous fortune for Yin Qi by serendipitous chance. It had embarked on a path to shed its python form and transform into a true dragon. TSK, TSK. The plump figure grinned mischievously, his eyes gleaming as he fixated on Yin Qi, his smile nearly reaching his ears. Such fortune for Yin Qi, a true dragon form. He perceived Yin Qi's nature as simple and easygoing, envisioning future opportunities for deeper understanding between them. The thoughts of the plump individual were clear to Gu Han. Standing upon a true dragon, soaring through the cosmos, was indeed an imposing spectacle. Even he felt a twinge of temptation. At that moment, silently and without notice, the figures of the three holy masters of Luo Hong also descended into the arena. Upon witnessing Yan Huang's current state, the crowd collectively sighed, their hearts heavy. A superlative expert on the verge of ascension had fallen to such a fate, underscoring the arduousness of this battle. Subsequently, they beheld Yan Qi, on the brink of transformation into a flood dragon. What a grand fortune! The three silently marveled. This python's opportunity was exceptional. Should its cultivation progress smoothly, it would undoubtedly become a true dragon in the future. Volume 1, Chapter 369, Tell him not to seek me out. Esteemed predecessors, upon returning, Gu Han had naturally gleaned the entirety of the situation from the chubby fellow and bowed respectfully to the assembly. I am profoundly grateful for this assistance, he expressed. He was acutely aware that had only a few not intervened, even if he had managed to escape from Longjian, he would have ultimately fallen into the hands of Yunao, with an inevitable outcome that was all too clear. There's no need for such formalities, Fu Dehai replied, shaking his head. You share a close bond with Yulin, and my family has been spared a significant peril thanks to you. It is only right that we lend our aid. Your gratitude is unnecessary. The Lord of Luo Hong hesitated for a moment. However, there is one matter I must request of you. Please, go ahead. Advise Wang Yong not to wander aimlessly. He enjoys cooking, and there is no shortage of top-tier ingredients within the Luo Hong sacred land. Even if we can't find them ourselves, with so many people in the sacred land, assistance can certainly be rendered. Gu Han blinked in surprise. Was the illustrious Lord of Luo Hong a master of the Ascension realm? Truly so humble before the second senior brother? Indeed, Yan Qianjue's countenance was stern, yet his words reflected a certain humility. And do counsel my daughter as well. I feel uneasy if I do not see her for even a day. Gu Han was left speechless, his heart filled with curiosity. While Yu Miao, as the sole daughter of the leader of the Western extreme sacred demon sect, undoubtedly had Yan Qianjue wrapped around her finger, Zhu Yong, despite being a remarkable talent, should not be so highly regarded by the Lord of Luo Hong when considering the caliber of talents at such a superlative force. Why then, did the Lord of Luo Hong hold him in such esteem? At that moment, Yan Huang shifted his gaze to a man and her son. With his demeanor and poise, he would not trouble them, and he understood that Gu Han had brought them for a purpose. However, there was something familiar about the aura emanating from a man. She is a man, the successor I selected for the venerable Qi Yao, Gu Han recounted the tale. The others stood in solemn respect. Were they to be in Qi Yao's position, they would likely lack the confidence to uphold any principles, let alone exhibit the self-sacrificial resolve to preserve the lives of others. It was such an inability that fostered their admiration for Qi Yao. Yan Huang sighed. In my earlier encounters with him, I found him to be truly a person of immense stature. It would be best to entrust his successor to Yun Zhan for guidance. He understood Gu Han's intentions. A man, possessing the ancestral legacy of the Man tribe, yet lacking any formidable strength, would be in constant peril if she remained in the northern domain. A man remained silent, her eyes filled with trepidation and curiosity. She had come to realize that Yan Huang was the highest authority of the great Yin dynasty, akin to the head of the Man tribe's war god hall, yet he bore no contempt for her, seemingly seeking to have someone of considerable standing mentor her. Unbeknownst to her, this only deepened her detachment from the Man tribe, while simultaneously fostering a sense of affinity towards the great Yin dynasty. The chubby fellow sighed inwardly. The Man tribe is destined for hard times ahead. Let us return, Feng Xi suddenly interjected. Everyone is awaiting your return. Indeed, Gu Han inhaled deeply. Let us head back. At this very moment, in the northern domain, everywhere lay the remnants of the fallen, the majority being barbaric souls, and as one ventured closer to the border, the number of corpses only multiplied. The stench of blood soared to the heavens. Previously, once he had freed his hands, the War King immediately engaged a few Sacred Realm warriors in the fray. One adept from the Sacred Realm could alter the course of battle. How much more formidable were multiple? With their intervention, the barbarian forces were rendered nearly incapable of organized resistance. Despite their numerical advantage, they were relentlessly pursued by the border army, forced to flee in disarray, leaving behind a landscape strewn with the dead. Had it not been for their own significant losses, they might have advanced directly to the war goddess hall, from which several valuable resources accumulated over countless years were reclaimed as rewards. Following this fierce conflict, Yun Ao vanished without a trace, while none of the 7 sacred realm elders of the war god's hall survived. The ranks of extraordinary cultivators had been decimated, and the ordinary barbarians suffered staggering casualties. The barbarian tribe had been utterly crippled, and the prospects of regaining their former might seem exceedingly bleak. Under the War King's command, the border troops regrouped. Despite their heavy losses and profound exhaustion, they remained unwilling to return to the northern domain. They awaited the return of those they had lost. On a blood-stained expanse of land, Guhan caught sight from afar of the border army. Some bore wounds, others were mutilated, and their numbers had dwindled considerably. The cultivator known as Zhang Shan was gone, as was the venerable marquis of the Dingxian army, along with many familiar faces. Yet, there was no trace of despair upon their countenances. Their military discipline remained intact, exuding a resolute spirit. Guhan understood they were waiting for him. "Go," he murmured softly, halting his advance. Even the portly figure among them refrained from seeking the spotlight. "Esteemed comrades." Upon his arrival, Guhan bowed deeply to the border troops. "I have returned." "Welcome back, Commander Gu." Without hesitation, the border soldiers collectively bowed in return. One man, addressing a multitude, spoke without superfluous words. "I have returned." "Welcome back," was their simple yet heartfelt response. "Truly magnificent." Yin Qianjua marveled. He mused that although his sacred demon sect commanded numerous small demonic sects and flourished in the western desert, compared to the great border army before him, it could not be deemed a cohesive force. Rather, it resembled a disarrayed collection of individuals, lacking substantial utility. "Are you called a man?" The War King glanced at a man and her child. Such loyalty and virtue among the barbarians were indeed rare. "Henceforth, you shall accompany me." He united with several others and learned from the Emperor of Flames about Qi Yao's directives. "Yes, my lord." A man felt elated. She sensed that the atmosphere of the Great Flame Dynasty was entirely different from that of the barbarian tribe. She preferred this place and felt more suited to it. "A man," Yin Shi interjected. "You should address him as sir." Indeed, a man imitated the customs of the border troops, discarding barbarian etiquette to bow respectfully to the War King. "I have met you, sir." "Yin Shi, my friend," the portly figure inquired with concern. "How have you fared?" His concern is undoubtedly genuine. There exists but a single true dragon mount in this world, and he cares more than anyone else. "I appreciate your concern, my lord." Yin Chi felt utterly drained, his body heavy and his head throbbing painfully. "Ancestor." The rotund man's expression turned serious. "Where is our sacred medicine? Bring forth 10 or 8 stalks for my friend Yin Chi." Bang! Before he could finish, he was sent flying by the furious Fu Dahai's slap. How delightful! Observing Guhan surrounded by a host of Dayan's border troops, akin to stars encircling the moon, the sorceress smiled gently. "Little fatty." She glanced at the chubby man, who was rubbing his face, clearly displeased, and smiled sweetly. "Could you assist your sister?" Ahem. The psychological shadow loomed heavily. The chubby man's expression turned grave. "Sister sorceress, you are too kind. If there's anything you need, I guarantee I will see it through. Tell him." The sorceress gazed at Guhan's increasingly distant figure. "Do not seek me out. Is that all right?" The chubby man was taken aback. "Are you leaving?" The sorceress remained silent. In truth, since they entered the Longjian, not much time had truly passed. However, during this brief period, an abundance of events had transpired. Life and death, death and rebirth. You fought desperately for me, and I recklessly for you. The experiences we have shared surpass those of an ordinary person in a century. Enough. It is already sufficient. With a soft sigh in her heart, she forcibly averted her gaze. Let him cultivate diligently and seek out his Asha soon. With that, she turned, casually selecting a direction, her silhouette growing forlorn as she gradually faded away. You have Asha, a foster father, friends, and a soulmate, merely one less Mo Chining. It matters not. Volume 1, Chapter 370. Do you believe I mistook someone again? Watching her departing figure, Feng Xi remained silent for a long while. Initially, she suspected that the sorceress had infiltrated the military camp with ulterior motives, and now it appeared she was indeed after Guhan. Huh. Fu Dahai and the Lord of Luo Hung exchanged glances, instantly sharing a similar thought. As cultivators, we should pursue the grand path and seek immortality. Romantic entanglements? What use are they? Conversely, Yin Qianjue and Yin Huang exchanged glances filled with a hint of melancholy, lost in their own reflections. TSK. The chubby man stroked his chin. Why does it feel as though the sorceress is different than before? There must be a story between these two. Meanwhile, Gu Han remained blissfully unaware, continuing toward the military camp amidst the crowd. Little junior brother. Among the throng, seeing Gu Han return safely, Zhu Yang and Yu Miao exchanged relieved smiles. It's good that you're back. Their departure from Fengwu courtyard was certainly to avoid a repeat of the incident in Xianin camp. Now it seemed this decision was indeed prudent. Senior brother, senior sister. Encountering the two again, Gu Han was naturally overjoyed. You have worked hard. Seeing this, Yu Miao shot him a glare and then glanced at his moon-white robe, her expression filled with helplessness. The garment has barely been in your possession for a while. And look at it now. I shall mend it for you shortly. Junior brother. Zhu Yang gently patted the large black pot. Just wait, soon. Your senior brother will treat you to a splendid meal. Gu Han felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Apart from Gu Tian and Asha, it was only Zhu Yang and Yu Miao who could bestow upon him such familial warmth. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He recalled the instructions from the holy master Luo Heng and Yin Qianjue. This time, the two seniors had exerted themselves greatly. Without them, I would not have returned so easily today. Indeed, after a brief silence, Zhu Yang remarked, the holy master is indeed commendable. Humph. Yu Miao, however, unusually displayed a touch of pride. Would he dare not save you? In the distance, with their formidable cultivation, Yin Qianjue and the others clearly overheard their conversation, and their hearts swelled with emotion. After so many years, finally, someone has spoken fairly. This young man is reliable. He can indeed get things done. Their efforts were not in vain. However, Zhou and Wang Yong exchanged discreet glances, harboring disdain in their hearts. Humph. Is sewing garments truly remarkable? Cooking a meal is insignificant. With such meager skills, would he dare embarrass himself before our holy son, the young master? Brothers. At that moment, Murong Yan approached, wielding a wolf-toothed club, accompanied by Yun Fan, Zhao Mingyu, and others. Sister. Seeing the heavy injuries on their bodies, Gu Han hastily produced several bottles of elixirs. No need. Murong Yan shook her head. You should conserve these. They are of great use to you. And besides, old Shui can also refine them. It's merely a matter of time. And it's not urgent. Right. Yin Fan nodded. There's no rush. After this battle, we shall not need to fight again for a long while. The barbarians have been utterly defeated. Unless the enemy is foolish enough to provoke us again, the borders will naturally enjoy a prolonged peace. By the way, as if recalling something, Yun Fan became excited. Brother Gu, you have no idea how powerful Sister Shue's music is. He recounted the events on the battlefield. Miss Shui. Gu Han praised her profusely. Remarkable. You flatter me, young master. Shui Yu murmured, her cheeks reddening in front of Gu Han, a habit she could not seem to shake. And then there's goddess Zhao. Noticing that Zhao Mingyu's expression was somewhat dark, Yun Fan quickly added, she contributed significantly as well. You've worked hard. Gu Han smiled at her. Humph. Zhao Mingyu bit her lip. What about that woman who impersonated me? Where is she? Every time she thought of the demoness flaunting her appearance before Gu Han, she felt a mix of irritation and jealousy. Gu Han felt somewhat awkward. He instinctively turned to glance into the distance, his expression suddenly stiffening. Where is she? You all go ahead. Without hesitation, he swiftly moved to stand before them. Where is she? For some reason, he felt an emptiness in his heart upon not seeing the demoness. This situation was somewhat awkward. She has left. He conveyed the demoness instructions and her final words to Gu Han. Gu Han fell silent for a moment. Where has she gone? The witch sister forbids speaking of it. But will you? Over there. The rotund fellow decisively sold the witch, pointing the direction with clarity. Though she had been gone for some time, it seemed her cultivation had encountered issues, rendering her speed rather sluggish. Without hesitation, Gu Han propelled his cultivation to its zenith, intent on pursuit. Perhaps too eager. The sword energy within him momentarily spiraled out of control, his complexion paled, and a trickle of crimson escaped his lips. Goodness! The stout man's eyes widened. He coughed blood? Is it really that serious? The person hadn't even distanced themselves much. Gu Han paid no heed, his form flickering as he swiftly vanished. Yet within mere breaths, his cultivation faltered again, resulting in another spurt of blood. Something is amiss. The stout man couldn't discern it, but Yin Qianjue and his companions, with their keen eyes, immediately sensed the anomaly. It appeared. Fu Dehai pondered thoughtfully. His control over his cultivation has faltered. Impossible. The stout man stroked his chin. I know him well. He has faced countless battles, yet such an incident has never occurred. Moreover, if there were truly a problem, how could he have emerged from the barbarian tribe? Perhaps it was an accident? Unlikely. Yin Qianjue shook his head. Once could be an accident, but twice? How many times has he already coughed blood? It is a curse. Yin Huang suddenly interjected. The curse from Yun Ao resides within him. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Did you not remove the curse? Feng Xi was somewhat bewildered. Why is it still present? I only eliminated the portion of power targeting his physical form, Yin Huang sighed. As for the rest, I have yet to devise a solution. No one knows the curses of the underworld clan better than he does. Clearly, the curse afflicting Gu Han shares the same nature as that on the dragon seal. But why could Yun Ao transfer the curse upon him? It is not a transfer. Yin Huang shook his head. That curse was brought along by him. It is highly likely he has been targeted by this curse for some time. With Yun Ao's body collapsing and using secret methods to conceal his aura, the curse naturally sought him out. This is a grave predicament. Fu Dehai chuckled bitterly. This curse has been following him. Ordinarily, it is manageable, but should he engage in combat while under such ill fortune, it would spell disaster. The portion of the curse targeting his physical body could be dispelled through their combined efforts, yet when it comes to luck, they find themselves utterly powerless. The notion of luck is elusive, yet it undeniably exists, subtly touching upon the realm of laws, which is beyond their comprehension. Bad luck? Mei Yin? The stout man murmured, his eyes suddenly brightening. There is someone who might have a solution. It's him. Feng Xi seemed to have thought of something as well. Tianjizi, curses and such. Gu Han did not dwell on it. Although his sword energy occasionally erupted uncontrollably when he exerted his full cultivation, his speed remained unimpeded. Despite the relentless blood loss, he merely consumed a Ningbai pill. Find her. This thought consumed his mind. His sword escape technique was naturally swift, and before he knew it, he had delved deep into the northern region, consuming an unknown number of condensing azure pills along the way. Suddenly, a glimmer caught his eye as he spotted an exceptionally tall and robust figure, a female barbarian. Halt! In a flash, he positioned himself before the woman. Just as he was about to speak, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Why do you wish to leave? He casually wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, fixing his gaze intently upon her. Seeing the ferocity etched on Gu Han's face, the female barbarian trembled. Her eyes filled with confusion and fear. Did the great Yin border troops not just depart? Why are they back? Why is he seeking me? Who are you? She mustered her courage to inquire. Stop pretending, Gu Han sighed. You cannot deceive me. I recognize the essence of the Wan Hua Tian Mo. The female barbarian looked even more bewildered. What is Wan Hua Tian Mo? I am serious. Gu Han inhaled deeply, locking eyes with her, his gaze sharp as a sword, exuding a formidable aura. I will assist you. Please don't kill me. The female barbarian nearly burst into tears. At that moment, a light chuckle resonated from a distance, followed by a sigh. Silly brother, did I not say not to seek me out? Gu Han's expression stiffened. He glanced at the frightened female barbarian. Feeling so embarrassed, he could have melted into the ground. After a brief silence, he attempted to explain, I mistook you for someone else. Do you believe me? Volume 1. Chapter 371. Do not try to retain me. It will endanger your sister. Can I leave? The female barbarian did not require Gu Han's explanation. She merely wished for him to spare her life, for the barbarian tribe had been thoroughly terrified by the great Yin border troops. Go on, Gu Han sighed. The woman was merely at the Qi passage realm, and he had no intention of making things difficult for her. He turned away slowly, only to behold the enchanting figure of the witch, her smile radiant, standing not far off. Still beautiful, still captivating, yet unlike before. She maintained her distance rather than embracing him. Upon finally seeing her, Gu Han found himself unable to voice the question of why she had left. How can I assist you? After a moment of silence, he spoke. Do you require that item? It is quite peculiar, and I have experienced its terror. Even if you obtain it, it may bring you harm. My adoptive father was transformed because of it. If you need it, wait until my friend awakens. He gazed at the witch with utmost seriousness. He had likely reached the pinnacle of the demonic path, and with his presence, the risks associated with comprehending that item would diminish significantly. Previously, he had hesitated to offer the gold seal for other reasons. Now, however, he feared what might occur if the witch were to acquire it. Are you concerned for your sister? Gu Han remained silent for a moment. Yes. The witch smiled joyfully. Sister trusts you, and whether or not to take that item has little significance for her now. It was unclear when this sentiment had begun to take root. Her celestial demon form began to dissipate gradually. The more time she spent with Guhan, the faster her essence faded, which was also the reason for her waning powers. The celestial demon, by nature, is devoid of sentiment. The path of cultivation is akin to that of the illusory demon, manipulating human emotions with ease, nurturing the unfeeling through sentiment, which constitutes the true practice. As Qian Yi once articulated, when a celestial demon experiences genuine emotion, it inevitably disrupts its very foundation, akin to embracing a path of self-destruction, leading to a dire fate. Indeed, she gazed at Guhan. And you have developed feelings for your sister, haven't you? After a brief silence, Guhan nodded. The enchantress smiled softly. Seeing you chase after her brought her great joy. She merely wished for another encounter, for departing without farewell is never ideal. Are you still leaving? Embrace me just once. The enchantress's demeanor grew increasingly fragile. Just once, please? In an instant, Guhan had enveloped her in his arms, holding her tightly. A rare show of initiative on his part. In that moment, the rate at which her celestial demon form dissipated accelerated several-fold. For her, resolving the matter was not difficult. Since Guhan had developed feelings for her, she could seize this opportunity to firmly grasp his heart, nurturing the unfeeling through sentiment, thereby restoring her celestial demon form. Yet, she was reluctant to do so, and found herself incapable. Sister is leaving. Do not plead for her to stay. It would lead to her demise. Gently extricating herself from Guhan's embrace, she retreated, not daring to look back, soaring into the distance until she vanished from his sight. Guhan stood motionless, a sense of loss enveloping him. Deep within the southern wilderness lay a barren expanse, concealing a dilapidated mountain gate. To call it a mountain gate was perhaps an exaggeration. It consisted merely of a crooked stone staircase of 5 or 6 levels, alongside a half-collapsed signpost. Beneath the signpost stood a young man in a purple robe, hands tucked into his sleeves, exuding an air of languor. Time passed, and the young man slowly opened his eyes, entering a rundown small chamber. Kneeling upon a tattered yellowed mat, and reverently bowing before a statue upon the offering table. The statue bore an uncanny visage, 3 eyes and 6 arms, with an expression of fierce wrath, starkly different from the ordinary practitioners. As he bowed, strands of crimson mist visibly emanated from an unknown source, seeping into his body. He gradually lifted his gaze, his brow swelled, as if something within sought to break through the skin and emerge. Silently, a beam of azure light descended into the courtyard. The azure light swiftly coalesced, taking on the ethereal form of a young man clad in blue. It was Yun Ao. Observing the young man's actions, he gently shook his head, choosing not to interrupt, merely waiting in silence. After a quarter of an hour, the young man finally rose, and the crimson mist dissipated. Unexpectedly, Yun Ao shook his head. You have truly become their most devoted disciple. This is a deity. The young man's expression turned grave, seemingly unperturbed by Yun Ao's arrival. Do not blaspheme. A deity? Yun Ao scoffed disdainfully. For all the cultivators in the world, they indeed possess a strength that borders on the excessive. The divine oversee faith. The netherworld governs curses. The ghostly tribes preside over the realm of the dead, and the celestial beings command the great Tao. Yet, this is no justification for your complete submission to them. Yun Tian claims that I have betrayed the legacy of the ancestor dragon. However, the true traitor to that legacy is none other than his own son, Yun Tu. This young man in the purple robe is indeed Yun Tu, the sole surviving son of the Flame Emperor. And what of you? With his hands tucked into his sleeves, Yun Tu once again adopted a languid demeanor. Have you not always wished to align yourself with them? A mere expedient. Yun Ao shook his head. As descendants of the ancestor dragon, we are, by nature, true dragons. A dragon can be grand or diminutive, capable of soaring high or concealing itself. When grand, it stirs the clouds and exhales mists. When small, it veils itself, hidden from sight. When ascending, it soars through the cosmos, and when hidden, it lurks beneath the waves. This sentiment is well expressed. Yun Tu's eyes sparkled with interest. Did you summarize this? It has been passed down from my hometown, and these are the remnants of its wisdom. Hometown. Yun Tu chuckled softly. It feels so distant. Yet, you managed to be outdone by Father Emperor, which comes as a surprise to me. Yun Ao's demeanor was telling. He understood well. But he was a rather lethargic individual, too disinterested in the process, focusing solely on the outcome. Yin Tian? Yin Ao raised an eyebrow. How could I possibly be bested by him? And who is he? Gu Han. Quite formidable, is he? Merely at the Earth Tribulation realm. Hardly worth noting. Is that so? Yin Tu's interest was piqued instantly. Should I eliminate him for you? Never mind. Yun Ao shook his head. If you dared to show yourself, Yun Tian would likely sacrifice everything, even the ancestor dragon's mark, to eliminate you first. The time is not yet ripe. For now, it is prudent to remain concealed. Our plans are of utmost importance. Over the years, I have acted as your shield in the northern domain. You must have reaped significant rewards, have you not? How many pieces of divine corpses have you collected? That is divine matter. Yin Tu's expression grew frigid. Show some respect. As you wish. The divine bodies in the northern domain lie beneath the earth. And as for the southern wilderness, we are closing in on some leads. It seems that apart from the divine race, nothing else can provoke Yin Tu's ire. However, in the eastern wasteland, an old blind man is watching. I dared only to send Zheng Ning to infiltrate, but an unfortunate incident occurred, and he perished. Just as I was about to dispatch another, that troublesome chicken appeared, which was rather unfortunate. The old blind man. Yun Ao sighed deeply. Immortal in body, eternal in spirit, unyielding in intent. Remarkably, he is close to traversing the most arduous of the three paths. This person is truly extraordinary. He is still present. Let us refrain from provoking him for now. Our focus should lie elsewhere. The foremost priority remains that head. Yin Tu fell into silence for a moment. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, his brow pulsating as the third eye gradually opened. In an instant, a crimson light swept across, landing squarely on Yun Ao. Yet, Yun Ao merely trembled slightly, sustaining no harm, his gaze remaining serene. This is the final warning. Yin Tu fixed his three eyes intently upon him. It is divine matter. Should I hear you blaspheme the divine again, our collaboration shall be at an end. Yun Ao sighed. I have the power to elevate you. But I also possess the ability to bring about your demise. This you must remember. Whatever. Yun Tu's expression turned serious. Before that, our objectives were aligned. The glory of the gods. He slowly extended his arms, his expression one of profound reverence. It shall again descend upon the mortal realm. Gu Han, feeling despondent, had just returned to the military camp when he heard the furious shout of the rotund figure. Yin Qi, look up. This boundless starry sky is your ultimate destination. Your Highness. Subsequently, Yin Qi's feeble voice emerged. I merely wish to transcend the heavenly tribulation, yet the sky is too distant, and you are too heavy. I cannot lift my head. Volume 1, Chapter 372, A Gracious Send-Off for Commander Gu. Within the military camp, a 10-zhang-long python lay coiled upon the ground, listless, while the rotund figure stood with his foot upon its head, exuding a countenance of deep sorrow. Yin Qi, what is the heavenly tribulation to you? You are destined to transform into a true dragon and soar through the cosmos. Your Yin lineage, having been passed down 7 generations, rests its hopes upon you to bring honor to our ancestors. How can you be so defeatist, and your vision so narrow? Bring honor to our ancestors? This phrase struck at the very core of Yin Qi's vulnerabilities. Father, grandfather, great-grandfather. He called out the titles of his ancestors in succession, tears streaming down his face, lamenting his failure as a descendant of the Yin family, declaring that today he would transform into a dragon. As he spoke, he suddenly lifted his head, raising the rotund figure high. Visibly, the bulge atop his head swelled rapidly, bursting forth as a 3-foot-long horn emerged, breaking free from its confines. I shall bring honor to my ancestors. I shall transcend the heavenly tribulation. With a roar akin to a dragon's cry, he swung his body and cast the rotund figure aside, as mist swirled beneath him, vanishing into the heavens. What the heck? The rotund figure was left dumbfounded. This is possible? Such a shameful spectacle. Boom. Suddenly, a divine might descended, and with a cry of despair, he was deeply buried underground, leaving only half his body exposed. Father? Seeing Fu Yud's face quivering with rage, the rotund figure was greatly displeased. Here, I am the king of heaven for the great Yin dynasty, not your son. Fu Yulin, show me some respect. Boom. Another blast of divine might struck, leaving only his head above ground. King of heaven? Fu Yud scoffed. The rotund figure dared not speak further. Just as Fu Yud was about to deliver a few words of admonition, he suddenly noticed Gu Han returning, his expression brightening. "Young brother, you have returned?" "Commander Gu." Meanwhile, the passing border troops all offered respectful salutes, choosing to ignore the King of Heaven, as they were accustomed to his antics. "Father." The rotund figure was profoundly dissatisfied. "The hierarchy is in disarray." "Nonsense." Fu Yud shot him a glance. "You call him Uncle Gu, and he calls you Brother Fu. Each has their own title." The rotund figure, "Young brother." As he spoke, he patted Gu Han on the shoulder. "You are the most remarkable person I have ever met." Before he could finish, Gu Han's complexion turned pale, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. "Commander Gu, what has happened to you? Quick, summon Physician Shui. Commander Gu has been injured." In an instant, a cacophony erupted among the border troops, who encircled Fu Yud, their eyes brimming with dissatisfaction. "I, Fu Yud, was at a loss. I possess no cultivation." "Fu, my friend." The stout fellow's eyes sparkled as he sprang up from the ground. "You dare to injure a member of the great Yin dynasty without cause. It is as if you hold our esteemed empire and the valiant border troops in utter disdain. Mark my words, unless you provide 100 or so sacred herbs, you shall not depart." Bang! His words were cut short as Fu Yud hurled him away. "Little brother, do not blame the elder," Gu Han interjected, shaking his head. "This is a matter of the curse. By a twist of fate, although Fu Yud lacked cultivation, the sacred aura that lingered upon him inadvertently seeped into Gu Han's body, once more causing his cultivation to spiral into disarray, akin to his earlier bout of coughing blood. Indeed, the curse." Fu Yud's expression hardened. "Let us address this issue now, while everyone is present." As he spoke, he reached out to grasp Gu Han once more, but hesitated, retracting his hand awkwardly. "Never mind. You may follow me." He feared further injuring Gu Han, for the border troops of the Great Yin would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely. Within the Feng Xi military encampment, the Yin Emperor, Yin Xinjue, and others were present, including Yu Miao and Zui Yangfeng. They had reached a consensus regarding the resolution of Gu Han's curse. "We shall seek out Tianjizi. Though he is merely of the sacred realm, he possesses profound knowledge of fortune and destiny. In this domain, no one in the 5 domains can rival him. Not even when combined, can Yin Xinjue and the others measure up to a fraction of his expertise." "Let it be so." Fu Dahai pondered briefly. "My Fu family is not far from Tianji Valley. I shall escort him there to seek a solution." However, the Lord of Falling Balance hesitated for a moment. "After the emergence of the Dao Bell, I have heard that Tianji Valley has been sealed, and no one has seen Tianjizi. Though he is a master of the feather transformation realm and a sovereign of the sacred land, one cannot force his hand. His origins are mysterious, and his mastery of the art of destiny has earned him countless favors. No one dares to provoke him lightly." "Not seen," the Yin Emperor replied calmly. "Then we must ensure we see him." "Indeed," Zui Yang remarked, patting the dagger at his waist. "It is imperative that we meet him." "Yes," Yu Miao chimed in. "We must see him." Yin Xinjue and the Lord of Falling Balance exchanged glances, stealing their resolve. To refuse us would be an affront. If necessary, we shall combine our strength to dismantle the great formation of Tianji. At that moment, Gu Han entered. Upon seeing him, the assembly eagerly inquired about the state of the curse. As for why the enchantress did not return with him, such matters were of no concern to them. After some contemplation, Gu Han articulated his experiences, confirming the suspicions of the gathered company. He refrained from exerting excessive energy, remaining unharmed. Yet, once he fully activated his powers, unforeseen events would arise. In moments of uncontrollable spiritual force, his sword energy could inadvertently inflict harm upon himself, while facing ordinary opponents posed little threat. Encountering a formidable adversary like Sang-gu would undoubtedly lead to a disastrous fate. Most crucially, in his current state, he was utterly incapable of transcending the tribulation. The peril of the tribulation was undeniable, and even without Qian Ye's urging, he would not have missed the opportunity. However, in his present condition, to contemplate such a venture would be akin to courting death. Upon learning of his imminent departure, he fell silent for a brief moment. "I shall bid them farewell." Although his time with the border army had been relatively short, he had still developed a profound attachment to this place. Soon, the news of Gu Han's impending departure spread among the border troops. Yet, they remained oblivious to the curse that loomed over him. In an instant, cultivators, those healing, and those in seclusion rushed to gather. Though the central military encampment was vast, it quickly became overcrowded, a sea of faces filled with reluctance and sorrow. Subsequently, Guhan took his leave of the crowd. Murong Yan, Shun Xian, Yun Fan, Zhao Mengyu, Shui Yu, the elders, and even the head of the Li family exchanged a few words with him, leaving him both surprised and honored. Suddenly, he vanished from sight, appearing mid-air, bowing to the assembled border troops. Until we meet again. The arrival of Guhan had irrevocably altered the course of battle and transformed the fate of the border army. Without him, their ultimate fate would scarcely differ from that of the current barbarian tribes. We bid farewell to Commander Gu. Their sentiments resonated in unison, heartfelt and sincere, their voices echoing like a roaring tide. My dear friends, Fu Dahai bowed to Yin Qianjua and the others. We shall meet again. With that, he swept his sleeve and departed alongside the members of the Fu family and Guhan. Faintly, a disgruntled voice from the crowd could be heard. Ancestor. Wait for Yin Qi to complete his tribulation. Father, please don't act rashly. We haven't even left the great Yin borders yet. As they watched Guhan leave, Feng Xi, Yu Miao, and Zhuoyang fell into a contemplative silence. Will the junior apprentice be all right? Among the crowd, Murong Yan and Shun Xian exchanged quiet sighs. They had accompanied Guhan to the great Yin dynasty, which had been their limit. Any further, and they could not keep pace. In the distance, Zhao Mengyu and Shui Yu stood side by side, their expressions forlorn. Guhan departed too swiftly for them to follow. Some individuals, after all, are merely fleeting visitors in their lives. Even a brief stay is but temporary. Mengyu, the lord of Tiansheng Hall, shook his head subtly. The battles here have concluded. He coughed gently. I too shall take my leave. Staying here holds no significance. Come back with me. Return? Zhao Mengyu smiled wryly. Return to being that arrogant, short-sighted goddess? Master, I wish to escape that former life. I long to travel and explore the world. To venture forth, perhaps she might encounter him once more. With a sudden jolt, she felt a stirring within her heart. The master of Tiansheng felt a chill in his heart. The fleeting joy derived from the favor of the flame emperor vanished without a trace. It's over. I've lost my disciple. Beside him, Shui Yu hesitated, on the verge of speaking. Do you wish to join? Zhao Mengyu glanced at her and smiled sincerely. Just in time, I could use a companion. Excellent. Shui Yu returned the smile. In that moment, an unexpected sense of shared plight and mutual understanding blossomed between the two women. Suddenly, Yun Fan's head popped over. Are we going out to play? Take me along. Sure. Zhao Mengyu rolled her eyes. We are indeed in need of a retainer. Yun Fan's expression darkened. Do you think I'm foolish? What you really mean is a lackey. Atop the mountain, the war king and Eldertson stood against the wind, their tones laden with sentiment. It is time to depart. Alas, I hope he can resolve his issues. Otherwise, we shall remain bound by this obstacle in our hearts. Nearby, a man remained silent, merely bowing deeply in the direction of the great Yin border troops. The war king and Eldertson exchanged knowing smiles. This little one is indeed remarkable. Meanwhile, at the Tianji Valley, Mei Yun approached the spirit beast pen, cradling a collection of elixir vials. These are today's medicinal pills. Do not fight over them, or else Elder Tianji will be displeased. Instantly, the spirit beasts prostrated themselves, trembling in fear. Not this pestilence again. Each time they consumed his pills, they suffered from diarrhea. They could hardly endure it. Chapter 373, Sword Young Master. Please, do not behave this way. Mei Yun wore an expression of helplessness. Instructor Han has been frightened by your antics. For the time being, I shall take care of you all. Before their very eyes. The spirit beast's eyes glistened with moisture, and some even shed tears. No need to be moved. Mei Yun smiled, feeling a warmth in his heart. I will do my utmost to take good care of you. As he stepped forward, the spirit beasts, terrified, scattered in all directions, desperately distancing themselves from him. They longed for Han Fu and secretly regretted their earlier outbursts that had led to his injury. Now that Mei Yun had taken his place, they felt an urge to express their displeasure. However, after suffering so much from diarrhea, even their anger had dissipated. You all. Mei Yun's face darkened. Do you disdain me? It's one thing to be disliked, but now even the spirit beasts are turning their backs on me? Just wait. He was furious. A hint of darkness creeping into his demeanor. Tomorrow, I shall still feed you, and you shall suffer from diarrhea. Remember to eat. He tossed the elixirs onto the ground and stormed off. Watching his departure, a more intelligent spirit beast stealthily approached, carefully digging a hole in the ground to bury the elixirs with great caution. Phew! In that instant, the spirit beasts collectively sighed in relief. They had narrowly escaped today's calamity. Around the small courtyard, a profound array enveloped the area, shrouded in swirling mist, giving rise to myriad illusions, infused with an aura of both reality and deception. According to Tianji, even an ordinary sacred realm cultivator would find it nearly impossible to emerge once they ventured inside. Back in the small courtyard, Mei Yun retrieved a jade talisman, meticulously inspecting the operation of the grand formation. This task had been entrusted to him by the esteemed Tianji just before his seclusion, primarily to prevent him from wandering aimlessly and causing chaos. At that moment, a voice faintly echoed from the misty exterior, inquiring whether the venerable Tianji had emerged from his retreat. Not yet, Mei Yun replied sullenly. Very well, the voice continued. Undeterred by his demeanor, I shall remain in waiting. Most visitors to Tianji came seeking elusive fortunes and opportunities, and with no one else capable of providing answers. Coupled with his unique status, none dared to intrude upon the valley of Tianji, leaving them with no choice but to wait. As for Mei Yun, he was merely basking in Tianji's radiance. Meanwhile, from the Wu family of Zhongzhou, Wu Sheng arrived to pay his respects to the venerable master. Shortly thereafter, another voice called out, "Wait." Mei Yun, growing increasingly impatient, retorted, "Enough." Wu Sheng, sensing Mei Yun's ire, refrained from expressing his frustration, stating, "I shall patiently await the emergence of the venerable Tianji." Wait. Mei Yun's darkening mood intensified. "What are you waiting for? Didn't you hear? The valley shall be closed for a century. You may as well wait for 100 years. His agitation grew, and he considered seeking out Han Fu for a conversation. But the thought of Han's predatory gaze deterred him. 2,000 zhang away, at the edge of the grand formation, Han Fu sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. His cultivation having reached the third level of void control, he had discerned a pattern. Mei Yun's misfortune existed within a confined radius. Beyond 1,500 zhang, the effects of the ill fate would diminish significantly, leaving him unscathed. To be cautious, he maintained a distance of 2,000 zhang from Mei Yun, reveling in his newfound peace and the ability to cultivate without disturbance. Alas, 2,000 zhang away, Mei Yun's emotions were in stark contrast. If only it were my misfortune, he lamented. If only it could befall others. The rotund figure sighed deeply. Why bother seeking out that old charlatan? Just stand close to anyone you find disagreeable, and perhaps they will explode from sheer misfortune without your intervention. Compared to before, his visage had grown rounder, a result of an encounter with Fu Yud from which he had yet to recover. Clearing his throat, he noticed Gu Han's silence and leaned in conspiratorially, asking, "What became of your pursuit of the demoness? Why didn't you bring her back? She seemed quite taken with you." Gu Han ignored him. Previously, as he departed, he had inquired about the demon from Yan Xinjue. Given Yan's formidable abilities, he was still far from discerning the true nature of the demoness. Although puzzled by Gu Han's sudden interest, he answered truthfully, "The demon is devoid of emotion, skilled in manipulating hearts. Each demon is an exceptionally formidable and terrifying entity, yet they are exceedingly rare. I have yet to encounter one in this continent." His understanding paled in comparison to Qian Ye's, rendering his answer rather rudimentary. He wondered if he would ever see her again, a thought that lingered inexplicably in his mind. A sudden thought surged within Gu Han. "TSK." The plump man wore a peculiar expression. "This rascal is utterly ensnared." Approaching swiftly, at that moment, Fu Dahai's voice echoed. "The central continent is vast, and the distance to the eastern wilderness is considerable. However, for someone of his ascended state, the journey that would require the plump man's utmost effort to traverse in over half a month was hardly significant, as he completed it in less than 1/10 of that time. Of course, his speed was so remarkable that Gu Han missed many scenic views along the way. Old ancestor. Fu Yud furrowed his brow. That charlatan is in seclusion. If he refuses even your face, will he truly deny us entry? Surely we cannot demolish the heavenly mechanism valley. Haha. The plump man suddenly burst into laughter. What is there to worry about? With me around, bang, bang. Before he could finish his words, he was swiftly grabbed and mercilessly beaten by a group of Fu family members. "You scoundrel. I've long wanted to give you a beating. You're the plump lord." "What am I?" Gu Han watched with wide eyes, as it seemed the Fu family members were aware of the formidable nature of the plump man's formless golden body, and their strikes grew increasingly fierce. Before long, not only his face but his entire body had become even rounder. At this point, the plump man had become thoroughly subdued. "I have acquaintances in the heavenly mechanism valley. Anyone can refuse to meet with that old man, but he would never turn us away. Acquaintances? Gu Han was taken aback. Who? Teacher Han and Teacher Mei. Outside the heavenly mechanism valley, a considerable number of people were already waiting. Observing the mist emanating from the grand formation, some were anxious. Others relaxed, while some wandered about, yet none dared to step foot into the array. At that moment, another individual hurriedly descended from afar. May I ask? His tone was respectful as he cupped his hands toward the mist, gathering his cultivation to speak, but was abruptly interrupted by an impatient voice from within. Wait. Yes, yes. The man dared not say more and quickly retreated. Strange, he muttered softly. There have never been any disciples of the heavenly mechanism here. Why has someone suddenly appeared? Not only him, but everyone was puzzled. Nonetheless, despite their curiosity, no one expressed dissatisfaction toward Mei Yun's sudden appearance or demeanor. On the contrary, it felt entirely appropriate. The heavenly mechanism master. What an extraordinary figure. Someone who could sip tea with those in the ascended realm and befriend those of the transcendent state. Even a disciple devoid of any cultivation would be someone not to offend lightly. Young master, one person among the crowd addressed a young man. Shall we continue waiting? This young man was none other than Wu Sheng, one of the highest-ranking individuals present. Wait, he replied, casting a glance into the distance with a hint of envy in his eyes. I have waited 3 months already. What is a little longer? Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately turned their gaze toward the distance. On a massive stone, a young man stood quietly, his eyes half closed, garbed in a flowing blue robe, with a long green sword resting upon his back. His countenance radiated brilliance, and he exuded an air of sharpness. Within a radius of several paces, a misty aura reminiscent of impending rain lingered, while the ground bore numerous weathered sword marks. Is that the sword young master? Someone whispered, recognizing his identity. The sword young master, originally named Feng, was of extraordinary fate, possessing innate sword energy from birth. He had cherished swords since childhood and, during his youth, was drawn to a sword intent that led him to an ancient sword cultivator's legacy, where he obtained its inheritance. From that moment, he adopted the moniker Sword Young Master, garnering fame far surpassing that of others in this realm. That sword, another exclaimed. Is it not the one the Sword Young Master acquired from the legacy? Indeed. A third person praised. The Sword Young Master was not only exceptionally gifted in swordsmanship, but also remarkably magnanimous and kind-hearted, never hoarding his knowledge. He frequently shared his insights into the sword path with others and preferred to carry his sword on his back, likening its confinement in a storage ring to a pearl dulled by dust. A true sword cultivator. Someone else lauded. This is the essence of a genuine sword master. As if he had sensed their discussions, the Sword Young Master opened his eyes, smiled, and cautioned, Please, do not approach within 3 paces of me. My sword energy may inadvertently harm you. Haha. Wu Sheng clasped his hands in greeting. Sword brother, your kindness remains unchanged. The Feng family's influence surpassed that of the Wu family, and given the Sword Young Master's formidable prowess, Wu Sheng was eager to cultivate a connection, especially since the Wu family was currently facing dire straits. Brother Wu, you overpraise me, the Sword Young Master replied with a refined demeanor. However, before he could finish, he suddenly cast his gaze into the distance. In an instant, the sword energy surged forth, cutting away a layer of earth beneath. In a blink, 2 figures descended, Gu Han and the corpulent man, Fu Yuan. Upon seeing the latter, Wu Sheng's eyes nearly ignited with fury. At that moment, the Sword Young Master was intently observing Gu Han. Gu Han furrowed his brow, sensing that the Sword Young Master was a true swordsman, unlike the superficial sword practitioners he had encountered before. Yet, the intensity of the Sword Young Master's gaze made him somewhat uncomfortable, as if he were being scrutinized by a senior assessing a junior. Are you also a sword cultivator? The Sword Young Master inquired with a gentle smile. It is a rarity. Sword cultivators are few, and given your youth, you are indeed remarkable. Might I see your sword? The Sword Young Master appeared eager to offer guidance on swordsmanship. The onlookers exchanged glances filled with envy, recognizing the immense fortune that Gu Han possessed to receive the Sword Young Master's counsel. The Sword Young Master, so magnanimous and benevolent, exclaimed one person, astonished. Is there truly someone with the surname Jian in this world? Alas, your luck is remarkable, another remarked, gazing at Gu Han. What a pity I am not a sword cultivator. Otherwise, I would seize this rare opportunity to seek his guidance myself. The crowd continued to murmur, captivated by the unfolding scene. It seems that Gu Han encountered the Sword Prince, as if he had stumbled upon an extraordinary fortune. There was no guidance to speak of. The sword prince merely smiled humbly. It was simply an exchange of insights regarding the sword path. In this world, sword cultivators are exceedingly rare, and to meet one of like mind is indeed a rare occurrence. Moreover, I wish for all sword cultivators to soar like dragons. This has been my lifelong aspiration. The esteemed predecessor was of the same disposition, and now I find myself with some leisure. He cast another glance at Gu Han. Come, let me see your sword. His confidence was not feigned. His understanding of the sword path was profound, and he had indeed offered guidance to many, such as Song Jian, who had barely touched the threshold of sword cultivation. His most characteristic phrase was, "Come, let me see your sword. Who do you think you are?" Gu Han expressed his disdain. "See my sword? The old blind man has said the same to me before, yet he was amiable, and his swordsmanship was truly unparalleled. Devoid of any pretentiousness, I held him in the highest regard." In stark contrast, the sword prince exuded an air of superiority. More critically, he did not perceive any remarkable skill in the other's swordsmanship. This man was utterly arrogant. With such high achievements in the sword path, shouldn't it be an honor for him to offer guidance? Was he truly so oblivious? To dismiss a golden opportunity presented to him seemed rather foolish. The crowd murmured, their tones laced with disdain and scorn for Gu Han. "Unwilling, are we?" The sword prince shook his head, disappointment etched on his face. "What a pity. Since you do not wish to become a dragon, I shall not force you. However, as a fellow sword cultivator, I must advise you to broaden your horizons and cultivate an open heart. Only then can you progress further, and your sword will become sharper." The implication was clear. I am offering you guidance, and you ought to listen with gratitude. Otherwise, you will be deemed ungrateful and narrow-minded. Gu Han was thoroughly disgusted. The sword prince? He scoffed. What? Are there others with the surname Sword? The rotund man shook his head in disbelief. You don't understand, do you? Our sword prince is quite the figure, naturally inclined to be a teacher, his reputation far surpassing that of Fat Master. He has an inherent air of arrogance, and that surname is one he adopted himself. Can one even change their surname? Gu Han pondered. If you are shameless enough, you could change yours as well. After a moment of contemplation, he said earnestly, I value my reputation, and I cannot bear such a surname. Upon hearing this, the sword prince's eyes narrowed slightly. The long sword on his back trembled incessantly, and a multitude of sword energies erupted forth, instantly carving several inches from the ground within a 3-zhang radius. Who is this foolish fat man? In the crowd, a cultivator eager to curry favor, oblivious to his companion's warning expression, leapt forward. How dare you show disrespect to the sword prince? The rotund man smiled thinly. Merely a humble individual, Dao Zhong Jiuxiang Fuyuan. Many in the crowd, unaware of the rotund man's identity, gasped in surprise. Although they had never seen him, the name Dao Zhong Jiuxiang Fuyuan was renowned enough in this region to rival that of the sword prince. So it was the young Master Fu. The man's expression shifted to one of sternness, his demeanor transforming abruptly as he immediately bowed in respect. My apologies. I shall take my leave, he declared. This individual was the leader of a small sect, yet at that moment, he did not hesitate to summon his cultivation power and promptly vanished in a swirl, disappearing from the sight of the crowd in the blink of an eye. No one dared to laugh. To them, the Fu family was an undeniable behemoth. While they could afford to overlook Gu Han, they could not afford to offend the corpulent man. They were afraid. However, Wu Sheng was undeterred. Upon seeing the hefty figure, he was reminded of his ancestors' plight, a surge of anger boiling within him. The sword master had always been benevolent, having guided numerous cultivators. Yet there were always a few ungrateful souls who misconstrued his good intentions. I shall stand up for the sword master. Do you also bear the surname Jian? Gu Han inquired suddenly, fixing his gaze upon him. What? Wu Sheng was momentarily taken aback. Virtuous descendant, Gu Han remarked, raising his thumb in admiration. I must concede. You have my respect. Indeed. The corpulent man chuckled. Young Master Wu's ancestor is on the brink of death, and instead of being by his side, he has the audacity to come here and play the sycophant. If I were you, I would simply change my surname to Jian. You. Wu Sheng's eyes flared with fury. The crowd felt a chill in their hearts. This incident was well known to all. Months ago, the ancestor of the Wu family had traversed realms, only to have his avatar obliterated, leaving his true self severely wounded. Not long after, 3 pinnacle experts had descended upon the Wu family, further escalating his injuries to the brink of death. It was rumored that one of them was none other than Fu Duhai, the ancestor of the Fu family. Is it he? Upon hearing the corpulent man's explanation, Gu Han comprehended Wu Sheng's identity. He learned that the Wu ancestor who had crossed realms was not only struck by a sword, but also subjected to a relentless assault by Yin Qinjue and his companions. Now barely clinging to life, Wu Han was responsible for Yang Ying's demise. Regardless of lineage, he harbored no affection for the Wu family. That Wu ancestor, he sneered, came with great pomp and circumstance, yet only his voice is heard while his figure remains unseen. Such shamelessness, to boast and then flee, I must admit, is quite impressive. Boom. As his words fell, a chilling aura emanated from Wu Sheng, revealing his semi-transcendent cultivation. A gray light flickered around him as he charged forward. You insult my ancestor. You seek death. Humph. The corpulent man scoffed, his body radiating golden light. I have long wished to rid the world of you, you wretched scoundrel. At that moment, Gu Han's figure flickered, suddenly intercepting Wu Sheng. What are you doing? The corpulent man was taken aback. Fear not, Gu Han's voice echoed. Such a wretch does not merit my full strength. Humph. The sword master shook his head. This person is insufferably arrogant. Boom. At that instant, the two figures collided. Wu Sheng's gray light surged, enveloping Gu Han as if to eradicate his very essence. Yet, Gu Han appeared unfazed, merely raising his right fist, which crystallized with a sharp intent and struck down with tremendous force. In that fleeting moment, a formidable force erupted, centering around the two individuals, causing all but a few to retreat in haste. Within the swirling gray light, the sensation of flesh being gnawed upon by bone became ever more pronounced. Seeking death, Wu Sheng felt a surge of joy. Although he had only reached the seventh ringing of the Dao Bell, this gray light was a manifestation of his unique physique. Any ordinary cultivator who came into contact with it would find their flesh and blood completely devoured. Witnessing Gu Han charge directly into the gray light without hesitation bolstered his confidence immensely. Suddenly, however, his smile froze. The once invincible gray light had surprisingly little effect on Gu Han's physical form. He was momentarily stunned, staring at Gu Han. You are actually a body cultivator. Before he could finish his thought, he suddenly saw a flicker of brilliance in Gu Han's eyes. A soul-rending pain assailed him, and he felt a moment of confusion as he lost control over the gray light. Undying sword soul. Divine thought transformed into sword. Bang! At that instant, Gu Han's fist struck him with great force, sending him hurtling backward, blood spewing forth. Gu Han's methods were inscrutable to the onlookers. They only saw Wu Sheng charge forward. Gu Han confront him, and then a punch that sent Wu Sheng flying. The entire sequence unfolded in less than a breath's time. In that moment, they could not discern whether Wu Sheng was simply incompetent or Gu Han was excessively powerful. Moreover, Gu Han was a body cultivator. Volume 1, Chapter 375, Mei's Instruction. I am Yulin. How did this come to be? Upon seeing Gu Han return, the portly fellow's eyes sparkled. Teach me, oh dear friend. While others were baffled, he, having spent considerable time with Gu Han, discerned some underlying truths. That punch was merely a fade, causing minimal damage to Wu Sheng. The true prowess lay in Gu Han's concealed techniques. Firstly, Gu Han contemplated the most formidable sword intent in existence. And then, he would cleave at your soul. If you survived, that would suffice. Survive, and you would endure 8 more sword strikes. The portly fellow realized that Gu Han's cultivation methods, be it the extreme realm, the undying sword body, or the aforementioned soul forging technique, would have led an ordinary cultivator to demise multiple times over. He believed Gu Han's survival thus far was merely a stroke of fortune, and he lost all interest in Gu Han's cultivation approaches. The formless golden body, was it not enticing? Indeed, he was a sword cultivator. At that moment, seeing the questioning gazes of the crowd, the sword prince spoke again. Aside from his swordsmanship, he had also ventured into body cultivation, thus boasting commendable strength. However, his path was ultimately misguided. A senior once told me that the way of the sword is the purest. By attempting to master multiple paths, his methods became eclectic and imprecise. Though they appeared formidable, he had strayed into a divergence. Given his understanding, he could not perceive the essence of the undying sword body, merely regarding Gu Han as an ordinary body cultivator. The crowd suddenly grasped the truth. A combination of body and sword cultivation. No wonder he was so formidable. His sword. The sword prince shook his head, his tone filled with disappointment. Best not to look. Guhan was once again repulsed. He even harbored doubts as to whether the malevolent force of the curse had effects beyond merely bringing him misfortune, perhaps even a repugnant quality. At this moment, Wu Shang, his mind clouded and heavy, struggled to rise to his feet. Brother Jian was indeed correct. This individual was not only a practitioner of physical cultivation, but also proficient in the art of spiritual assault. The injuries he sustained were grave, not in the corporeal sense, but upon his very soul. This matter. He fixed an intense gaze upon Guhan. We are far from finished. The rotund figure stroked his chin, contemplating. Shall we simply eliminate him? Very well, Guhan readily agreed. Wu Sheng's countenance paled, and he instinctively retreated a few paces. If he could not contend with Guhan, how could he possibly face the renowned rotund figure as well? At that moment, Jian Gongzi furrowed his brow, stepping forward to shield Wu Sheng. You have already severely injured him. There is no need for further violence. What? The rotund figure scoffed. Are you intending to defend him? Jian Gongzi's reputation preceded him, and while the rotund figure had heard tales of his prowess, this was their first encounter, and he was thoroughly disgusted. It is not a matter of defense, Jian Gongzi replied, shaking his head. This is the Valley of Heavenly Secrets, where the esteemed Elder Tianji resides. Should you resort to force here, the commotion may provoke his displeasure, and he might refuse to see us again. Who then shall bear the burden of such responsibility? With that statement, the two were thrust into opposition before the onlookers. Indeed, many cast furtive glances at the rotund figure. Young Master Fu, do take a moment to calm yourself. Indeed, while you may not wish to meet him, we are eager for an audience. Jian Gongzi has waited 3 months. Perhaps the moment to meet the Elder Tianji is at hand, and we too could bask in his favor. However, with your ruckus though unspoken, the accusations and dissatisfaction were palpably evident. Unable to meet him? The rotund figure raised an eyebrow. That is merely a reflection of your own inadequacy. I, the esteemed fat lord, shall meet him whenever I please. The crowd scoffed in derision. Elder Tianji is known for his peculiar temperament, regardless of one's status. Be it a mere young master or a holy realm figure, one must still wait their turn. Elder Tianji, the rotund figure disregarded their murmurs. Channeling his energy, he bellowed for the grand array to be opened, granting him passage. Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback, hastily distancing themselves from him to avoid any repercussions. Fat Lord, Guhan whispered discreetly, is this wise? Fear not, the rotund figure replied with unwavering confidence. I share a rapport with the old man. Furthermore, with Mei Jiaoxi present, we may count ourselves as semi-privileged guests. Guhan felt a twinge of concern. You have already brought Mei Jiaoxi to vex him. Do you truly believe he will receive you? What are you shouting for? At that moment, an exasperated voice rang out. Wait there. This voice, of course, belonged to Mei Yun. Mei Jiaoxi, the rotund figure chuckled. Quickly, tell the Elder Tianji to open the grand array. It cannot be opened. Within the small courtyard. Mei Yun's expression darkened further. Just wait. He had recognized the rotund figure's voice, and recalling the myriad of reckless antics associated with him, his ire surged. Wishing to leave him in suspense for the time being. Outside, the rotund figure was left dumbfounded. Before arriving, he had repeatedly assured Fu Dahai that he would surely meet Tianjizi, but now, Teacher Mei, he blinked. I am Yulin. No one is of any use, just wait. The plump man was utterly bewildered. It had only been a short while since they last met, yet Teacher Mei seemed like a completely different person. Fu Yulin, the sword young master, wore a mocking expression. How can you expect to enter when you show such disrespect to the esteemed Tianji? It would be wise for you to depart swiftly, lest you disrupt us. Not just him, the others displayed similar derision. We may lack ability, but we have yet to see how capable you, Fu Daoshou, truly are. Why don't you enter? You understand nothing. The plump man stubbornly preserved his dignity. This is merely a jest between Teacher Mei and me. Guhan remained speechless. He surmised that the plump man had surely offended Teacher Mei. With a sympathetic glance, he then summoned his own cultivation. Teacher Mei, I am Guhan. Upon hearing this, the ridicule on the faces of the crowd intensified. Guhan? Who is Guhan? What significance does he hold? Even the sword young master, the young master of the Wu family, and Dao Zhongjiu could not gain entry. How could an inconsequential Guhan, whose origins are unknown, succeed? Just as this thought crossed their minds, the crowd suddenly froze. The seemingly ethereal mist before them appeared to boil, swirling and coiling, as it revealed a pathway 3 feet wide. Immediately afterward, a figure hurriedly emerged from the mist. Guhan, The newcomer was, of course, Mei Yun. His demeanor towards Gu Han was markedly different, brimming with joy, and his previous hostility diminished significantly. What brings you here? Upon seeing his excited expression, Gu Han inwardly sighed. Feeling pity for Teacher Mei. I came to see you. After a moment's contemplation, he uttered a kind-hearted lie. To see me? Mei Yun felt a lump in his throat, his eyes reddening. How thoughtful. Within the valley, while Tianjizi was in seclusion, he could see no one except for a sour-faced Han Fu and a group of spirit beasts that were perpetually in distress, nearly driving him to madness. He already held goodwill towards Gu Han, and upon hearing this statement, he was almost moved to tears. Rare indeed. Someone remembers me. Mei Yun. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow. Why do I sense something amiss? Never mind. Let us discuss it inside. With renewed enthusiasm, he urged Gu Han to enter the valley. The crowd was left utterly dumbfounded. Their faces felt hot and slightly pained. They had just considered Gu Han a mere minor character, only to see him personally welcomed by the inhabitants of Tianji Valley, a treatment surpassing even that afforded to the three great young masters. Who exactly is this individual? Teacher Mei. The plump man followed, his expression one of dissatisfaction. You control this grand formation, and Tianji is still in seclusion? You were quite ungracious just now. You prohibited entry. Mei Yun glared at him. I was trapped here, and it's entirely your fault. As he gazed at the jade talisman in his hand and cast a glance at the ever-changing heavenly mechanism array, the stout man swallowed hard, hesitating to speak further, fearful of being suppressed by the malevolent Mei Yun. Instructor Mei, Gu Han remarked with an air of resignation. Let him in. We have important matters to attend to. Humph. Mei Yun shot a glare at the stout man. Were it not for Gu Han, I would make you wait another 3 days and nights. At that moment, this scene was instantly observed by the crowd. It appeared that the one controlling the grand array was quite obedient to the individual named Gu Han. Their fervent gazes shifted toward Gu Han, contemplating whether his agreement would grant them entry as well. Please, hold on, spoke the sword young master first, looking at Gu Han with sincere expression. As fellow sword cultivators, it is only right. Gu Han suddenly smiled. After being repulsed by you for so long, do you think I would allow you in? In the first volume, Chapter 376, Mei Yun, this swordsman looks down upon me. Seeing Gu Han's expression, the sword young master found himself at a loss for words. Fellow cultivator, he turned to Mei Yun, bowing respectfully, his tone earnest and heartfelt. I hold the esteemed elder of the heavenly mechanism in the highest regard. I have waited here for 3 months without any ulterior motives, solely to meet him and fulfill my heart's longing. Are you the one, Mei Yun pondered, who greets me daily? He recalled the sword young master's consistent, humble greetings over the past few months, which had indeed left a favorable impression on him. Precisely, the sword young master rejoiced inwardly. Sincerity can move mountains. My persistent honesty has finally yielded results. How rare that a fellow cultivator remembers me. Mei Yun hesitated, contemplating whether to allow him entry, given his relatively favorable impression of the sword young master. The sword young master cast a faint glance at Gu Han. Do you have connections? I possess sincerity. Gu Han retorted. That alone can sway him. Instructor Mei, Gu Han's tone turned somber. This individual looks down upon me. What? Mei Yun darkened once more, his fleeting fondness for the sword young master dissipating entirely. How dare you look down upon my student? You wish to enter and meet that old man. Dream on. You might as well wait 100 years. To him now, Gu Han's position was unparalleled. To disdain Gu Han was far more odious than to belittle Mei Yun himself. A single remark rendered the sword young master's 3 months of effort utterly futile. Buzz, buzz. The sword behind him rang incessantly. Had he not retained the last vestige of rationality, he might have drawn it right then and there to strike down Gu Han before Mei Yun. And them. Mei Yun glared at the others. Do they look down upon you as well? A sudden jolt ran through the crowd. Their previous attitudes toward Gu Han had certainly not been commendable. Not at all. Gu Han shook his head. A collective sigh of relief echoed among them. Fellow cultivator, I am Zhang Sun from the Shanhao sect, seeking an audience with Elder Heavenly Mechanism. Fellow cultivator, I am Feng Yong, the head of the Feng clan, and I have been waiting for Elder Heavenly Mechanism for over half a month. Fellow cultivators, our young master has encountered a misstep in his cultivation and urgently requires the guidance of the esteemed Tianji. In response, they fervently beseeched, their demeanor exceedingly humble. Although Mei Yun's cultivation was of a rather low caliber, appearing merely as a gatekeeper, he wielded control over the operation of the Tianji Grand Formation. and thus they dared not offend him in the slightest. However, Gu Han shifted the conversation abruptly, denouncing their disdain for the eastern wilderness. What? Mei Yun was utterly consumed by darkness. To look down upon those of us from the eastern wilderness. Mei Jiaoxi sighed deeply. As a king of the Dian dynasty, I can be considered half a child of the eastern wilderness myself. Indeed, we are small and lack notable talents. So it is only natural for others to regard us with disdain. The eastern wilderness? They are actually from the eastern wilderness? The crowd was momentarily taken aback, and soon their hearts brimmed with indignation. To look down upon the eastern wilderness? When have we ever uttered such words? Mei Yun paid no heed to their protestations. This statement had successfully unearthed his longing for home, along with the long-standing grievances and fury he had harbored. Wish to enter? Perhaps in your next life. His eyes turned crimson as he glared at the crowd. Should anyone dare to step forth, I shall crush them with the Tianji Grand Formation. With that old man absent, I, Mei Yun, am in charge here. Gu Han was left dumbfounded. Is this truly the same meek and sorrowful Mei Jiaoxi? What has he endured? The stout man was equally astonished. Henceforth, shall we address him as Lord Mei? Off we go. Mei Yun huffed heavily and proceeded deeper into the grand formation with the two companions. Humph. The stout man cast a triumphant glance at the crowd, swaggering along behind. We, the people of the eastern wilderness, can be killed but not insulted. Bah! The crowd seethed with indignation. Shameless! Who does not know the true nature of you? Fuyuan. When did you ever have even the slightest connection to the eastern wilderness? As they watched the passageway gradually vanish, regret and resentment filled their hearts. Now, there was truly no opportunity to enter. Sword brother, Wu Sheng sighed. What shall we do now? With Gu Han present, he was acutely aware of his utter lack of chance to enter, and thus refrained from speaking. This man is detestable. A cold glint flashed in the eyes of the sword young master. As a sword cultivator, to possess such a narrow mind is a disgrace among sword wielders. Sword young master. A cultivator's face contorted with desperation. You must surely teach him a lesson. Those hailing from the eastern wilderness, being from a small place, often harbor small minds. Your kind-hearted guidance, though unappreciated, should not lead to his constant antagonism against you. The crowd chimed in unison. They had completely forgotten their prior attitudes towards Gu Han, consumed instead by hatred for the disruption he had caused to their plans. Suddenly, a sharp sound of a sword echoed. The long sword, sheathed behind the sword young master, was drawn in an instant, transforming into a brilliant azure light. As the sword aura surged forth, it landed before him, trembling with intensity. This man is unworthy of wielding a sword. His countenance was stern. As a sword cultivator, I must uphold justice and seek retribution for all. I, Zhan Qing, vow to sever his long sword and shatter his sword heart. Sensing his resolve, the long sword's clear ringing intensified. Amidst the shimmering radiance, two obscure characters flickered momentarily. Zhanqing, the celestial mechanism array, sprawling over dozens of miles, exhibited an enigmatic effect akin to folded space within the mist. In a brief moment, several individuals found themselves back in the small courtyard. Gu Han was secretly intrigued. He did not grasp the intricacies of the celestial mechanism array, yet he sensed that such a sophisticated formation could not possibly be arranged by someone of the sacred realm. His curiosity regarding the origins of the celestial mechanism master was suddenly piqued. During their journey, Mei Yun incessantly lamented about his solitude and loneliness, lamenting that Han Fu avoided him like the plague. Even the spiritual beast he had fed had been suffering from diarrhea after enduring the tribulation. Gu Han's spiritual sense expanded, revealing Han Fu meditating with his eyes closed 2,000 zhang away. He felt somewhat speechless, finally understanding why Mei Yun had succumbed to darkness so swiftly. Ahem, the rotund figure coughed lightly, speaking cautiously. Mei instructor, would you like me to escort you back? His words were not born out of genuine guilt, but rather a fear that Mei Yun, in a foul mood, might suppress him with the celestial mechanism array. Nevertheless, he maintained a certain distance from Mei Yun. Return? Mei Yun let out a bitter laugh. What good would that do? I would still be scorned. He sighed, wishing that if misfortune were to befall anyone, it would be himself. Gu Han patted his shoulder, exhaling a sigh. Experiencing one's own misfortune was indeed distressing. Standing together, one lamented his own bad luck while the other inadvertently brought misfortune to others, creating a sense of mutual understanding. Mei Yun paused, taken aback. Gu Han had never been this close to him before, nor had he ever dared to touch him. Are you no longer afraid of me? Not afraid. Gu Han replied with conviction. Compared to Mei Yun's ill fortune, the curse afflicting him was far more potent. He had grown indifferent to Mei Yun's minor misfortunes. Too many debts do not cause worry. Too many lice do not itch. Wait. Mei Yun composed himself, scrutinizing Gu Han with renewed attention, as if he had discovered something. I sense something unusual about you just now. His brow furrowed deeper. It seems like there is something on you. Something? Gu Han was taken aback. Mei Yun fell silent. Slowly rising to his feet, his gaze fixed intently on him, a look of confusion flashing in his eyes. This thing has been following you. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. As he spoke, he extended a finger, gently tapping Gu Han's forehead. Right here. In an instant, Gu Han felt a chilling aura intensify around him, that sense of being cursed becoming overwhelmingly vivid. The moment Mei Yun's finger touched his brow, an elusive rune flickered into view, at times clear, at times indistinct, as if attempting to flee. Trying to escape? Mei Yun's brow furrowed deeply as he suddenly squeezed his fingers. In that moment, an eerie rune fully coalesced on Gu Han's forehead, crystal clear. Simultaneously, the aura surrounding Mei Yun became exceedingly strange. What? The rotund figure instantly became agitated. What is that on your forehead? Gu Han felt a sudden chill in his heart. His consciousness instinctively swept through the area, and he was momentarily taken aback. Right in the center of his forehead, there lay a peculiar rune. Unmistakably the curse mark he had encountered numerous times before. Volume 1, Chapter 377, The Underworld Clan, a Primal Sacred Race. What is this? Mei Yun's face bore only curiosity, devoid of any trace of surprise, as if struggling to comprehend the scene. With two fingers pinched together, he attempted to extract the mark from Gu Han's forehead. And then, astonishingly, he succeeded. The mark quivered and twisted, seemingly desperate to escape his grasp, yet it was held firmly, unable to move an inch. What the heck? The plump man's mouth gaped wide open. How is this even possible? In that fleeting moment when the mark was extracted, Gu Han's cold aura vanished entirely. His body and mind felt liberated, and the incessant sensation of being cursed was no more. He, too, was left dumbfounded. The curse was gone. A curse that even the dragon seal of the Flame Emperor and the four formidable beings of the Ascension Realm could not contend with was so effortlessly subdued by Mei Yun. How could this be? At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The mark, seemingly unable to break free, suddenly erupted, transforming into a wisp of black smoke that instantaneously vanished into Mei Yun's body. Huh. Mei Yun was taken aback. I haven't even had a chance to see it clearly. Just as the words left his lips, his body trembled, and a replica of the same mark slowly emerged on his forehead, albeit in a lighter hue. Before Gu Han could scrutinize it, it vanished once more, as if it had never existed. Mei Instructor. Gu Han felt a heavy weight in his heart. Although he was oblivious to how Mei Yun had managed to dispel the curse, he was acutely aware of its formidable nature. Even he could barely withstand it. How could Mei Yun, with his meager cultivation, handle this? Mei Yun finally came to his senses, glanced at his fingers, and scratched his head. Still puzzled as to how it had disappeared so quickly, Gu Han was speechless. Shouldn't your primary concern be this matter? Are you all right? I'm fine. Do you feel anything unusual? Mei Yun pondered for a moment, a hint of embarrassment creeping over him. I feel a bit comfortable. Gu Han retorted, what about your cultivation? After thinking for a moment, he decided to fully channel his energy to test it. While he was eager to rid himself of the curse, he had never intended for Mei Yun to bear its burden in his stead. Boom. Following Gu Han's command, Mei Yun began to channel his energy. This place was rich in cultivation resources. Despite his average aptitude, he had already reached the 7th level of the Spirit Profound Realm and unleashed his full potential. Oh, the plump man, now understanding the situation, hurried over. No way. That can't be right. He was aware of the curse's severity. Just then, a scream echoed from a distance. Han Fu. Instructor Han. The three hurried over to investigate, only to find Han Fu lying on the ground, his complexion ashen, a trace of blood lingering at the corner of his mouth. He mumbled incoherently, repeatedly uttering phrases about heights of 1,500 zhang or 2,000 zhang, completely oblivious to their arrival. Gu Han understood the situation clearly. Han Fu had evidently made an error during his cultivation, resembling exactly what had transpired when he had previously channeled his energy with all his might. Within the confines of the Spirit Beast Circle, a multitude of Spirit Beasts had initially buried the elixir of Mei Yun and were comfortably resting on the ground when they suddenly felt a sharp pang of pain in their abdomens. Opening their eyes in unison, alas, another bout of diarrhea was imminent. In an instant, confusion, agony, and bewilderment filled the eyes of the spirit beasts. How could this happen when they hadn't consumed the elixir? Oh, among the beasts, the one with the highest intelligence suddenly came to a realization. They hadn't eaten today, but they had consumed it the day before. It must be the residual potency of the medicine acting up. They had given Han Fu a congealed jade pill. Gu Han glanced at the bewildered Mei Yun, his gaze somewhat peculiar. Mei, it seems your abilities have enhanced. The plump one, who had kept his distance, wore a similarly strange expression. Mei Yun felt a chill in his heart. For reasons unknown, he seemed capable of restraining that curse's power and even absorbing it, but at the cost of significantly amplifying his own misfortune, causing those around him to suffer increasing calamities. As he observed Han Fu healing, the anguished cries of the spirit beasts echoed in his ears, leaving him in a state of despair. At that moment, a furious voice rang out, and a figure appeared before them. With disheveled hair and bare feet, the elderly face bore an unmistakable aura of sanctity. It was none other than Tianji. Huh. The plump one was taken aback. Old man Tianji, haven't you fallen from grace? Little fatty. Tianji replied with disdain. What are you doing here? Go away. Nothing good ever comes from seeing you. I told you before. He then fixed his gaze on Mei Yun. Didn't I tell you not to run around? Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Over the past few months, he had forcefully used secret methods to temporarily return to the sacred realm, carefully stabilizing his cultivation. Yet, he had not anticipated that a slight error in his cultivation would nearly ruin all his efforts. A brief sense of awareness revealed that this incident was linked to Mei Yun, prompting him to rush out for a reprimand, only to find that Mei Yun was no longer the same. Enveloped in dark energy, with a fierce aura and an air of the uncanny, he scrutinized Mei Yun intently, murmuring, "What is going on? How have your abilities increased so much?" Mei Yun felt an inexplicable rage. Abilities? What kind of ability is this? It's impossible, Tianji muttered to himself, entirely oblivious to Gu Han's presence, his eyes half closed as he instinctively sought to deduce Mei Yun's origins once more. Boom. Suddenly, a loud rumbling broke the silence as the sky dimmed, and thunderclouds began to gather ominously. Gu Han was taken aback. What is he doing? Nothing much. The plump one replied calmly. He's having one of his episodes again. Boom. Crack. Just as the words left his lips, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, piercing through the vast celestial array outside with pinpoint accuracy, striking Tianji squarely on the head. Gu Han felt a surge of astonishment. The force of this lightning was far more powerful than when he had undergone his tribulation. Instant annihilation of the extraordinary realm was undoubtedly within its grasp. However, the thunder seemed to strike only Tianji, leaving no trace of its wrath on anyone or anything else nearby. With a sudden cough, Tianji spat out a mouthful of blood, his formidable aura diminishing in an instant, teetering on the brink of falling back into a lower realm. How careless! Why was this lightning so potent? The stout man remained composed, even more so than Tianji, murmuring incantations as he invoked a secret technique to suppress his injuries once more. Gu Han looked on in disbelief. How many times must one be struck by lightning to attain such calmness and composure? Who are you? Only after being struck did Tianji finally notice Gu Han, his brow furrowing at once. Hadn't he declared a century of seclusion, stating that he could not divine the heavenly secrets? Any matters could be discussed a century hence. Who are you trying to fool? The stout man scoffed. You were just struck by lightning. I enjoy it. Tianji retorted, his anger palpable. Does it concern you? He then turned his gaze towards Mei Yun. How come your abilities have suddenly surged so significantly? It is I, Gu Han replied, feeling somewhat awkward. He recounted his purpose for coming and the peculiar transformation in Mei Yun. He had not anticipated that what began as a search for Tianji would lead to Mei Yun's unexpected resolution. Underworld race? A curse? Tianji's attention sharpened on Gu Han. Initially, he had assumed Gu Han was like the others outside, indifferent to him. But he was astonished to learn that the changes in Mei Yun were a result of Gu Han's involvement. Why didn't you mention this earlier? His expression darkened. Did it require me to be struck by lightning for you to speak? Was this intentional? Gu Han sighed in exasperation. Didn't you just claim to enjoy being struck by lightning? Tianji, taken aback, suppressed the urge to silence the gleeful stout man and regarded Gu Han with renewed interest. You have encountered the underworld race. He is already deceased, yet he remains part of the underworld race. Senior, what exactly is the underworld race? Gu Han's expression turned serious. He sensed that Tianjizi possessed knowledge far beyond that of ordinary individuals. The underworld race, a flicker of wariness crossed Tianjizi's eyes, is also known as the primordial sacred race. What is that? The stout man inquired, his curiosity piqued. The primordial sacred race, Tianjizi glared at him, existed before the world was formed. When chaos reigned and the universe was still in its primal state, they had already come into being. Chapter 378. I wish to lead others through tribulations. The primordial sacred race, born before heaven and earth, is the most ancient and enigmatic of races, inherently powerful, endowed with boundless might, and possessing abilities that far exceed ordinary comprehension. Senior, Gu Han stifled his astonishment. Is the divine race also a primordial sacred race? Divine race, underworld race. The similarities between these two races were striking. Indeed, Tianjizi regarded Gu Han with a hint of surprise. You possess considerable knowledge. In truth, although Gu Han had yet to encounter a complete divine being, his understanding of the divine race far surpassed that of the underworld race. Is that so? The stout man gasped in disbelief. Regarding the celestial race and the extermination array, he possessed a modicum of understanding. These primordial holy races are truly formidable. How astonishing! Tianjizi sighed. These races are innately powerful, not only endowed with great strength, but also wielding various forbidden powers. Much like curses, even a mere shred of such power is beyond the capacity of ordinary beings to withstand. And what of me? Mei Yun could no longer contain himself. Why am I able to endure and furthermore, augment my capabilities? You are not human. Gu Han was taken aback. Recalling a remark made by Ah Sha in passing, Mei Yun is not human. He remained steadfast in his belief regarding the ability of the Eye of Desolation. Could it be that? He scrutinized Mei Yun with an enigmatic gaze. Truly not human? Old man. Mei Yun exploded in anger, his countenance dark as a pot's bottom, brandishing the jade talisman in his hand. Are you cursing me? Do you dare believe I could suppress you with the great array of destiny? His face was aflame with rage, yet his heart was engulfed in sorrow. It was one thing to be despised by others, but now he found himself regarded as less than human? I did not insult you. Tianjizi let out a deep sigh. Since your youth, misfortune has clung to you, and now you can even absorb the cursed power of the underworld race. Your origins are utterly inscrutable to me. It seems your lineage is connected to the underworld, and not just any underworld beings. Your ability to suppress this cursed power speaks volumes. He cast a penetrating glance at Mei Yun. There must be a monumental karmic connection tied to you, yet alas, with my abilities, I cannot fathom it. Furthermore, he paused, then continued, your master is certainly no ordinary individual. Impossible. Mei Yun instinctively refuted. My master is just an ordinary person who has passed away. Huh? Tianjizi scoffed. Having devoted half my life to the study of destiny, although I cannot discern your origins, I know well that your abilities are deeply entangled. If your master merely changed your name, would your misfortunes vanish? Is that plausible? I dare you to change your name to Hao Yun and see if fortune smiles upon you, or whether your powers dissipate. Mei Yun fell silent. Mei Jiaoshi. The plump fellow looked on with curiosity. So, you truly are not human? Huh? Tianjizi shot him a glare. You are the one who is truly not human. This statement was indeed a sharp rebuke. Mei Jiaoshi. Gu Han felt a twinge of embarrassment. I apologize. Were it not for me, never mind. Mei Yun wore a look of despondency. Regardless of where I go, I am met with disdain. Whether my powers are strong or weak is of little consequence. You are different from others. Although you may fear me at times, you do not particularly despise or look down upon me. That alone is enough. I am genuinely pleased to be of assistance to you. Gu Han felt a pang of guilt. Initially, he too had regarded Mei Yun with disdain. Do not be so pessimistic. Tianjizi shook his head. If my conjecture holds true, since you bear great karma, you are surely tasked with some mission. You cannot languish in obscurity. Perhaps one day your abilities will evolve again, becoming manageable. Really? Mei Yun had yet to speak when the plump fellow's eyes suddenly gleamed. If Mei Yun's powers could be controlled with ease, that would indeed be extraordinary. When faced with adversaries, he would not even need to lift a finger. As soon as one steps into that realm, perhaps the opponent would spontaneously meet their demise. A glimmer of hope flickered in Mei Yun's eyes. If that day were to truly arrive, how splendid it would be, old man. The stout fellow glanced at Tianjizi, astonished that he possessed such profound knowledge. Aside from the divine and the nether tribes, are there any other innate sacred clans? Do not pry. Tianjizi shot him a glare. Do you think I have remained unscathed for so long solely due to my cultivation in the sacred realm and my mastery of the art of heavenly secrets? If not for my efforts, they would have long since regarded me as a mere tool for seeking opportunities and would have treated me with far less courtesy. As for those innate sacred clans, they are certainly not amiable. Opportunities and fortunes. He seemed to recall something, his tone becoming somewhat agitated. Even that, Bella, forget it. What purpose is there in discussing this with you? Raising spirit beasts requires constant feeding of medicinal pills. This statement, however, he refrained from uttering. Guhan appeared contemplative. Tianjizi's identity seemed to be far more complex than the stout fellow had suggested. In fact, he might possess knowledge surpassing that of Qianyi. Upon mentioning the bell, the stout fellow discreetly cast a glance at Guhan, unusually silent. Although he had not inquired, he had already surmised the truth. The one who had heard the bell tolled 10 times was indeed Guhan. Moreover, Tianjizi seemed particularly intrigued by the taboo of that great path. Naturally, he would not utter a word regarding Guhan's safety. Remember, Tianjizi solemnly advised, calmness and tranquility are merely facades. Everything, a hint of sorrow flashed in his eyes, is merely someone bearing the burden and forging ahead for us. Guhan pondered deeply, bearing the burden and forging ahead. From Tianjizi's implication, these innate sacred clans were certainly not easy to deal with. The world's peace was due to someone shielding us from them? Suddenly, he recalled the ancient war that Qianyi had mentioned, as well as the corpses he had seen in the dragon mirror. Worlds collapsing, myriad clans withering. The ancestral dragon. The primordial phoenix. Could it be that the innate sacred clans seldom revealed themselves in the world due to their connection with these events? For instance, Tianjizi sighed. The sealed deity of the divine clan, had it not been for that inherited god-slaying array that freed him, the first to suffer would have been us. That esteemed senior. Guhan naturally understood whom he referred to. He was indeed remarkable. Tianjizi paused in surprise. You have met him? More than just met. Guhan reflected. He had aided me and imparted a sword intent. Moreover, I fought alongside Zhou Ye. In his heart, he silently reassured himself. Although during that battle Zhou Ye was the main force while he merely observed, it could still be considered fighting side by side. Tianjizi regarded him with newfound respect. After a moment, they exited. The stout fellow scoffed. First, show that pompous sword prince your prowess with a strike. He is also present? Tianjizi was taken aback. Speaking of which, he does have some connection with that individual from the eastern wilderness. Guhan was startled. He has also encountered that esteemed senior? Over a decade ago, Tianjizi mused. The Feng family employed every conceivable means to escort him to the forbidden grounds, where he encountered that figure. The portly man raised an eyebrow. This wretched individual has such fortune? Fortune, my foot. Tianjizi scoffed. He merely exchanged a couple of words with him. Yet the ancestor of the Feng family spent the entire day boasting about it to me. A couple of words? Guhan felt a flicker of curiosity. What were they? Show me your sword. The sword is commendable, but the essence of swordsmanship lies in its purity. Alas, Tianjizi wore a cold smirk. That young fool could not be more foolish. The latter part of those two sentences is clearly the crux. Yet he inexplicably reveres the former as a sacred truth. Coupled with his obnoxious demeanor, he has completely strayed from the original intent. Guhan suddenly understood. Earlier, he had vaguely felt that the phrase was somewhat familiar, but he never considered that the sword young master learned it from the old blind man. Evidently, he had grasped it in a most distorted manner, failing to comprehend the essence of the words. Enough. Tianjizi waved his hand. If there is nothing else, you may leave. As for your curse, I truly have no means to assist. However, you have encountered Mei Yun, which is indeed a stroke of great fortune. Mei Yun, Guhan, Mei Jiaoshi. Casting a glance at Mei Yun, Guhan inquired, if you wish to depart, forget it, forget it. There is hope now. The intensity of Mei Yun's darkening disposition plummeted. In any case, until I master that ability, misfortune will follow me wherever I go. It is better to remain here. At worst, I will simply keep my distance from Han Jiaoshi and refrain from feeding those spiritual beasts. In response, Guhan found himself without a better solution and could only acquiesce for the time being. Senior, he pondered, and then turned his gaze to Tianjizi. I have one more request. Seeking fortune? Tianjizi's brow furrowed deeply. I cannot extensively employ the art of heavenly secrets at present. Moreover, while ordinary fortunes may suffice, excessively fortuitous encounters could be detrimental to you. Guhan wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, despite ringing the Tao bell 10 times, he received not a shred of reward and nearly lost his life in the process. What a disgrace to speak of it. I do not seek fortune. He shook his head. Rather, I wish to traverse the tribulation of others. Volume 1, Chapter 379. You have no past or future. For ordinary cultivators, upon surmounting the dual tribulations of heaven and earth, they would seize the opportunity to condense a drop of extraordinary substance, thus ascending to a higher realm. Often unaware of what the so-called human tribulation entails. The human tribulation is also a concealed realm, a uniquely profound extreme. Few are aware of it, and even fewer dare to undertake it. Guhan had only witnessed 2 individuals who had traversed the human tribulation, one a portly man and the other Tejun. While he had never inquired about Feng Xi, "Have you made up your mind?" The portly man's expression shifted slightly. The human tribulation varies immensely. Each individual's experience is distinct. My own human tribulation, akin to that of the first war god, may not provide you with much assistance, and yours may very well not pertain to combat at all. Guhan's greatest strength lies in his formidable killing power as a sword cultivator. Yet, the human tribulation is enigmatic and unpredictable. His tribulation may not necessarily relate to martial conflict. It must be traversed. Guhan's demeanor was resolute. The notion of an invulnerable body was merely a jest. In truth, much like Wang Yong, he was an utterly ordinary mortal, albeit one endowed with the profound wisdom of the great Yin sword scripture and the remarkable cultivation bestowed by the triad realm, enabling him to surpass numerous prodigies. The sword scripture formed the foundation of his being, as did the triad realm. This had been his initial design. Should he manage to lift the curse by chance, he would seek the guidance of Tianjizi to illuminate the path of human tribulation for him. Indeed, a glimmer of admiration flickered in Tianjizi's eyes. Those who dared to confront the human tribulation possessed immense willpower and courage. After a brief pause, he glanced at the portly fellow, who was an exception. The portly man remarked, he undertook the human tribulation due to pressure from Fu Yud. Tianjizi had forgotten to inquire earlier. He shot a sidelong glance at the portly man, realizing he had been too hurried to ask about his own tribulation. The portly man remained silent, casting a glance at Guhan. Thus it became clear. Tianjizi understood. It was indeed a rare fate. "Senior," Guhan bowed respectfully, "please guide me through this perplexity." He recognized that Tianjizi, being well-versed in the art of transformation and destiny, could certainly deduce the portly man's tribulation and, without doubt, his own. "Very well," Tianjizi sighed. "If you seek opportunities for transformation, I shall not intervene. However, I can assist you with your human tribulation." "Thank you, Senior." Tianjizi ceased further conversation, his eyes gently closing as an enigmatic and profound aura enveloped him, seemingly attuned to some unseen force. Yet, in the next moment, an unforeseen calamity erupted. He sensed something that caused his body to tremble violently. Blood began to flow ceaselessly from his 7 orifices, and his aura diminished drastically, plummeting his cultivation to the saint realm in an instant. What is happening? The sudden upheaval left the others momentarily stunned. At that moment, Tianjizi opened his eyes, revealing a blood-red gaze from which blood flowed incessantly, his expression horrifying and contorted. "Old man," the portly fellow panicked. "Are you all right? Is it really necessary to ruin everything just for deducing a personal tribulation?" He suspected that Tianjizi had uncovered something significant. "You." Tianjizi disregarded him, trembling as he pointed at Guhan, his tone filled with inexplicable terror. "You are not." A jolt surged through Guhan's heart. "Could it be that I am not human? You do not belong here. You should not exist. Your past and future are a void." Tianjizi fixed his gaze upon Guhan. "You are that taboo." Boom. Thunder rumbled. As the words fell, boundless thunder coalesced in an instant, and ominous crimson clouds appeared overhead, within which lightning danced and intertwined, presenting an apocalyptic scene. A trace of overwhelming celestial might descended, pinning Mei Yun and Han Fu to the ground, their expressions blank. Even the portly fellow felt the golden light surrounding him on the verge of shattering. "It's over," he murmured to himself. "It has been exposed." Guhan was no stranger to this scene. It mirrored the day the Tao bell manifested, albeit with far less commotion and without the appearance of that colossal eye. Outside Tianji Valley, though separated by many miles, the oppressive force of the celestial might still weigh heavily upon the crowd, leaving them gasping for breath. Their expressions were hardly better than that of the portly figure among them. What could this be? Was the Dao Bell about to manifest once more? Perhaps the venerable Tianji was divining something of great significance. Under the celestial pressure, the people trembled like drifting weeds upon the ocean, their hearts inundated with waves of trepidation. An opportunity. Jian Gongzi clenched his teeth, the sword energy swirling around him incessantly. It was possible that the venerable Tianji had foreseen an extraordinary opportunity, thus invoking the divine punishment. At that moment, two figures descended swiftly from a short distance away, an elder and a middle-aged man, both possessing the cultivation of the Ascension realm. The elder was none other than Fu Dahai, while the middle-aged man was Feng Xi, the patriarch of the Feng family. Although this phenomenon was confined to Tianji Valley and did not spread across the lands like the last manifestation of the Dao Bell, it still stirred chaos across a radius of 10,000 miles, prompting the powerful beings of the sacred realm to sense it and hasten to investigate. Naturally, these two, being the most formidable, were the first to arrive. However, even such powerful figures dared only to observe from a distance, reluctant to draw near. The higher one's cultivation, the deeper the awareness of the celestial might. Approaching recklessly could draw one into its tumult, resulting in unwarranted transformations. Fu Daoyu, Feng Xi called out from afar, casting a glance at Fu Dahai. Do you know what has transpired? I do not, Fu Dahai replied, shaking his head, though concern gnawed at his heart. He suspected that the celestial anomaly was likely connected to Gu Han and the portly figure. That rascal. He silently cursed the portly man. I should never have listened to you, allowing you two to come here unaccompanied. At the border between Dongwang and Zhongzhou, a figure clad in white strolled gracefully, exuding an air of elegance, a subtle smile gracing his countenance. Suddenly, he paused, glancing upwards. The vast azure sky, adorned with drifting clouds, emanated a serene tranquility. Yet, in his eyes, he perceived a scene that was distinctly different. Tianji? A flicker of unusual color flashed in his gaze as he took a light step, vanishing in an instant. In the small courtyard of Tianji Valley, Gu Han was shaken to his core upon hearing Tianji Z's words. Not belonging to this place. A blank slate of past and future? A taboo? Could it be related to the 10 tolls of the Dao Bell? Unbidden, he recalled the illusionary demon encountered within Longjian, which sought to reflect a fragment of his past, only to dissipate into nothingness. What secrets lay within himself? Senior, just as he was about to speak, a thread-thin bolt of crimson lightning descended abruptly, striking Tianji Z. In that instant, a flicker of struggle crossed Tianji Z's eyes, and a cold, merciless glint emerged, exuding an indifference to all living beings. It seemed that he was no longer Tianji Z, but rather the embodiment of the Tao. This gaze was one Gu Han recognized all too well. He had once felt it upon that immense eye, yet in the daylight, this sensation undoubtedly diminished significantly. The gaze was about to once again fall upon Gu Han. A profound sense of crisis descended upon his heart once more. Volume 1, Chapter 380, Self-Sacrifice, Memory Alteration. This feeling was not unfamiliar to Gu Han. It was the second time he had experienced it. Although it was far less intense than the first, his own capabilities could not possibly withstand it. It was over. The plump man turned pale, murmuring to himself, "What kind of calamity is this?" Suddenly, an anomaly re-emerged. Tianji's form trembled more violently, the struggle in his eyes intensified, and his expression bore a trace of resolve and fury. "I am of the Tianji lineage. I have battled against the heavens all my life. How could I become your puppet?" Boom. As his words fell, the mysterious aura that had previously vanished returned, even more potent than before. A profound rune materialized on his forehead, appearing circular, with black and white energies swirling within. What a delusion! He roared in agony. The rune on his brow exploded instantaneously, transforming into two vast streams of arcane energy, which landed before him. A mouthful of blood was spewed forth, yet it was instantly absorbed by the arcane energy, morphing into a faint blood-colored silhouette that unmistakably resembled Tianji himself. Flash! Another thunderous shout echoed. The silhouette trembled for a moment before shattering into oblivion. In that instant of detonation, the tempestuous sea of thunder and blood clouds above began to dissipate, and the cold, merciless might of the heavens similarly vanished from sight. Moments later, Tranquility returned to the firmament, as if nothing had transpired. Compared to before, Tianjizi appeared significantly aged. His aura was decayed, his cultivation plummeting uncontrollably, ultimately resting at the initial stage of the extraordinary realm. Had it not been for his secret methods, he would have been even weaker than Gu Han. Gu Han exhaled a long sigh of relief. Although he had the sword cannon at his side and was likely to evade calamity this time, the sensation of being targeted by the great Tao was far from pleasant. "Old man," the plump man said, still shaken, gazing at Tianjizi's dire condition, "are you all right?" Coughing violently, Tianjizi slowly raised his head, a glimmer of confusion flashing in his eyes. "What just happened?" "Huh." Gu Han and the plump man were taken aback. "Let me think." Ignoring the two, he closed his eyes in contemplation for a moment, then suddenly looked toward Mei Yun, a flicker of understanding crossing his gaze. "Oh, your origins are quite extraordinary. They must be related to the underworld clan." "Mei Yun, wasn't that already mentioned?" "Senior," Gu Han inquired, noting the peculiarity in his tone. "Are you truly unscathed?" Sighing, Tianjizi managed a bitter smile. "My mastery of the Tianji techniques was insufficient, and I overstepped my bounds." Naively attempting to utilize forbidden arts to deduce Mei Yun's origins, resulting in a backlash that has obliterated 90% of my cultivation. The three exchanged bewildered glances. Even Han Fu in the distance gaped in astonishment. It appears that the celestial mechanism has completely forgotten everything that just transpired, even altering his very memories. A shadow. Gu Han exchanged a glance with the portly figure beside him, recalling the blood-red silhouette that had separated from the celestial mechanism. As well as the word cut that had slipped from his lips, it became apparent that all of this was likely orchestrated by the former celestial mechanism. That old man. The portly one communicated silently. He truly went to great lengths, not only severing a part of his own soul, but also manipulating his memories. As if he were concealing something, Gu Han remained silent. What the celestial mechanism sought to hide was already evident: his identity and origins. The portly one lacked understanding of the celestial arts. He fixed his gaze upon him. Yet, he understood that every individual possesses a history, a past, and a future, leaving traces of existence. However, the old man claimed that one does not belong here and ought not exist. Could it be that you truly do not know who your biological parents are? Surely, you cannot be a mere figment of imagination? Uncertain, Gu Han's expression grew somewhat dazed, paying little heed to the jest. The sword cannon, the golden seal, even that broken sword. He had previously assumed that their appearances were mere coincidences. However, reflecting on the celestial mechanism's earlier words, he suddenly recognized that these events were far too coincidental. Indeed, the celestial mechanism seemed to have recalled something. Turning his gaze towards Gu Han. "You wish to transcend the tribulation of humanity, do you not?" "Very well." He sighed softly. "Those capable of transcending such trials possess immense willpower and courage. Although I am gravely injured, I can still assist you in divining the outcome." As he spoke, he gently closed his eyes, preparing to assist Gu Han in the divination of the human tribulation. "Senior, old man." The two were taken aback and hurriedly restrained him. "What are you joking about? Another round of divination? The outcome for others is uncertain, but for the celestial mechanism, it would truly be fatal." "Senior," Gu Han stated earnestly, "is there truly no alternative to divination?" "There is." The celestial mechanism pondered for a moment. "Focus your heart and mind, and perceive the subtle connection that lies within the depths of fate. I also possess a simple incantation for this purpose. Though the time required for such an endeavor is highly uncertain, I would still prefer to assist you. No need." Gu Han replied with a solemn expression. "This method is quite satisfactory. I shall not seek an alternative." "Senior, you are gravely injured. How can you expend further mental energy on my behalf? You should prioritize your own recovery. I am not in a hurry concerning the human tribulation." "Excellent." The celestial mechanism praised him profusely. "You, young man, exhibit humility and kindness, which is rare indeed, far superior to this portly one." The portly one retorted, "How can this rascal possibly compare to me?" Gu Han felt a wave of embarrassment. "I merely fear that you might overexert yourself and inadvertently lead to our demise as well." He dared not linger any longer, although numerous questions lingered in his mind. He was apprehensive that should he continue conversing with the celestial mechanism, the latter might whimsically attempt to unravel his identity, leaving him with no recourse for lamentation. "In the future, when I come, do not obstruct." The celestial mechanism gestured towards Gu Han and issued a brief instruction to Mei Yun. What about him? Mei Yun pointed at the portly one. Should he be allowed in as well? Simply subdue him. The celestial mechanism cast a disapproving glance at the portly figure, imparting the incantation for perceiving the human tribulation to Gu Han, before retreating once more into the room to recuperate. The portly one, before departing. Gu Han specifically admonished Mei Yun and Han Fu, emphasizing the importance of not divulging past events to Tianjizi, lest they inadvertently invite further complications. The two immediately acquiesced, fully comprehending the gravity of the situation without further elaboration from Gu Han. Outside Tianji Valley, the chaotic celestial phenomena were sensed not only by Fu Dehai and Feng Xi, but also by an increasing number of individuals drawn here by curiosity. These individuals were practitioners of the sacred realm. In the eastern wilderness, sacred realm cultivators were considered formidable figures. Yet in the presence of Feng Xi and Fu Dehai and Zhongzhou, they paled in comparison. The leaders of the Li family, the master of the Flowing Cloud ancient sect, and the vice president of the Tianyuan Merchant Association had not made an effort to conceal their presence, and thus were recognized by the cultivators below. Within this domain, the Fu and Feng families represented two major powers, with the Wu family, led by Wu Sheng, following closely behind. The remaining individuals constituted substantial forces beneath the three families, each possessing at least an initial stage sacred realm cultivator to oversee their affairs. As for the smaller factions, they aspired to arrive but were hindered by their inadequate speed in the air. Father, Wu Sheng felt a surge of joy as he spotted Wu Guang, the patriarch of the Wu family, accompanied by a venerable elder of the sacred realm. Shenger, upon seeing Wu Sheng, a glint of murderous intent flashed in Wu Guang's eyes as he hastened to his side. Who has harmed you? Senior, the sword young master greeted Wu Guang respectfully. This incident arose from my own carelessness. He recounted the events, assuming full responsibility as the supposed leader of the younger generation, while Wu Sheng chimed in with additional details. Fu Yuan, and that mysterious brat, Wu Guang growled, his fists clenching tightly as he cast a wary glance upward. He sensed that Fu Dehai and Feng Xi were also present. Rest assured, Senior, the sword young master replied calmly. As a sword cultivator, I am committed to upholding justice. I shall ensure that this matter is rectified on behalf of Brother Wu. Moreover, he observed the celestial array. The recent celestial anomaly was extraordinary, indicating the emergence of a significant opportunity. Now that they were the only ones within, any attempt to monopolize it would require prior consultation with me regarding my Zhanqing. With that declaration, the sword behind him emitted a continuous, melodious hum, and sword energy cascaded downwards. It is utterly outrageous, exclaimed one individual. That person is nothing but petty and narrow-minded. What right does he have to deny us entry? Tianji Valley does not belong to him, an eastern wilderness native lamented. What is he doing here in Zhongzhou, causing a ruckus? In an instant, those denied entry vented their frustrations at Gu Han, though they dared not involve the corpulent man, for they were acutely aware of the Fu family's formidable reputation. The discussions among the crowd naturally reached the ears of the sacred realm practitioners. What Gu Han had done was of little concern to them. Their primary interest lay in uncovering the truth behind the celestial anomaly. Was it indeed a harbinger of a grand opportunity? In the sky above, Feng Xi naturally overheard the conversation between Swordmaster and Wu Sheng, and could not help but let out a cold laugh, blocking others from entering. Such behavior is rather tyrannical, wouldn't you agree? And that earlier spectacle. Ah, my friend Fu, do try not to appear too unseemly in your pursuit of opportunities. Seeking opportunities? Fu Dehai coldly interrupted him. Go ask that old charlatan yourself. Feng Xing's expression darkened. Ask him. I have already sought out Tianjizi for another matter. Yet he completely ignored me. That is why I stationed Sword Master outside. In all likelihood, inquiring him now would yield no better results. Humph. He fixed his gaze on Fu Dehai and mused. I hear your lifespan is dwindling, and the longevity fruit of the central Dao Palace will not mature for over a decade. Is that so? Fu Dehai shot him a chilling glance. Are you looking for a fight? I am more than willing to oblige. Impatience brewed within him, and his concern for the safety of the plump fellow and Gu Han grew stronger. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he prepared to forcefully breach the Tianji Grand Array to uncover what truly transpired within. At that moment, the fog within the Tianji Grand Array roiled violently. Subsequently, a winding path of 3 feet in width unveiled itself, and 2 figures emerged from its depths. Mei Jiaoshi, the plump fellow, did not forget to remind. Do not heed that old charlatan. I, your Lord Fatty, will frequently pay you visits, so do remember to leave the door ajar. Instantly, the fervent gazes of the crowd fixated upon the two figures. If there were any opportunities, these two would undoubtedly be aware. The two figures were taken aback. What brings so many people here? Likely, the earlier commotion had drawn them in. However, before they could utter a word, two additional figures appeared, one landing beside Gu Han and the other beside Swordmaster. Fu Dahai, Feng Xi ancestor? The plump fellow was momentarily stunned and exclaimed, "What brings you here? Fool!" Fu Dahai seized him and scolded, "Could you not be still for once? You are forever stirring up trouble and causing such a ruckus. I should never have allowed you to come on your own." The plump fellow wore a look of grievance. Am I to bear the blame for this? At that moment, a sharp gaze fell upon them. Just emerging from within, they pondered the earlier celestial phenomenon and whether a fortuitous event had indeed manifested. It was none other than Feng Xi. While the other saints were equally eager to inquire, they dared not speak freely in the presence of Fu Dahai, a being of the ascended realm. Humph. The plump fellow rolled his eyes, disinterested in addressing him. You there? The plump fellow's unique status rendered Feng Xi indifferent toward him, and he shifted his gaze to Gu Han, saying coolly, "You speak. Who do you think you are?" Gu Han stared at him, a look of disdain on his face. Hold. Wu Guang's expression turned icy. This esteemed individual is Senior Feng, one of the Ascended. Ascended? Gu Han scoffed. Is that impressive? Without mentioning the old blind man and butler Yu, among those I have encountered, Qi Yao is filled with bravado, Yin Huang exudes righteousness. And even Yun Ao, though my sworn enemy, possesses an indomitable spirit, exceptional intellect, and an aura that far surpasses the likes of you, Feng Xi. He then turned his gaze toward Wu Guang. When others' filial piety and virtuousness bring them pleasure, you. A murderous intent swiftly flickered in Wu Guang's eyes. The youth, Feng Xi, remarked nonchalantly, youthful exuberance often leads to grave misfortune. Humph. Fu Dahai sneered. If youth does not revel in its bravado, how can one honor their own proud spirit? Was he incorrect? The Ascension realm was nothing but a trifling matter. He held deep contempt within, let alone the Ascension realm. Even the Transcendence realm had been within his grasp. Though he faced 4 opponents and could not prevail, he had still faced them. The expressions of the gathered saints turned awkward. What was the Ascension realm to them? They should learn diligently. Fu Dahai shot a glare at the rotund fellow, who instantly perked up. Was it merely arrogance? The plump man was far more adept than this scoundrel. Wishing for opportunities? Fu Dahai pointed towards the celestial mechanism array. Go inquire, no one will stop you. Feng Xi inhaled deeply. With Fu Dahai present, he would certainly not harm Gu Han or the plump man today. To discern whether there was indeed a significant opportunity, he could only consult the celestial mechanism master. Celestial mechanism friend, he thought, channeling his energy, allowing his voice to resonate clearly through the array and into the small courtyard. That previous opportunity? What a farce. Just as the celestial mechanism master entered a meditative state, he was abruptly disturbed, erupting with fury. No. What nonsense are you asking? All day long, opportunity this, opportunity that. If you seek an opportunity, go to the central Dao Palace. Do not seek me. Outside, after being berated by the celestial mechanism master, Feng Xi's expression darkened further. The others felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment. If the celestial mechanism master refused to speak, they had no means to compel Gu Han and the plump man. Regardless of whether an opportunity existed, it was irrelevant to them. Fu Dahai, Feng Xi suppressed the fury boiling within him. Why must one sever ties completely? Do you believe you will live forever? Once you perish, who will protect them? Upon hearing this, the rotund fellow's countenance suddenly darkened. Fu Dahai's dwindling lifespan posed the gravest threat to their family. Boom. An overwhelming aura erupted instantaneously, crashing down upon Feng Xi. Before I perish. Fu Dahai fixed his gaze upon him. I shall drag you along. You. Feng Xi's expression shifted, a tinge of regret creeping into his heart. A nearly expired Ascension realm cultivator, if driven to madness, could wield immense destructive power. At this moment, the sword master unexpectedly stepped forth. Leave this matter to me. He cast a glance at Gu Han. As a sword cultivator, your narrow-mindedness and selfishness are appalling. Merely due to a verbal dispute, you have injured Brother Wu and distorted the truth, obstructing our audience with the venerable celestial mechanism master. Now you wish to monopolize the opportunity, concealing it for yourself. A person of your dubious character is unworthy of being a sword cultivator. Buzz. As his words fell, the azure sword emitted a clear resonance, soaring into his hand. Its tip aimed directly at Gu Han. I am a sword cultivator. Today, I shall uphold justice and seek retribution for all, eliminating you, this disgrace. He grasped the long sword, radiating righteousness. Those unaware of the circumstances truly perceived Gu Han as a most wicked individual. Swordmaster, what a noble stance. And you accuse us of looking down upon the Eastern Wilderness? So what if we do? The people of the Eastern Wilderness, it seems, are all as base as you. The words and actions of the sword prince instantly resonated with the crowd, who, disregarding the intimidation of Fu Dahai, began to vociferously berate Gu Han. What nonsense! The stout man exclaimed in indignation. What of the Eastern Wilderness? Have they slain your entire family? Fu Yuan, the sword prince replied coolly, this matter does not concern you. Do not meddle foolishly. This individual is a disgrace, and your association with him brings shame upon our central continent. What nonsense! The stout man retorted vehemently. I am Fu Yuan, the heavenly king of the great Yin dynasty of the Eastern Wilderness. Dare to look down upon the Eastern Wilderness, and I shall crush you. He pointed at Gu Han. This is my brother, the foremost prodigy of the Eastern Wilderness. You wretched lot are unworthy even to hold his shoes. Well, Fu Dahai finally appeared satisfied. So audacious, truly worthy of being my descendant. Foremost prodigy? Wu Sheng sneered ominously. Self-proclaimed, I presume? What does it matter if you are the first? I have heard of the great Yin dynasty. It is hardly impressive, merely a show of power in the Eastern Wilderness. How can he even be compared to true talents like Sword Brother? Where are the virtuous descendants? The stout man shot him a glance. Get lost, you Wu family. Just wait. I shall lead an army to annihilate you soon. Wu Guang and his son wore grim expressions but dared not utter another word. Given the Wu family's current predicament, they could not withstand the might of the Fu family. What? The sword prince merely gazed at Gu Han. As a swordsman, do you lack the courage to draw your sword? Good. Feng Xing's eye sparkled. Truly the phoenix of my Feng family. Speak. The stout man glared at Gu Han. You let them ride on your neck, and you can endure? If you do not act, I shall take matters into my own hands. Allow me. Gu Han's eyes narrowed, instantly sharpening. With this rabble, his gaze swept over the crowd, and his robe fluttered without wind, as countless strands of sword intent began to swirl. Look down upon the Eastern Wilderness? Am I unworthy to wield a sword? In that moment, a pitch-black long sword materialized in his hand, with a twist of the blade. It pointed directly at the crowd. Eastern Wilderness, Gu Han. Today, I challenge the prodigies of the central continent. His tone was calm, yet his voice pierced the hearts of those present like invisible swords. Volume 1, Chapter 382, A Grand Gamble. Challenge. Upon hearing this, Feng Xing could not help but let out a cold laugh. What audacity! You are utterly oblivious to your own limitations. What qualifications do you have to issue a challenge? Merely because you bear the title of the foremost prodigy of the Eastern Wilderness? The central continent is brimming with talent, far beyond what your insignificant region can compare. The crowd erupted in derision. Even the sacred realm cultivators wore expressions of disdain. Arrogant, ignorant. The central continent, vast and expansive, divides into outer and inner circles. Even within the outer circle, the number of geniuses far surpasses that of the Eastern Wilderness. Moreover, there exist distinguished figures like the Sword Prince, while the inner circle boasts unparalleled prodigies from ancient orthodoxies. Once they emerge, they shall undoubtedly bring countless glories upon themselves, overshadowing the talents of the world. In the central continent, aside from a few individuals, the others naturally held a deep-seated disdain for outsiders. Gu Han's words undoubtedly struck a chord with their inner pride, rendering them quite uncomfortable. He, the elder of the Li family, stroked his beard and said with a faint smile, Do you all know that in the Eastern Wilderness, once one enters the sacred realm, they can establish a sacred land and be called a sacred lord? How utterly presumptuous! It was not surprising to them. The leader of the Luoyan ancient sect spoke with a hint of mockery. In their eyes, the sacred realm represented the pinnacle of cultivation. Those with a narrow perspective often exhibited an inflated sense of self-importance. Haha, what a narrow-minded view. We too belong to the sacred realm. Who among us would dare to undertake such an endeavor? Their words naturally resonated with the other members of the sacred realm. To establish a sacred land? To claim the title of sacred lord? In the central state, anyone lacking the ascension realm cultivation who dared to attempt such a feat would only become a laughingstock. Though the term sacred was attached to the sacred land, it bore no real connection to practitioners of the sacred realm. Among the crowd, only the vice president of the Tianyin Chamber of Commerce remained silent, curiously observing Gu Han. Seeing the collective animosity directed at him, Gu Han felt increasingly vexed. Is this the nature of you people from the central state? What do you mean by you people? The vice president retorted indignantly. I am, after all, the king of the great Yin dynasty, and I can be considered an eastern wilderness native, having no connection with this group of scoundrels. Not entirely so. Fu Dehai interjected fairly. Without mentioning my friend Yin, even if we consider Taoist Luo Hong, he too possesses a rather lofty demeanor. Yet have you ever seen him look down upon those from the eastern wilderness? He surveyed the crowd with a hint of mockery in his tone. The more incompetent a person is, the louder their claims. Gu Han wholeheartedly agreed. The conduct of the Luo Hong sacred land could be seen through Wang Yong. The group felt a sense of discontent, but dared not openly refute him. Releasing sword energy? The sword prince glanced at the sword aura surrounding Gu Han. There was indeed some skill there. No wonder he appeared so arrogant. But is this truly your sword? His face bore an expression of disappointment. It's no wonder you were reluctant to let me see it earlier. As a sword cultivator, one may not possess the world's renowned swords, but one should at least own a decent long sword. Can this even be called a sword? The crowd was taken aback, finally noticing the state of the long sword in Gu Han's hand. It was tattered and full of chips, its material indiscernible, and even the tip was missing a portion. In stark contrast, the sword prince's long sword shone with a brilliant light, exuding an inexplicable vitality. Its blade displayed a deep blue hue, appearing ancient and imposing, adorned with mysterious inscriptions that would elicit admiration from anyone who beheld it. This comparison made the disparity evident. The crowd secretly scorned him. With such a broken sword, he dared to claim the title of the Eastern Wilderness's foremost prodigy? He foolishly aspired to compete with the sword prince, a frog at the bottom of a well, unaware of its impending fate. Old buddy, Gu Han glanced at the long sword. What do we do when others look down upon you? Buzz. The long sword resonated with him, trembling continuously, conveying its emotions. Cut them down. Sever both man and sword. All right, Gu Han chuckled. Then let's eliminate them all. Young man. Fu Dehai expressed a hint of concern. He was not concerned about Gu Han's strength, but rather worried that the curse had not been lifted, which would prevent Gu Han from exerting his full potential. Although the sword young master was not the most outstanding prodigy in the Central Plains, he was one of only 2 individuals in this region to possess 9 chimes of the Dao Bell. With a formidable cultivation in the transcendental triple realm and profound insights into the sword path. Rest assured, Senior, Gu Han shook his head. The issue has been resolved. Today, I shall surely take his life. Indeed, the plump man nodded vigorously. Had I known what sort of person he was, I would have dealt with him long ago. Fu Yulin, the sword young master, furrowed his brow. Since you are so obstinate and willful, do not blame me for being merciless. Should he perish beneath my blade, you must publicly disclose the opportunity that Senior Tianji has deduced, lest everyone have made the journey in vain. But I wonder, do you dare to wager? And are you willing to part with it? The sword young master was indeed a figure of responsibility, earning silent admiration from the onlookers. What does opportunity matter? The plump man scoffed. Doesn't your family possess 2 sacred herbs? Let us wager those. If you perish, your family's sacred herbs will belong to us. Do you dare? Gu Han remained unfazed. And there are transcendental materials. Precisely. The plump man understood instantly. 300 drops. I shall wager them all against you. Do you dare? Transcendental materials were the very foundation of transcendental cultivators. The condensation of a single drop equated to a half step into the transcendental realm. 10 drops represented the quantity required for an ordinary cultivator to advance into the transcendental realm. For the plump man and Gu Han, the amount required for progression would far exceed 10 drops. Due to various limitations in aptitude and techniques, the speed at which cultivators could condense transcendental materials varied significantly. The quick, like the plump man, could condense a drop within mere months, while the slow, like Wu Da and Duan Run, might take decades or even centuries to condense just a few drops. Consuming transcendental materials was the swiftest means to advancement, yet, while not as rare as sacred herbs, these materials were still quite elusive. Ordinary cultivators would find them nearly impossible to acquire unless fortune smiled upon them. Each family had different means, leading to varying quantities of transcendental materials they could obtain. Even a family as affluent as the Fu family possessed merely around 300 drops. As for the Feng family, their reserves were not much different. Do you dare to wager? The plump man fixed his gaze on the sword young master. The sword young master chuckled. Since you were so willing to offer these items, how could I possibly refuse? Fellow Taoist Fu, Feng Xi glanced at Fu Dahai. Is he capable of making the decision? Bet. Fu Dahai cast a scornful glance at him and coldly uttered a single word. Excellent. Feng Xi's eyes brightened. My Feng family accepts your wager. Without the sacred herbs and transcendental materials, even with Fu Dahai's oversight, the foundation of the Fu family would be significantly diminished, leaving them vulnerable. At that point, the Feng family would dominate this region entirely. With his keen eye, he could see that Gu Han possessed considerable strength. But he held even greater confidence in the sword young master, a belief rooted in the old blind man's previous commendation of his swordsmanship. Sword brother, Wu Sheng respectfully remarked. All your actions are aimed at upholding justice for us, restoring our dignity. Brother Jian, your battle is a fight for the reputation of Zhongzhou. As its people, we cannot remain indifferent. Although the Wu family may not possess great depth, we are willing to advance and retreat alongside you. Indeed. Wu Guang cast a commendatory glance at him. My Wu family also possesses a sacred herb, 3 half-sacred herbs, and 100 drops of extraordinary essence, which we shall wager against the Fu family. However, he glanced at Fu Dahai, a flicker of animosity evident in his eyes. I wonder if the Fu family has sufficient stakes? In the first volume, Chapter 383, Extraordinary Essence Initiation, he queried, who do you intend to disparage with your spiritual source? The father and son duo were astute in their judgment of the situation. The Wu family's ancestor lay gravely wounded and on the brink of death, while the Fu and Feng families had just severed ties due to Gu Han, leading them to gravitate towards the Feng family for protection. A burst of laughter erupted from the master of the Luyun ancient sect. It is rare to see Brother Wu take such responsibility. You are correct. As citizens of Zhongzhou, we cannot allow a mere junior from the Eastern Desolation to provoke us. Although our Luyun ancient sect may not have profound roots, we are willing to stake a half-sacred herb and 80 drops of extraordinary essence, hoping to engage in a wager with Senior Fu. I trust Senior Fu will not take offense. Senior Fu, the elder of the Li family, interjected. If this is a wager, then everyone should partake. My Li family shall also contribute a half-sacred herb and 80 drops of extraordinary essence, all for the honor of Zhongzhou. We will not allow ourselves to be bullied. I too am willing to contribute 50 drops of extraordinary essence. In an instant, aside from the branch president of the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce, all the other holy realms chose to join the wager, overwhelmingly supporting the Feng family against the Fu family. The reasons were twofold. Firstly, they harbored disdain for Gu Han. And secondly, they sought to seize a golden opportunity. It was evident to all that Gu Han's cultivation was merely at the earth tribulation stage. While the combat prowess of a prodigy cannot solely be judged by their realm, young Master Jian was also a prodigy, and his superior cultivation assured a steady victory. These individuals collectively represented almost all the major powers in the area. With such a multitude of stakes, even a family as profound as the Fu would struggle to withstand the pressure. Chuckling, Feng Xi felt elated. I appreciate your goodwill, but it seems that Taoist Fu is unable to provide such a substantial wager. It would be wise to refrain, lest he finds himself in an embarrassing predicament. Gu Han and the portly man exchanged glances, their eyes reddening, not from anger, but from heartache. If they could win all these fine treasures, it would truly be a windfall. At that moment, the president of the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce chuckled. Should you require assistance, our Tianyuan Chamber will naturally extend our full support. I have always held great admiration for your character, Senior. As for interest, let us not discuss it. You need only repay the principal. He then scrutinized Gu Han several times. Who was this? Gu Han felt a twinge of curiosity. This branch president was the only one in the arena willing to stand by the Fu family, and it seemed he was extending goodwill towards him. The portly man's expression grew serious. This person is not simple. The Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce. The influence of the Tianyuan Guild is nearly omnipresent throughout the Central Plains, with even the inner circle bearing their traces. Their reputation is impeccable, their backing formidable, and their business vast. Yet, this guild merely represents their overt power, clandestinely. The Tianyuan Guild controls various underground black markets, intelligence networks, assassinations, and bounties. The notion of a black market sparked a thought in Gu Han's mind. Could the black market in the northern region also be a part of the Tianyun Guild? If that were the case, their power would be boundless. Suddenly, he recalled the mention of the ferryman of the Yellow Springs by the elder Mu on that fateful day. As the branch president began to speak, the crowd was not surprised. Businessmen are inherently impartial, providing services to those in need. However, Fu Dahai declined his goodwill. A mere wager? I can manage that. If you truly wish to assist, it would be better for the Tianyun Guild to act as a guarantor, lest these individuals default on their debts. Chasing after them one by one would be too cumbersome. This matter is not difficult, the branch president replied with a smile. You are all aware of the Tianyun Guild's credibility. Should you feel we lack weight, there is a distinguished guest within the branch who would undoubtedly be willing to serve as a guarantor. The stature of the Tianyun Guild, without a doubt, was sufficient. The crowd had no objections. Fu Dahai feared they would default, but did they not also fear him doing the same? Accept? Feng Xi sneered. What will you accept it with? Empty words? With the lifespan fruit. Fu Dahai's expression remained impassive. That lifespan fruit from over a decade hence. I wager it against you. Is it weighty enough? Old ancestor. The plump man's complexion shifted slightly. Are you serious? Huh. Fu Dahai scoffed. I have lived for so many years, and no one has ever dared to trample on me. Do these youngsters think they can make me bow? They are merely dreaming. If we are to play, let us play grandly and abandon all restraint. He glanced at Gu Han. Today, make a ruckus. If things go awry, I shall bear the consequences. Old ancestor. The plump man blinked. What if you cannot bear it? He sensed that after venturing to the northern region and battling the tribes, his ancestor had become somewhat reckless. Cannot bear it. Fu Dahai chuckled derisively. Then we shall call upon Taoist Luo Heng and Taoist Yin to share the burden. What is there to fear? He was not only reckless, but also audacious. With the combined might of the three ascended realms, he would dare to confront not just the Feng family, but even the ascended beings of the central Dao Palace, for what could rival Yunao's prowess? The crowd felt a jolt of apprehension. The lifespan fruit from the central Dao Palace grants a century of life. For cultivators like Fu Dahai, whose lifespans were dwindling, even a single year of extension is a treasure beyond measure, let alone 100 years. A single lifespan fruit could compel those nearing the end of their days to wager their entire fortunes. Senior, the branch president sighed. What audacity! Humph. Feng Xi seemed displeased. Do you think the lifespan fruit is so easily obtained? What will you do if you fail to procure it? I shall procure it. The plump man's expression grew unusually serious. Even if it costs me my life, I shall assist my ancestor in retrieving the longevity fruit. Feng Xi fell silent. The chubby one was aware that if they ventured to the central Dao Palace, there was a substantial probability of bringing back the longevity fruit. Was there more? The chubby one's eyes reddened once again. It seemed he felt that wagering a single longevity fruit was rather a significant loss. Increase the stakes quickly. Suddenly, a transcendent cultivator interjected. I shall offer 30 million spiritual sources. Get lost. The chubby one retorted with disdain. Spiritual sources? Who do you think you're belittling? Do you look down upon the foremost talents of the eastern wilderness? Indeed. Gu Han cast a casual glance at him. Transcendent materials are merely the beginning. Half-saint medicines and saint medicines are even better. You esteemed individuals from the Central Plains should not allow me, a mere eastern wilderness denizen, to feel inferior. At that, the man quickly changed his tone. I shall offer 10 drops of transcendent materials. I 5 drops. I 7 drops. The others, provoked by Gu Han's words, reluctantly managed to gather several dozen drops of transcendent materials. Excellent. The vice president noted them down one by one. Since you all have such refined interests, I shall personally contribute 50 drops of transcendent materials. Betting his gaze shifted, landing on Gu Han. You shall win. Thus far, he was the first Central Plains individual, aside from Fu Dahai, to have faith in Gu Han. Senior, the sword young master expressed some dissatisfaction. You are also from the Central Plains. This action seems I am a businessman. The vice president chuckled. Do not impose your principles upon me. Besides, this is merely in a personal capacity and has no relation to our Tianyun Chamber of Commerce. Should I lose, I shall willingly present the items. The chubby one was even more displeased. He felt that this vice president was merely here to take advantage. Never mind. Feng Xi maintained a stoic expression. Whom you choose to support is your prerogative. However, since your Tianyun Chamber of Commerce has taken on this role, why not simply initiate a Tianyun arena competition? Today he cast a gloomy glance at Gu Han. My Feng family's prodigy shall, before the eyes of the Central Plains, slay the foremost talent of the Eastern Wilderness. Excellent. The vice president nodded. I had the same intention. The Tianyan Arena is a unique platform belonging solely to the Tianyan Chamber of Commerce, forged entirely from rare metals. Immensely sturdy, even a saint-level cultivator would require significant effort to damage it. Moreover, the arena conceals a grand formation, once activated. Even peak saint-level cultivators would find it exceedingly difficult to interfere with the battles taking place within. The original purpose of establishing this arena was merely to showcase the financial prowess and strength of the Tianyan Chamber of Commerce, making it not particularly practical. However, several centuries ago, two saints had engaged in a life-and-death duel upon this very platform. Since then, the arena's fame has grown exponentially. Once activated, countless spectators would gather to witness. This arena is situated merely a few thousand miles from the Valley of Heavenly Secrets, with Fu Dehai's ascendant cultivation level. He would arrive in no time. Yet, due to Feng Xi's intentional delay, the area surrounding the arena was now teeming with people. Whether ordinary cultivators or talented disciples and kin from various factions, all fixated on Gu Han, their eyes filled with disdain and hostility. Upon the arena, the Sword Prince's eyes were slightly closed, his expression calm amidst the grand spectacle that captivated the multitude. All that he desired was within reach. He merely needed to personally slay Gu Han to elevate his reputation to its zenith. It was nearly time. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. The azure-long sword at his back trembled, swiftly landing in his grasp, pointed at Gu Han. Ladies and gentlemen, today I shall fight for the honor of Zhongzhou. The Sword Prince exuded majesty, truly worthy of being hailed as the prodigy of the Dao Bell's ninth toll. One strike would sever this ignorant Eastern Wilderness fool. In an instant, the fervent gazes of the crowd were fixated upon him, starkly contrasting with their looks directed at Gu Han, who remained expressionless. He took a measured step forward, an intricate array of sword chi swirling around him. Suddenly, a young man appeared before him. What need is there to deal with you? Before he could finish his words, a flash of sword light passed, and he was sent flying into the crowd, his fate uncertain. Arrogance. Another individual stepped forward to confront Gu Han, his cultivation significantly superior to that of the previous youth. Where does this cur come from? Daring to act recklessly in Zhongzhou, but before he could complete his sentence, the sword light flickered again, severing him in two. I shall take action. Gu Han's movements thoroughly incited the wrath of the Zhongzhou geniuses, and yet another individual positioned himself in front of him. Zhongzhou is no place for your rampancy. Another strike. Blood rained down instantaneously. With every swing of his sword, Gu Han's momentum surged, drawing him ever closer to the Sword Prince upon the stage. He remained unhurried. Since the inquiry of the sword was at hand, such a scene was inevitable. It merely differed in the number of sword strikes exchanged. Not far from the arena lay the branch of the Tianyan Business Association. At the top level, within a private box, the branch leader turned to a seemingly ordinary young man beside him. What do you think? Flashy yet insubstantial, the young man replied, withdrawing his gaze from the Sword Prince. His sword heart lacks purity, merely a fade, considerably inferior to that Fu Yuan. And what of him? The branch leader inquired, gesturing towards Gu Han. The young man pondered for a moment. I find him somewhat inscrutable. You seem quite optimistic about him. Hee, the branch leader chuckled. Not long ago, this young man single-handedly carved his way out of the depths of the northern region, emerging unscathed from the siege of countless barbarians, not a single one of whom survived. What do you think of this strength? Impressive. The young man's eyes sparkled. Truly worthy of being the first prodigy of the Eastern Wilderness. He paused before adding, your intelligence is even more remarkable. With another swing of his sword, Gu Han manifested an unparalleled blade light, rendering the opposing genius of the fourth rank in the extraordinary realm incapable of withstanding the assault, severely injured and on the brink of death, all with but a single strike. At this juncture, no one dared to stand in his way or utter a word of provocation. In truth, at this moment, not a single individual could compel him to unleash his full power. It was simply impossible. Wu Sheng's complexion turned pale. Previously, when he fought against me, his strength was evidently far weaker. Why did he now sense an unsettling difference? It was as if Gu Han, wielding a sword, was an entirely different person from the Gu Han without one. Feng Xi narrowed his eyes, having also misjudged Gu Han's prowess. A glance at the Sword Prince stirred an ominous premonition within him. Boom. At that moment, Gu Han stepped onto the arena. unleashing an overwhelming spiritual pressure that compressed the invisible sword aura to within a foot of his body. Simultaneously, the barriers of the Tianyun arena descended, enveloping the two combatants. Hum, hum. As their energy resonated, the sword possessed a spirit of its own, trembling incessantly. Yet, the emotions conveyed were starkly contrasting. The black sword exuded joy and excitement, while the azure sword recoiled in fear. The onlookers, oblivious to the true nature of the situation, assumed that the sword prince had finally taken the fight seriously, their faces alight with anticipation to witness how many strikes it would take for him to vanquish his opponent. The sentient sword, aware of the crowd's gaze, forced down its own unease. My sword is named Zhanqing. Spare me your prattle. Boom. Fed up with Guhan's incessant provocations, Guhan refrained from uttering another word. The shape of his sword aura morphed, subtly resembling a long sword. With a swift motion, he left behind a fleeting afterimage, his true form already standing before the sword prince, unleashing an unparalleled sword momentum in an instant. Good. The portly observer exclaimed with excitement. Strike him down. On the arena, the sword momentum solidified. The sword prince gasped, only then realizing the magnitude of his misjudgment regarding Guhan's strength. However, it was too late for such realizations. As Guhan unleashed his full potential, he moved with such speed that the sword prince could barely perceive his actions, instinctively raising his sword in response. Clang! A resounding metallic clash echoed as their swords met, and the sword momentum erupted. Bang! With a thunderous noise, the sword prince was sent flying, crashing violently into the barrier, blood spilling from his mouth. Hum! The Zhanqing sword emitted a mournful cry, its brilliance dimming significantly, revealing a half-inch gash. Impossible! The sword prince's eyes were filled with disbelief, his mind engulfed in confusion. Sword momentum. He could not achieve it, yet Guhan could. The control of the sword aura was meticulous, something he could not replicate. But Guhan could. Even the tattered black sword he had looked down upon eclipsed his Zhanqing. Boom. Just then, Guhan's second strike arrived, still at incredible speed, still wielding sword momentum. Sensing the gazes of those around him, the sword prince was suddenly overwhelmed by a surge of shame, his eyes reddening. Today, this is my battle of honor. If I lose, the reputation I have painstakingly built will be lost forever. Huh. Outside the arena, the portly observer shook his head. In a life-and-death battle, how can one be distracted? How fearless can this person be? This individual harbors impure intentions, Fu Dehai remarked, shaking his head. It is merely a fade. Yulin, you must not emulate him, but rather learn from Guhan. Bah! The rotund man spat disdainfully. If I were to step into the arena, even if that scoundrel managed to breach my defenses, he would be left utterly exhausted. Strike! Guhan's voice resonated once more. Ah! Following this was the frenzied shout of the sword young master. In an instant, an immense and profound sword aura surged forth from his brow, imbued with an indomitable sharpness, colliding with Guhan's sword energy. Innate sword chi. Bang! Bang! This sword energy far surpassed that which the sword young master had cultivated. Both in strength and sharpness, it was his ultimate move, now entwined with the Zhanqing sword, fiercely contending with Guhan's sword energy. In a heartbeat, countless sword energies erupted forth. Guhan's face was marred with blood, while the sword young master's visage was a gruesome sight, bloodied and disfigured. Crack! Crack! A series of faint sounds echoed, revealing that Zhanqing's hardness was utterly incomparable to that of the black sword, as fissures began to mar its blade. Zhanqing, the sword young master gritted his teeth in frustration. Why are you so inept? What do you understand? Guhan fixated on the Zhanqing sword, a glimmer of pity flashing in his eyes. This sword is indeed commendable. It is merely that you lack the capability. What? Gaudy and flashy, yet utterly useless. The sword young master was momentarily taken aback by these words. He was all too familiar with this phrase. Years ago, in a moment of youthful exuberance, he had sought an audience with the old blind man, who had imparted 2 remarks that turned him into an idol. At that time, Zhongming had also spoken 2 sentences to him, known only to him and Feng Xi. A mediocre sword, an inept wielder, gaudy and ineffective. Chapter 385. In the central Dao Palace, Missouri Li seeks to learn a technique from Brother Gu. Evidently, the brilliance in the sword young master's eyes dimmed rapidly, his aura becoming chaotic, and his cultivation plummeting. Stimulated by the failure, and with Zhanqing unbroken, It was his sword heart that shattered first. This is dire. Outside, Feng Xi's expression changed drastically, and he prepared to intervene and break the barrier to rescue the sword young master. Breaking the rules? Fu Dahai scoffed. Have you consulted me? Boom. His aura surged suddenly, directly blocking Feng Xi. At that moment, a faint sound echoed as the sword young master's shattered sword heart destabilized his cultivation. The innate sword energy lost its former might and was cleaved by Gu Han's sword energy. Crack! Zhanqing fell to the ground, shattering into fragments. Why? He seemed to grasp the situation, staring blankly at Gu Han. Is my sword inferior to yours? The essence of the sword lies in its purity. Gu Han gazed at him as if he were a fool. Over a decade ago, a senior had already enlightened you. It is your own folly. If you cannot comprehend, whom can you blame? You speak of swords, yet can you discern anything at all? Do you know him? Of course. Gu Han smiled cheerfully and said, the senior has treated me exceptionally well, even imparting a sword intent to me. Oh, and there's also Lord Chicken. I have fought alongside it. And we nearly became sworn brothers. Are you envious? I refuse to submit. With that, Gu Han turned away, no longer casting a glance in his direction. You have disgusted me for so long. Now I shall return the favor. Behind him, the sword young master's eyes were filled with bitterness. He took a step forward, intent on pursuing Gu Han, but as he moved, the last vestige of his cultivation dissipated, and his body was instantly riddled with countless crimson lines, reducing him to a pile of mangled flesh upon the arena. Surrounding the arena, countless onlookers stood frozen in shock. Their once esteemed sword young master, whom they held in high regard, had been felled by 2 strikes. How could this be? Suddenly, a voice brimming with murderous intent resounded, accompanied by an imposing aura that descended upon Gu Han. It was Feng Luan, the head of the Feng family. You will return my son's life. What now? Fu Yud's figure flashed, his rotund form shielding Gu Han completely. Cannot bear to lose? With those words, every saintly figure present, along with those who had wagered against Fu Dahai, turned ashen, their faces etched with despair. They had lost. The sacred medicines, the semi-sacred elixirs, the extraordinary materials, all of it was gone. On the arena, Gu Han scanned the crowd below, his expression one of distaste. In the central plains, are there truly no worthy opponents? At that moment, the rotund figure discreetly glanced at Fu Dahai, who was locked in a standoff with Feng Xi. He leapt onto the arena, feigning decorum as he clasped his hands. Brother Gu, you have gone too far. You have already triumphed. Why be so aggressive? I am Fu Yulin from the Central Plains, and with just the toll of the bell, I am willing to contest for the Central Plains. Gu Han's face darkened. You foolish fat man, what are you doing? The members of the Fu family widened their eyes in disbelief. What nonsense is this? Patience, the rotund man whispered conspiratorially. These fellows still have some wealth. Let us set a trap, coax them into betting, and then you can deliberately lose to me, squeezing them dry. What do you say? Gu Han paused for a moment. 80 for me, 20 for you. It's a deal. In an instant, the two were poised to enact a grand performance. At that very moment, Gu Han furrowed his brow, his eyes narrowing. Unbeknownst to him, another figure had appeared in the arena. Unremarkable in appearance, clad in gray. He seemed quite inconspicuous. It was the young man from the previous private box. Sighing, the association president followed closely behind, shaking his head with a wry smile. Daozi, why must you join this fray? Merely intrigued by the spectacle, he replied. The rotund man was taken aback. You there, step aside. Today, I, Fu Yulin, will represent the Central Plains. I am Mo Li, the young man replied, bowing slightly to Gu Han. From the Central Dao Palace. I wish to challenge you to a duel. In an instant, the arena fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard, as even the factions of the Fu and Feng families, who were still entangled in conflict, ceased their hostilities. The Central Dao Palace. Daozi. The rotund man was struck dumb. You are the Daozi of the Central Dao Palace? Merely a title. Mo Li smiled lightly, seemingly unperturbed by the esteemed title. Brother Fu, no need to take it to heart. Suddenly, the crowd erupted in excitement. Dao Palace's Daozi. A true prodigy. With him here, the dignity of our Zhongzhou is finally preserved. Daozi, please vanquish this Eastern barbarian. This person has spoken disrespectfully, belittling our Zhongzhou's talents. Now that Daozi has arrived, let us see how long he can remain arrogant. Many voices chimed in, reigniting hope within their hearts. The Central Dao Palace held a uniquely significant place in their minds. even surpassing the importance of the war god hall to the barbarians. If the sword prince was a prodigy, then the Daozi of the Dao Palace was the pinnacle among prodigies. With his intervention, Guhan was surely doomed. Ah, so it is the Daozi. Feng Xi felt a surge of joy and respectfully clasped his hands towards Mo Li. I apologize for not welcoming you from afar. Please do not take offense. The Daozi of the Dao Palace would naturally change over time. He vaguely remembered that the previous Daozi had stepped down over a decade ago, and Mo Li was evidently the new Daozi. As a practitioner at the ascension stage, his ability to adopt such a demeanor was already a significant show of respect towards Mo Li. On the other hand, Fu Dahai did not extend a greeting, but merely fixated on Mo Li, silently calculating in his mind. If he offended the central Dao Palace today, should he invite the Holy Master Luo Hong and Yin Qianjue to engage in a direct confrontation? It seemed a bit daunting. Alas, he felt a pang of regret. Had his friend Yun Tian not been injured, with his assistance, they might have stood a chance. Perhaps fortune would have favored them, allowing them to seize one or two longevity fruits. You have misunderstood. In the face of the crowd's fervor, Mo Li maintained a calm expression, showing no inclination to elevate their spirits. I am merely passing through on my travels and happened to hear of Brother Gu's experiences, which I greatly admire. I came to seek guidance, harboring no ill intent. I just wonder, he smiled at Guhan, if it would be convenient for you. If not, I shall wait until your cultivation is restored. Well, the portly man's eyes darted around. This Wang, that swordsman, is quite formidable, and his cultivation has suffered greatly. Is that so? Mo Li chuckled, directly handing over a jade vial. Inside are a few drops of extraordinary substance that may aid Brother Gu in recovering his cultivation. Much appreciated. The rotund man, without a moment's hesitation, snatched it and promptly stowed it away in his storage ring. Observing this, Fu Dahai's lips twitched, suddenly feeling a bit embarrassed. Fu Yid's face flushed with anger, nearly prompting him to suppress the portly man on the spot. That was mine. Guhan's expression darkened. It's all the same. The portly man replied dismissively. We won so much. This little bit doesn't matter. Ahem, he is quite sincere. Give me face and spar with him for a couple of rounds. Glancing sharply at the portly man, Guhan did not reject Mo Li's request. The absence of malice from Mo Li was secondary. It was primarily due to that vial of extraordinary substance. Brother Mo, he said, his expression growing serious as he raised his sword once more. Please. Very well. Mo Li's eyes brightened. Brother Gu is indeed a straightforward individual. Guhan silently reflected that it was not his willingness to engage, but rather the allure of the extraordinary substance offered by his opponent that was too enticing. The crowd felt a surge of excitement. Regardless of whether Mo Li was truly defending them, the mere fact that he had clashed with Guhan was enough to preserve their dignity. No one doubted Mo Li's superiority in this confrontation. As one of the top 3 talents among the prodigies of Zhongzhou, he was undoubtedly far superior to any so-called first prodigy of the eastern wilderness. At that moment, Guhan's cultivation surged to its zenith, his sword aura merging into a singular entity, transforming him into a razor-sharp blade drawn from its sheath. Witnessing this, Mo Li's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. He stepped forward lightly, and a faint layer of ethereal light enveloped him. Though seemingly unremarkable, it concealed a subtle flow of Tao principles that began to captivate the minds of those with weaker cultivation. Goodness, the stout man exclaimed, his eyes widening. This Daozi is quite formidable. Ancestor, Fu Yid furrowed his brow. This lad has encountered a worthy opponent. It matters not. Fu Dahai shook his head. The boy's realm is lower. Losing would not be a source of disgrace. Yet, this Mo Li is even more powerful than the previous Daozi. The central Dao Palace is indeed teeming with talent. Guhan felt an uncanny resemblance between Mo Li and Zhou Ye, though they appeared ordinary. Their every action adhered to the natural order, revealing an essence of profound principles hidden within the mundane, akin to Zhou Yang's blade and Yu Miao's needle. Brother Mo, he suddenly inquired, may I ask how many chimes your Dao bell has sounded? Volume 1, Chapter 386. My dear brother, if you seek death with unwavering resolve, I shall have no choice but to oblige. My talent is lacking, Mo Li replied, momentarily taken aback. Only 7 chimes. 7 chimes? The crowd gasped in disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even 9 chimes might not suffice to ascend as Daozi. 7 chimes would merely qualify one for menial tasks within the Dao Palace. 7 chimes. The stout man scoffed. With such a record, Daozi? I could do that too. Among the throng, only Fu Dahai, Feng Xi, and the chapter president seemed to grasp the underlying implications, while the rest remained utterly perplexed. Thank you. Guhan sensed he had grasped something significant. Yet, amidst the battle, he would not allow himself to be distracted. Instantly suppressing his thoughts, he flashed forward and struck down with a sword. This strike was executed with all his might. He understood that what Mo Li sought was precisely this very sword. Boom. In an instant, a sword chi, elongated and condensed to its utmost perfection, descended upon Mo Li. Excellent. Mo Li's eyes sparkled. Brother Gu is a man of decisive action. As he spoke, the ethereal light surrounding him intensified, morphing into a massive hand nearly 10 feet long. Though it appeared nebulous and insubstantial, it firmly grasped the sword chi. In that moment, the sword chi and the hand were locked in a fierce struggle, both forces radiating with energy, yet neither could prevail over the other. Boom. Moments later, the sword chi and the hand erupted simultaneously. A terrifying aura swiftly spread throughout the arena, causing those of weaker foundations to spout blood uncontrollably. Even those with somewhat greater strength felt their blood surge, their faces paling in response. On the stage, Gu Han and Mo Li stood opposite each other, one slowly sheathing his sword, while the other drew the celestial light into his being. Who emerged victorious? Beyond the tolling of the bell, beyond their respective strengths, they were more concerned with this singular question. A draw? Fu Dahai raised an eyebrow. This young man possesses remarkable skill, managing to reach a stalemate with the Dao Palace's disciple. I believe I could do the same, the rotund figure mused, stroking his chin. You? You wish. Fu Yud regarded him with disdain. A shell of a man, destined to be beaten. No, Mo Li shook his head. I have lost. He gazed intently at Gu Han, his expression serene. I only recently stepped into the extraordinary realm. Brother Gu is merely at the tribulation stage. In terms of our respective realms, I am inferior to you. The first prodigy of the eastern wilderness is indeed deserving of his title, and Mo Li has acknowledged this. Indeed, the association president sighed deeply. The disciple came to me precisely to break through to the extraordinary realm. Those few drops of extraordinary substance are what he has left behind. Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. They could accept the defeat of the Sword Prince, but they were utterly unwilling to accept Mo Li's loss, or even fathom it. Disciple, a cultivator exclaimed, his face etched with confusion. How could you lose? You represent the central Dao Palace, embodying the final dignity of our middle state as prodigies. You cannot afford to lose. Disciple, Feng Xi clasped his hands respectfully. I implore you to challenge him once more. The honor of our middle state must not be trampled by an eastern wilderness individual. Our cherished son cannot perish in vain at his hands. This sentiment, however, he refrained from voicing. Why? Mo Li questioned, perplexed. I am inferior to him. Thus my loss is simply a matter of course, is it not? It is quite simple, Gu Han retorted with a sardonic smile. They believe that being born in the middle state grants them an inherent superiority. The people of the middle state should never lose to those from the eastern wilderness. A loss signifies the trampling of their dignity and the shattering of their pride. Those like the Sword Prince and these individuals share this very mindset. Hence, they have persistently targeted me. Indeed, the rotund figure boisterously proclaimed, we, the eastern wilderness, shall never, boom. Before he could finish, he was directly suppressed by the enraged Fu Yud. Ridiculous. Mo Li shook his head. Do not speak of the middle state, even when combined. The 5 regions pale in comparison to the forbidden lands, which are but a pinprick in the vastness. Your perspective is too narrow and superficial, limited to the confines of a single continent, selfish and insular, yet blissfully unaware. The honor, dignity, and pride you so cherish are, to me, nothing more than a jest. His words were sharp as daggers, each sentence striking like a sword, shattering the remnants of pride held by those present. Brother Gu, Mo Li clasped his hands in respect. Today's battle has yielded great insights for me, and I wish to continue my travels. Let us part ways here. In truth, Gu Han pondered for a moment. If you wish to travel, you might consider visiting the Luoheng sacred land. Why? In that place, one might indeed find companionship. Gu Han vaguely comprehended why Wang Yong was regarded as a treasure by the Lord of Luoheng. It seemed he was treading a path similar to that of Mo Li. This path was formidable and unique, demanding not the usual qualifications, but rather an enigmatic essence of an entirely different nature. He sighed softly. Had Yang Ying still been alive, perhaps he too could have traversed this path. Very well, Emoli nodded. I shall take a look. Mo Daozi, the rotund man, overwhelmed by Fu Yud's imposing presence, struggled to breathe, yet remained unwilling to concede. You're so familiar with this bastard. How about you procure a couple of life-prolonging fruits for me? Let the fat lord have a taste? Emoli fell silent for a moment, then turned to Gu Han and said, Aren't you surnamed Gu? Gu Han's expression darkened. Bah, I mistook the person. This Dao Zi bore no resemblance to his honest and straightforward second senior brother. As for the life-prolonging fruits, Emoli continued with a serious demeanor. This batch is not yet mature, and their ownership is not for me to determine. However, with your and Brother Fu's capabilities, it should not be difficult to obtain one when the time comes. President Yan, he added, bowing respectfully to the branch president. I apologize for the disturbances caused during these days. I take my leave. Dao Zi, take care, President Yan replied, not daring to be presumptuous, and promptly returned the gesture. Long after his departure, the attendees remained in a stupor, as if their souls had departed. From this day forth, President Yan remarked with a sigh, the illustrious name of Gu Han shall become a nightmare for countless prodigies in Zhongzhou. Senior, Gu Han dismissed the notion of nightmares, focusing solely on his extraordinary materials and sacred medicines. It is time to settle accounts, isn't it? Rest assured, President Yan smiled with pride, surveying the dismal expressions of those who had placed their bets. These are mere trifles. With the Tianyan Merchant Association backing me, they dare not renege on their debts. Let us not forget, there is a benefit for me in this as well. Actually, I have another matter to discuss, if it is convenient for you, young friend. Could we step aside for a conversation? Very well. After a brief hesitation, Gu Han acquiesced. After all, this President Yan had indeed aided him and consistently extended goodwill. A short while later, in the private room where Mo Li had stayed, Yan the manager's expression grew serious. Are you familiar with the black market? Gu Han's lips twitched. Am I merely familiar? I am a top assassin in your black market. Do you have any interest in becoming a Huang Quan? Yan inquired. What are you doing, young friend? Gu Han retorted as he turned to leave, not even glancing back. Had he known this was the matter at hand, he would never have come. With the increase of his cultivation and knowledge, he was no longer naive enough to believe that this so-called Huang Quan was merely an assassin organization. Anything associated with the name Huang Quan was undoubtedly steeped in complexity. To be recklessly enticed into it could very well lead to a perilous fate. Meanwhile, Yan the manager fell into contemplation. Did I only say 2 words? Returning outside, he found Fu Dahai and the rest of the Fu family, along with those who had lost everything, had vanished without a trace, leaving little doubt as to their whereabouts. In the distance, Wu Sheng remained concealed. Yet, he silently observed Gu Han's movements. After suffering such a dismal defeat, the resentment and dissatisfaction within Feng Xi and the others were palpable. However, with Fu Dahai present, they had no opportunity to act against Gu Han. They could only leave Wu Sheng to covertly monitor him. Upon seeing Gu Han emerge and engage in a quarrel with the rotund man before departing, a glint of malice flashed in Wu Sheng's eyes. After a brief pause, he resolved to stealthily follow. At that moment, a young man clad in white approached him silently from a short distance away. May I inquire, brother? He directed his gaze at Wu Sheng, his tone gentle. What transpired here just now? Who are you? Wu Sheng replied with evident impatience. Get lost. Do not delay my business. I am Luo Wu Shuang from the Eastern Wilderness. The young man maintained his cheerful demeanor. I apologize for interrupting your affairs. I shall inquire with others. Wait. A flicker of murderous intent crossed Wu Sheng's eyes. You hail from the Eastern Wilderness? The very mention of those words was what he least desired to hear. What? Do you harbor murderous thoughts towards me? Luo Wu Shuang raised an eyebrow. Huh. Wu Sheng sneered. Murderous thoughts? Encountering me today is indeed your misfortune. Those from the Eastern Wilderness deserve to die? Luo Wu Shuang fell silent for a moment, then slowly extended his right arm. Brother, take a guess. Do I possess 1 or 2 essence crystals in my hand? If you guess correctly, you may yet live. Throughout, his expression remained cheerful, devoid of any murderous intent or imposing aura. I curse you. Wu Sheng's eyes turned red with fury. I guess your grandfather. Boom. Feeling humiliated, his murderous intent surged, and in a fit of rage, he uttered a curse. A gray light flickered across him as he prepared to slay Luo Wu Shuang on the spot. Enough. Luo Wu Shuang retracted his arm, the smile on his face gradually fading. If you seek death so earnestly, I shall oblige. Several dozen miles away, Guhan glanced back, furrowing his brow upon noticing Wu Sheng had not followed. Is this man truly so afraid of death? What does it matter? The rotund man was entirely unconcerned. We'll find an opportunity to eliminate him. Wait. Guhan's expression turned solemn. What is the truth regarding the central Dao Palace and the longevity fruit? Is there a hidden danger with Senior Fu? The rotund man's face momentarily clouded with sorrow. He is nearing death. In this world, all living beings possess a limited lifespan. Whether one is a formidable being capable of plucking stars or a seemingly inconspicuous ant, life entails death, and brilliance must eventually yield to twilight. This is the immutable truth of the universe, from which none can escape. Fu Dahai had not been injured, nor had any issues arisen. He simply faced the end of his lifespan. In truth, the rotund man sighed. Given the old ancestor's aptitude, reaching the Saint Realm is already a tremendous challenge. Had he not stumbled upon that broken stone, how could the Fu family have attained its current stature? Ascending to the feathered realm would extend his lifespan to approximately 9,000 years, yet that is his utmost limit. Even if that broken stone had not been removed by our adoptive father, it would still be difficult for the old ancestor to break through. He is not afraid of death. He simply cannot afford to die. A glance at the Wu family reveals much. Were it not for the impending demise of their ancestor, would they so eagerly seek to curry favor with the Feng family? Guhan nodded in agreement. The Fu family, with its vast estate, would surely attract unwanted attention without a guardian at the ascension stage, facing a fate even more dire than that of the Wu family. Thus, the elder requires the longevity fruit, does he not? Indeed, replied the portly man with a nod, although it grants merely a century of life. With the aid of those two sacred herbs, my uncle stands a chance to break through to the ascension stage, thereby alleviating the Fu family's crisis. Fu Chang'e, being the portly man's uncle, is a slender man at the 7th level of the sacred realm. Guhan was naturally acquainted with him. The central continent is vast. The portly man continued, and can be simply divided into two layers, the inner and outer, demarcated by a mountain of realms. The inner layer comprises the central continent, the very heart of the 5 domains, vast enough to rival much of the eastern wastes. Besides the central Dao Palace, there lies the ancestral grounds of the Demon Clan and the headquarters of the Tianyun Trading Association. The Demon Clan? The Tianyun Trading Association? The Demon Clan has long fallen from grace, now reduced to a mere ancestral ground and a few scattered forces. In contrast, the Tianyun Trading Association possesses considerable might. Otherwise, why would Manager Yin disregard those at the ascension stage? They exude confidence, possessing both wealth and power, unperturbed by the likes of the Feng family. Guhan furrowed his brow. As per Elder Mu's words, the black market merely represents the outermost fringes of their influence. The Tianyun Trading Association likely shares a similar status. If their outer forces are already so formidable, how powerful must their true backing be? The waters run deep. The portly man hesitated for a moment. Have you heard of the ferryman of the Yellow Springs? What manner of being is that? No matter, please continue. The central Dao Palace, the portly man continued, is ancient and shrouded in mystery. No one truly knows their origins. They are likely the most powerful faction among the 5 domains. According to the elder, there are at least 2 individuals at the ascension stage within. Such an ancient power must possess numerous treasures, with the longevity fruit being merely one of them. Have you heard of it? He said slyly. Periodically, the great Tao descends with a divine being, and the sacred root that bears the longevity fruit was bestowed a millennium ago, seized by the Dao Palace. Perhaps recognizing that hoarding such wealth is unwise, they present a few fruits for others to compete over each time they bear fruit. A sacred root? Guhan grew cautiously alert. Having learned from the lesson of the Dao Bell, he felt an unsettling aura surrounding the arrival of these divine entities. Is the great Dao truly so benevolent? If so, why did it not reward me with the 10 strikes, but sought to extinguish my life instead? Competing for the fruit, he pondered. Are there any particular rules? Below the sacred realm suffices, the portly man shook his head. Excluding the elders, even sacred realm cultivators are too destructive. It is impractical for them to intervene. Thus the task falls to us younger generations. Anyone below the sacred realm is eligible. It is fortunate for the elder that he has timed this well. The fruit will mature in roughly a decade. When the time comes, he sighed, I must ensure I procure one for the elder, no matter what. Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Guhan clapped him on the shoulder. Assistance is indeed needed. The portly man blinked his eyes in response. The foolish Mo Li Daozi is quite affable. It would be prudent to cultivate a favorable relationship with him, as there may arise an opportunity to stealthily retrieve the divine root. Guhan's expression darkened. With a resounding clash, he struck with his sword. You dare to draw your sword against me, you scoundrel? You fat fool, take another blow from me. I shall slay you. One pursued while the other fled, drawing the gaze of countless onlookers. The crowd, smug in their assumptions, chuckled to themselves. A conflict has ignited? Surely, it must be due to an inequitable division of spoils. Indeed, when confronted with immense profit, notions of friendship and loyalty are rendered utterly trivial. Wu Sheng stood in a daze, lost in thought, his gaze vacant. Meanwhile, Luo Wushuang had long vanished without a trace. Young Master Wu? Time passed, and a passing cultivator happened upon him, only to notice something amiss. As he began to speak, he suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. Wu Sheng stood utterly still, his breath absent. He had perished long ago. Outside the Tianji Valley, an intriguing sight unfolded. Luo Wushuang observed the grand formation before him, his eyes glimmering with interest. The Tianji lineage possesses some remarkable abilities. Alas, the strength of mere mortals ultimately pales in comparison. How could they possibly contend with him? With that, he stepped into the grand formation. In an instant, amidst the swirling mists, waves of murderous intent materialized, transforming into a barrage of lethal assaults aimed at him. Each strike bore the intensity of a full-powered assault from a saintly realm. Unfazed, Luo Wushuang's form shifted from tangible to ethereal, a faint celestial radiance flickering in his eyes. The onslaught passed through him effortlessly. Before long, he had arrived within a secluded courtyard. Who are you? Upon witnessing Luo Wushuang's form solidify once more, Mei Yun appeared apprehensive. At the sight of Mei Yun, the celestial radiance in Luo Wushuang's eyes intensified, rendering him ethereal, akin to a transcendent being. It seems that the players in this game are plentiful. At that moment, Tianji's figure emerged in the courtyard, sensing the fluctuations within the grand formation and coming forth to investigate. Mei Yun, his expression darkened. Who permitted you to allow him entry? Having been disturbed multiple times, his frustration surged, and his demeanor turned exceedingly hostile. Get out. He turned his gaze to Luo Wushuang, eager for an opportunity, but suddenly, he noticed the two beams of celestial light, and his expression shifted drastically. Instinctively, he began to deduce Luo Wushuang's origins. Do not move, Luo Wushuang said with a gentle smile. In your current state, to rashly deduce my origins would be fatal. He seemed to have discerned the crux of Tianji's dilemma in an instant. I surmise you have discovered his existence as well. To make such a choice, the Tianji lineage indeed possesses audacity. Discovered? Self-termination? Tianji was momentarily taken aback, instantly comprehending the implications of Luo Wushuang's words. It appears I have genuinely uncovered an extraordinary secret. This technique is one he is well acquainted with. It is among the most formidable, yet also the most enigmatic, of the Tianji lineage's secrets. With that, he ceased to ponder further. The secret that could compel him to sever his own ties is of immense consequence, and naturally, he would refrain from further inquiry. Gazing into Luo Wushuang's eyes, shimmering with celestial light, he was struck with a mixture of astonishment and animosity. You are divine, whereas I am not. Not so. Tianji's tone was frigid, accompanied by a scornful laugh. If that were the case, how could you wield their powers? Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, he spoke with a hint of uncertainty. Could it be that you are the chosen one?